RM studies, there was no overall difference in experienced well-being between women who lived with a mate and women who did not. The details of how the two groups used their time explained the finding. Women who have a mate spend less time alone, but also much less time with friends. They spend more time making love, which is wonderful, but also more time doing housework, preparing food, and caring for children, all relatively unpopular activities. And of course, the large amount of time married women spend with their husband is much more pleasant for some than for others. Experienced well-being is on average unaffected by marriage, not because marriage makes no difference to happiness, but because it changes some aspects of life for the better and others for the worse.
在 DRM 研究中，与伴侣同住的女性和没有伴侣的女性在体验幸福感方面没有总体差异。两组人如何利用时间来解释这一发现的细节？有伴侣的女性独处的时间更少，但与朋友在一起的时间也更少。她们花更多的时间做爱，这很美妙，但也花更多的时间做家务、准备食物和照顾孩子。所有这些都是相对不受欢迎的活动。当然，已婚女性与丈夫共度的大量时间对某些人来说比对其他人来说要愉快得多。体验幸福感平均不受婚姻影响，不是因为婚姻对幸福没有影响，而是因为它改变了生活的一些方面，使之变得更好，而另一些方面则变得更糟。
One reason for the low correlations between individuals' circumstances and their satisfaction with life is that both experienced happiness and life satisfaction are largely determined by the genetics of temperament. A disposition for well-being is as heritable as height or intelligence, as demonstrated by studies of twins separated at birth. People who appear equally fortunate vary greatly in how happy they are. In some instances, as in the case of marriage, the correlations with well-being are low because of balancing effects. The same situation may be good for some people and bad for others, and new circumstances have both benefits and costs. In other cases, such as high income, the effects on life satisfaction are generally positive, but the picture is complicated by the fact that some people care much more about money than others do.
个人环境与其生活满意度之间相关性低的一个原因是，体验幸福感和生活满意度在很大程度上取决于气质的遗传。幸福感的倾向与身高或智力一样具有遗传性，这可以通过对出生时分离的双胞胎的研究来证明。看起来同样幸运的人在幸福感方面差异很大。在某些情况下，例如婚姻，幸福感相关性低是因为存在平衡效应。同样的情况对某些人来说可能是好的，对另一些人来说可能是坏的，而新情况既有好处也有坏处。在其他情况下，例如高收入，对生活满意度的影响通常是积极的，但情况变得复杂，因为有些人比其他人更关心金钱。
A large-scale study of the impact of higher education, which was conducted for another purpose, revealed striking evidence of the lifelong effects of the goals that young people set for themselves. The relevant data were drawn from questionnaires collected in 1995 to 1997 from approximately 12,000 people who had started their higher education in elite schools in 1976. When they were 17 or 18, the participants had filled out a questionnaire in which they rated the goal of being very well off financially on a 4-point scale ranging from not important to essential. The questionnaire they completed 20 years later included measures of their income in 1995, as well as a global measure of life satisfaction.
一项针对高等教育影响的大规模研究，出于另一个目的进行，揭示了年轻人为自己设定的目标对终身的影响的惊人证据。相关数据来自1995至1997年，从大约12000名于1976年在精英学校开始接受高等教育的人收集的问卷。当他们17或18岁时，参与者填写了一份问卷，其中他们对在经济上非常富裕的目标进行了评级，范围为4分，从不重要到必不可少。他们20年后完成的问卷包括他们1995年的收入衡量标准以及生活满意度的总体衡量标准。
Goals make a large difference. 19 years after they stated their financial aspirations, many of the people who wanted a high income had achieved it. Among the 597 physicians and other medical professionals in the sample, for example, each additional point on the money importance scale was associated with an increment of over $14,000 of job income in 1995 dollars. Non-working married women were also likely to have satisfied their financial ambitions. Each point on the scale translated into more than $12,000 of added household income for these women, evidently through the earnings of their spouse.
目标有很大差异。在他们陈述了他们的财务愿望后的19年里，许多想要高收入的人已经实现了这一目标。例如，在样本中的597名医生和其他医疗专业人员中，金钱重要性量表上的每个附加点都与1995年美元的$14,000的额外工作收入相关。不工作的已婚女性也可能满足了他们的财务愿望。对于这些女性来说，量表上的每一点都转化为超过$12,000的额外家庭收入，显然是通过他们配偶的收入获得的。
The importance that people attach to income at age 18 also anticipated their satisfaction with their income as adults. We compared life satisfaction in a high-income group, more than $200,000 household income, to a low to moderate income group, less than $50,000. The effect of income on life satisfaction was larger for those who had listed being well off financially as an essential goal, 0.57 point on a 5-point scale. The corresponding difference for those who had indicated that money was not important was only 0.12. The people who wanted money and got it were significantly more satisfied than average. Those who wanted money and didn't get it were significantly more dissatisfied. The same principle applies to other goals. One recipe for a dissatisfied adulthood is setting goals that are especially difficult to attain. Measured by life satisfaction 20 years later, the least promising goal that a young person could have was becoming accomplished in a performing art. Teenagers' goals influence what happens to them, where they end up, and how satisfied they are.
人们在18岁时对收入的重视，也预示了他们成年后对收入的满意度。我们将高收入组家庭收入超过20万美元的生活满意度与低至中等收入组低于5万美元进行了比较。收入对生活满意度的影响，对于那些将经济富裕列为基本目标的人来说更大，5分制量表上的0.57分。对于那些表示金钱不重要的人，相应的差异仅为0.12。想要钱并得到钱的人比平均水平更满意，想要钱但没有得到钱的人则更加不满意。同样的原则适用于其他目标。不满意成年生活的一个秘诀是设定特别难以实现的目标。从20年后的生活满意度来看，年轻人最不希望实现的目标是在表演艺术中取得成就。青少年的目标会影响他们发生的事情，他们最终的归宿以及他们的满意程度。
In part because of these findings, I have changed my mind about the definition of well-being. The goals that people set for themselves are so important to what they do and how they feel about it that an exclusive focus on experienced well-being is not tenable. We cannot hold a concept of well-being that ignores what people want. On the other hand, it is also true that a concept of well-being that ignores how people feel as they live and focuses only on how they feel when they think about their life is also untenable. We must accept the complexities of a hybrid view, in which the well-being of both selves is considered.
部分由于这些发现，我改变了对幸福的定义。人们为自己设定的目标，对他们所做的事情以及他们对此的感受如此重要，以至于对体验幸福感的独家关注是站不住脚的。我们不能坚持一个忽略人们想要什么的幸福概念。另一方面，一个忽略人们在生活中感受如何，并只关注他们在思考自己的生活时感受如何的幸福概念，也是站不住脚的。我们必须接受混合观点的复杂性，其中2个自我的幸福都被考虑在内。
The focusing illusion.
聚焦错觉。
We can infer from the speed with which people respond to questions about their life, and from the effects of current mood on their responses, that they do not engage in a careful examination when they evaluate their life. They must be using heuristics, which are examples of both substitution and WICTI. Although their view of their life was influenced by a question about dating or by a coin on the copying machine, the participants in these studies did not forget that there is more to life than dating or feeling lucky. The concept of happiness is not suddenly changed by finding a dime, but System 1 readily substitutes a small part of it for the whole of it. Any aspect of life to which attention is directed will loom large in a global evaluation. This is the essence of the focusing illusion, which can be described in a single sentence.
我们可以从人们回答有关其生活的问题的速度以及当前情绪对其回答的影响中推断出，他们在评估自己的生活时并没有进行仔细的检查。他们肯定在使用启发法，启发法是替代和所见及所得的视力。 尽管他们对生活的看法受到有关约会的问题或复印机上的硬币的影响，但这些研究的参与者并没有忘记，除了约会或感觉幸运之外，生活中还有更多的事情。找到一角钱并不会突然改变幸福的概念，但系统一会毫不犹豫地用它的一小部分来代替全部。任何受到关注的生活方面都会在整体评估中显得尤为重要。这就是聚焦错觉的本质，可以用一句话来描述。
Nothing in life is as important as you think it is when you were thinking about it.
当你想到某件事时，生活中没有什么是像你想象的那么重要。
The origin of this idea was a family debate about moving from California to Princeton, in which my wife claimed that people are happier in California than on the East Coast. I argued that climate is demonstrably not an important determinant of well-being. The Scandinavian countries are probably the happiest in the world. I observed that permanent life circumstances have little effect on well-being and tried in vain to convince my wife that her intuitions about the happiness of Californians were an error of effective forecasting.
这个想法的起源是一场关于从加利福尼亚搬到普林斯顿的家庭争论。我的妻子声称加利福尼亚的人们比东海岸的人们更幸福。我认为气候显然不是幸福感的重要决定因素。斯堪的纳维亚国家可能是世界上最幸福的国家。我观察到永久的生活环境对幸福感影响很小，并试图徒劳地让妻子相信他对加利福尼亚人幸福感的直觉是情感预测的错误。
A short time later, with this debate still on my mind, I participated in a workshop about the social science of global warming. A colleague made an argument that was based on his view of the well-being of the population of planet Earth in the next century. I argued that it was preposterous to forecast what it would be like to live on a warmer planet when we did not even know what it is like to live in California. Soon after that exchange, my colleague David Cade and I were granted research funds to study two questions. Are people who live in California happier than others? And what are the popular beliefs about the relative happiness of Californians?
不久之后，这场争论仍然萦绕在我的脑海中。我参加了一个关于全球变暖的社会科学研讨会。一位同事提出了一个论点，该论点基于他对下个世纪地球人口幸福感的看法。我认为，当我们甚至不知道在加利福尼亚生活是什么样子时，预测生活在一个更温暖的星球上会是什么样子是荒谬的。在那次交流之后不久，我和我的同事大卫·斯卡德获得了研究经费来研究两个问题：生活在加利福尼亚的人是否比其他人更幸福？人们普遍认为加利福尼亚人的相对幸福感如何？
We recruited large samples of students at major state universities in California, Ohio, and Michigan. From some of them, we obtained a detailed report of their satisfaction with various aspects of their lives. From others, we obtained a prediction of how someone, with your interests and values, who lived elsewhere would complete the same questionnaire.
我们在加利福尼亚、俄亥俄州和密歇根州的主要州立大学招募了大量学生样本。我们从其中一些人那里获得了他们对生活各个方面满意度的详细报告。从其他人那里，我们获得了对具有你的兴趣和价值观的人在其他地方生活时如何完成相同问卷的预测。
As we analyzed the data, it became obvious that I had won the family argument. As expected, the students in the two regions differed greatly in their attitude to their climate. The Californians enjoyed their climate, and the Midwesterners despised theirs. But climate was not an important determinant of well-being. Indeed, there was no difference whatsoever between the life satisfaction of students in California and in the Midwest. We also found that my wife was not alone in her belief that Californians enjoy greater well-being than others. The students in both regions shared the same mistaken view, and we were able to trace their error to an exaggerated belief in the importance of climate. We described the error as a focusing illusion.
当我们分析数据时，很明显我赢得了家庭争论。正如预期的那样，这两个地区的学生对气候的态度差异很大。加利福尼亚人喜欢他们的气候，而中西部人则鄙视他们的气候。但气候并不是幸福感的重要决定因素。事实上，加利福尼亚和中西部学生的生活满意度之间没有任何差异。我们还发现，我的妻子并不是唯一一个认为加利福尼亚人比其他人享受更多幸福感的人。这两个地区的学生都持有相同的错误观点，我们能够追溯他们的错误到对气候重要性的夸大信念。我们将这种错误描述为聚焦错觉。
The essence of the focusing illusion is WICTI, giving too much weight to the climate, too little to all the other determinants of well-being. To appreciate how strong this illusion is, take a few seconds to consider the question.
聚焦错觉的本质是所见即所得，对气候赋予过多的权重，对幸福感的所有其他决定因素赋予的权重太少。为了理解这种错觉有多强烈，请花几秒钟考虑一下这个问题。
How much pleasure do you get from your car?
你从你的车中获得了多少乐趣？
An answer came to your mind immediately. You know how much you like and enjoy your car. Now examine a different question. When do you get pleasure from your car? The answer to this question may surprise you, but it is straightforward. You get pleasure or displeasure from your car when you think about your car, which is probably not very often. Under normal circumstances, you do not spend much time thinking about your car when you are driving it. You think of other things as you drive, and your mood is determined by whatever you think about. Here again, when you tried to rate how much you enjoyed your car, you actually answered a much narrower question. How much pleasure do you get from your car when you think about it? The substitution caused you to ignore the fact that you rarely think about your car, a form of duration neglect. The upshot is a focusing illusion. If you like your car, you are likely to exaggerate the pleasure you derive from it, which will mislead you when you think of the virtues of your current vehicle as well as when you contemplate buying a new one.
一个答案立即出现在你的脑海中，你知道你有多喜欢和享受你的车。现在检查一个不同的问题：你什么时候从你的车中获得乐趣？这个问题的答案可能会让你感到惊讶，但它很简单。当你想到你的车时，你会从你的车中获得乐趣或不快，这可能不是经常发生的事情。在正常情况下，你在开车时不会花很多时间考虑你的车。你在开车时会想到其他事情，你的情绪由你想到的任何事情决定。同样，当你试图评估你对汽车的喜爱程度时，你实际上回答了一个更窄的问题。当你想到你的汽车时，你从中获得了多少乐趣？这种替代让你忽略了这样一个事实：你很少想到你的车，这是一种持续时间忽视。结果是聚焦错觉。如果你喜欢你的车，你很可能会夸大你从中获得的乐趣，这会让你在考虑当前车辆的优点以及考虑购买新车时误入歧途。
A similar bias distorts judgments of the happiness of Californians. When asked about the happiness of Californians, you probably conjure an image of someone attending to a distinctive aspect of the California experience, such as hiking in the summer or admiring the mild winter weather. The focusing illusion arises because Californians actually spend little time attending to these aspects of their life. Moreover, long-term Californians are unlikely to be reminded of the climate when asked for a global evaluation of their life. If you have been there all your life and do not travel much, living in California is like having 10 toes. Nice, but not something one thinks much about. Thoughts of any aspect of life are more likely to be salient if a contrasting alternative is highly available.
类似的偏见扭曲了对加利福尼亚人幸福感的判断。当被问及加利福尼亚人的幸福感时，你可能会联想到一个人正在关注加利福尼亚体验的一个独特方面，例如在夏天远足或欣赏温和的冬季天气。聚焦错觉之所以产生，是因为加利福尼亚人实际上花很少的时间来关注他们生活的这些方面。此外，当被要求对他们的生活进行整体评估时，长期居住在加利福尼亚的人不太可能想起气候。如果你一生都在那里，并且不经常旅行，那么生活在加利福尼亚就像有10个脚趾，很好，但不是人们经常想到的事情。如果存在高度可用的对比替代方案，那么人们更有可能想到生活的任何方面。
People who recently moved to California will respond differently. Consider an enterprising soul who moved from Ohio to seek happiness in a better climate. For a few years following the move, a question about his satisfaction with life will probably remind him of the move and also evoke thoughts of the contrasting climates in the two states. The comparison will surely favor California, and the attention to that aspect of life may distort its true weight and experience. However, the focusing illusion can also bring comfort. Whether or not the individual is actually happier after the move, he will report himself happier, because thoughts of the climate will make him believe that he is. The focusing illusion can cause people to be wrong about their present state of well-being as well as about the happiness of others, and about their own happiness in the future.
最近搬到加州的人会有不同的反应。 考虑一下，一个从俄亥俄州搬到加州，寻求更美好气候的进取灵魂，在搬家后的几年里，一个关于他对生活满意度的提问，可能会让他想起搬家，也会让他想起这两个州截然不同的气候。比较肯定会偏向加州，而对生活这个方面的关注，可能会扭曲他在经验中的真实权重。然而，聚焦错觉也能带来安慰。无论这个人搬家后是否真的更快乐，他都会报告自己更快乐，因为对气候的思考会让他相信自己更快乐。聚焦错觉可能导致人们对自己目前的身心健康状况以及他人的幸福状况以及自己未来的幸福状况产生错误的认识。
What proportion of the day do paraplegics spend in a bad mood?
截瘫者一天中有多少时间心情不好？
This question almost certainly made you think of a paraplegic who is currently thinking about some aspect of his condition. Your guess about a paraplegic's mood is therefore likely to be accurate in the early days after a crippling accident. For some time after the event, accident victims think of little else. But over time, with few exceptions, attention is withdrawn from a new situation as it becomes more familiar. The main exceptions are chronic pain, constant exposure to loud noise, and severe depression. Pain and noise are biologically set to be signals that attract attention, and depression involves a self-reinforcing cycle of miserable thoughts. There is therefore no adaptation to these conditions. Paraplegia, however, is not one of the exceptions. Detailed observations show that paraplegics are in a fairly good mood more than half of the time, as early as 1 month following their accident. Though their mood is certainly somber when they think about their situation. Most of the time, however, paraplegics work, read, enjoy jokes and friends, and get angry when they read about politics in the newspaper. When they are involved in any of these activities, they are not much different from anyone else, and we can expect the experienced well-being of paraplegics to be near normal much of the time. Adaptation to a new situation, whether good or bad, consists in large part of thinking less and less about it. In that sense, most long-term circumstances of life, including paraplegia and marriage, are part-time states that one inhabits only when one attends to them.
这个问题几乎肯定会让你想到一个截瘫者，他目前正在思考自己病情的一个方面。因此，你对截瘫者情绪的猜测在致残事故后的早期可能是准确的，在事故发生后的很长一段时间里，事故受害者几乎不会想其他事情。但随着时间的推移，除了少数例外，人们的注意力会从一个新的情况中转移出来，因为它变得更加熟悉。主要的例外情况是慢性疼痛，持续暴露于噪音中和严重的抑郁症。疼痛和噪音在生物学上被设定为吸引注意力的信号，而抑郁症涉及一个自我强化的悲惨思想循环。因此，这些情况不会适应。然而，截瘫并不是这些例外情况之一。详细的观察表明，截瘫者在事故发生后1个月内有1半以上的时间心情相当好，尽管当他们想到自己的情况时，他们的心情肯定很沉重。然而，大多数时候，截瘫者工作、阅读、享受笑话和朋友，并在报纸上读到政治新闻时会生气。当他们参与这些活动时，他们与其他人没有什么不同。我们可以预期截瘫者的经验幸福感在大部分时间里接近正常。对新情况的适应，无论是好是坏，在很大程度上在于越来越少地去想它。从这个意义上说，大多数长期的生活环境，包括截瘫和婚姻，都是兼职状态，只有在人们关注他们时才会出现。
One of the privileges of teaching at Princeton is the opportunity to guide bright undergraduates through a research thesis. And one of my favorite experiences in this vein was a project in which Baruria Cohn collected and analyzed data from a survey firm that asked respondents to estimate the proportion of time that paraplegics spend in a bad mood. She split her respondents into 2 groups. Some were told that the crippling accident had occurred a month earlier, some a year earlier. In addition, each respondent indicated whether he or she knew a paraplegic personally. The 2 groups agreed closely in their judgment about the recent paraplegics. Those who knew a paraplegic estimated 75% bad mood. Those who had to imagine a paraplegic said 70%. In contrast, the 2 groups differed sharply in their estimates of the mood of paraplegics a year after the accidents. Those who knew a paraplegic offered 41% as their estimate of the time in that bad mood. The estimates of those who were not personally acquainted with a paraplegic averaged 68%. Evidently, those who knew a paraplegic had observed the gradual withdrawal of attention from the condition, but others did not forecast that this adaptation would occur. Judgments about the mood of lottery winners 1 month and 1 year after the event showed exactly the same pattern.
在普林斯顿大学任教的特权之一就是有机会指导聪明的本科生完成研究论文。而我最喜欢的经历之一就是贝鲁里亚·科恩收集并分析了一家调查公司的调查数据，该公司要求受访者估计截瘫者心情不好的时间比例。他将受访者分成2组，一些人被告知致残事故发生在1个月前，一些人被告知发生在1年以前。此外，每位受访者都表示他们是否亲自认识截瘫者。这2组人对近期截瘫者的判断非常一致，认识截瘫者的人估计心情不好占 75%， 不得不想象截瘫者的人说 70%。 相比之下，这2组人在对事故发生1年后截瘫者情绪的估计上存在很大差异，认识截瘫者的人估计心情不好占 41%， 那些不认识截瘫者的人的估计平均为 68%。 显然，认识截瘫者的人观察到了人们逐渐不再关注这种疾病，但其他人并没有预测到这种适应会发生。对彩票中奖者在事件发生1个月和1年后的情绪的判断也显示出完全相同的模式。
We can expect the life satisfaction of paraplegics and those afflicted by other chronic and burdensome conditions to be low relative to their experienced well-being, because the request to evaluate their lives will inevitably remind them of the life of others and of the life they used to lead. Consistent with this idea, recent studies of colostomy patients have produced dramatic inconsistencies between the patient's experienced well-being and their evaluations of their lives. Experience sampling shows no difference in experienced happiness between these patients and a healthy population. Yet colostomy patients would be willing to trade away years of their life for a shorter life without the colostomy. Furthermore, patients whose colostomy has been reversed remember their time in this condition as awful, and they would give up even more of their remaining life not to have to return to it. Here it appears that the remembering self is subject to a massive focusing illusion about the life that the experiencing self endures quite comfortably.
我们可以预期，截瘫者和那些患有其他慢性疾病和负担性疾病的人的生活满意度相对于他们的经验幸福感较低，因为要求他们评估自己的生活不可避免的会让他们想起他人的生活和他们曾经过上的生活。与此想法一致，最近对结肠造口术患者的研究表明，患者的经验幸福感与他们对生活的评价之间存在巨大的差异。经验抽样表明，这些患者与健康人群在经验幸福感方面没有差异。然而，结肠造口术患者愿意用他们生命中的几年来换取没有结肠造口术的更短的生命。此外，结肠造口术已经逆转的患者会记得他们在这种状态下的时间是可怕的，他们会放弃更多余下的生命来避免回到这种状态。这里似乎是回忆的自我受到一种巨大的聚焦错觉的影响，而经验的自我却相当舒适地忍受着这种生活。
Daniel Gilbert and Timothy Wilson introduced the word miswanting to describe bad choices that arise from errors of effective forecasting. This word deserves to be in everyday language. The focusing illusion, which Gilbert and Wilson call focalism, is a rich source of miswanting. In particular, it makes us prone to exaggerate the effect of significant purchases or changed circumstances on our future well-being.
丹尼尔·吉尔伯特和蒂莫西·威尔逊引入了错误的欲望一词来描述由情感预测错误引起的错误选择。这个词应该在日常语言中使用。聚焦错觉，吉尔伯特和威尔逊称之为焦点主义，是错误欲望的丰富来源。特别是，它使我们倾向于夸大重大购买或改变环境对我们未来幸福感的影响。
Compare two commitments that will change some aspects of your life: buying a comfortable new car and joining a group that meets weekly, perhaps a poker or book club. Both experiences will be novel and exciting at the start. The crucial difference is that you will eventually pay little attention to the car as you drive it, but you will always attend to the social interaction to which you committed yourself. By WICTI, you are likely to exaggerate the long-term benefits of the car, but you are not likely to make the same mistake for a social gathering or for inherently attention-demanding activities such as playing tennis or learning to play the cello. The focusing illusion creates a bias in favor of goods and experiences that are initially exciting, even if they will eventually lose their appeal. Time is neglected, causing experiences that will retain their attention value in the long term to be appreciated less than they deserve to be.
比较一下两种会改变你生活某些方面的承诺：购买一辆舒适的新车和加入一个每周开会的团体，比如扑克或读书俱乐部。这两种经历一开始都是新奇而令人兴奋的，关键的区别在于，你最终会很少关注你在驾驶汽车时的情况，但你总是会关注你所承诺的社交互动。通过 VCAT， 你可能会夸大汽车的长期好处，但你不太可能对社交聚会或本质上需要关注的活动，例如打网球或学习弹奏大提琴，犯同样的错误。聚焦错觉会偏向于那些最初令人兴奋的商品和体验，即使它们最终会失去吸引力。时间被忽视了，导致那些在长期内保持其注意力价值的体验被低估了。
Time and time again.
一次又一次。
The role of time has been a refrain in this part of the book. It is logical to describe the life of the experiencing self as a series of moments, each with a value. The value of an episode, I have called it a hedonimeter total, is simply the sum of the values of its moments. But this is not how the mind represents episodes. The remembering self, as I have described it, also tells stories and makes choices, and neither the stories nor the choices properly represent time. In storytelling mode, an episode is represented by a few critical moments, especially the beginning, the peak, and the end. Duration is neglected. We saw this focus on singular moments both in the cold hand situation and in Violetta's story.
时间的作用一直是本书这一部分的主题。将经验自我的生活描述为一系列时刻是合乎逻辑的，每个时刻都有一个价值。一个情节的价值，我称之为享乐计总量，仅仅是其时刻价值的总和。但这并不是心灵表征情节的方式。正如我所描述的，回忆的自我也会讲故事和做出选择，而故事和选择都不能恰当地代表时间。在讲故事模式中，一个情节有几个关键时刻来代表，尤其是开头、高潮和结尾。持续时间被忽略了。我们在冷手情况和维奥莱塔的故事中都看到了这种对单一时刻的关注。
We saw a different form of duration neglect in prospect theory, in which a state is represented by the transition to it. Winning a lottery yields a new state of wealth that will endure for some time, but decision utility corresponds to the anticipated intensity of the reaction to the news that one has won. The withdrawal of attention and other adaptations to the new state are neglected, as only that thin slice of time is considered. The same focus on the transition to the new state and the same neglect of time and adaptation are found in forecasts of the reaction to chronic diseases, and of course in the focusing illusion. The mistake that people make in the focusing illusion involves attention to selected moments and neglect of what happens at other times. The mind is good with stories, but it does not appear to be well designed for the processing of time.
我们在前景理论中看到了另一种形式的持续时间忽视，其中一个状态由向它的过渡来表示。赢得彩票会带来一种新的财富状态，这种状态将持续一段时间，但决策效用对应于对赢得彩票的消息的反应的预期强度。对新状态的注意力转移和其他适应被忽略了，因为只考虑了那段很短的时间。在对慢性疾病的反应以及当然在聚焦错觉中的预测中，也发现了对向新状态的过度的关注以及对时间和适应的忽视。人们在聚焦错觉中犯的错误涉及对选定时刻的关注和对其他时间发生的事情的忽视。心灵擅长讲故事，但它似乎并不适合处理时间。
During the last 10 years, we have learned many new facts about happiness. But we have also learned that the word happiness does not have a simple meaning and should not be used as if it does. Sometimes scientific progress leaves us more puzzled than we were before.
在过去的10年里，我们了解了许多关于幸福的新事实，但我们也了解到，幸福这个词没有简单的含义，不应被当作有简单含义来使用。有时，科学进步让我们比以前更加困惑。
Speaking of thinking about life,
谈论思考生活。
She thought that buying a fancy car would make her happier, but it turned out to be an error of effective forecasting.
她认为买一辆豪华汽车会让她更快乐，但事实证明这是一个情感预测错误。
His car broke down on the way to work this morning, and he's in a foul mood. This is not a good day to ask him about his job satisfaction.
他今天早上上班的路上，汽车抛锚了， 他心情很糟糕。这不是问他工作满意度的好日子。
She looks quite cheerful most of the time, but when she is asked, she says she is very unhappy. The question must make her think of her recent divorce.
她大部分时间看起来都很开朗，但当被问及时，她说她很不开心。这个问题一定让她想起了她最近的离婚。
Buying a larger house may not make us happier in the long term. We could be suffering from a focusing illusion.
从长远来看，买一套更大的房子可能不会让我们更快乐。我们可能正在遭受聚焦错觉的困扰。
He has chosen to split his time between two cities. Probably a serious case of miswanting.
他选择在2个城市之间分配时间，可能是一个严重的错误想要的情况。
Conclusions.
结论
I began this book by introducing two fictitious characters, spent some time discussing two species, and ended with two selves. The two characters were the intuitive System 1, which does the fast thinking, and the effortful and slower System 2, which does the slow thinking, monitors System 1, and maintains control as best it can within its limited resources. The two species were the fictitious econs, who live in the land of theory, and the humans, who act in the real world. The two selves are the experiencing self, which does the living, and the remembering self, which keeps score and makes the choices. In this final chapter, one considers some applications of the three distinctions, taking them in reverse order.
我通过介绍2个虚构的人物开始这本书，花了一些时间讨论2个物种，并以2个自我结束。这2个角色是直觉的系统1，它进行快速思考，以及费力且较慢的系统2，它进行慢速思考，监控系统1，并在其有限的资源内尽最大努力保持控制。这2个物种是虚构的经纪人，他们生活在理论世界中以及在现实世界中行动的人类。这2个自我分别是体验自我，它进行生活，以及记忆自我，它记录分数并做出选择。在本章的最后，我将考虑3个区别的一些应用，并按相反的顺序进行。
Two selves.
2个自我。
The possibility of conflicts between the remembering self and the interests of the experiencing self turned out to be a harder problem than I initially thought. In an early experiment, the cold hand study, the combination of duration neglect and the Pekin rule led to choices that were manifestly absurd. Why would people willingly expose themselves to unnecessary pain? Our subjects left the choice to their remembering self, preferring to repeat the trial that left the better memory, although it involved more pain. Choosing by the quality of the memory may be justified in extreme cases, for example when post-traumatic stress is a possibility, but the cold hand experience was not traumatic. An objective observer making the choice for someone else would undoubtedly choose the short exposure, favoring the sufferer's experiencing self. The choices that people made on their own behalf are fairly described as mistakes. Duration neglect and the Pekin rule in the evaluation of stories, both at the opera and in judgments of Jin's life, are equally indefensible. It does not make sense to evaluate an entire life by its last moments, or to give no weight to duration in deciding which life is more desirable.
事实证明，记忆自我与体验自我的利益之间的冲突的可能性比我最初想象的要难解决。在一个早期的实验中，冷手研究、持续时间忽视和风中定律的结合导致了明显荒谬的选择。为什么人们会心甘情愿地让自己遭受不必要的痛苦？我们的受试者将选择权留给了他们的记忆自我，他们更愿意重复留下更好记忆的试验，尽管它涉及更多的痛苦。在极端情况下，例如当创伤后应激障碍是一种可能性时，根据记忆的质量进行选择可能是合理的，但冷手体验并没有创伤性。一个为他人做出选择的客观观察者无疑会选择短暂的暴露，有利于受苦者的体验自我。人们为自己做出的选择相当准确地被描述为错误。在故事的评估中，无论是歌剧还是对珍妮生活的判断，持续时间忽视和风中定律都是同样站不住脚的。根据最后时刻来评估整个生命，或者在决定哪种生活更可取时不考虑持续时间，这是没有意义的。
The remembering self is a construction of System 2. However, the distinctive features of the way it evaluates episodes and lives are characteristics of our memory. Duration neglect and the Pekin rule originate in System 1 and do not necessarily correspond to the values of System 2. We believe that duration is important, but our memory tells us it is not. The rules that govern the evaluation of the past are poor guides for decision making, because time does matter. The central fact of our existence is that time is the ultimate finite resource, but the remembering self ignores that reality. The neglect of duration combined with the peak-end rule causes a bias that favors a short period of intense joy over a long period of moderate happiness. The mirror image of the same bias makes us fear a short period of intense but tolerable suffering more than we fear a much longer period of moderate pain. Duration neglect also makes us prone to accept a long period of mild unpleasantness because the end will be better, and it favors giving up an opportunity for a long happy period if it is likely to have a poor ending. To drive the same idea to the point of discomfort, consider the common admonition, don't do it, you will regret it. The advice sounds wise because anticipated regret is the verdict of the remembering self, and we are inclined to accept such judgments as final and conclusive. We should not forget, however, that the perspective of the remembering self is not always correct. An objective observer of the hedon emitter profile, with the interests of the experiencing self in mind, might well offer different advice. The remembering self's neglect of duration, its exaggerated emphasis on peaks and ends, and its susceptibility to hindsight combine to yield distorted reflections of our actual experience.
记忆中的自我是由系统2构建的，然而，它评估事件和生活的方式的独特特征是我们记忆的特征。持续时间忽视和风中定律源于系统1，并不一定对应于系统2的值。我们认为持续时间很重要，但我们的记忆告诉我们并非如此。支配过去评估的规则是决策的糟糕指南，因为时间确实很重要。我们存在的核心事实是，时间是最终的有限资源，但记忆中的自我却忽略了这一现实。持续时间忽视与风中定律相结合，导致了一种偏见，这种偏见更倾向于短暂的强烈快乐，而不是长期的适度幸福。这种偏见的镜像使我们更害怕短暂的强烈但可以忍受的痛苦，而不是更害怕更长时间的适度痛苦。持续时间忽视还使我们容易接受长时间的轻微不适，因为结局会更好，并且它有利于放弃一段可能会有糟糕结局的长时间快乐时光。为了将同样的想法推向令人不适的程度，请考虑常见的告诫：不要做，你会后悔的。这个建议听起来很明智，因为预期的后悔是记忆中的自我的判决，我们倾向于接受这样的判断是最终的和决定性的。然而，我们不应忘记，记忆中的自我的观点并不总是正确的。一个以体验自我的利益为出发点的享乐计量器概况的客观观察者，很可能会提出不同的建议。记忆中的自我对持续时间的忽视，对峰值和终点的夸大强调，以及对后见的敏感性相结合，产生了我们实际经历的扭曲反应。
In contrast, the duration-weighted conception of well-being treats all moments of life alike, memorable or not. Some moments end up weighted more than others, either because they are memorable or because they are important. The time that people spend dwelling on a memorable moment should be included in its duration, adding to its weight. A moment can also gain importance by altering the experience of subsequent moments. For example, an hour spent practicing the violin may enhance the experience of many hours of playing or listening to music years later. Similarly, a brief awful event that causes PTSD should be weighted by the total duration of the long-term misery it causes. In the duration-weighted perspective, we can determine only after the fact that a moment is memorable or meaningful. The statements, "I will always remember," or "this is a meaningful moment," should be taken as promises or predictions, which can be false and often are, even when uttered with complete sincerity. It is a good bet that many of the things we say we will always remember will be long forgotten 10 years later.
相比之下，以持续时间为权重的幸福感概念，将生活的每一个时刻都视为平等的，无论是否令人难忘。有些时刻最终比其他时刻更重要，要么是因为它们令人难忘，要么是因为它们很重要。人们花在难忘时刻上的时间应包括在其持续时间内，从而增加其权重。一个时刻也可以通过改变后续时刻的体验而变得重要。例如，花1个小时练习小提琴可能会增强多年后演奏或听音乐的许多小时的体验。同样，导致创伤后应激障碍的短暂可怕事件应该根据其造成的长期痛苦的总持续时间来加权。在以持续时间为权重的视角中，我们只能在事实发生后才能确定一个时刻是令人难忘的还是有意义的。 诸如“我将永远记得”或“这是一个有意义的时刻”之类的陈述，应被视为承诺或预测。即使是完全真诚地说出来的，这些承诺或预测也可能是错误的，而且通常是错误的。可以肯定的是，我们所说的许多我们永远会记得的事情，在10年后就会被遗忘。
The logic of duration weighting is compelling, but it cannot be considered a complete theory of well-being because individuals identify with their remembering self and care about their story. A theory of well-being that ignores what people want cannot be sustained. On the other hand, a theory that ignores what actually happens in people's lives and focuses exclusively on what they think about their life is not tenable either. The remembering self and the experiencing self must both be considered because their interests do not always coincide. Philosophers could struggle with these questions for a long time.
持续时间加权的逻辑是令人信服的，但它不能被认为是幸福感的完整理论，因为个体认同于他们记忆中的自我，并关心他们的故事。一个忽视人们想要什么的幸福感理论是无法维持的。另一方面，一个忽视人们生活中实际发生的事情，并只关注他们对生活想法的理论，也是站不住脚的。记忆中的自我和体验中的自我都必须被考虑，因为他们的利益并不总是重合。哲学家们可能会长期为这些问题而争论。
The issue of which of the two selves matters more is not a question only for philosophers. It has implications for policies in several domains, notably medicine and welfare. Consider the investment that should be made in the treatment of various medical conditions, including blindness, deafness, or kidney failure. Should the investments be determined by how much people fear these conditions? Should investments be guided by the suffering that patients actually experience? Or should they follow the intensity of the patient's desire to be relieved from their condition and by the sacrifices that they would be willing to make to achieve that relief? The ranking of blindness and deafness, or of colostomy and dialysis, might well be different depending on which measure of the severity of suffering is used. No easy solution is in sight, but the issue is too important to be ignored.
这两个自我中哪一个更重要的问题，不仅仅是哲学家们的问题，它对多个领域的政策都有影响，尤其是医学和福利。考虑一下对各种医疗状况的治疗应进行的投资，包括失明、失聪或肾衰竭。投资是否应由人们对这些状况的恐惧程度来决定？投资是否应以患者实际经历的痛苦为指导？还是应该遵循患者摆脱其状况的愿望的强烈程度，以及他们愿意为实现这种解脱而做出的牺牲？失明和失聪或结肠造口术和透析的排名可能会有所不同，具体取决于所使用的痛苦严重程度的衡量标准。目前还没有简单的解决方案，但这个问题太重要了，不容忽视。
The possibility of using measures of well-being as indicators to guide government policies has attracted considerable recent interest, both among academics and in several governments in Europe. It is now conceivable, as it was not even a few years ago, that an index of the amount of suffering in society will someday be included in national statistics, along with measures of unemployment, physical disability, and income. This project has come a long way.
使用幸福感衡量标准作为指导政府政策的指标的可能性引起了最近的广泛关注，无论是在学术界还是在欧洲的几个政府中。现在可以想象，在几年前甚至是不可能的，有一天社会痛苦程度的指数将被纳入国家统计数据中，以及失业率、身体残疾和收入的衡量标准。这个项目已经取得了很大的进展。
Econs and humans.
经纪人和人类。
In everyday speech, we call people reasonable if it is possible to reason with them, if their beliefs are generally in tune with reality, and if their preferences are in line with their interests and their values. The word rational conveys an image of greater deliberation, more calculation, and less warmth, but in common language a rational person is certainly reasonable. For economists and decision theorists, the adjective has an altogether different meaning. The only test of rationality is not whether a person's beliefs and preferences are reasonable, but whether they are internally consistent. A rational person can believe in ghosts so long as all her other beliefs are consistent with the existence of ghosts. A rational person can prefer being hated over being loved, so long as his preferences are consistent. Rationality is logical coherence, reasonable or not. Econs are rational by this definition, but there is overwhelming evidence that humans cannot be. An econ would not be susceptible to priming, WICTI, narrow framing, the inside view, or preference reversals, which humans cannot consistently avoid.
在日常用语中，如果能够与人讲道理，如果他们的信念通常与现实相符，如果他们的偏好与他们的利益和价值观一致，我们就称他们为理性。理性一词传达出更多审议、更多计算和更少热情的形象，但在普通语言中，理性的人当然也是合理的。对于经济学家和决策理论家来说，这个形容词有完全不同的含义。理性的唯一检验标准不是一个人的信念和偏好是否合理，而是他们是否在内部一致。只要他所有其他信念都与鬼魂的存在一致，一个理性的人就可以相信鬼魂。只要他的偏好一致，一个理性的人就可以更喜欢被憎恨而不是被爱。理性就是逻辑连贯，无论是否合理。根据这个定义，经纪人是理性的，但有大量证据表明人类不可能是理性的。经纪人不会受到启动效应、所见即所得、狭隘框架、内部观点或偏好逆转的影响，而人类无法始终避免这些影响。
The definition of rationality as coherence is impossibly restrictive. It demands adherence to rules of logic that a finite mind is not able to implement. Reasonable people cannot be rational by that definition, but they should not be branded as irrational for that reason. Irrational is a strong word, which connotes impulsivity, emotionality, and a stubborn resistance to reasonable argument. I often cringe when my work with Amos is credited with demonstrating that human choices are irrational, when in fact our research only showed that humans are not well described by the rational agent model.
将理性定义为连贯性具有不可能的限制性，它要求遵守有限的心智无法实施的逻辑规则。根据该定义，理性的人不可能是理性的，但他们不应因此而被贴上非理性的标签。非理性是一个强烈的词，它暗示冲动、情绪化和顽固的抵制合理的论证。当我的与阿莫斯合作的研究被认为证明了人类的选择是非理性的时，我经常感到畏缩。而事实上，我们的研究只表明人类无法很好地用理性代理人模型来描述。
Although humans are not irrational, they often need help to make more accurate judgments and better decisions, and in some cases policies and institutions can provide that help. These claims may seem innocuous, but they are in fact quite controversial. As interpreted by the important Chicago School of Economics, faith in human rationality is closely linked to an ideology in which it is unnecessary and even immoral to protect people against their choices. Rational people should be free, and they should be responsible for taking care of themselves. Milton Friedman, the leading figure in that school, expressed this view in the title of one of his popular books, Free to Choose.
尽管人类并非不理性，但他们通常需要帮助才能做出更准确的判断和更好的决策。在某些情况下，政策和制度可以提供这种帮助。这些说法可能看起来无害，但实际上颇具争议性。正如芝加哥经济学派的重要学派所解释的那样，对人类理性的信仰与一种意识形态密切相关。在这种意识形态中，保护人们免受其选择的影响是不必要甚至是不道德的。理性的人应该自由，他们应该对自己负责。该学派的领军人物米尔顿·弗里德曼在他的畅销书之一《自由选择》的标题中表达了这一观点。
The assumption that agents are rational provides the intellectual foundation for the libertarian approach to public policy. Do not interfere with the individual's right to choose, unless the choices harm others. Libertarian policies are further bolstered by admiration for the efficiency of markets in allocating goods to the people who are willing to pay the most for them. A famous example of the Chicago approach is titled A Theory of Rational Addiction. It explains how a rational agent with a strong preference for intense and immediate gratification may make the rational decision to accept future addiction as a consequence. I once heard Gary Becker, one of the authors of that article, who was also a Nobel laureate of the Chicago School, argue in a lighter vein, but not entirely as a joke, that we should consider the possibility of explaining the so-called obesity epidemic by people's belief that a cure for diabetes will soon become available. He was making a valuable point. When we observe people acting in ways that seem odd, we should first examine the possibility that they have a good reason to do what they do. Psychological interpretations should only be invoked when the reasons become implausible, which Becker's explanation of obesity probably is.
代理人是理性的这一假设为公共政策的自由主义方法提供了治理基础，不要干涉个人的选择权，除非这些选择会伤害他人。自由主义政策进一步得到了人们对市场在将商品分配给愿意为此支付最高价格的人们方面的效率的钦佩。芝加哥方法的一个著名例子名为理性成瘾理论，它解释了具有强烈偏好强烈而直接满足的理性代理人如何可能做出接受未来成瘾作为后果的理性决定。我曾经听过那篇文章的作者之一，也是芝加哥学派诺贝尔奖获得者加里·贝克尔以轻松的语气争论，但并非完全是开玩笑。我们应该考虑通过人们相信糖尿病的治疗方法即将问世来解释所谓的肥胖流行病的可能性。他提出了一个有价值的观点：当我们观察到人们以看起来奇怪的方式行事时，我们首先应该检查他们这样做是否有充分的理由。只有当这些理由变得不合理时，才应该援引心理解释。贝克尔对肥胖的解释可能就是如此。
In a nation of econs, government should keep out of the way, allowing the econs to act as they choose, so long as they do not harm others. If a motorcycle rider chooses to ride without a helmet, a libertarian will support his right to do so. Citizens know what they are doing, even when they choose not to save for their old age, or when they expose themselves to addictive substances. There is sometimes a hard edge to this position. Elderly people who did not save enough for retirement get little more sympathy than someone who complains about the bill after consuming a large meal at a restaurant. Much is therefore at stake in the debate between the Chicago School and the behavioral economists, who reject the extreme form of the rational agent model. Freedom is not a contested value. All the participants in the debate are in favor of it. But life is more complex for behavioral economists than for true believers in human rationality. No behavioral economist favors a state that will force its citizens to eat a balanced diet and to watch only television programs that are good for the soul. For behavioral economists, however, freedom has a cost, which is borne by individuals who make bad choices and by a society that feels obligated to help them. The decision of whether or not to protect individuals against their mistakes therefore presents a dilemma for behavioral economists. The economists of the Chicago School do not face that problem, because rational agents do not make mistakes. For adherents of this school, freedom is free of charge.
在一个经纪人国家，政府应该保持不干预，允许经纪人按照自己的选择行事，只要他们不伤害他人。如果一名摩托车手选择不戴头盔骑车，自由主义者会支持他这样做的权利。公民知道自己在做什么，即使他们选择不为自己的晚年储蓄，或者当他们让自己接触成瘾物质时。这种立场有时会很强硬，没有为退休储蓄足够的钱的老年人得到的同情不会比在餐馆吃了一顿大餐后抱怨账单的人多。因此，芝加哥学派和行为经济学家之间的争论中有很多利害关系，后者拒绝理性代理模型的极端形式。自由不是一个有争议的价值观，争论中的所有参与者都赞成它。但对于真正相信人类理性的行为经济学家来说，生活更加复杂。没有行为经济学家赞成一个会强迫其公民吃均衡饮食并只观看对灵魂有益的电视节目的国家。然而，对于行为经济学家来说，自由是有代价的，这种代价由做出错误选择的人和有义务帮助他们的社会承担。因此，是否保护个人免受其错误影响的决定，给行为经济学家带来了两难境地。芝加哥学派的经济学家不会面临这个问题，因为理性代理人不会犯错。对于这个学派的信奉者来说，自由是免费的。
In 2008, the economist Richard Thaler and the jurist Cass Sunstein teamed up to write a book, Nudge, which quickly became an international bestseller and the Bible of behavioral economics. Their book introduced several new words into the language, including econs and humans. It also presented a set of solutions to the dilemma of how to help people make good decisions without curtailing their freedom. Thaler and Sunstein advocate a position of libertarian paternalism, in which the state and other institutions are allowed to nudge people to make decisions that serve their own long-term interests. The designation of joining a pension plan as the default option is an example of a nudge. It is difficult to argue that anyone's freedom is diminished by being automatically enrolled in the plan, when they merely have to check a box to opt out. As we saw earlier, the framing of the individual's decision, Thaler and Sunstein call it choice architecture, has a huge effect on the outcome. The nudge is based on sound psychology, which I described earlier. The default option is naturally perceived as the normal choice. Deviating from the normal choice is an act of commission, which requires more effortful deliberation, takes on more responsibility, and is more likely to evoke regret than doing nothing. These are powerful forces that may guide the decision of someone who is otherwise unsure of what to do.
2008年，经济学家理查德·泰勒和法学家卡斯·桑斯坦联手写了一本书，助推该书迅速成为国际畅销书和行为经济学的圣经。他们的书将几个新词引入语言，包括经纪人和人类。他还提出了一套解决两难困境的解决方案，即如何在不限制人们自由的情况下帮助他们做出好决定。泰勒和桑斯坦提倡自由主义家长制立场，在这种立场中，国家和其他机构被允许推动人们做出符合自身长期利益的决定。将加入养老金计划指定为默认选项就是一个助推的例子。很难争辩说任何人的自由因自动加入该计划而减少，因为他们只需勾选一个框即可选择退出。正如我们之前看到的个体决策的框架，泰勒和桑斯坦称之为选择架构，对结果有巨大影响。助推基于我之前描述过的健全心理学，默认选项自然而然地被视为正常选择。偏离正常选择是一种委托行为，需要更费力的审议，承担更多责任，并且比什么都不做更容易引起后悔。这些都是强大的力量，可能会引导一个本来不确定该做什么的人的决定。
Humans, more than econs, also need protection from others who deliberately exploit their weaknesses, and especially the quirks of System 1 and the laziness of System 2. Rational agents are assumed to make important decisions carefully, and to use all the information that is provided to them. An econ will read and understand the fine print of a contract before signing it, but humans usually do not. An unscrupulous firm that designs contracts that customers will routinely sign without reading has considerable legal leeway in hiding important information in plain sight. A pernicious implication of the rational agent model in its extreme form is that customers are assumed to need no protection beyond ensuring that the relevant information is disclosed. The size of the print and the complexity of the language in the disclosure are not considered relevant. An econ knows how to deal with small print when it matters. In contrast, the recommendations of Nudge require firms to offer contracts that are sufficiently simple to be read and understood by human customers. It is a good sign that some of these recommendations have encountered significant opposition from firms whose profits might suffer if their customers were better informed. A world in which firms compete by offering better products is preferable to one in which the winner is the firm that is best at obfuscation.
人类比经纪人更多，还需要保护自己免受故意利用其弱点的人的侵害，尤其是系统1的怪癖和系统2的懒惰。理性代理人被认为会仔细做出重要决定，并利用提供给他们的所有信息。一个经纪人在签署合同之前会阅读并理解合同的细则，但人类通常不会。一家设计出客户通常会在不阅读的情况下签署的合同的无良公司，在显眼处隐藏重要信息方面拥有相当大的法律回旋余地。理性代理模型的极端形式的一个有害含义是，除了确保披露相关信息之外，客户无需任何保护。印刷品的尺寸和披露中语言的复杂性不被认为是相关的。一个经纪人知道如何在重要时处理小字。相比之下，助推的建议要求公司提供足够简单、人类客户能够阅读和理解的合同。一个好迹象是，其中一些建议遭到了公司的强烈反对。如果客户了解的更多，这些公司的利润可能会受到影响。一个公司通过提供更好的产品来竞争的世界，比获胜者是善于混淆视听的公司更可取。
A remarkable feature of libertarian paternalism is its appeal across a broad political spectrum. The flagship example of behavioral policy, called Save More Tomorrow, was sponsored in Congress by an unusual coalition that included extreme conservatives as well as liberals. Save More Tomorrow is a financial plan that firms can offer their employees. Those who sign on allow the employer to increase their contribution to their saving plan by a fixed proportion whenever they receive a raise. The increased saving rate is implemented automatically until the employee gives notice that she wants to opt out of it. This brilliant innovation, proposed by Richard Thaler and Shlomo Benartzi in 2003, has now improved the savings rate and brightened the future prospects of millions of workers. It is soundly based in the psychological principles that readers of this book will recognize. It avoids the resistance to an immediate loss by requiring no immediate change. By tying increased saving to pay raises, it turns losses into foregone gains, which are much easier to bear. And the feature of automaticity aligns the laziness of System 2 with the long-term interests of the workers. All this, of course, without compelling anyone to do anything he does not wish to do, and without any misdirection or artifice.
自由主义家长制的一个显着特点是它对整个政治光谱的吸引力。行为政策的旗舰势力称为明天储蓄更多，由国会通过，由包括极端保守派和自由派在内的不同寻常的联盟发起。明天储蓄更多是一项金融计划，公司可以将其提供给员工。签约的人允许雇主在他们每次加薪时按固定比例增加他们对储蓄计划的供款。增加的储蓄率会自动实施，直到员工发出他想选择退出的通知。理查德·泰勒和史洛莫·贝纳奇在2003年提出的这一出色创新，如今已提高了储蓄率，并为数百万工人的未来前景带来了光明。它牢固地建立在本书读者会认可的心理学原理之上。他通过不要求立即改变来避免对立即损失的抵制，通过将增加储蓄与加薪挂钩，他将损失转化为更容易承受的放弃收益。自动化的特点使系统2的懒惰与工人的长期利益保持一致。当然，所有这一切都是在不强迫任何人做他不想做的事情，以及没有任何误导或诡计的情况下进行的。
The appeal of libertarian paternalism has been recognized in many countries, including the UK and South Korea, and by politicians of many stripes, including Tories in the Democratic administration of President Obama. Indeed, Britain's government has created a new small unit whose mission is to apply the principles of behavioral science to help the government better accomplish its goals. The official name for this group is the Behavioral Insight Team, but it is known both in and out of government simply as the Nudge Unit. Thaler is an advisor to this team.
自由主义家长制的吸引力已在包括英国和韩国在内的许多国家，以及包括托利党和奥巴马总统的民主党政府在内的许多政客中得到认可。事实上，英国政府已经创建了一个新的小型部门，其使命是应用行为科学的原则来帮助政府更好地实现其目标。该小组的官方名称是行为洞察小组，但无论是在政府内部还是外部，它都被称为助推小组。泰勒是该团队的顾问。
In a storybook sequel to the writing of Nudge, Sunstein was invited by President Obama to serve as administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, a position that gave him considerable opportunity to encourage the application of the lessons of psychology and behavioral economics in government agencies. The mission is described in the 2010 report of the Office of Management and Budget. Readers of this book will appreciate the logic behind specific recommendations, including encouraging clear, simple, salient, and meaningful disclosures. They will also recognize background statements such as presentation greatly matters. If, for example, a potential outcome is framed as a loss, it may have more impact than if it is presented as a gain.
在助推一书的童话故事续集中，桑斯坦受奥巴马总统邀请担任信息和监管事务办公室的管理者，这一职位给了他大量机会，鼓励在政府机构中应用心理学和行为经济学的经验教训。该任务在2010年管理和预算办公室报告中进行了描述。本书的读者会欣赏具体建议背后的逻辑，包括鼓励清晰、简单、突出和有意义的披露。他们还会认识到背景陈述，例如呈现方式非常重要。例如，如果将潜在结果视为损失，它可能比将其视为收益时产生更大的影响。
The example of a regulation about the framing of disclosures concerning fuel consumption was mentioned earlier. Additional applications that have been implemented include automatic enrollment in health insurance, a new version of the dietary guidelines that replaces the incomprehensible food pyramid with the powerful image of a food plate loaded with a balanced diet, and a rule formulated by the USDA that permits the inclusion of messages such as 90% fat-free on the label of meat products, provided that the statement 10% fat is also displayed contiguous to, in lettering of the same color, size, and type as, and on the same color background as, the statement of lean percentage. Humans, unlike econs, need help to make good decisions, and there are informed and unintrusive ways to provide that help.
前面提到了关于燃油消耗披露框架的监管势力。 已经实施的其他应用包括自动加入健康保险、用强大的装有均衡饮食的食物盘子图像取代难以理解的食物金字塔的新版膳食指南，以及由美国农业部制定的允许在肉类产品标签上包含90%无脂肪等信息的规则，前提是声明10%脂肪也显示与瘦肉百分比声明相邻，颜色、大小和类型相同，背景颜色相同。与经纪人不同，人类需要帮助来做出好决定，并且有知情且不引人注目的方式来提供这种帮助。
Two systems.
两个系统。
This book has described the workings of the mind as an uneasy interaction between two fictitious characters, the automatic System 1 and the effortful System 2. You are now quite familiar with the personalities of the two systems and able to anticipate how they might respond in different situations. And of course, you also remember that the two systems do not really exist in the brain or anywhere else. System 1 does X is a shortcut for X occurs automatically. And System 2 is mobilized to do Y is a shortcut for arousal increases, pupils dilate, attention is focused, and activity Y is performed. I hope you find the language of systems as helpful as I do, and that you have acquired an intuitive sense of how they work without getting confused by the question of whether they exist. Having delivered this necessary warning, I will continue to use the language to the end.
本书将思维的运作描述为两个虚构角色之间不安的互动，自动的系统1和费力的系统2。你现在非常熟悉这两个系统的个性，并能够预见到它们在不同情况下的反应。当然，你还记得这两个系统实际上并不存在于大脑或任何其他地方。系统1做 X 是 X 自动发生的捷径，而系统2被调动去做 Y 是唤醒增加、瞳孔放大、注意力集中和活动 Y 执行的捷径。我希望你发现系统语言和我一样有用，并且你已经获得了对他们如何工作的直观理解，而不会因为他们是否存在的问题而感到困惑。在发出这个必要的警告后，我将继续使用这种语言直到最后。
The attentive System 2 is who we think we are. System 2 articulates judgments and makes choices, but it often endorses or rationalizes ideas and feelings that were generated by System 1. You may not know that you are optimistic about a project because something about its leader reminds you of your beloved sister, or that you dislike a person who looks vaguely like your dentist. If asked for an explanation, however, you will search your memory for presentable reasons and will certainly find some. Moreover, you will believe the story you make up. But System 2 is not merely an apologist for System 1. It also prevents many foolish thoughts and inappropriate impulses from overt expression. The investment of attention improves performance in numerous activities. Think of the risks of driving through a narrow space while your mind is wandering and is essential to some tasks, including comparison, choice, and ordered reasoning. However, System 2 is not a paragon of rationality. Its abilities are limited, and so is the knowledge to which it has access. We do not always think straight when we reason, and the errors are not always due to intrusive and incorrect intuitions. Often we make mistakes because we, our System 2, do not know any better.
专注的系统2就是我们认为的我们自己。系统2阐明判断并做出选择，但它经常认可或合理化由系统1产生的想法和感受。你可能不知道你对一个项目持乐观态度，因为他的领导者身上的一些东西让你想起了你心爱的妹妹，或者你讨厌一个看起来有点像你牙医的人。然而，如果被要求解释，你会在记忆中搜索可以出示的理由，并且肯定会找到一些。此外，你将相信你编造的故事。但系统2不仅仅是系统1的辩护者，它还阻止了许多愚蠢的想法和不恰当的冲动公开表达。注意力的投入提高了众多活动的表现。想想在你的思绪游荡时穿过狭窄空间的风险，并且对于某些任务，包括比较、选择和有序推理是必不可少的。然而，系统2并不是理性的典范，它的能力是有限的，它可以访问的知识也是有限的。我们在推理时并不总是直截了当，错误并不总是由于侵入性和不正确的直觉。我们经常犯错，因为我们的系统2不知道更好。
I have spent more time describing System 1 and have devoted many pages to errors of intuitive judgment and choice that I attribute to it. However, the relative number of pages is a poor indicator of the balance between the marvels and the flaws of intuitive thinking. System 1 is indeed the origin of much that we do wrong, but it is also the origin of most of what we do right, which is most of what we do. Our thoughts and actions are routinely guided by System 1 and generally are on the mark. One of the marvels is the rich and detailed model of our world that is maintained in associative memory. It distinguishes surprising from normal events in a fraction of a second, immediately generates an idea of what was expected instead of a surprise, and automatically searches for some causal interpretation of surprises and of events as they take place.
我花了更多时间来描述系统一，并且在直觉判断和选择错误上花费了很多篇幅，这些错误我归因于系统一。然而，相对的页数并不能很好地反映直觉思维的优点和缺点之间的平衡。系统一确实是我们做错的很多事情的根源，但它也是我们做对的大部分事情的根源，也就是我们所做的大部分事情。我们的思想和行为通常由系统一引导，并且通常是正确的。其中一个优点是，我们的大脑中保存着丰富而详细的事件模型，该模型以联想记忆的形式存在，它能在不到1秒的时间内区分出令人惊讶的事件和正常事件，立即产生一个关于预期事件而不是惊喜事件的想法，并自动搜索对惊喜事件和正在发生的事件的一些因果解释。
Memory also holds the vast repertory of skills we have acquired in a lifetime of practice, which automatically produce adequate solutions to challenges as they arise. From walking around a large stone on the path to averting the incipient outburst of a customer. The acquisition of skills requires a regular environment, an adequate opportunity to practice, and rapid and unequivocal feedback about the correctness of thoughts and actions. When these conditions are fulfilled, skill eventually develops, and the intuitive judgments and choices that quickly come to mind will mostly be accurate. All this is the work of System 1, which means it occurs automatically and fast. A marker of skilled performance is the ability to deal with vast amounts of information swiftly and efficiently.
记忆还保存着我们在一生练习中获得的庞大技能库，这些技能库会在出现挑战时自动产生适当的解决方案，从绕过道路上的大石头到避免顾客突然爆发。技能的习得需要一个规律的环境、足够的机会来练习，以及对思想和行为的正确性进行快速而明确的反馈。当满足这些条件时，技能最终会发展起来，并且快速想到的直觉判断和选择大多是准确的。所有这些都是系统一的工作，这意味着它会自动且快速地发生。熟练表现的一个标志是能够快速、有效地处理大量信息。
When a challenge is encountered to which a skilled response is available, that response is evoked. What happens in the absence of skill? Sometimes, as in the problem 17 times 24 is equal to, which calls for a specific answer, it is immediately apparent that System 2 must be called in. But it is rare for System 1 to be dumbfounded. System 1 is not constrained by capacity limits and is profligate in its computations. When engaged in searching for an answer to one question, it simultaneously generates the answers to related questions, and it may substitute a response that more easily comes to mind for the one that was requested. In this conception of heuristics, the heuristic answer is not necessarily simpler or more frugal than the original question. It is only more accessible, computed more quickly and easily. The heuristic answers are not random, and they are often approximately correct. And sometimes they are quite wrong.
当遇到可以熟练应对的挑战时，就会引发这种反应。如果没有技能，会发生什么？有时，就像在问题17乘以24等于中，需要一个特定的答案，很明显必须调用系统2。但系统1很少会感到不知所措。系统1不受容量限制，并且在计算中很浪费。在寻找一个问题的答案时，它会同时生成相关问题的答案。并且它可能会用更容易想到的答案来代替所要求的答案。在这个启发式概念中，启发式答案不一定比原始问题更简单或更节省，它只是更容易访问，计算起来更快更容易。启发式答案不是随机的，而且它们通常是近似正确的，有时它们是完全错误的。
System 1 registers the cognitive ease with which it processes information, but it does not generate a warning signal when it becomes unreliable. Intuitive answers come to mind quickly and confidently, whether they originate from skills or from heuristics. There is no simple way for System 2 to distinguish between a skilled and a heuristic response. Its only recourse is to slow down and attempt to construct an answer on its own, which it is reluctant to do because it is indolent. Many suggestions of System 1 are casually endorsed with minimal checking, as in the bad handball problem. This is how System 1 acquires its bad reputation as the source of errors and biases. Its operative features, which include WI-SITI, intensity matching, and associative coherence, among others, give rise to predictable biases and to cognitive illusions such as anchoring, non-regressive predictions, overconfidence, and numerous others.
系统一记录了它处理信息时的认知轻松程度，但当它变得不可靠时，它不会发出警告信号。直觉答案会快速而自信地浮现在脑海中，无论它们源自技能还是启发式。系统2没有简单的方法来区分熟练的反应和启发式的反应，它唯一能做的就是放慢速度并尝试自己构建一个答案，而它不愿意这样做，因为它很懒惰。系统1的许多建议都经过最少的检查而随意认可，就像在棒球问题中一样。这就是系统1如何获得其作为错误和偏差来源的声誉。它的操作特征包括 VCAT、强度匹配和联想一致性等，会导致可预测的偏差和认知错觉，例如锚定、非回归预测、过度自信和许多其他错觉。
What can be done about biases? How can we improve judgments and decisions, both our own and those of the institutions that we serve and that serve us? The short answer is that little can be achieved without a considerable investment of effort. As I know from experience, System 1 is not readily educable. Except for some effects that I attribute mostly to age, my intuitive thinking is just as prone to overconfidence, extreme predictions, and the planning fallacy as it was before I made a study of these issues. I have improved only in my ability to recognize situations in which errors are likely. This number will be an anchor. The decision could change if the problem is reframed, and I have made much more progress in recognizing the errors of others than my own.
如何处理偏差？我们如何改进判断和决策？无论是我们自己的，还是我们服务和为我们服务的机构的？简短的回答是：如果不付出相当大的努力，就很难取得什么成就。正如我从经验中了解到的，系统1不容易接受教育。除了我主要归因于年龄的一些影响之外，我的直觉思维与在我研究这些问题之前一样，容易出现过度自信、极端预测和计划谬误。我只提高了识别可能出现错误的情况的能力。这个数字将是一个锚点，如果重新构建问题，决策可能会改变，而且我在识别他人的错误方面取得了比识别自己错误更大的进步。
The way to block errors that originate in System 1 is simple in principle. Recognize the signs that you are in a cognitive minefield, slow down, and ask for reinforcement from System 2. This is how you will proceed when you next encounter the Muller-Lyoux illusion. When you see lines with fins pointing in different directions, you will recognize the situation as one in which you should not trust your impressions of length. Unfortunately, this sensible procedure is least likely to be applied when it is needed most. We would all like to have a warning bell that rings loudly whenever we are about to make a serious error, but no such bell is available, and cognitive illusions are generally more difficult to recognize than perceptual illusions. The voice of reason may be much fainter than the loud and clear voice of an erroneous intuition, and questioning your intuitions is unpleasant when you face the stress of a big decision. More doubt is the last thing you want when you are in trouble. The upshot is that it is much easier to identify a minefield when you observe others wandering into it than when you are about to do so. Observers are less cognitively busy and more open to information than actors. That was my reason for writing a book that is oriented to critics and gossipers rather than to decision makers.
原则上，阻止源自系统1的错误的方法很简单。识别你身处认知雷区中的迹象，放慢速度，并要求系统2提供支持。当你下次遇到穆勒莱耶错觉时，你将以此方式进行。当你看到与其指向不同方向的线条时，你会意识到，在这种情况下，你不应该相信你的长度印象。不幸的是，这种明智的程序最不可能在最需要的时候应用。我们都希望有一个警铃，每当我们即将犯下严重错误时，就会大声响起。但没有这样的警铃，而且认知错觉通常比知觉错觉更难识别。理性的声音可能远比错误直觉响亮而清晰的声音微弱，而且当你面临重大决策的压力时，质疑你的直觉是不愉快的。当你遇到麻烦时，更多怀疑是你最不想要的东西。结果是，当你观察到其他人走进雷区时，比你即将这样做时更容易识别雷区。观察者在认知上不那么忙碌， 并且比行动者更愿意接受信息。这就是我写一本面向批评者和八卦者而不是决策者的书的原因。
Organizations are better than individuals when it comes to avoiding errors, because they naturally think more slowly and have the power to impose orderly procedures. Organizations can institute and enforce the application of useful checklists, as well as more elaborate exercises, such as reference class forecasting and the premodem. At least in part by providing a distinctive vocabulary, organizations can also encourage a culture in which people watch out for one another as they approach minefields. Whatever else it produces, an organization is a factory that manufactures judgments and decisions. Every factory must have ways to ensure the quality of its products in the initial design, in fabrication, and in final inspections. The corresponding stages in the production of decisions are the framing of the problem that is to be solved, the collection of relevant information leading to a decision, and reflection and review. An organization that seeks to improve its decision product should routinely look for efficiency improvements at each of these stages. The operative concept is routine. Constant quality control is an alternative to the wholesale reviews of processes that organizations commonly undertake in the wake of disasters. There is much to be done to improve decision-making. One example out of many is the remarkable absence of systematic training for the essential skill of conducting efficient meetings.
在避免错误方面，组织比个人做得更好，因为他们自然会思考得更慢，并且有能力实施有序的程序。组织可以制定和强制执行有用的清单的应用，以及更精细的练习，例如参考类预测和验尸。至少在一定程度上，通过提供独特的词汇，组织还可以鼓励一种文化。在这种文化中，人们在接近雷区时会互相注意。无论它产生什么，组织都是一个制造判断和决策的工厂。每个工厂都必须有方法来确保其产品在初始设计、制造和最终检验中的质量。决策生产中的相应阶段是制定要解决的问题的框架，收集导致决策的相关信息，以及反思和审查。寻求改进其决策产品的组织应在这些阶段的每个阶段常规寻找效率改进。操作概念是例行程序。持续的质量控制是对组织在灾难发生后通常进行的流程全面审查的替代方案。在改进决策方面还有很多工作要做。举一个例子，对于进行有效会议的基本技能却缺乏系统的培训。
Ultimately, a richer language is essential to the skill of constructive criticism. Much like medicine, the identification of judgment errors is a diagnostic task, which requires a precise vocabulary. The name of a disease is a hook to which all that is known about the disease is attached, including vulnerabilities, environmental factors, symptoms, prognosis, and care. Similarly, labels such as anchoring effects, narrow framing, or excessive coherence bring together in memory everything we know about a bias, its causes, its effects, and what can be done about it.
最终，更丰富的语言对于建设性批评的技能至关重要。与医学非常相似，判断错误的识别是一项诊断任务，需要一个精确的词汇。疾病的名称是一个钩子，所有已知的关于该疾病的信息都附着在这个钩子上，包括脆弱性、环境因素、症状、预后和护理。同样，锚定效应、狭隘框架或过度一致性等标签将我们所知道的关于偏差的一切都汇集在记忆中，包括其原因、影响以及可以采取的措施。
There is a direct link from more precise gossip at the water cooler to better decisions. Decision makers are sometimes better able to imagine the voices of present gossipers and future critics than to hear the hesitant voice of their own doubts. They will make better choices when they trust their critics to be sophisticated and fair, and when they expect their decision to be judged by how it was made, not only by how it turned out.
从饮水机旁更精确的八卦到更好的决策之间存在直接联系。决策者有时更能想象出当前八卦者和未来批评者的声音，而不是听到他们自己怀疑的犹豫声音。当他们相信自己的批评者老练且公平，并且当他们期望他们的决定将根据他是如何做出的来判断，而不仅仅是根据他的结果来判断时，他们会做出更好的选择。
Appendix A, Judgment Under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Bias Est 1.
附录 A, 不确定性下的判断、启发式和偏差 FN1。
Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman.
阿莫斯·特沃斯基和丹尼尔·卡尼曼。
Many decisions are based on beliefs concerning the likelihood of uncertain events such as the outcome of an election, the guilt of a defendant, or the future value of the dollar. These beliefs are usually expressed in statements such as, I think that, chances are, it is unlikely that, and so forth. Occasionally, beliefs concerning uncertain events are expressed in numerical form as odds or subjective probabilities. What determines such beliefs? How do people assess the probability of an uncertain event or the value of an uncertain quantity? This article shows that people rely on a limited number of heuristic principles which reduce the complex tasks of assessing probabilities and predicting values to simpler judgmental operations. In general, these heuristics are quite useful, but sometimes they lead to severe and systematic errors.
许多决策都基于对不确定事件可能性的信念，例如选举结果、被告的罪行或美元的未来价值。这些信念通常用“我认为”、“机会是”、“不太可能”等陈述来表达。偶尔，对不确定事件的信念以数字形式表示为几率或主观概率。是什么决定了这种信念？人们如何评估不确定事件的概率或不确定数量的价值？本文表明，人们依赖于有限数量的启发式原则，这些原则将评估概率和预测值的复杂任务简化为更简单的判断操作。一般来说，这些启发式原则非常有用，但有时它们会导致严重且系统性的错误。
The subjective assessment of probability resembles the subjective assessment of physical quantities such as distance or size. These judgments are all based on data of limited validity, which are processed according to heuristic rules. For example, the apparent distance of an object is determined in part by its clarity. The more sharply the object is seen, the closer it appears to be. This rule has some validity, because in any given scene the more distant objects are seen less sharply than nearer objects. However, the reliance on this rule leads to systematic errors in the estimation of distance. Specifically, distances are often overestimated when visibility is poor because the contours of objects are blurred. On the other hand, distances are often underestimated when visibility is good because the objects are seen sharply. Thus, the reliance on clarity as an indication of distance leads to common biases. Such biases are also found in the intuitive judgment of probability. This article describes 3 heuristics that are employed to assess probabilities and to predict values. Biases to which these heuristics lead are enumerated, and the applied and theoretical implications of these observations are discussed.
对概率的主观评估类似于对距离或大小等物理量的评估。这些判断都是基于有限有效性的数据，这些数据根据启发式规则进行处理。例如，物体的表观距离部分取决于其清晰度。物体看得越清晰，它看起来就越近。这条规则具有一定的有效性，因为在任何给定的场景中，较远物体比较近物体看起来不那么清晰。然而，依赖这条规则会导致距离估计中的系统性错误。具体来说，当能见度较差时，由于物体的轮廓模糊，距离通常会被高估。另一方面，当能见度良好时，由于物体看起来很清晰，距离通常会被低估。因此，依赖清晰度作为距离的指标会导致常见的偏差。在对概率的直觉判断中也发现了这种偏差。本文描述了用于评估概率和预测值的3个启发式方法，列举了这些启发式方法导致的偏差，并讨论了这些观察结果的应用和理论意义。
Representativeness.
代表性。
Many of the probabilistic questions with which people are concerned belong to one of the following types. What is the probability that object A belongs to class B? What is the probability that event A originates from process B? What is the probability that process B will generate event A? In answering such questions, people typically rely on the representativeness heuristic, in which probabilities are evaluated by the degree to which A is representative of B, that is, by the degree to which A resembles B. For example, when A is highly representative of B, the probability that A originates from B is judged to be high. On the other hand, if A is not similar to B, the probability that A originates from B is judged to be low.
人们关心的许多概率问题属于以下类型之一：对象 A 属于类别 B 的概率是多少？事件 A 源自过程 B 的概率是多少？过程 B 产生事件 A 的概率是多少？在回答此类问题时，人们通常依赖于代表性启发式方法，其中概率通过 A 代表 B 的程度来评估，即 A 与 B 相似程度来评估。例如，当 A 高度代表 B 时， A 源自 B 的概率被认为很高。另一方面，如果 A 与 B 不相似，则 A 源自 B 的概率被认为很低。
For an illustration of judgment by representativeness, consider an individual who has been described by a former neighbor as follows. Steve is very shy and withdrawn, invariably helpful, but with little interest in people, or in the world of reality. A meek and tidy soul, he has a need for order and structure, and a passion for detail. How do people assess the probability that Steve is engaged in a particular occupation from a list of possibilities, for example, farmer, salesman, airline pilot, librarian, or physician? How do people order these occupations from most to least likely? In the representativeness heuristic, the probability that Steve is a librarian, for example, is assessed by the degree to which he is representative of, or similar to, the stereotype of a librarian. Indeed, research with problems of this type has shown that people order the occupations by probability and by similarity in exactly the same way. Point 1. This approach to the judgment of probability leads to serious errors, because similarity, or representativeness, is not influenced by several factors that should affect judgments of probability.
为了说明代表性判断，考虑一下一个被前邻居描述为如下的人：史蒂夫非常害羞和内向，总是乐于助人，但对人或现实世界兴趣不大。他是一个温顺而整洁的人，他需要秩序和结构，并且对细节充满热情。人们如何评估史蒂夫从事特定职业的概率？从一系列可能性中选择，例如农民、销售员、飞机驾驶员、图书管理员或医生。人们如何按从最有可能到最不可能的顺序排列这些职业？在代表性启发式方法中，例如史蒂夫是图书管理员的概率，通过他代表或类似于图书管理员的刻板印象的程度来评估。事实上，对这类问题进行的研究表明，人们以完全相同的方式按概率和相似性对职业进行排序。以这种判断概率的方法会导致严重错误，因为相似性或代表性不受应影响概率判断的几个因素的影响。
Insensitivity to prior probability of outcomes. One of the factors that have no effect on representativeness but should have a major effect on probability is the prior probability, or base rate frequency, of the outcomes. In the case of Steve, for example, the fact that there are many more farmers than librarians in the population should enter into any reasonable estimate of the probability that Steve is a librarian rather than a farmer. Considerations of base rate frequency, however, do not affect the similarity of Steve to the stereotypes of librarians and farmers. If people evaluate probability by representativeness, therefore, prior probabilities will be neglected. This hypothesis was tested in an experiment where prior probabilities were manipulated. 2 Subjects were shown brief personality descriptions of several individuals, allegedly sampled at random from a group of 100 professionals, engineers and lawyers. The subjects were asked to assess, for each description, the probability that it belonged to an engineer rather than to a lawyer. In one experimental condition, subjects were told that the group from which the descriptions had been drawn consisted of 70 engineers and 30 lawyers. In another condition, subjects were told that the group consisted of 30 engineers and 70 lawyers. The odds that any particular description belongs to an engineer rather than to a lawyer should be higher in the first condition, where there is a majority of engineers, than in the second condition, where there is a majority of lawyers. Specifically, it can be shown by applying Bayes' rule that the ratio of these odds should be 0.7/0.32 or 5.44 for each description. In a sharp violation of Bayes' rule, the subjects in the two conditions produced essentially the same probability judgments. Apparently, subjects evaluated the likelihood that a particular description belonged to an engineer rather than to a lawyer by the degree to which this description was representative of the two stereotypes, with little or no regard for the prior probabilities of the categories.
对结果的先验概率不敏感，对代表性没有影响，但应该对概率有重大影响的因素之一是结果的先验概率或基准频率。例如，在史蒂夫的案例中，人口中农民比图书管理员多得多的事实，应该纳入对史蒂夫是图书管理员而不是农民的概率的任何合理估计。然而，基准频率的考虑并不影响史蒂夫与图书管理员和农民的刻板印象的相似性。因此，如果人们通过代表性来评估概率，那么先验概率将被忽略。这一假设在一个先验概率被操纵的实验中得到了检验。2项受试者展示了几个人的简短人格描述， 据称是从100名专业人士、工程师和律师的群体中随机抽取的，要求受试者针对每种描述评估它属于工程师而不是律师的概率。在一个实验条件下，受试者被告知描述所依据的群体由70名工程师和30名律师组成；在另一个条件下，受试者被告知该群体由30名工程师和70名律师组成。任何特定描述属于工程师而不是律师的几率，在工程师占多数的第一种情况下，应该高于在律师占多数的第二种情况下。具体来说，可以通过应用贝叶斯规则证明，对于每个描述，这些几率的比率应该是7:3:2或5.44。严重违反贝叶斯规则的是，两个条件下的受试者做出了基本相同的概率判断。显然，受试者通过这种描述代表两种刻板印象的程度来评估特定描述属于工程师而不是律师的可能性，而几乎不考虑类别的鲜艳概率。
The subjects used prior probabilities correctly when they had no other information. In the absence of a personality sketch, they judged the probability that an unknown individual is an engineer to be 0.7 and 0.3, respectively, in the two base rate conditions. However, prior probabilities were effectively ignored when a description was introduced, even when this description was totally uninformative. The responses to the following description illustrate this phenomenon.
当受试者没有其他信息时，他们正确地使用了鲜艳概率。在没有个性描述的情况下，他们判断未知个体是工程师的概率分别为7和3，分别在两个基准条件下。然而，当引入描述时，鲜艳概率实际上被忽略了，即使该描述完全没有信息。对以下描述的回应说明了这种现象。
Dick is a 30-year-old man. He is married with no children. A man of high ability and high motivation, he promises to be quite successful in his field. He is well liked by his colleagues.
迪克是一个30岁的男人，他已婚，没有孩子。他能力强，积极性高，有望在自己的领域取得很大成就。他很受同事们的喜爱。
This description was intended to convey no information relevant to the question of whether Dick is an engineer or a lawyer. Consequently, the probability that Dick is an engineer should equal the proportion of engineers in the group, as if no description had been given. The subjects, however, judged the probability of Dick being an engineer to be 0.5 regardless of whether the stated proportion of engineers in the group was 0.7 or 0.3. Evidently, people respond differently when given no evidence and when given worthless evidence. When no specific evidence is given, prior probabilities are properly utilized. When worthless evidence is given, prior probabilities are ignored. 0.3.
这段描述的目的是不传达任何与迪克是工程师还是律师的问题相关的信息。因此，迪克是工程师的概率应该等于该群体中工程师的比例，就好像没有给出描述一样。然而，受试者判断迪克是工程师的概率为5，无论该群体中工程师的规定比例是7还是3。显然，当没有证据和给出无价值的证据时，人们的反应不同。当没有给出具体证据时，鲜艳概率被适当的利用；当给出无价值的证据时，鲜艳概率被忽略。3.
Insensitivity to sample size. To evaluate the probability of obtaining a particular result in a sample drawn from a specified population, people typically apply the representativeness heuristic. That is, they assess the likelihood of a sample result, for example, that the average height in a random sample of 10 men will be 6 feet, by the similarity of this result to the corresponding parameter, that is, to the average height in the population of men. The similarity of a sample statistic to a population parameter does not depend on the size of the sample. Consequently, if probabilities are assessed by representativeness, then the judged probability of a sample statistic will be essentially independent of sample size. Indeed, when subjects assessed the distributions of average height for samples of various sizes, they produced identical distributions. For example, the probability of obtaining an average height greater than 6 feet was assigned the same value for samples of 1,100 and 10 men. 4. Moreover, subjects failed to appreciate the role of sample size even when it was emphasized in the formulation of the problem. Consider the following question.
对样本量不敏感。为了评估从指定总体中抽取的样本中获得特定结果的概率，人们通常应用代表性启发法。也就是说， 他们通过该结果与相应参数及男性总体中的平均身高的相似性来评估样本结果的可能性。例如，10个男性的随机样本中的平均身高将为6英尺。样本统计量与总体参数的相似性不取决于样本的大小。因此，如果概率是通过代表性来评估的，那么样本统计量的判断概率将基本上独立于样本量。事实上，当受试者评估各种样本量的平均身高的分布时，它们产生了相同的分布。例如，对于1000、100和10个男性的样本，获得大于6英尺的平均身高的概率被赋予相同的值。此外，即使在问题的表述中强调了样本量，受试者也未能意识到样本量的作用。考虑以下问题。
A certain town is served by 2 hospitals. In the larger hospital, about 45 babies are born each day, and in the smaller hospital, about 15 babies are born each day. As you know, about 50% of all babies are boys. However, the exact percentage varies from day to day. Sometimes it may be higher than 50%, sometimes lower.
一个城镇有2家医院，在较大的医院里，每天大约有45个婴儿出生；在较小的医院里，每天大约有15个婴儿出生。如你所知，大约50%的婴儿是男孩。然而，确切的百分比每天都在变化，有时可能高于50%，有时可能低于50%。
For a period of 1 year, each hospital recorded the days on which more than 60% of the babies born were boys. Which hospital do you think recorded more such days?
在1年时间里，每家医院都记录了新生儿中男婴比例超过60%的天数。您认为哪家医院记录的此类天数更多？
The larger hospital, 21.
较大的医院21，
The smaller hospital, 21.
较小的医院21。
About the same, that is, within 5% of each other, 53.
大致相同，即彼此相差5%以内53。
The values in parentheses are the number of undergraduate students who chose each answer.
括号中的数字是选择每个答案的本科生人数。
Most subjects judge the probability of obtaining more than 60% boys to be the same in the small and in the large hospital, presumably because these events are described by the same statistic and are therefore equally representative of the general population. In contrast, sampling theory entails that the expected number of days on which more than 60% of the babies are boys is much greater in the small hospital than in the large one, because a large sample is less likely to stray from 50%. This fundamental notion of statistics is evidently not part of people's repertoire of intuitions.
大多数受试者认为，在小医院和大医院中获得超过60%男婴的概率是相同的，大概是因为这些事件由相同的统计数据描述，因此同样具有代表性。相反，抽样理论表明，在小医院中，新生儿中男婴比例超过60%的预期天数比在大医院中多得多，因为大样本不太可能偏离50%。显然，这个基本的统计学概念并不属于人们的直觉范畴。
A similar insensitivity to sample size has been reported in judgments of posterior probability, that is, of the probability that a sample has been drawn from one population rather than from another. Consider the following example.
在对后验概率的判断中，也报告了类似的对样本量的不敏感性，即样本是从一个总体而不是另一个总体中抽取的概率。考虑以下事例。
Imagine an urn filled with balls, of which 2/3 are of one color and 1/3 of another. One individual has drawn 5 balls from the urn and found that 4 were red and 1 was white. Another individual has drawn 20 balls and found that 12 were red and 8 were white. Which of the 2 individuals should feel more confident that the urn contains 2/3 red balls and 1/3 white balls, rather than the opposite? What odds should each individual give?
想象一个装满球的瓮，其中2/3是某种颜色，1/3是另一种颜色。一个人从瓮中抽出了5个球，发现其中4个是红色的，1个是白色的。另一个人抽出了20个球，发现其中12个是红色的，8个是白色的。2个人中哪一个应该更有信心瓮中含有2/3个红球和1/3个白球，而不是相反？每个人应该给出什么赔率？
In this problem, the correct posterior odds are 8-1 for the 4:1 sample and 16-1 for the 12:8 sample, assuming equal prior probabilities. However, most people feel that the first sample provides much stronger evidence for the hypothesis that the urn is predominantly red, because the proportion of red balls is larger in the first than in the second sample. Here again, intuitive judgments are dominated by the sample proportion and are essentially unaffected by the size of the sample, which plays a crucial role in the determination of the actual posterior odds. Point 5. In addition, intuitive estimates of posterior odds are far less extreme than the correct values. The underestimation of the impact of evidence has been observed repeatedly in problems of this type. Point 6. It has been labeled conservatism.
在这个问题中，假设先验概率相等，则4:1样本的正确后验赔率为8:1，12:8样本的正确后验赔率为16:1。然而，大多数人认为第一个样本为瓮中主要是红色球的假设提供了更有力的证据，因为第一个样本中红球的比例大于第二个样本。同样，直觉判断受样本比例支配，并且基本上不受样本大小的影响，而样本大小在确定实际后验赔率中起着至关重要的作用。无此外，直觉估计的后验赔率远低于正确值。在类似类型的问题中，反复观察到对证据影响的低估。6. 它被标记为保守主义。
Misconceptions of chance. People expect that a sequence of events generated by a random process will represent the essential characteristics of that process even when the sequence is short. In considering tosses of a coin for heads or tails, for example, people regard the sequence HDHDTH to be more likely than the sequence HHHTTT, which does not appear random, and also more likely than the sequence HHHHDH, which does not represent the fairness of the coin. Point 7. Thus, people expect that the essential characteristics of the process will be represented, not only globally in the entire sequence, but also locally in each of its parts. A locally representative sequence, however, deviates systematically from chance expectation. It contains too many alternations and too few runs. Another consequence of the belief in local representativeness is the well-known gambler's fallacy. After observing a long run of red on the roulette wheel, for example, most people erroneously believe that black is now due, presumably because the occurrence of black will result in a more representative sequence than the occurrence of an additional red. Chance is commonly viewed as a self-correcting process in which a deviation in one direction induces a deviation in the opposite direction to restore the equilibrium. In fact, deviations are not corrected as a chance process unfolds, they are merely diluted.
对机会的误解。人们期望由随机过程生成的事件序列，即使很短，也能代表该过程的基本特征。例如，在考虑掷硬币正面或反面的情况下，人们认为 HTHTTH 序列比 HHHTTT 序列更可能出现，后者看起来不随机，也比 HHHTH 序列更可能出现，后者不代表硬币的公平性。因此，人们期望该过程的基本特征不仅在整个序列中全局表示，而且在每个部分中局部表示。然而，局部代表性序列系统的偏离了机会期望，它包含太多交替和太少运行。对局部代表性的信念的另一个后果是众所周知的赌徒谬误。例如，在轮盘赌中观察到红色长时间运行后，大多数人错误地认为现在应该出现黑色，大概是因为黑色出现将导致比出现其他红色更具代表性的序列。机会通常被视为一个自我纠正的过程，其中一个方向的偏差会引起相反方向的偏差以恢复平衡。事实上，随着机会过程的展开，偏差不会被纠正，它们只是被稀释了。
Misconceptions of chance are not limited to naive subjects. A study of the statistical intuitions of experienced research psychologists 8 revealed a lingering belief in what may be called the law of small numbers, according to which even small samples are highly representative of the populations from which they are drawn. The responses of these investigators reflected the expectation that a valid hypothesis about a population will be represented by a statistically significant result in a sample with little regard for its size. As a consequence, the researchers put too much faith in the results of small samples and grossly overestimated the replicability of such results. In the actual conduct of research, this bias leads to the selection of samples of inadequate size and to overinterpretation of findings.
对机会的误解并不局限于天真的受试者。 对经验丰富研究心理学家统计直觉的研究8揭示了对小数法则的挥之不去的信念。根据该法则，即使是小样本也极具代表性，可以从中提取总体。这些调查员的反映了这样的期望：关于总体的有效假设将通过样本中的统计显着结果来表示，而几乎不考虑样本量。因此，研究人员对小样本的结果过于信任，并严重高估了此类结果的可复制性。在实际的研究过程中，这种偏差会导致选择样本量不足，并对研究结果进行过度解释。
Insensitivity to predictability. People are sometimes called upon to make such numerical predictions as the future value of a stock, the demand for a commodity, or the outcome of a football game. Such predictions are often made by representativeness. For example, suppose one is given a description of a company and is asked to predict its future profit. If the description of the company is very favorable, a very high profit will appear most representative of that description. If the description is mediocre, a mediocre performance will appear most representative. The degree to which the description is favorable is unaffected by the reliability of that description or by the degree to which it permits accurate prediction. Hence, if people predict solely in terms of the favorableness of the description, their predictions will be insensitive to the reliability of the evidence and to the expected accuracy of the prediction.
对可预测性的不敏感，有时会要求人们做出诸如股票的未来价值、对商品的需求或足球比赛的结果等数值预测。此类预测通常是通过代表性来做出的。例如，假设有人给你一家公司的描述，并要求你预测其未来的利润。如果对该公司的描述非常有利，那么很高的利润将最能代表该描述；如果描述平庸，那么平庸的表现将最具代表性。描述的有利程度不受该描述的可靠性或其允许准确预测的程度的影响。因此，如果人们仅根据描述的有利程度进行预测，那么他们的预测将对证据的可靠性和预测的预期准确性不敏感。
This mode of judgment violates the normative statistical theory in which the extremeness and the range of predictions are controlled by considerations of predictability. When predictability is nil, the same prediction should be made in all cases. For example, if the descriptions of companies provide no information relevant to profit, then the same value, such as average profit, should be predicted for all companies. If predictability is perfect, of course, the values predicted will match the actual values and the range of predictions will equal the range of outcomes. In general, the higher the predictability, the wider the range of predicted values.
这种判断方式违反了规范统计理论，其中预测的极端性和范围受可预测性考虑因素的控制。当可预测性为0时，应在所有情况下做出相同的预测。例如，如果公司描述未提供与利润相关的信息，那么应为所有公司预测相同的值，例如平均利润。当然，如果可预测性是完美的，那么预测值将与实际值匹配，并且预测范围将等于结果范围。通常，可预测性越高，预测值的范围就越广。
Several studies of numerical prediction have demonstrated that intuitive predictions violate this rule, and that subjects show little or no regard for considerations of predictability. 9 In one of these studies, subjects were presented with several paragraphs, each describing the performance of a student teacher during a particular practice lesson. Some subjects were asked to evaluate the quality of the lesson described in the paragraph in percentile scores relative to a specified population. Other subjects were asked to predict, also in percentile scores, the standing of each student teacher 5 years after the practice lesson. The judgments made under the two conditions were identical. That is, the prediction of a remote criterion, success of a teacher after 5 years, was identical to the evaluation of the information on which the prediction was based, the quality of the practice lesson. The students who made these predictions were undoubtedly aware of the limited predictability of teaching competence on the basis of a single trial lesson 5 years earlier. Nevertheless, their predictions were as extreme as their evaluations.
多项数值预测研究表明，直觉预测违反了这一规则，并且受试者几乎或根本不考虑可预测性。在其中一项研究中，向受试者展示了几段文字，每一段文字都描述了学生教师在特定练习课期间的表现。要求一些受试者根据指定的人群，以百分位数评估段落中描述的课程质量。 要求其他受试者也以百分位数预测每位学生教师在练习课5年后的排名。在两种情况下做出的判断是相同的，也就是说，对遥远标准教师在5年后的成功的预测与对预测所依据的信息练习课的质量的评估相同。做出这些预测的学生无疑意识到，根据5年前的一次试讲来预测教学能力的可预测性有限。尽管如此，他们的预测与评估一样极端。
The illusion of validity. As we have seen, people often predict by selecting the outcome, for example, an occupation, that is most representative of the input, for example, the description of a person. The confidence they have in their prediction depends primarily on the degree of representativeness, that is, on the quality of the match between the selected outcome and the input, with little or no regard for the factors that limit predictive accuracy. Thus, people express great confidence in the prediction that a person is a librarian when given a description of his personality which matches the stereotype of librarians, even if the description is scanty, unreliable, or outdated. The unwarranted confidence which is produced by a good fit between the predicted outcome and the input information may be called the illusion of validity. This illusion persists even when the judge is aware of the factors that limit the accuracy of his predictions. It is a common observation that psychologists who conduct selection interviews often experience considerable confidence in their predictions, even when they know of the vast literature that shows selection interviews to be highly fallible. The continued reliance on the clinical interview for selection, despite repeated demonstrations of its inadequacy, amply attests to the strength of this effect.
有效性的错觉。正如我们所见，人们通常通过选择最能代表输入，例如一个人的描述的结果，例如职业，来进行预测。他们对预测的信心主要取决于代表性程度，即所选结果与输入之间的匹配质量，而几乎或根本不考虑限制预测准确性的因素。因此，当人们在给定与图书馆员的刻板印象相匹配的人格描述时，即使描述很少、不可靠或过时，他们也会对某人是图书馆员的预测表示出极大的信心。由预测结果与输入信息之间的高度匹配产生的不合理的信心可以称为有效性的错觉。即使判断者意识到限制其预测准确性的因素，这种错觉也会持续存在。一个常见的观察结果是，进行选拔面试的心理学家通常对自己的预测非常有信心，即使他们知道大量文献表明选拔面试极易出错。尽管反复证明其不足，但仍继续依赖临床面试进行选拔，充分证明了这种效应的强度。
The internal consistency of a pattern of inputs is a major determinant of one's confidence in predictions based on these inputs. For example, people express more confidence in predicting the final grade point average of a student whose first-year record consists entirely of B's than in predicting the grade point average of a student whose first-year record includes many A's and C's. Highly consistent patterns are most often observed when the input variables are highly redundant or correlated. Hence, people tend to have great confidence in predictions based on redundant input variables. However, an elementary result in the statistics of correlation asserts that, given input variables of stated validity, a prediction based on several such inputs can achieve higher accuracy when they are independent of each other than when they are redundant or correlated. Thus, redundancy among inputs decreases accuracy even as it increases confidence, and people are often confident in predictions that are quite likely to be off the mark. Point 10.
输入模式的内部一致性是人们对基于这些输入的预测的信心的主要决定因素。例如，人们对预测一个一年级成绩完全由 B 组成的学生的最终平均成绩，比预测一个一年级成绩包括许多 A 和 C 的学生的平均成绩更有信心。当输入变量高度冗余或相关时，最常观察到高度一致的模式。因此，人们往往对基于冗余输入变量的预测充满信心。然而，相关统计学中的一个基本结果断言，给定具有既定有效性的输入变量，基于多个此类输入的预测，在彼此独立时可以实现比冗余或相关时更高的准确性。因此，输入之间的冗余会降低准确性，即使它会增加信心。而且，人们通常对很可能不准确的预测充满信心。是
Misconceptions of regression. Suppose a large group of children has been examined on two equivalent versions of an aptitude test. If one selects 10 children from among those who did best on one of the two versions, he will usually find their performance on the second version to be somewhat disappointing. Conversely, if one selects 10 children from among those who did worst on one version, they will be found, on the average, to do somewhat better on the other version. More generally, consider two variables x and y which have the same distribution. If one selects individuals whose average x score deviates from the mean of x by k units, then the average of their y scores will usually deviate from the mean of y by less than k units. These observations illustrate a general phenomenon known as regression toward the mean, which was first documented by Galton more than 100 years ago.
对回归的误解。假设对一大群儿童使用2个等效版本的智力测验进行了检查，如果从在2个版本之一中表现最好的人中挑选10个孩子，他通常会发现他们在第2个版本中的表现有些令人失望。相反，如果从在一个版本中表现最差的人中挑选10个孩子，他们平均而言在另一个版本中表现会更好。更一般的说，考虑具有相同分布的2个变量 x 和 y。如果选择平均 x 分数与 x 的平均值相差 k 个单位的个体，那么它们的 y 分数的平均值通常会与 y 的平均值相差小于 k 个单位。这些观察结果说明了一个称为均值回归的普遍现象，该现象最早由高尔顿在100多年前记录下来。
In the normal course of life, one encounters many instances of regression toward the mean in the comparison of the height of fathers and sons, of the intelligence of husbands and wives, or of the performance of individuals on consecutive examinations. Nevertheless, people do not develop correct intuitions about this phenomenon. First, they do not expect regression in many contexts where it is bound to occur. Second, when they recognize the occurrence of regression, they often invent spurious causal explanations for it. Point 11 We suggest that the phenomenon of regression remains elusive because it is incompatible with the belief that the predicted outcome should be maximally representative of the input, and hence, that the value of the outcome variable should be as extreme as the value of the input variable.
在正常的生活过程中，人们会遇到许多均值回归的例子，例如比较父亲和儿子的身高、丈夫和妻子的智力，或个人在连续考试中的表现。尽管如此，人们并没有对这种现象形成正确的直觉。首先，在许多必然发生回归的背景下，他们并不期望回归。其次，当他们认识到回归的发生时，他们经常会为此编造虚假的因果解释。是以我们认为回归现象难以捉摸，因为这与预测结果应该最大程度地代表输入的信念不一致，因此，结果变量的值应该与输入变量的值一样极端。
The failure to recognize the import of regression can have pernicious consequences, as illustrated by the following observation. Point 12 In a discussion of flight training, experienced instructors noted that praise for an exceptionally smooth landing is typically followed by a poorer landing on the next try, while harsh criticism after a rough landing is usually followed by an improvement on the next try. The instructors concluded that verbal rewards are detrimental to learning, while verbal punishments are beneficial, contrary to accepted psychological doctrine. This conclusion is unwarranted because of the presence of regression toward the mean. As in other cases of repeated examination, an improvement will usually follow a poor performance and a deterioration will usually follow an outstanding performance, even if the instructor does not respond to the trainee's achievement on the first attempt. Because the instructors had praised their trainees after good landings and admonished them after poor ones, they reached the erroneous and potentially harmful conclusion that punishment is more effective than reward.
正如以下观察所示，未能认识到回归的重要性可能会产生有害的后果。12在讨论飞行训练时，经验丰富的教官注意到，对特别平稳着陆的表扬通常会导致下次尝试着陆更差，而对粗糙着陆的严厉批评通常会导致下次尝试有所改善。教官们得出结论，口头奖励不利于学习，而口头惩罚有益，这与公认的心理学原理相反。由于均值回归的存在，这个结论是不合理的。与其他重复考试的情况一样，即使教官没有对学员在第一次尝试中的成绩做出反应，表现不佳通常也会随之改善，而表现出色通常也会随之恶化。由于教官在学员着陆良好后表扬他们，在着陆不佳后训斥他们，他们得出了错误且可能有害的结论，惩罚比奖励更有效。
Thus, the failure to understand the effect of regression leads one to overestimate the effectiveness of punishment and to underestimate the effectiveness of reward. In social interaction, as well as in training, rewards are typically administered when performance is good, and punishments are typically administered when performance is poor. By regression alone, therefore, behavior is most likely to improve after punishment and most likely to deteriorate after reward. Consequently, the human condition is such that, by chance alone, one is most often rewarded for punishing others and most often punished for rewarding them. People are generally not aware of this contingency. In fact, the elusive role of regression in determining the apparent consequences of reward and punishment seems to have escaped the notice of students of this area.
因此，未能理解回归效应会导致高估惩罚的有效性，低估奖励的有效性。在社交互动和训练中，当表现良好时，通常会给予奖励；当表现不佳时，通常会给予惩罚。因此，仅通过回归，行为最有可能在惩罚后得到改善，最有可能在奖励后恶化。因此，人类的处境是这样的：仅凭偶然，人们最常因惩罚他人而获得奖励，最常因奖励他人而受到惩罚。人们通常没有意识到这种偶然性。事实上，回归在决定奖励和惩罚的明显后果中的难以捉摸的作用，似乎逃过了该领域研究人员的注意。
Availability.
可用性。
There are situations in which people assess the frequency of a class or the probability of an event by the ease with which instances or occurrences can be brought to mind. For example, one may assess the risk of heart attack among middle-aged people by recalling such occurrences among one's acquaintances. Similarly, one may evaluate the probability that a given business venture will fail by imagining various difficulties it could encounter. This judgmental heuristic is called availability. Availability is a useful clue for assessing frequency or probability because instances of large classes are usually recalled better and faster than instances of less frequent classes. However, availability is affected by factors other than frequency and probability. Consequently, the reliance on availability leads to predictable biases, some of which are illustrated below.
在某些情况下，人们通过容易想起实例或事件的频率来评估类别的频率或事件的概率。例如，人们可能会通过回忆熟人中发生的心脏病发作事件来评估中年人患心脏病的风险。同样，人们可能会通过想象某个商业风险可能遇到的各种困难来评估其失败的可能性。这种判断性启发式称为可用性。可用性是评估频率或概率的有用线索，因为大类别的实例通常比不那么频繁的类别的实例更容易被回忆起来，而且速度更快。然而，可用性会受到除频率和概率之外的因素的影响，因此，对可用性的依赖会导致可预测的偏差，其中一些偏差在下文中进行了说明。
Biases due to the retrievability of instances. When the size of a class is judged by the availability of its instances, a class whose instances are easily retrieved will appear more numerous than a class of equal frequency whose instances are less retrievable. In an elementary demonstration of this effect, subjects heard a list of well-known personalities of both sexes and were subsequently asked to judge whether the list contained more names of men than of women. Different lists were presented to different groups of subjects. In some of the lists, the men were relatively more famous than the women, and in others the women were relatively more famous than the men. In each of the lists, the subjects erroneously judged that the class sex that had the more famous personalities was the more numerous. 13.
由于实例的可检索性而产生的偏差。当一个类别的规模通过其实例的可用性来判断时，其实例容易检索的类别将比实例的可检索性较低的同等频率的类别显得更多。在一个对这种效应的基本演示中，受试者听到了一份包含男女双方知名人士的名单，随后被要求判断该名单中是否包含更多男性姓名还是女性姓名。不同的名单被提供给不同的受试者组，在某些名单中，男性比女性更有名，而在其他名单中，女性比男性更有名。在每个名单中，受试者错误的判断具有更多知名人士的类别，性别数量更多。13.
In addition to familiarity, there are other factors, such as salience, which affect the retrievability of instances. For example, the impact of seeing a house burning on the subjective probability of such accidents is probably greater than the impact of reading about a fire in the local paper. Furthermore, recent occurrences are likely to be relatively more available than earlier occurrences. It is a common experience that the subjective probability of traffic accidents rises temporarily when one sees a car overturned by the side of the road.
除了熟悉度之外，还有其他因素，例如显着性会影响实力的可检索性。例如，看到一所房子着火，对这种事故的主观概率的影响可能大于在当地报纸上读到火灾的影响。此外，最近发生的事件可能比较早发生的事件更容易被想起。当人们在路边看到一辆翻倒的汽车时，交通事故的主观概率暂时上升是一种常见的情况。
Biases due to the effectiveness of a search set. Suppose one samples a word, of 3 letters or more, at random from an English text. Is it more likely that the word starts with R or that R is the third letter? People approach this problem by recalling words that begin with a road and words that have R in the third position, car, and assess the relative frequency by the ease with which words of the two types come to mind. Because it is much easier to search for words by their first letter than by their third letter, most people judge words that begin with a given consonant to be more numerous than words in which the same consonant appears in the third position. They do so even for consonants, such as R or K, that are more frequent in the third position than in the first. 14.
由于搜索集的有效性而产生的偏差。假设从英语文本中随机抽取一个单词，3个或更多字母，以 R 开头的单词的可能性更大，还是 R 是第3个字母的可能性更大？人们通过回忆以 R 开头的单词道路和第3个字母为 R 的单词汽车来解决这个问题，并通过2种类型单词容易想起的程度来评估相对频率。由于按首字母搜索单词比按第3个字母搜索单词容易得多，因此大多数人认为以给定辅音开头的单词比在第3个位置出现相同辅音的单词更多。即使对于在第3个位置比在第1个位置更频繁的辅音，例如 R 或 K， 他们也会这样做。14.
Different tasks elicit different search sets. For example, suppose you were asked to rate the frequency with which abstract words, thought, love, and concrete words, door, water, appear in written English. A natural way to answer this question is to search for contexts in which the word could appear. It seems easier to think of contexts in which an abstract concept is mentioned, love and love stories, than to think of contexts in which a concrete word, such as door, is mentioned. If the frequency of words is judged by the availability of the contexts in which they appear, abstract words will be judged as relatively more numerous than concrete words. This bias has been observed in a recent study 15 which showed that the judged frequency of occurrence of abstract words was much higher than that of concrete words, equated in objective frequency. Abstract words were also judged to appear in a much greater variety of contexts than concrete words.
不同的任务会引发不同的搜索集。例如，假设您被要求对抽象词思想、爱和具体词门、水在书面英语中出现的频率进行评级。回答这个问题的自然方法是搜索单词可能出现的上下文。想到提到抽象概念的上下文，爱情故事中的爱情似乎比想到提到具体词，例如门的上下文更容易。如果单词的频率通过其出现的上下文的可用性来判断，那么抽象词将被判断为比具体词更多。这种偏差在最近的一项研究中得到了观察。15该研究表明，抽象词的判断发生频率远高于具体词，在客观频率上是相等的。抽象词也被判断为出现在比具体词更多种类的上下文中。
Biases of imaginability. Sometimes one has to assess the frequency of a class whose instances are not stored in memory but can be generated according to a given rule. In such situations, one typically generates several instances and evaluates frequency or probability by the ease with which the relevant instances can be constructed. However, the ease of constructing instances does not always reflect their actual frequency, and this mode of evaluation is prone to biases. To illustrate, consider a group of 10 people who form committees of K members, 2 less than or equal to K less than or equal to 8. How many different committees of K members can be formed? The correct answer to this problem is given by the binomial coefficient 10/k, which reaches a maximum of 252 for k equals 5. Clearly, the number of committees of K members equals the number of committees of 10 minus K members, because any committee of K members defines a unique group of 10 minus K non-members.
可想象性的偏差。有时，人们必须评估其实例未存储在内存中，但可以根据给定规则生成的类的频率。在这种情况下，人们通常会生成几个实例，并通过构建相关实例的难易程度来评估频率或概率。然而，构建实例的难易程度并不总是反映它们的实际频率，这种评估方式容易产生偏差。为了说明这一点，考虑一组由10人组成委员会 K 名成员2小于等于 K 小于等于8，可以组成多少个不同的 K 名成员委员会？这个问题的正确答案由2项式系数 10K 给出，对于 K 等于50达到最大值252。显然 ，K 名成员的委员会数量等于10K 名成员的委员会数量，因为任何 K 名成员的委员会都定义了一个独特的10K 名非成员组。
One way to answer this question without computation is to mentally construct committees of K members and to evaluate their number by the ease with which they come to mind. Committees of few members, say 2, are more available than committees of many members, say 8. The simplest scheme for the construction of committees is a partition of the group into disjoint sets. One readily sees that it is easy to construct 5 disjoint committees of 2 members, while it is impossible to generate even 2 disjoint committees of 8 members. Consequently, if frequency is assessed by imaginability or by availability for construction, the small committees will appear more numerous than larger committees, in contrast to the correct bell-shaped function. Indeed, when naive subjects were asked to estimate the number of distinct committees of various sizes, their estimates were a decreasing monotonic function of committee size 0.16, for example. The median estimate of the number of committees of 2 members was 70, while the estimate for committees of 8 members was 20. The correct answer is 45 in both cases.
在不进行计算的情况下，回答这个问题的一种方法是在心理上构建 K 名成员的委员会，并通过他们容易想起的程度来评估其数量。少数成员的委员会，比如2人，比许多成员的委员会，比如8人，更容易被想起。构建委员会的最简单方案是将组划分为不相交的集合。人们很容易看出，构建5个不相交的2人委员会很容易，而即使是生成2个不相交的8人委员会也是不可能的。因此，如果频率通过可想象性或构建可用性来评估，那么小委员会将比大委员会显得更多，这与正确的中型函数相反。事实上，当要求天真的受试者估计不同规模的委员会的数量时，他们的估计是委员会规模的递减单调函数。16例如，2名成员委员会数量的中位数估计值为70，而8名成员委员会的估计值为20，两种情况下的正确答案均为45。
Imaginability plays an important role in the evaluation of probabilities in real-life situations. The risk involved in an adventurous expedition, for example, is evaluated by imagining contingencies with which the expedition is not equipped to cope. If many such difficulties are vividly portrayed, the expedition can be made to appear exceedingly dangerous, although the ease with which disasters are imagined need not reflect their actual likelihood. Conversely, the risk involved in an undertaking may be grossly underestimated if some possible dangers are either difficult to conceive of or simply do not come to mind.
可想象性在评估现实生活情况中的概率方面发挥着重要作用。例如，冒险探险中涉及的风险是通过想象探险队无法应对的意外情况来评估的。如果生动地描绘了许多这样的困难，那么探险可能会变得极其危险，尽管想象灾难的容易程度不必反映它们的实际可能性。相反，如果一些可能的危险难以想象，或者根本想不到，那么承担的风险可能会被严重低估。
Illusory correlation. Chapman and Chapman 17 have described an interesting bias in the judgment of the frequency with which 2 events co-occur. They presented naive judges with information concerning several hypothetical mental patients. The data for each patient consisted of a clinical diagnosis and a drawing of a person made by the patient. Later, the judges estimated the frequency with which each diagnosis, such as paranoia or suspiciousness, had been accompanied by various features of the drawing, such as peculiar eyes. The subjects markedly overestimated the frequency of co-occurrence of natural associates, such as suspiciousness and peculiar eyes. This effect was labeled illusory correlation. In their erroneous judgments of the data to which they had been exposed, naive subjects rediscovered much of the common, but unfounded, clinical lore concerning the interpretation of the draw-a-person test. The illusory correlation effect was extremely resistant to contradictory data. It persisted even when the correlation between symptom and diagnosis was actually negative, and it prevented the judges from detecting relationships that were in fact present.
虚幻相关性。查普曼和查普曼时期描述了对两个事件同时发生的频率的判断中的一种有趣的偏差。他们向天真的评委提供了有关几个假设的精神病患者的信息。每个患者的数据包括临床诊断和患者绘制的人像。后来，评委估计了每个诊断，例如偏执或多疑，与绘画的各种特征，例如奇特的眼睛，同时发生的频率。受试者明显高估了自然联想同时发生的频率，例如多疑和奇特的眼睛。这种效应被标记为虚幻相关性。天真的受试者在对他们接触过的数据进行错误判断时，重新发现了许多关于画人测验解释的常见但毫无根据的临床知识。虚幻相关性效应对矛盾数据极其抵抗，即使症状与诊断之间的相关性实际上是负的，它也会持续存在，并且它会阻止评委发现实际上存在的关系。
Availability provides a natural account for the illusory correlation effect. The judgment of how frequently two events co-occur could be based on the strength of the associative bond between them. When the association is strong, one is likely to conclude that the events have been frequently paired. Consequently, strong associates will be judged to have occurred together frequently. According to this view, the illusory correlation between suspiciousness and peculiar drawing of the eyes, for example, is due to the fact that suspiciousness is more readily associated with the eyes than with any other part of the body.
可用性为虚幻相关效应提供了一个自然的解释。判断两个事件同时发生的频率，可以基于它们之间联想纽带的强度。当联想很强时，人们很可能会得出结论，这些事件经常配对发生。因此，人们会认为强联想经常同时发生。根据这种观点，例如多疑与眼睛的奇特绘画之间的虚幻相关性，是由于多疑比身体的任何其他部位更容易与眼睛联系起来。
Lifelong experience has taught us that, in general, instances of large classes are recalled better and faster than instances of less frequent classes, that likely occurrences are easier to imagine than unlikely ones, and that the associative connections between events are strengthened when the events frequently co-occur. As a result, man has at his disposal a procedure, the availability heuristic, for estimating the numerosity of a class, the likelihood of an event, or the frequency of co-occurrences. By the ease with which the relevant mental operations of retrieval, construction, or association can be performed. However, as the preceding examples have demonstrated, this valuable estimation procedure results in systematic errors.
终生的经验告诉我们，一般来说，人们可以更好地、更快地回忆起大类别的实例，而不是不太常见的类别的实例。可能发生的事件比不太可能发生的事件更容易想象。当事件经常同时发生时，事件之间的联想联系会得到加强。因此，人类可以利用一种程序可用性启发法来估计类别的数量、事件发生的可能性或同时发生的频率。方法是通过执行相关的检索、构建或联想的心理操作的难易程度。然而，正如前面的例子所示，这种有价值的估计程序会导致系统性错误。
Adjustment and anchoring.
调整和锚定。
In many situations, people make estimates by starting from an initial value that is adjusted to yield the final answer. The initial value, or starting point, may be suggested by the formulation of the problem, or it may be the result of a partial computation. In either case, adjustments are typically insufficient. Point 18, that is, different starting points yield different estimates, which are biased toward the initial values. We call this phenomenon anchoring.
在许多情况下，人们通过从一个初始值开始进行估计，然后调整该值以得出最终答案。初始值或起点可能由问题的表述提出，也可能是部分计算的结果。在这两种情况下，调整通常是不够的。18，也就是说，不同的起点会产生不同的估计值，这些估计值会偏向初始值。我们称这种现象为锚定。
insufficient adjustment. In a demonstration of the anchoring effect, subjects were asked to estimate various quantities, stated in percentages, for example, the percentage of African countries in the United Nations. For each quantity, a number between 0 and 100 was determined by spinning a wheel of fortune in the subject's presence. The subjects were instructed to indicate first whether that number was higher or lower than the value of the quantity, and then to estimate the value of the quantity by moving upward or downward from the given number. Different groups were given different numbers for each quantity, and these arbitrary numbers had a marked effect on estimates. For example, the median estimates of the percentage of African countries in the United Nations were 25 and 45 for groups that received 10 and 65, respectively, as starting points. Payoffs for accuracy did not reduce the anchoring effect.
调整不足。为了演示锚定效应，要求受试者估计各种数量，以百分比表示，例如联合国中非洲国家的百分比。对于每个数量，通过在受试者面前旋转一个幸运轮来确定0到100之间的一个数字。只是受试者首先指出该数字是高于还是低于该数量的值，然后通过从给定数字向上或向下移动来估计该数量的值。不同的组针对每个数量给出了不同的数字，这些任意数字对估计值产生了显著影响。例如，对于分别以10和65作为起点的组，联合国中非洲国家百分比的中值估计值分别为25和45。准确性的收益并未减少锚定效应。
Anchoring occurs not only when the starting point is given to the subject, but also when the subject bases his estimate on the result of some incomplete computation. A study of intuitive numerical estimation illustrates this effect. Two groups of high school students estimated, within 5 seconds, a numerical expression that was written on the blackboard. One group estimated the product.
锚定不仅发生在起点给定给受试者时，还发生在受试者根据某些不完整计算的结果来估计时。一项关于直觉数字估计的研究说明了这种效应。两组高中生在5秒内估计黑板上写的一个数字表达式。一组估计成绩
8 by 7 by 6 times 5 by 4 by 3 times 2 by 1, while another group estimated the product.
而另一组估计成绩
1 by 2 by 3 times 4 by 5 by 6 times 7 by 8. To rapidly answer such questions, people may perform a few steps of computation and estimate the product by extrapolation or adjustment. Because adjustments are typically insufficient, this procedure should lead to underestimation. Furthermore, because the result of the first few steps of multiplication, performed from left to right, is higher in the descending sequence than in the ascending sequence, the former expression should be judged larger than the latter. Both predictions were confirmed. The median estimate for the ascending sequence was 512, while the median estimate for the descending sequence was 2,250. The correct answer is 40,320.
为了快速回答此类问题，人们可能会执行一些计算步骤，并通过外推或调整来估计成绩。由于调整通常不够，因此此过程会导致低估。此外，由于乘法的最初几个步骤的结果从左到右执行，在递减序列中高于递增序列，因此前一个表达式应被判断为大于后者。这两个预测都得到了证实。递增序列的中位数估计值为512，而递减序列的中位数估计值为2250。正确答案是40320。
Biases in the evaluation of conjunctive and disjunctive events. In a recent study by Barr, Hillel, 19 subjects were given the opportunity to bet on one of two events. 3 types of events were used. Simple events, such as drawing a red marble from a bag containing 50% red marbles and 50% white marbles. 2. Conjunctive events, such as drawing a red marble 7 times in succession, with replacement, from a bag containing 90% red marbles and 10% white marbles. And 3. Disjunctive events, such as drawing a red marble at least once in 7 successive tries, with replacement, from a bag containing 10% red marbles and 90% white marbles. In this problem, a significant majority of subjects preferred to bet on the conjunctive event, the probability of which is 0.48, rather than on the simple event, the probability of which is 0.50. Subjects also preferred to bet on the simple event rather than on the disjunctive event, which has a probability of 0.52. Thus, most subjects bet on the less likely event in both comparisons. This pattern of choices illustrates a general finding. Studies of choice among gambles and of judgments of probability indicate that people tend to overestimate the probability of conjunctive events 20 and underestimate the probability of disjunctive events. These biases are readily explained as effects of anchoring. The stated probability of the elementary event, success at any one stage, provides a natural starting point for the estimation of the probabilities of both conjunctive and disjunctive events. Since adjustment from the starting point is typically insufficient, the final estimates remain too close to the probabilities of the elementary events in both cases. Note that the overall probability of a conjunctive event is lower than the probability of each elementary event, whereas the overall probability of a disjunctive event is higher than the probability of each elementary event. As a consequence of anchoring, the overall probability will be overestimated in conjunctive problems and underestimated in disjunctive problems.
对合取事件和吸取事件的评估中的偏差。在 part4 19最近的一项研究中，受试者有机会压住2个事件之一，使用了3种类型的事件： I 简单事件，例如从一个装有 50% 红色弹珠和 50% 白色弹珠的袋子中抽取一个红色弹珠； 2合取事件，例如从一个装有 90% 红色弹珠和 10% 白色弹珠的袋子中连续7次抽取一个红色弹珠并替换； 3吸取事件，例如从一个装有 10% 红色弹珠和 90% 白色弹珠的袋子中连续7次尝试中至少抽取1次红色弹珠并替换。在这个问题中，绝大多数受试者更愿意压住合取事件，其概率为 0.48， 而不是简单事件，其概率为 0.50。受试者还更愿意压住简单事件，而不是吸取事件，其概率为 0.52。因此，大多数受试者在2次比较中都压住了不太可能发生的事件。这种选择模式说明了一个普遍的发现：对赌博选择和概率判断的研究表明，人们倾向于高估合取事件的概率20%，而低估吸取事件的概率。这些偏差很容易解释为锚定的影响。基本事件的既定概率，任何一个阶段的成功为合取事件和吸取事件的概率估计提供了一个自然的起点。由于从起点进行调整通常不够，因此最终估计在2种情况下都仍然太接近基本事件的概率。请注意，合取事件的总体概率低于每个基本事件的概率，而吸取事件的总体概率高于每个基本事件的概率。由于锚定，总体概率将在合取问题中被高估，而在吸取问题中被低估。
Biases in the evaluation of compound events are particularly significant in the context of planning. The successful completion of an undertaking, such as the development of a new product, typically has a conjunctive character. For the undertaking to succeed, each of a series of events must occur. Even when each of these events is very likely, the overall probability of success can be quite low if the number of events is large. The general tendency to overestimate the probability of conjunctive events leads to unwarranted optimism in the evaluation of the likelihood that a plan will succeed or that a project will be completed on time. Conversely, disjunctive structures are typically encountered in the evaluation of risks. A complex system, such as a nuclear reactor or a human body, will malfunction if any of its essential components fails. Even when the likelihood of failure in each component is slight, the probability of an overall failure can be high if many components are involved. Because of anchoring, people will tend to underestimate the probabilities of failure in complex systems. Thus, the direction of the anchoring bias can sometimes be inferred from the structure of the event. The chain-like structure of conjunctions leads to overestimation. The funnel-like structure of disjunctions leads to underestimation.
在规划的背景下，对复合事件的评估中的偏差尤为显着。一项事业的成功完成，例如新产品的开发，通常具有合取特征。为了事业成功，一系列事件中的每一个都必须发生。即使这些事件中的每一个都非常可能发生，如果事件的数量很大，那么成功的总体概率也可能非常低。高估合取事件概率的普遍趋势导致对计划成功或项目按时完成的可能性评估中出现不合理的乐观情绪。相反，在风险评估中通常会遇到吸取结构。如果核反应堆或人体等复杂系统中的任何基本组件发生故障，则该系统将发生故障。即使每个组件发生故障的可能性很小，如果涉及许多组件，则总体故障的可能性也可能很高。由于锚定，人们倾向于低估复杂系统中发生故障的可能性。因此， 有时可以从事件的结构中推断出锚定偏差的方向。合取的链式结构导致高估，吸取的漏斗状结构导致低估。
Anchoring in the assessment of subjective probability distributions. In decision analysis, experts are often required to express their beliefs about a quantity, such as the value of the Dow Jones average on a particular day, in the form of a probability distribution. Such a distribution is usually constructed by asking the person to select values of the quantity that correspond to specified percentiles of his subjective probability distribution. For example, the judge may be asked to select a number, x90, such that his subjective probability that this number will be higher than the value of the Dow Jones average is 0.90. That is, he should select the value x90 so that he is just willing to accept 9-to-1 odds that the Dow Jones average will not exceed it. A subjective probability distribution for the value of the Dow Jones average can be constructed from several such judgments corresponding to different percentiles.
在主观概率分布的评估中锚定。在决策分析中，通常要求专家以概率分布的形式表达他们对某个数量的信念，例如某一天道琼斯平均指数的值。这种分布通常是通过要求该人选择与他的主观概率分布的指定百分位数相对应的数量值来构建的。例如，可以要求法官选择一个数字 x90， 使得他主观认为该数字将高于道琼斯平均指数的值为 0.90。也就是说，他应该选择值 x90， 以便他愿意接受道琼斯平均指数不会超过他的9:1的赔率。道琼斯平均指数值的某个主观概率分布可以根据对应于不同百分位数的几个此类判断来构建。
By collecting subjective probability distributions for many different quantities, it is possible to test the judge for proper calibration. A judge is properly, or externally, calibrated in a set of problems if exactly pi% of the true values of the assessed quantities falls below his stated values of x pi. For example, the true values should fall below x01 for 1% of the quantities and above x99 for 1% of the quantities. Thus, the true values should fall in the confidence interval between x01 and x99 on 98% of the problems.
通过收集许多不同数量的主观概率分布，可以测试法官的适当校准。如果评估数量的真实值恰好低于他所述的 x 派值，则法官在一组问题中被正确或外部校准。例如，对于1%的数量，真实值应低于 x01； 对于1%的数量，真实值应高于 x99。因此，在98%的问题中，真实值应落在 x01 和 x99 之间的置信区间内。
Several investigators 21 have obtained probability distributions for many quantities from a large number of judges. These distributions indicated large and systematic departures from proper calibration. In most studies, the actual values of the assessed quantities are either smaller than x0L or greater than x99 for about 30% of the problems. That is, the subjects state overly narrow confidence intervals which reflect more certainty than is justified by their knowledge about the assessed quantities. This bias is common to naive and to sophisticated subjects, and it is not eliminated by introducing proper scoring rules, which provide incentives for external calibration. This effect is attributable, in part at least, to anchoring.
几位调查员21从大量法官那里获得了许多数量的概率分布，这些分布表明与适当校准存在很大且系统的偏差。在大多数研究中，评估数量的实际值对于大约30%的问题而言都小于 x0L 或大于 x99。也就是说，受试者陈述的置信区间过窄，这反映出比他们对评估数量的了解所证明的更大的确定性。这种偏差在幼稚和老练的受试者中很常见，并且不会通过引入适当的评分规则来消除，而适当的评分规则为外部校准提供了激励。这种影响至少部分归因于锚定。
To select x90 for the value of the Dow Jones average, for example, it is natural to begin by thinking about one's best estimate of the Dow Jones and to adjust this value upward. If this adjustment, like most others, is insufficient, then x90 will not be sufficiently extreme. A similar anchoring effect will occur in the selection of x10, which is presumably obtained by adjusting one's best estimate downward. Consequently, the confidence interval between x10 and x90 will be too narrow, and the assessed probability distribution will be too tight. In support of this interpretation, it can be shown that subjective probabilities are systematically altered by a procedure in which one's best estimate does not serve as an anchor.
例如，为了选择道琼斯平均指数的值 x90，自然会从考虑道琼斯指数的最佳估计开始，然后调整该值向上。如果这种调整就像大多数其他调整一样不够，那么 x90将不会足够极端。在选择 x10时，也会发生类似的锚定效应，而 x10可能通过向下调整最佳估计值获得。因此 x10和 x90之间的置信区间将太窄，并且评估的概率分布将太紧。为了支持这种解释，可以证明主观概率会系统的改变，而在这个过程中，最佳估计不会作为锚点。
Subjective probability distributions for a given quantity, the Dow Jones average, can be obtained in two different ways. By asking the subject to select values of the Dow Jones that correspond to specified percentiles of his probability distribution, and 2. By asking the subject to assess the probabilities that the true value of the Dow Jones will exceed some specified values. The two procedures are formally equivalent and should yield identical distributions. However, they suggest different modes of adjustment from different anchors. In procedure I, the natural starting point is one's best estimate of the quantity. In procedure 2, on the other hand, the subject may be anchored on the value stated in the question. Alternatively, he may be anchored on even odds, or a 50-50 chance, which is a natural starting point in the estimation of likelihood. In either case, procedure 2 should yield less extreme odds than procedure I.
给定数量道琼斯平均指数的主观概率分布可以通过两种不同的方式获得。要求受试者选择与它的概率分布的指定百分位数相对应的道琼斯指数值，以及2. 要求受试者评估道琼斯指数的真实值超过某些指定值的概率。这两个过程在形式上是等价的，并且应该产生相同的分布。然而，它们表明从不同的锚点进行不同的调整模式。在过程 I 中，自然起点是数量的最佳估计。另一方面，在过程2中，受试者可能锚定在问题中陈述的值上，或者他可能锚定在均等赔率或50-50的机会上，这是估计可能性时的自然起点。在任何一种情况下，过程2应该产生比过程 I 更不极端的赔率。
To contrast the two procedures, a set of 24 quantities, such as the air distance from New Delhi to Peking, was presented to a group of subjects who assessed either x10 or x90 for each problem. Another group of subjects received the median judgment of the first group for each of the 24 quantities. They were asked to assess the odds that each of the given values exceeded the true value of the relevant quantity. In the absence of any bias, the second group should retrieve the odds specified to the first group, that is, 9:1. However, if even odds or the stated values serve as anchors, the odds of the second group should be less extreme, that is, closer to 1:1. Indeed, the median odds stated by this group, across all problems, were 3:1. When the judgments of the two groups were tested for external calibration, it was found that subjects in the first group were too extreme, in accord with earlier studies. The events that they defined as having a probability of 0.10 actually obtained in 24% of the cases. In contrast, subjects in the second group were too conservative. Events to which they assigned an average probability of 0.34 actually obtained in 26% of the cases. These results illustrate the manner in which the degree of calibration depends on the procedure of elicitation.
为了对比这两种程序，向一组受试者展示了一组24个数量。例如，从新德里到北京的空中距离，他们为每个问题评估了 x10 或 x90。另一组受试者收到了第一组对24个数量的每个数量的中位数判断，他们被要求评估给定值中的每一个超过相关数量的真实值的可能性。在没有任何偏差的情况下，第二组应该检索第一组指定的赔率即9:1。然而，如果均等赔率或陈述的值作为锚点，则第二组的赔率应该不那么极端，即更接近1:1。事实上，该组在所有问题中陈述的中位赔率为3:1。当对两个组的判断进行外部校准测试时，发现第一组中的受试者过于极端，这与早期的研究一致。他们定义为具有 0.10 概率的事件，实际上在 24% 的情况下获得。相比之下，第二组的受试者过于保守。 他们赋予平均概率为 0.34 的事件，实际上在 26% 的情况下获得。这些结果说明了校准程度如何取决于启发程序。
Discussion.
讨论。
This article has been concerned with cognitive biases that stem from the reliance on judgmental heuristics. These biases are not attributable to motivational effects such as wishful thinking or the distortion of judgments by payoffs and penalties. Indeed, several of the severe errors of judgment reported earlier occurred despite the fact that subjects were encouraged to be accurate and were rewarded for the correct answers. Point 22.
本文关注的是源于依赖判断启发法的认知偏差。这些偏差不能归因于动机效应，例如一厢情愿的想法或收益和惩罚对判断的扭曲。事实上，前面报道的几个严重的判断错误发生在鼓励受试者准确并奖励正确答案的情况下。22.
The reliance on heuristics and the prevalence of biases are not restricted to laymen. Experienced researchers are also prone to the same biases when they think intuitively. For example, the tendency to predict the outcome that best represents the data, with insufficient regard for prior probability, has been observed in the intuitive judgments of individuals who have had extensive training in statistics. Point 23. Although the statistically sophisticated avoid elementary errors, such as the gambler's fallacy, their intuitive judgments are liable to similar fallacies in more intricate and less transparent problems.
依赖启发法和普遍存在的偏见并不局限于外行。经验丰富的研究人员在凭直觉思考时也容易出现同样的偏见。例如，在对数据的代表性最好的结果进行预测时，对先验概率的考虑不足，这种倾向已在接受过广泛统计学培训的个人的直觉判断中得到观察。23. 尽管统计学专家避免了基本错误，例如赌徒谬误，但他们的直觉判断在更复杂且不那么透明的问题中容易出现类似的谬误。
It is not surprising that useful heuristics such as representativeness and availability are retained, even though they occasionally lead to errors in prediction or estimation. What is perhaps surprising is the failure of people to infer from lifelong experience such fundamental statistical rules as regression toward the mean, or the effect of sample size on sampling variability. Although everyone is exposed, in the normal course of life, to numerous examples from which these rules could have been induced, very few people discover the principles of sampling and regression on their own. Statistical principles are not learned from everyday experience because the relevant instances are not coded appropriately. For example, people do not discover that successive lines in a text differ more in average word length than do successive pages, because they simply do not attend to the average word length of individual lines or pages. Thus, people do not learn the relation between sample size and sampling variability, although the data for such learning are abundant.
即使偶尔会导致预测或估计错误，保留代表性和可用性等有用的启发法也就不足为奇了。也许令人惊讶的是，人们无法从毕生的经验中推断出回归均值或样本量对抽样变异性的影响等基本统计规则。尽管每个人在正常的生活过程中都会接触到可以从中推导出这些规则的众多事例，但很少有人能自行发现抽样和回归的原理。统计原理无法从日常经验中学到，因为相关实例没有得到适当编码。例如，人们没有发现文本中连续几行的平均字长与连续几页的平均字长差异更大，因为他们根本没有注意到各个行或页的平均字长。因此，人们没有了解样本量与抽样变异性之间的关系，尽管有大量此类学习的数据。
The lack of an appropriate code also explains why people usually do not detect the biases in their judgments of probability. A person could conceivably learn whether his judgments are externally calibrated by keeping a tally of the proportion of events that actually occur among those to which he assigns the same probability. However, it is not natural to group events by their judged probability. In the absence of such grouping, it is impossible for an individual to discover, for example, that only 50% of the predictions to which he has assigned a probability of 0.9 or higher actually came true.
缺乏适当的编码也解释了为什么人们通常不会发现他们对概率判断中的偏见。一个人可以想象，通过记录在他赋予相同概率的事件中实际发生的事件的比例来了解他的判断是否经过外部校准。然而，按判断的概率对事件进行分组并不自然。在没有这种分组的情况下，个人不可能发现，例如， 它赋予 0.9 或更高概率的预测中只有 50% 实际成真。
The empirical analysis of cognitive biases has implications for the theoretical and applied role of judge probabilities. Modern decision theory 24 regards subjective probability as the quantified opinion of an idealized person. Specifically, the subjective probability of a given event is defined by the set of bets about this event that such a person is willing to accept. An internally consistent or coherent subjective probability measure can be derived for an individual if his choices among bets satisfy certain principles, that is, the axioms of the theory. The derived probability is subjective in the sense that different individuals are allowed to have different probabilities for the same event. The major contribution of this approach is that it provides a rigorous subjective interpretation of probability that is applicable to unique events and is embedded in a general theory of rational decision.
对认知偏见的实证分析对判断概率的理论和应用作用具有影响。现代决策理论24将主观概率视为理想化个人的量化意见。具体来说，给定事件的主观概率由这样的人愿意接受的关于该事件的一系列赌注定义。如果个人的赌注选择满足某些原则及该理论的公理，则可以为它导出内部一致或连贯的主观概率度量。导出概率的主观性在于允许不同个体对同一事件具有不同的概率。这种方法的主要贡献在于它提供了一种适用于唯一事件且嵌入在理性决策一般理论中的严格主观概率解释。
It should perhaps be noted that, while subjective probabilities can sometimes be inferred from preferences among bets, they are normally not formed in this fashion. A person bets on Team A rather than on Team B because he believes that Team A is more likely to win. He does not infer this belief from his betting preferences. Thus, in reality, subjective probabilities determine preferences among bets and are not derived from them, as in the axiomatic theory of rational decision point 25.
也许应该注意的是，虽然有时可以从赌注偏好中推断出主观概率，但通常不会以这种方式形成。一个人押注球队 A 而不是球队 B， 因为他认为球队 A 更有可能获胜，他不会从他的投注偏好中推断出这种信念。因此，实际上，主观概率决定了赌注偏好，而不是像在理性决策的公理理论中那样从赌注偏好中导出。
The inherently subjective nature of probability has led many students to the belief that coherence, or internal consistency, is the only valid criterion by which judge probabilities should be evaluated. From the standpoint of the formal theory of subjective probability, any set of internally consistent probability judgments is as good as any other. This criterion is not entirely satisfactory, because an internally consistent set of subjective probabilities can be incompatible with other beliefs held by the individual. Consider a person whose subjective probabilities for all possible outcomes of a coin-tossing game reflect the gambler's fallacy. That is, his estimate of the probability of tails on a particular toss increases with the number of consecutive heads that preceded the toss. The judgments of such a person could be internally consistent and therefore acceptable as adequate subjective probabilities according to the criterion of the formal theory. These probabilities, however, are incompatible with the generally held belief that a coin has no memory and is therefore incapable of generating sequential dependencies. For judge probabilities to be considered adequate or rational, internal consistency is not enough. The judgments must be compatible with the entire web of beliefs held by the individual. Unfortunately, there can be no simple formal procedure for assessing the compatibility of a set of probability judgments with the judge's total system of beliefs. The rational judge will nevertheless strive for compatibility, even though internal consistency is more easily achieved and assessed. In particular, he will attempt to make his probability judgments compatible with his knowledge about the subject matter, the laws of probability, and his own judgmental heuristics and biases.
概率固有的主观性使许多学生相信连贯性或内部一致性是判断概率的唯一有效标准。从主观概率形式理论的观点来看，任何一组内部一致的概率判断都与任何其他判断一样好。这个标准并不完全令人满意，因为一组内部一致的主观概率可能与个体持有的其他信念不一致。考虑一个其对抛硬币游戏所有可能结果的主观概率反映了赌徒谬误的人，也就是说，他对特定制硬币中出现反面的概率的估计会随着之前连续出现的正面次数而增加。根据形式理论的标准， 这样的人的判断可能在内部是一致的，因此可以接受为足够的主观概率。然而，这些概率与普遍持有的硬币没有记忆，因此无法产生顺序依赖性的信念不一致。对于判断的概率被认为是充分的或理性的，内部一致性是不够的。判断必须与个体持有的整个信念网络相一致。不幸的是，没有简单的正式程序来评估一组概率判断与判断者的全部信念系统的一致性。尽管内部一致性更容易实现和评估，但理性的判断者仍将努力实现一致性，特别是他将尝试使他的概率判断与他对主题的了解、概率定律以及他自己的判断启发法和偏见相一致。
Summary.
摘要
This article described 3 heuristics that are employed in making judgments under uncertainty. I. Representativeness, which is usually employed when people are asked to judge the probability that an object or event A belongs to class or process B. 2. Availability of instances or scenarios, which is often employed when people are asked to assess the frequency of a class or the plausibility of a particular development. And 3. Adjustment from an anchor, which is usually employed in numerical prediction when a relevant value is available. These heuristics are highly economical and usually effective, but they lead to systematic and predictable errors. A better understanding of these heuristics and of the biases to which they lead could improve judgments and decisions in situations of uncertainty.
本文介绍了在不确定性下进行判断时采用的3种启发法。I. 代表性，通常在人们被要求判断对象或事件 A 属于类别或过程 B 的概率时使用。2. 实例或场景的可用性，通常在人们被要求评估类别的频率或特定发展的可能性时使用。3. 从锚点调整，通常在有相关值时在数值预测中使用。这些启发法非常经济且通常有效，但它们会导致系统性和可预测的错误。更好地理解这些启发法以及它们导致的偏见，可以改善不确定情况下的判断和决策。
Notes.
注释
1. D. Kahneman and A. Tversky on the Psychology of Prediction, Psychological Review 80, 1973 237-51.
E.D. 卡尼曼和 A. 特沃斯基关于预测的心理学心理学评论80 1973年237-51
2. Ibid.
2同上
3. Ibid.
3同上
4. D. Kahneman and A. Tversky, Subjective Probability, A Judgment of Representativeness, Cognitive Psychology 3, 1972 430-54.
4D 卡尼曼和 A 特沃斯基主观概率代表性的判断认知心理学3 1972年430-54
5. Ibid.
5同上
6. W. Edwards, Conservatism in Human Information Processing, Informal Representation of Human Judgment, Edition B, Kleinmutz, New York. Wiley, 1968, 17-52.
6W 爱德华兹人类信息处理中的保守主义在于 B 克莱因蒙茨纽约威利1968年编辑的人类判断的形式化表征17-52
7. Kahneman and Tversky, Subjective Probability.
7卡尼曼和特沃斯基主观概率
8. A. Tversky and D. Kahneman, Belief in the Law of Small Numbers, Psychological Bulletin 76, 1971 105-10.
8A 特沃斯基和 D 卡尼曼对小数法则的信念心理学通报76 1971年105-10
9. Kahneman and Tversky on the Psychology of Prediction.
9卡尼曼和特沃斯基关于预测的心理学
10. Ibid.
10同上
11. Ibid.
11同上
12. Ibid.
12同上
13. A. Tversky and D. Kahneman, Availability, a Heuristic for Judging Frequency and Probability, Cognitive Psychology 5, 1973 207-32.
13A 特沃斯基和 D 卡尼曼可用性判断频率和概率的启发式方法认知心理学5 1973年207-32
14. Ibid.
14同上
15. R. C. Galbraith and B. J. Underwood, Perceived frequency of concrete and abstract words, Memory and Cognition 1, 1973 56-60.
15. 2C 加尔布雷斯和 B. J 昂德伍德，具体词和抽象词的感知频率，记忆与认知1 1973年56-60。
16. Tversky and Kahneman, Availability.
16. 特沃斯基和卡尼曼，可用性。
17. L. J. Chapman and J. P. Chapman, Genesis of Popular but Erroneous Psychodiagnostic Observations, Journal of Abnormal Psychology 73, 1967 193-204. L. J. Chapman and J. P. Chapman, Illusory Correlation as an Obstacle to the Use of Valid Psychodiagnostic Signs, Journal of Abnormal Psychology 74, 1969 271-80.
17. L. J. 查普曼和 J. P. 查普曼，流行但错误的心理诊断观察的起源，异常心理学杂志73 1967年193-204。L. J. 查普曼和 J. P. 查普曼，虚幻相关性作为使用有效的心理诊断标志的障碍，异常心理学杂志74 1969年271-80。
18. P. Slavic and S. Lichtenstein, Comparison of Bayesian and Regression Approaches to the Study of Information Processing and Judgment, Organizational Behavior and Human Performance 6. 1971 649-744.
18. P. 斯洛维奇和 S. 利希滕斯坦，贝叶斯方法和回归方法在判断信息处理研究中的比较，组织行为与人类绩效6 1971年649-744。
19. M. Bar-Hillel, On the Subjective Probability of Compound Events, Organizational Behavior and Human Performance 9, 1973 396-406.
19. M. 巴尔希莱尔，复合事件的主观概率，组织行为与人类绩效9 1973年396-406。
20. J. Cohen, E. I. Chesnick, and D. Heron, A Confirmation of the Inertial Psi Effect in Sequential Choice and Decision, British Journal of Psychology 63, 1972 41-46.
20. J. Cohen, E. I. Chesnick 和 D. Heron， 顺序选择和决策中惯性 psi 效应的确认，英国心理学杂志63 1972年41-46。
21. M. Alpert and H. Rifa, Unpublished Manuscript. C. A. Stahl von Hallstein, Two Techniques for Assessment of Subjective Probability Distributions, An Experimental Study, Acta Psychologica 35, 1971 478-94. R. L. Winkler, The Assessment of Prior Distributions in Bayesian Analysis, Journal of the American Statistical Association 62, 1967 776-800.
21. M. Alpert 和 H. Rifa 未发表的手稿 C.A. Stahl von Hallstein 评估主观概率分布的两种技术，一项实验研究，心理学行为35 1971年478-94。而 L. Winkler 贝叶斯分析中的先验分布评估，美国统计协会杂志62 1967年776-800。
22. Kahneman and Tversky, Subjective Probability, Tversky and Kahneman, Availability.
22. Kahneman 和 Tversky 主观概率 Tversky 和 Kahneman 可用性。
23. Kahneman and Tversky, On the Psychology of Prediction, Tversky and Kahneman, Belief in the Law of Small Numbers.
23. Kahneman 和 Tversky 关于预测的心理学 Tversky 和 Kahneman 小数定律的信念。
24. L. J. Savage, The Foundations of Statistics, New York. Wiley, 1954.
24. L. J. Savage 统计学基础，纽约 Wiley 1954年。
25. Ibid. B. Definetti, Probability, Interpretations, An International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, Edition D. E. Sills, Volume 12, New York. Macmillan, 1968. 496-505.
25. 同上 B. Definetti 概率解释，在于国际社会科学百科全书 D.E. Sills 编辑第12卷，纽约 Macmillan 1968年496-505。
Appendix B. choices, values, and frames for one.
附录 B 选择价值和框架 A 翻译
Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky.
Daniel Kahneman 和 Amos Tversky。
Abstract. We discuss the cognitive and the psychophysical determinants of choice in risky and riskless contexts. The psychophysics of value induce risk aversion in the domain of gains and risk seeking in the domain of losses. The psychophysics of chance induce overweighting of sure things and of improbable events relative to events of moderate probability. Decision problems can be described or framed in multiple ways that give rise to different preferences, contrary to the invariance criterion of rational choice. The process of mental accounting, in which people organize the outcomes of transactions, explains some anomalies of consumer behavior. In particular, the acceptability of an option can depend on whether a negative outcome is evaluated as a cost or as an uncompensated loss. The relation between decision values and experience values is discussed.
摘要：我们讨论了在有风险和无风险环境中进行选择的认知和心理物理决定因素。价值的心理物理学在收益领域引起风险规避，在损失领域引起风险寻求。机会的心理物理学导致对确定事物和不太可能发生的事件的过分重视，相对于中等概率的事件而言。决策问题可以用多种方式描述或构建，从而产生不同的偏好，这与理性选择的不变性标准相悖。人们组织交易结果的心理核算过程解释了一些消费者行为的异常现象。特别是选项的可接受性可能取决于负面结果是评估为成本还是为补偿的损失。讨论了决策价值与经验价值之间的关系。
Making decisions is like speaking prose. People do it all the time, knowingly or unknowingly. It is hardly surprising, then, that the topic of decision-making is shared by many disciplines, from mathematics and statistics, through economics and political science, to sociology and psychology. The study of decisions addresses both normative and descriptive questions. The normative analysis is concerned with the nature of rationality and the logic of decision-making. The descriptive analysis, in contrast, is concerned with people's beliefs and preferences as they are, not as they should be. The tension between normative and descriptive considerations characterizes much of the study of judgment and choice.
做决定就像说散文一样，人们总是在做，无论是自觉还是不自觉。因此，毫不奇怪，决策的主题被许多学科所共享，从数学和统计学到经济学和政治学，再到社会学和心理学。对决策的研究既涉及规范性问题，也涉及描述性问题。规范性分析关注理性的本质和决策的逻辑。相比之下，描述性分析关注人们的信念和偏好，而不是他们应该是什么。规范性和描述性考虑之间的紧张关系是判断和选择研究的很大一部分特征。
Analyses of decision-making commonly distinguish risky and riskless choices. The paradigmatic example of decision under risk is the acceptability of a gamble that yields monetary outcomes with specified probabilities. A typical riskless decision concerns the acceptability of a transaction in which a good or a service is exchanged for money or labor. In the first part of this article, we present an analysis of the cognitive and psychophysical factors that determine the value of risky prospects. In the second part, we extend this analysis to transactions and trades.
决策分析通常区分风险选择和无风险选择。风险下的决策的典型例子是接受一场赌博，该赌博以指定概率产生金钱结果。典型的无风险决策涉及接受一项交易，其中商品或服务以金钱或劳动交换。在本文的第一部分，我们对决定风险前景价值的认知和心理物理因素进行了分析。在第二部分，我们将此分析扩展到交易和贸易。
Risky choice.
风险选择。
Risky choices, such as whether or not to take an umbrella and whether or not to go to war, are made without advanced knowledge of their consequences. Because the consequences of such actions depend on uncertain events such as the weather or the opponent's resolve, the choice of an act may be construed as the acceptance of a gamble that can yield various outcomes with different probabilities. It is therefore natural that the study of decision-making under risk has focused on choices between simple gambles with monetary outcomes and specified probabilities, in the hope that these simple problems will reveal basic attitudes toward risk and value.
风险选择 例如是否带伞以及是否参战，是在不提前了解其后果的情况下做出的。由于此类行为的后果取决于不确定的事件，例如天气或对手的决心，因此可以将行为的选择解释为接受一场赌博，该赌博可以产生具有不同概率的各种结果。因此，自然而然的对风险下决策的研究集中在具有金钱结果和指定概率的简单赌博之间的选择上，希望这些简单的问题将揭示对风险和价值的基本态度。
We shall sketch an approach to risky choice that derives many of its hypotheses from a psychophysical analysis of responses to money and to probability. The psychophysical approach to decision-making can be traced to a remarkable essay that Daniel Bernoulli published in 1738, Bernoulli 1954, in which he attempted to explain why people are generally averse to risk and why risk aversion decreases with increasing wealth. To illustrate risk aversion and Bernoulli's analysis, consider the choice between a prospect that offers an 85% chance to win $1,000 with a 15% chance to win nothing, and the alternative of receiving $800 for sure. A large majority of people prefer the sure thing over the gamble, although the gamble has higher mathematical expectation. The expectation of a monetary gamble is a weighted average, where each possible outcome is weighted by its probability of occurrence. The expectation of the gamble in this example is 0.85 times $1,000 plus 0.15 times $0 equals $850, which exceeds the expectation of $800 associated with the sure thing. The preference for the sure gain is an instance of risk aversion. In general, a preference for a sure outcome over a gamble that has higher or equal expectation is called risk-averse, and the rejection of a sure thing in favor of a gamble of lower or equal expectation is called risk-seeking.
我们将概述一种风险选择方法，该方法从对金钱和概率的反应的心理物理分析中得出许多假设。决策的心理物理方法可以追溯到丹尼尔·伯努利于1738年发表的一篇非凡论文。伯努利1954年，他在论文中试图解释为什么人们通常厌恶风险，以及为什么随着财富的增加，风险厌恶会减少。为了说明风险厌恶和伯努利的分析，请考虑在以下前景之间进行选择：85%的机会赢得$1000 ，15%的机会一无所获，和肯定获得$800的替代方案。绝大多数人更喜欢确定的事情而不是赌博，尽管赌博具有更高的数学期望。金钱赌博的期望值是一个加权平均值，其中每个可能的结果都按其发生概率加权。此事例中，赌博的期望值是 0.85 乘以$1000加 0.15 乘以$0等于$850，超过了与确定的事情相关的$800的期望值。对确定收益的偏好是风险厌恶的一个例子。通常，相对于具有更高或相等期望值的赌博而言，对确定结果的偏好称为风险厌恶，而拒绝确定的事情而赞成具有较低或相等期望值的赌博称为风险寻求。
Bernoulli suggested that people do not evaluate prospects by the expectation of their monetary outcomes, but rather by the expectation of the subjective value of these outcomes. The subjective value of a gamble is again a weighted average, but now it is the subjective value of each outcome that is weighted by its probability. To explain risk aversion within this framework, Bernoulli proposed that subjective value, or utility, is a concave function of money. In such a function, the difference between the utilities of $200 and $100, for example, is greater than the utility difference between $1,200 and $1,100. It follows from concavity that the subjective value attached to a gain of $800 is more than 80% of the value of a gain of $1,000. Consequently, the concavity of the utility function entails a risk-averse preference for a sure gain of $800 over an 80% chance to win $1,000, although the two prospects have the same monetary expectation.
伯努利认为，人们不是根据其金钱结果的期望值来评估前景，而是根据这些结果的主观价值的期望值来评估。赌博的主观价值仍然是一个加权平均值，但现在是每个结果的主观价值按其概率加权。为了在此框架内解释风险厌恶，伯努利提出主观价值或效用是金钱的凹函数。例如，在这样的函数中，$200和$100之间的效用差异大于$1200和$1100之间的效用差异。从凹度可以得出， 与获得$1000的收益相关的主观价值大于$800的收益价值的80%。因此，效用函数的凹度导致对$800的确定收益产生风险厌恶的偏好，而不是80%的机会赢得$1000，尽管这两个前景具有相同的金钱期望值。
It is customary in decision analysis to describe the outcomes of decisions in terms of total wealth. For example, an offer to bet $20 on the toss of a fair coin is represented as a choice between an individual's current wealth W and an even chance to move to W plus $20 or to W minus $20. This representation appears psychologically unrealistic. People do not normally think of relatively small outcomes in terms of states of wealth, but rather in terms of gains, losses, and neutral outcomes, such as the maintenance of the status quo. If the effective carriers of subjective value are changes of wealth rather than ultimate states of wealth, as we propose, the psychophysical analysis of outcomes should be applied to gains and losses rather than to total assets. This assumption plays a central role in a treatment of risky choice that we called prospect theory, Kahneman and Tversky 1979. Introspection as well as psychophysical measurements suggest that subjective value is a concave function of the size of a gain. The same generalization applies to losses as well. The difference in subjective value between a loss of $200 and a loss of $100 appears greater than the difference in subjective value between a loss of $1,200 and a loss of $1,100. When the value functions for gains and for losses are pieced together, we obtain an S-shaped function of the type displayed in Figure 1.
在决策分析中，通常根据总财富来描述决策的结果。例如，以$20投注至一枚公平硬币的提议，表示为个人当前财富 W 与均等机会移动到 W 加$20或 W $20之间的选择。这种表示在心理上似乎不切实际，人们通常不会根据财富状态来考虑相对较小的结果，而是根据收益、损失和中性结果，例如维持现状来考虑。如果主观价值的有效载体是财富的变化，而不是最终的财富状态，正如我们所提议的，那么结果的心理物理分析应该应用于收益和损失，而不是总资产。这一假设在我们称为前景理论卡尼曼和特沃斯基1979年的风险选择处理中起着核心作用。内省核心理物理测量表明，主观价值是收益大小的凹函数。同样的概括也适用于损失。$200的损失与$100的损失之间的主观价值差异似乎大于$1200的损失与$1100的损失之间的主观价值差异。当收益和损失的价值函数组合在一起时，我们得到图意中显示的 S 型函数。
Figure 1. A hypothetical value function.
图一，假设的价值函数。
The value function shown in Figure 1 is A, defined on gains and losses rather than on total wealth, B, concave in the domain of gains and convex in the domain of losses, and C, considerably steeper for losses than for gains. The last property, which we label loss aversion, expresses the intuition that a loss of $X is more aversive than a gain of $X is attractive. Loss aversion explains people's reluctance to bet on a fair coin for equal stakes. The attractiveness of the possible gain is not nearly sufficient to compensate for the aversiveness of the possible loss. For example, most respondents in a sample of undergraduates refused to stake $10 on the toss of a coin if they stood to win less than $30.
图意中显示的价值函数 A 定义在收益和损失上，而不是总财富上。B 在收益域中为凹函数，在损失域中为凸函数。C 对于损失而言比收益陡峭得多。我们标记为损失厌恶的最后一个属性表达了这样的直觉：损失$X比获得$X更令人厌恶。损失厌恶解释了人们不愿以均等赌注压住公平硬币的原因，可能收益的吸引力远远不足以弥补可能损失的厌恶感。例如，在一组本科生样本中，大多数受访者拒绝以$10压注制硬币，如果他们赢得的钱少于$30。
The assumption of risk aversion has played a central role in economic theory. However, just as the concavity of the value of gains entails risk aversion, the convexity of the value of losses entails risk-seeking. Indeed, risk-seeking in losses is a robust effect, particularly when the probabilities of loss are substantial. Consider, for example, a situation in which an individual is forced to choose between an 85% chance to lose $1,000 with a 15% chance to lose nothing and a sure loss of $800. A large majority of people express a preference for the gamble over the sure loss. This is a risk-seeking choice because the expectation of the gamble, minus $850, is inferior to the expectation of the sure loss, minus $800. Risk-seeking in the domain of losses has been confirmed by several investigators: Fishburne and Kochenberger 1979, Hershey and Shoemaker 1980, Payne, Lafhun, and Crum 1980, Slavic, Fischhoff, and Lichtenstein 1982. It has also been observed with non-monetary outcomes, such as hours of pain, Eraker and Sachs 1981, and loss of human lives, Fischhoff 1983, Tversky 1977, Tversky and Kahneman 1981. Is it wrong to be risk-averse in the domain of gains and risk-seeking in the domain of losses? These preferences conform to compelling intuitions about the subjective value of gains and losses, and the presumption is that people should be entitled to their own values. However, we shall see that an S-shaped value function has implications that are normatively unacceptable.
风险厌恶的假设在经济理论中发挥了核心作用。然而，正如收益价值的凹度导致风险厌恶一样，损失价值的凸度导致风险寻求。事实上，损失中的风险寻求是一种稳健效应，尤其是在损失概率很大的情况下。例如，考虑一种情况，个人被迫在 85% 的机会损失$1000、15% 的机会一无所获和肯定损失$800之间进行选择。绝大多数人表示更喜欢赌博而不是肯定的损失。这是一个风险寻求的选择，因为赌博的期望值负$850低于肯定损失的期望值负$800。损失领域的风险寻求已被多位研究人员证实。Fishburne 和 Kochenberger 1979年 ，Hershey 和 Shoemaker 1980年 ，Payne、Lafon 和 Crum 1980年 ，Slavic、Fischhoff 和 Lichtenstein 1982年。他也已在非金钱结果中观察到，例如疼痛时间 Eraker 和 Sachs 1981年和人命损失 Fischhoff 1983年 Tversky 1977年 Tversky 和 Kahneman 1981年。在收益领域中厌恶风险，而在损失领域中寻求风险是否错误？这些偏好符合关于收益和损失的主观价值的令人信服的直觉，并且假设人们应该有权享有自己的价值观。然而，我们将看到 S 型价值函数具有规范上不可接受的含义。
To address the normative issue, we turn from psychology to decision theory. Modern decision theory can be said to begin with the pioneering work of von Neumann and Morgenstern, 1947, who laid down several qualitative principles, or axioms, that should govern the preferences of a rational decision maker. Their axioms included transitivity. If A is preferred to B and B is preferred to C, then A is preferred to C, and substitution. If A is preferred to B, then an even chance to get A or C is preferred to an even chance to get B or C, along with other conditions of a more technical nature. The normative and the descriptive status of the axioms of rational choice have been the subject of extensive discussions. In particular, there is convincing evidence that people do not always obey the substitution axiom, and considerable disagreement exists about the normative merit of this axiom, e.g., Allais and Hagen 1979. However, all analyses of rational choice incorporate two principles: dominance and invariance. Dominance demands that if prospect A is at least as good as prospect B in every respect and better than B in at least one respect, then A should be preferred to B. Invariance requires that the preference order between prospects should not depend on the manner in which they are described. In particular, two versions of a choice problem that are recognized to be equivalent when shown together should elicit the same preference even when shown separately. We now show that the requirement of invariance, however elementary and innocuous it may seem, cannot generally be satisfied.
为了解决规范问题，我们从心理学转向决策理论。可以说，现代决策理论始于冯·诺依曼和摩根斯坦1947年的开创性工作。他们提出了几个定性原则或公理，这些原则或公理应该支配理性决策者的偏好。他们的公理包括传递性，如果 A 优于 B，B 优于 C， 那么 A 优于 C， 和替代性，如果 A 优于 B， 那么获得 A 或 C 的均等机会优于获得 B 或 C 的均等机会，以及其他更具技术性质的条件。理性选择的公理的规范性和描述性状态一直是广泛讨论的主题，特别是 有令人信服的证据表明，人们并不总是遵守替代公理，并且对于该公理的规范优点存在相当大的分歧。例如 Alice 和 Hagen 1979年。然而，所有理性选择分析都包含两个原则：支配和不变性。支配要求，如果前景 A 在各个方面至少与前景 B 一样好，并且至少在一个方面优于 B， 那么应该选择 A 而不是 B。不变性要求前景之间的偏好顺序不应取决于描述它们的方式，特别是当一起显示时被认为是等效的选择问题的两个版本，即使单独显示也应该引起相同的偏好。我们现在表明，不变性的要求，无论它看起来多么基本和无害，通常都无法满足。
Framing of outcomes.
结果的框架化。
Risky prospects are characterized by their possible outcomes and by the probabilities of these outcomes. The same option, however, can be framed or described in different ways, Tversky and Kahneman 1981. For example, the possible outcomes of a gamble can be framed either as gains and losses relative to the status quo or as asset positions that incorporate initial wealth. Invariance requires that such changes in the description of outcomes should not alter the preference order. The following pair of problems illustrates a violation of this requirement. The total number of respondents in each problem is denoted by n, and the percentage who chose each option is indicated in parentheses.
风险前景的特点在于其可能的结果和这些结果的概率。然而，同一个选项可以用不同的方式来表述或描述。特沃斯基和卡尼曼1981年。例如，赌博的可能结果可以表述为相对于现状的收益和损失，或者作为包含初始财富的资产头寸。不变性要求结果描述的这种变化不应改变偏好顺序。以下一对问题说明了对这一要求的违反。每个问题中的受访者总数用 n 表示，选择每个选项的百分比用括号表示。
Problem 1. N equals 150 to imagine that the U.S. is preparing for the outbreak of an unusual Asian disease, which is expected to kill 600 people. Two alternative programs to combat the disease have been proposed. Assume that the exact scientific estimates of the consequences of the programs are as follows.
问题一 n 等于152。想象一下，美国正在为一种不寻常的亚洲疾病的爆发做准备，预计这种疾病将导致600人死亡。已经提出了2种替代方案来对抗这种疾病。假设对这些方案后果的科学估计如下。
If Program A is adopted, 200 people will be saved. 72%.
如果采用方案 A， 将挽救200人。72%。
If Program B is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that 600 people will be saved and a 2/3 probability that no people will be saved. 28%.
如果采用方案 B， 有1/3的概率挽救600人，有2/3的概率不挽救任何人。28%。
Which of the two programs would you favor?
您会支持哪2个方案？
The formulation of Problem 1 implicitly adopts as a reference point a state of affairs in which the disease is allowed to take its toll of 600 lives. The outcomes of the programs include the reference state and 2 possible gains measured by the number of lives saved. As expected, preferences are risk-averse. A clear majority of respondents prefer saving 200 lives for sure over a gamble that offers a 1/3 chance of saving 600 lives. Now consider another problem in which the same cover story is followed by a different description of the prospects associated with the two programs.
问题一的表述隐含的将疾病夺走600条生命的状况作为参考点。方案的结果包括参考状态和2个可能的收益，以挽救的生命数量来衡量。正如预期的那样，偏好是规避风险的，绝大多数受访者更喜欢肯定的挽救200条生命，而不是一场赌博。这场赌博有1/3的机会挽救600条生命。现在考虑另一个问题，其中相同的背景故事后面是对与这2个方案相关的预期结果的不同描述。
Problem 2, n equals 155.
问题2 n 等于155。
If Program C is adopted, 400 people will die. 22%.
如果采用方案 C， 将有400人死亡。22%。
If Program D is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that nobody will die and a 2/3 probability that 600 people will die. 78%.
如果采用方案 D， 有1/3的概率没有人死亡，有2/3的概率600人死亡，78%。
It is easy to verify that options C and D in problem 2 are undistinguishable in real terms from options A and B in problem 1, respectively. The second version, however, assumes a reference state in which no one dies of the disease. The best outcome is the maintenance of this state, and the alternatives are losses measured by the number of people that will die of the disease. People who evaluate options in these terms are expected to show a risk-seeking preference for the gamble option D over the sure loss of 400 lives. Indeed, there is more risk-seeking in the second version of the problem than there is risk aversion in the first.
很容易验证，在问题2中，选项 C 和 D 在实际意义上与问题1中的选项 A 和 B 无法区分。然而，第二个版本假设了一种参考状态，在这种状态下，没有人死于这种疾病。最好的结果是维持这种状态，而其他选择都是以死于这种疾病的人数来衡量的损失。以这些术语评估选项的人预计会表现出对赌博选项 D 的风险寻求偏好，而不是对400人死亡的确定损失。事实上，在问题的第二个版本中，风险寻求比在第一个版本中的风险规避更多。
The failure of invariance is both pervasive and robust. It is as common among sophisticated respondents as among naive ones, and it is not eliminated even when the same respondents answer both questions within a few minutes. Respondents confronted with their conflicting answers are typically puzzled. Even after rereading the problems, they still wish to be risk-averse in the lives saved version. They wish to be risk-seeking in the lives lost version, and they also wish to obey invariance and give consistent answers in the two versions. In their stubborn appeal, framing effects resemble perceptual illusions more than computational errors.
不变性的失败既普遍又稳健。它在老练的受访者中和在幼稚的受访者中一样普遍，即使相同的受访者在几分钟内回答了这2个问题，它也不会被消除。面对自己相互矛盾的答案的受访者通常会感到困惑。即使在重新阅读了这些问题之后，他们仍然希望在挽救生命版本中规避风险，他们希望在失去生命版本中寻求风险，他们还希望遵守不变性，并在2个版本中给出一致的答案。在他们顽固的诉求中，框架效应更像是知觉错觉，而不是计算错误。
The following pair of problems elicits preferences that violate the dominance requirement of rational choice.
以下一对问题引出了违反理性选择的主导要求的偏好。
Problem 3, n equals 86 choose between.
问题3 n 等于86，在以下选项中选择。
E. 25% chance to win $240 and 75% chance to lose $760, 0%.
E25%的机会赢得240美元，75%的机会损失760美元，0%。
F. 25% chance to win $250 and 75% chance to lose $750, 100%.
F 25%的机会赢得250美元，75%的机会损失750美元，100%。
It is easy to see that F dominates E. Indeed, all respondents chose accordingly.
很容易看出 F 优于 E。事实上，所有受访者都做出了相应的选择。
Problem 4. n equals 150. Imagine that you face the following pair of concurrent decisions. First, examine both decisions, then indicate the options you prefer.
问题4 n 等于150。想象一下，您面临以下一对同时发生的决策。首先检查这2个决策，然后指出您更喜欢的选项。
Decision, I choose between.
决策 I 在以下选项中选择。
A. A sure gain of $240, 84%.
A 确定获得240美元，84%。
B. 25% chance to gain $1,000 and 75% chance to gain nothing, 16%. Decision 2 choose between.
B 获得1000美元的概率为25%，获得0美元的概率为75%、16%。决策2在以下选项中选择。
C. A sure loss of $750, 13%.
C 确定损失750美元，13%。
D. 75% chance to lose $1,000 and 25% chance to lose nothing 87%.
第一损失$1000的概率为75%，损失$0的概率为25%、87%。
As expected from the previous analysis, a large majority of subjects made a risk-averse choice for the sure gain over the positive gamble in the first decision, and an even larger majority of subjects made a risk-seeking choice for the gamble over the sure loss in the second decision. In fact, 73% of the respondents chose A and D, and only 3% chose B and C. The same pattern of results was observed in a modified version of the problem, with reduced stakes, in which undergraduates selected gambles that they would actually play.
正如从之前的分析中预期的那样，绝大多数受试者在第一个决策中对确定收益做出了规避风险的选择，而不是选择正向赌博。在第二个决策中，绝大多数受试者对赌博做出了寻求风险的选择，而不是选择确定损失。事实上，73%的受访者选择了 A 和 D， 只有3%的人选择了 B 和 C。在该问题的修改版本中，观察到了相同的结果模式，其中降低了赌注。本科生选择了他们实际上会玩的赌博。
Because the subjects considered the two decisions and problem for simultaneously, they expressed in effect a preference for A and D over B and C. The preferred conjunction, however, is actually dominated by the rejected one. Adding the sure gain of $240, option A, to option D yields a 25% chance to win $240 and a 75% chance to lose $760. This is precisely option E in problem 3. Similarly, adding the sure loss of $750, option C, to option B yields a 25% chance to win $250 and a 75% chance to lose $750. This is precisely option F in problem 3. Thus, the susceptibility to framing and the S-shaped value function produce a violation of dominance in a set of concurrent decisions.
由于受试者同时考虑了问题4中的2个决策，因此他们实际上表达了对 A 和 D 优于 B 和 C 的偏好。然而，首选的合取实际上被拒绝的合取所支配。将$240的确定收益选项 A 添加到选项 D， 就有 25% 的机会赢得$240。75% 的机会损失$760，这正是问题3中的选项 E。同样，将$750的确定损失选项 C 添加到选项 B， 就有 25% 的机会赢得$250， 75% 的机会损失$750，这正是问题3中的选项 F。因此，对框架的敏感性和 S 型价值函数导致了一组并发决策中的支配违规。
The moral of these results is disturbing. Invariance is normatively essential, intuitively compelling, and psychologically unfeasible. Indeed, we conceive only 2 ways of guaranteeing invariance. The first is to adopt a procedure that will transform equivalent versions of any problem into the same canonical representation. This is the rationale for the standard admonition to students of business, that they should consider each decision problem in terms of total assets rather than in terms of gains or losses. Schleifer, 1959. Such a representation would avoid the violations of invariance illustrated in the previous problems, but the advice is easier to give than to follow. Except in the context of possible ruin, it is more natural to consider financial outcomes as gains and losses rather than estates of wealth. Furthermore, a canonical representation of risky prospects requires a compounding of all outcomes of concurrent decisions, e.g., problem 4, that exceeds the capabilities of intuitive computation even in simple problems. Achieving a canonical representation is even more difficult in other contexts such as safety, health, or quality of life. Should we advise people to evaluate the consequence of a public health policy, e.g., problems 1 and 2, in terms of overall mortality, mortality due to diseases, or the number of deaths associated with the particular disease under study?
这些结果的寓意令人不安。不变性在规范上是必不可少的，在直觉上是引人注目的，在心理上是不可行的。事实上，我们只设想出2种保证不变性的方法。第一种是采用一种程序，将任何问题的等效版本转换为相同的规范表示。这是对商科学生标准告诫的理由，即他们应该根据总资产而不是收益或损失来考虑每个决策问题。Schleifer 1959。 这种表示将避免之前问题中说明的不变性违规，但建议比遵循更容易。除了可能破产的情况下，将财务结果视为收益和损失，而不是财富状态更为自然。此外，风险前景的规范表示需要对并发决策的所有结果进行复核，例如问题4，即使在简单问题中也超出了直觉计算的能力。在其他背景，例如安全、健康或生活质量中实现规范表示甚至更加困难。我们是否应该建议人们根据总体死亡率、疾病死亡率或与所研究特定疾病相关的死亡人数来评估公共卫生政策，例如问题1和2的后果？
Another approach that could guarantee invariance is the evaluation of options in terms of their actuarial rather than their psychological consequences. The actuarial criterion has some appeal in the context of human lives, but it is clearly inadequate for financial choices, as has been generally recognized at least since Bernoulli. And it is entirely inapplicable to outcomes that lack an objective metric. We conclude that frame invariance cannot be expected to hold, and that a sense of confidence in a particular choice does not ensure that the same choice would be made in another frame. It is therefore good practice to test the robustness of preferences by deliberate attempts to frame a decision problem in more than one way. Fischhoff, Slavic, and Lichtenstein 1980.
另一种可以保证不变性的方法是根据期权的精算后果，而不是心理后果来评估期权。精算标准在人类生命背景下具有一定的吸引力，但对于金融选择显然是不够的，正如自伯努利以来普遍认可的那样，并且它完全不适用于缺乏客观指标的结果。我们得出结论，不能指望框架不变性成立，并且对特定选择的信心感并不能确保在另一个框架中做出相同的选择。因此，通过故意尝试以多种方式构建决策问题来测试偏好的稳健性是一种好做法。Fischhoff、Slavic 和 Lichtenstein 1980。
The psychophysics of chances.
机会的心理物理学。
Our discussion so far has assumed a Bernoullian expectation rule according to which the value, or utility, of an uncertain prospect is obtained by adding the utilities of the possible outcomes, each weighted by its probability. To examine this assumption, let us again consult psychophysical intuitions. Setting the value of the status quo at 0, imagine a cash gift, say of $300, and assign it a value of 1. Now imagine that you are only given a ticket to a lottery that has a single prize of $300. How does the value of the ticket vary as a function of the probability of winning the prize? Barring utility for gambling, the value of such a prospect must vary between 0, when the chance of winning is nil, and 1, when winning $300 is a certainty.
我们迄今为止的讨论假设了一个伯努利期望规则，根据该规则，不确定前景的价值或效用是通过将可能结果的效用相加获得的，每个结果的权重与其概率成正比。为了检验这一假设，让我们再次参考心理物理学直觉。将现状的价值设为0，想象一下一份现金礼物，比如300美元，并赋予它一个单位的价值。现在想象一下，你只获得一张彩票，该彩票只有一个300美元的奖品。彩票的价值如何随中奖概率的变化而变化？除了赌博的效用外，这种前景的价值必须在0，中奖机会为0时和1，赢得300美元是确定性时之间变化。
Intuition suggests that the value of the ticket is not a linear function of the probability of winning, as entailed by the expectation rule. In particular, an increase from 0% to 5% appears to have a larger effect than an increase from 30% to 35%, which also appears smaller than an increase from 95% to 100%. These considerations suggest a category boundary effect. A change from impossibility to possibility or from possibility to certainty has a bigger impact than a comparable change in the middle of the scale. This hypothesis is incorporated into the curve displayed in Figure 2, which plots the weight attached to an event as a function of its stated numerical probability. The most salient feature of Figure 2 is that decision weights are regressive with respect to stated probabilities. Except near the endpoints, an increase of 0.05 in the probability of winning increases the value of the prospect by less than 5% of the value of the prize. We next investigate the implications of these psychophysical hypotheses for preferences among risky options.
直觉表明，彩票的价值不是中奖概率的线性函数，正如期望规则所暗示的那样。特别是 从0%到5%的增长似乎比从30%到35%的增长影响更大，而后者似乎也比从95%到100%的增长小。这些考虑表明存在类别边界效应，从不可能到可能或从可能到确定性的变化比尺度中间的可比变化影响更大。该假设被纳入图2中显示的曲线中，该曲线绘制了事件的权重与其陈述的数值概率的关系。图2最显著的特征是决策权重相对于陈述的概率是递减的。除了接近端点之外，中奖概率增加 0.05 会使前景的价值增加不到奖品价值的 5%。接下来，我们研究这些心理物理学假设对风险选择偏好的影响。
Figure 2. A hypothetical weighting function.
图2，假设的权重函数。
In Figure 2, decision weights are lower than the corresponding probabilities over most of the range. Underweighting of moderate and high probabilities relative to sure things contributes to risk aversion and gains by reducing the attractiveness of positive gambles. The same effect also contributes to risk-seeking and losses by attenuating the aversiveness of negative gambles. Low probabilities, however, are overweight, and very low probabilities are either overweight quite grossly or neglected altogether, making the decision weights highly unstable in that region. The overweighting of low probabilities reverses the pattern described above. It enhances the value of long shots and amplifies the aversiveness of a small chance of a severe loss. Consequently, people are often risk-seeking in dealing with improbable gains and risk-averse in dealing with unlikely losses. Thus, the characteristics of decision weights contribute to the attractiveness of both lottery tickets and insurance policies.
在图2中，决策权重在大部分范围内低于相应的概率。相对于确定事物，对中等和高概率的低估导致收益中的风险规避，方法是降低积极赌博的吸引力。同样的效果也导致损失中的风险寻求，方法是减轻消极赌博的厌恶性。然而，低概率被高估，而极低概率要么被严重高估，要么被完全忽略，这使得该区域的决策权重极不稳定。低概率的高估逆转了上述描述的模式，它提高了常设的价值，并放大了严重损失的微小机会的厌恶性。因此，人们在处理不太可能的收益时往往寻求风险，而在处理不太可能的损失时则规避风险。因此，决策权重的特征有助于彩票和保险单的吸引力。
The nonlinearity of decision weights inevitably leads to violations of invariance, as illustrated in the following pair of problems.
决策权重的非线性必然导致违反不变性，如下面的问题对中所示。
Problem 5. In equals 85, consider the following two-stage game. In the first stage, there is a 75% chance to end the game without winning anything and a 25% chance to move into the second stage. If you reach the second stage, you have a choice between.
问题5 n 等于85，考虑以下两阶段游戏。在第一阶段，有 75% 的机会结束游戏而一无所获，有 25% 的机会进入第二阶段。如果您进入第二阶段，您可以在以下两者之间进行选择。
A. A sure win of $30, 74%.
A. 确定赢得$30 74%。
B. 80% chance to win $45, 26%.
B. 80%的机会赢得$45 26%。
Your choice must be made before the game starts, i.e., before the outcome of the first stage is known. Please indicate the option you prefer.
您必须在游戏开始之前做出选择，即在第一阶段的结果未知之前。请指出您喜欢的选项。
Problem 6. In equals 81, which of the following options do you prefer?
问题6 n 等于81，您更喜欢以下哪个选项？
C. 25% chance to win $30, 42%.
C. 25% 的机会赢得$30 42%。
D. 20% chance to win $45, 58%.
D. 20% 的机会赢得$45 58%。
Because there is one chance in 4 to move into the second stage in problem 5, prospect A offers a 0.25 probability of winning $30. And prospect B offers 0.25 times 0.80 is equal to 0.20 probability of winning $45. Problems 5 and 6 are therefore identical in terms of probabilities and outcomes. However, the preferences are not the same in the two versions. A clear majority favors the higher chance to win the smaller amount in Problem 5, whereas the majority goes the other way in Problem 6. This violation of invariance has been confirmed with both real and hypothetical monetary payoffs. The present results are with real money, with human lives as outcomes, and with a non-sequential representation of the chance process.
由于在问题5中进入第二阶段的机会为1/4，因此前景 A 提供了赢得30美元的 0.25 概率，而前景 B 提供了赢得45美元的 0.25 乘以 0.80 等于 0.20 概率。因此，问题5和6在概率和结果方面是相同的。然而，这两个版本中的偏好并不相同，绝大多数人倾向于在问题5中赢得较小金额的较高机会，而在问题6中，大多数人则相反。这种对不变性的违背已经通过真实和假设的货币收益，目前的结果是真实货币以生命为结果以及机会过程的非顺序表示得到了证实。
We attribute the failure of invariance to the interaction of two factors, the framing of probabilities and the nonlinearity of decision weights. More specifically, we propose that in Problem 5 people ignore the first phase, which yields the same outcome regardless of the decision that is made, and focus their attention on what happens if they do reach the second stage of the game. In that case, of course, they face a sure gain if they choose option A and an 80% chance of winning if they prefer to gamble. Indeed, people's choices in the sequential version are practically identical to the choices they make between a sure gain of $30 and an 85% chance to win $45. Because a sure thing is overweight in comparison with events of moderate or high probability, see Figure 2, the option that may lead to a gain of $30 is more attractive in the sequential version. We call this phenomenon the pseudo-certainty effect because an event that is actually uncertain is weighted as if it were certain.
我们将不变性失败归因于两个因素的相互作用：概率的框架和决策权重的非线性。更具体地说，我们提出，在问题5中，人们忽略了第一阶段，无论做出什么决定，第一阶段都会产生相同的结果，并将注意力集中在如果他们确实进入游戏的第二阶段会发生什么。当然，在这种情况下，如果他们选择选项 A， 他们将面临确定的收益。如果他们更愿意赌博，他们将有 80% 的机会获胜。事实上，人们在顺序版本中的选择实际上与他们在30美元的确定收益和 85% 的机会赢得45美元之间做出的选择完全相同。由于与中等或高概率的事件相比，确定的事情被过分重视，见图2，因此在顺序版本中可能导致30美元收益的选项更具吸引力。我们称这种现象为伪确定性效应。因为实际上不确定的事件被加权为确定事件。
A closely related phenomenon can be demonstrated at the low end of the probability range. Suppose you are undecided whether or not to purchase earthquake insurance because the premium is quite high. As you hesitate, your friendly insurance agent comes forth with an alternative offer. For half the regular premium, you can be fully covered if the quake occurs on an odd day of the month. This is a good deal because for half the price you are covered for more than half the days. Why do most people find such probabilistic insurance distinctly unattractive? Figure 2 suggests an answer. Starting anywhere in the region of low probabilities, the impact on the decision weight of a reduction of probability from P to P/2 is considerably smaller than the effect of a reduction from P/2 to 0. Reducing the risk by half, then, is not worth half the premium.
在概率范围的低端可以证明一个密切相关的现象。假设您犹豫是否购买地震保险，因为保费很高。当您犹豫不决时，您友好的保险代理人提出了一个替代方案，只需支付1半的常规保费，您就可以在月中的奇数天发生地震时获得全额承保。这是一个很好的交易，因为您只需支付1半的价格，就可以获得超过1半天数的承保。为什么大多数人发现这种概率保险明显没有吸引力？图2给出了答案。从低概率区域的任何地方开始，将概率从 P 降低到 P2 对决策权重的影响远小于将概率从 P2 降低到0的影响。因此，将风险降低1半并不值得支付1半的保费。
The aversion to probabilistic insurance is significant for 3 reasons. First, it undermines the classical explanation of insurance in terms of a concave utility function. According to expected utility theory, probabilistic insurance should be definitely preferred to normal insurance when the latter is just acceptable. See Kahneman and Tversky 1979. Second, probabilistic insurance represents many forms of protective action, such as having a medical checkup, buying new tires, or installing a burglar alarm system. Such actions typically reduce the probability of some hazard without eliminating it altogether. Third, the acceptability of insurance can be manipulated by the framing of the contingencies. An insurance policy that covers fire but not flood, for example, could be evaluated either as full protection against a specific risk, e.g., fire, or as a reduction in the overall probability of property loss. Figure 2 suggests that people greatly undervalue a reduction in the probability of a hazard in comparison to the complete elimination of that hazard. Hence, insurance should appear more attractive when it is framed as the elimination of risk than when it is described as a reduction of risk. Indeed, Slavic, Fischoff, and Lichtenstein, 1982, showed that a hypothetical vaccine that reduces the probability of contracting a disease from 20% to 10% is less attractive if it is described as effective in half of the cases than if it is presented as fully effective against one of two exclusive and equally probable virus strains that produce identical symptoms.
对概率保险的厌恶有3个原因。首先，它破坏了用凹形效用函数解释保险的经典解释。根据预期效用理论，当后者可以接受时，概率保险肯定比普通保险更受欢迎。参见卡尼曼和特沃斯基1979年。其次，概率保险代表了许多形式的保护措施，例如进行体检、购买新轮胎或安装防盗报警系统。此类措施通常会降低某些危险的可能性，但不会完全消除危险。第三，保险的可接受性可以通过意外情况的框架来操纵。例如，承保火灾但不承保洪水的保险单可以评估为针对特定风险，例如火灾的全面保护，也可以评估为降低财产损失的总体概率。图2表明，与完全消除危险相比，人们大大低估了危险概率降低的价值。因此，当保险被视为消除风险时，它应该比被描述为降低风险时更具吸引力。事实上，斯洛维奇、菲什霍夫和利希滕斯坦1982表明，一种将患病概率从 20% 降低到 10% 的假设疫苗，如果被描述为在半数病例中有效，那么它的吸引力要低于如果将其描述为对2种独占且同样可能产生相同症状的病毒株之一完全有效。
Formulation effects.
表述效应。
So far, we have discussed framing as a tool to demonstrate failures of invariance. We now turn attention to the processes that control the framing of outcomes and events. The public health problem illustrates a formulation effect in which a change of wording from lives saved to lives lost induced a marked shift of preference from risk aversion to risk seeking. Evidently, the subjects adopted the descriptions of the outcomes as given in the question and evaluated the outcomes accordingly as gains or losses. Another formulation effect was reported by McNeil, Pocker, Sachs, and Tversky, 1982. They found that preferences of physicians and patients between hypothetical therapies for lung cancer varied markedly when their probable outcomes were described in terms of mortality or survival. Surgery, unlike radiation therapy, entails a risk of death during treatment. As a consequence, the surgery option was relatively less attractive when the statistics of treatment outcomes were described in terms of mortality rather than in terms of survival.
到目前为止，我们已经讨论了表述作为证明不变性失败的工具。现在，我们把注意力转向控制结果和事件表述的过程。公共卫生问题说明了一种表述效应，其中措辞从挽救的生命变为失去的生命，导致偏好从风险规避显着转变为风险寻求。显然，受试者采用了问题中给出的结果描述，并相应地将结果评估为收益或损失。麦克尼尔、保克、索克斯和特沃斯基1982报告了另一种表述效应。他们发现，当肺癌的假设疗法的可能结果用死亡率或存活率来描述时，医生和患者的偏好差异很大。与放射治疗不同，手术在治疗过程中存在死亡风险。因此，当治疗结果的统计数据用死亡率而不是存活率来描述时，手术方案的吸引力相对较小。
A physician, and perhaps a presidential advisor as well, could influence the decision made by the patient or by the president, without distorting or suppressing information, merely by the framing of outcomes and contingencies. Formulation effects can occur fortuitously, without anyone being aware of the impact of the frame on the ultimate decision. They can also be exploited deliberately to manipulate the relative attractiveness of options. For example, Thaler, 1980, noted that lobbyists for the credit card industry insisted that any price difference between cash and credit purchases be labeled a cash discount rather than a credit card surcharge. The two labels frame the price difference as a gain or as a loss by implicitly designating either the lower or the higher price as normal. Because losses loom larger than gains, consumers are less likely to accept a surcharge than to forego a discount. As is to be expected, attempts to influence framing are common in the marketplace and in the political arena.
医生，也许还有总统顾问，可以在不歪曲或压制信息的情况下，仅仅通过结果和意外情况的框架来影响患者或总统做出的决定。表述效应可能会偶然发生，而没有人意识到框架对最终决策的影响。它们也可以被故意利用来操纵选项的相对吸引力。例如，塔勒 1980 指出，信用卡行业的游说者坚持认为，现金和信用卡购买之间的任何价格差异都应标记为现金折扣，而不是信用卡附加费。这两个标签将价格差异表述为收益或损失，通过隐式的将较低或较高价格指定为正常价格。由于损失比收益更大，因此消费者不太可能接受附加费，而不太可能放弃折扣。正如预期的那样，在市场和政治领域中，试图影响框架的情况很常见。
The evaluation of outcomes is susceptible to formulation effects because of the nonlinearity of the value function and the tendency of people to evaluate options in relation to the reference point that is suggested or implied by the statement of the problem. It is worthy of note that in other contexts, people automatically transform equivalent messages into the same representation. Studies of language comprehension indicate that people quickly recode much of what they hear into an abstract representation that no longer distinguishes whether the idea was expressed in an active or in a passive form and no longer discriminates what was actually said from what was implied, presupposed, or implicated. Clark and Clark, 1977. Unfortunately, the mental machinery that performs these operations silently and effortlessly is not adequate to perform the task of recoding the two versions of the public health problem or the mortality survival statistics into a common abstract form.
由于价值函数的非线性和人们倾向于根据问题陈述所暗示或暗示的参考点来评估选项，因此结果的评估容易受到表述效应的影响。值得注意的是，在其他情况下，人们会自动将等效信息转换为相同的表示。语言理解的研究表明，人们会迅速将他们听到的大部分内容重新编码为一种抽象的表示，这种表示不再区分这个想法是用主动形式还是被动形式表达的，也不再区分实际说的是什么和暗示、预设或暗示的内容。克拉克和克拉克 1977年。不幸的是，执行这些操作的无声且毫不费力的精神机制，不足以将公共卫生问题的两个版本或死亡率、存活率统计数据重新编码为一种共同的抽象形式。
Transactions and trades.
交易和贸易。
Our analysis of framing and of value can be extended to choices between multi-attribute options, such as the acceptability of a transaction or a trade. We propose that, in order to evaluate a multi-attribute option, a person sets up a mental account that specifies the advantages and the disadvantages associated with the option relative to a multi-attribute reference state. The overall value of an option is given by the balance of its advantages and its disadvantages in relation to the reference state. Thus, an option is acceptable if the value of its advantages exceeds the value of its disadvantages. This analysis assumes psychological, but not physical, separability of advantages and disadvantages. The model does not constrain the manner in which separate attributes are combined to form overall measures of advantage and of disadvantage, but it imposes on these measures assumptions of concavity and of loss aversion.
我们对框架和价值的分析可以扩展到多属性选项之间的选择，例如交易或贸易的可接受性。我们提出，为了评估多属性选项，一个人会建立一个心理账户，该账户指定与多属性参考状态相关的与该选项相关的优点和缺点。选项的总体价值由其优点和缺点相对于参考状态的平衡来给出。因此， 如果选项的优点价值超过其缺点价值，则该选项是可以接受的。该分析假设优点和缺点在心理上，但不是物理上是可分离的。该模型没有限制将单独的属性组合成优点和缺点的总体衡量标准的方式，但它对这些衡量标准施加了凹性和损失厌恶的假设。
Our analysis of mental accounting owes a large debt to the stimulating work of Richard Thaler, 1980-1985, who showed the relevance of this process to consumer behavior. The following problem, based on examples of Savage, 1954, and Thaler, 1980, introduces some of the rules that govern the construction of mental accounts and illustrates the extension of the concavity of value to the acceptability of transactions.
我们的心理会计分析很大程度上归功于理查德·瑟勒 （1980-1985） 的激励性工作，他展示了这一过程与消费者行为的相关性。以下问题基于 Savage 1954和 Thaler 1980的事例，介绍了一些支配心理账户构建的规则，并说明了价值的凹度扩展到交易的可接受性。
Problem 7. Imagine that you are about to purchase a jacket for $125 and a calculator for $15. The calculator salesman informs you that the calculator you wish to buy is on sale for $10 at the other branch of the store, located 20 minutes drive away. Would you make a trip to the other store?
问题7，想象一下，您即将购买一件价值$125的夹克和一个价值$15的计算器。计算器销售员告诉您，您想购买的计算器在20分钟车程外的另一家分店正在以$10的价格出售。您会去另一家商店吗？
This problem is concerned with the acceptability of an option that combines a disadvantage of inconvenience with a financial advantage that can be framed as a minimal, topical, or comprehensive account. The minimal account includes only the differences between the two options and disregards the features that they share. In the minimal account, the advantage associated with driving to the other store is framed as a gain of $5. A topical account relates the consequences of possible choices to a reference level that is determined by the context within which the decision arises. In the preceding problem, the relevant topic is the purchase of the calculator, and the benefit of the trip is therefore framed as a reduction of the price from $15 to $10. Because the potential saving is associated only with the calculator, the price of the jacket is not included in the topical account. The price of the jacket, as well as other expenses, could well be included in a more comprehensive account in which the saving would be evaluated in relation to, say, monthly expenses.
这个问题涉及一个选项的可接受性，该选项将不变的劣势与可以被视为最小、局部或综合账户的财务优势相结合。最小账户仅包括两个选项之间的差异，而忽略它们共享的特征。在最小账户中，开车去另一家商店的优势被视为$5的收益。局部账户将可能选择的后果与由决策产生的背景决定的参考水平相关联。在前一个问题中，相关主题是购买计算器，因此这次旅行的好处被视为价格从$15降至$10。由于潜在的节省仅与计算器相关，因此夹克的价格不包含在局部账户中。夹克的价格以及其他费用很可能包含在一个更全面的账户中，其中节省将与每月费用等相关。
The formulation of the preceding problem appears neutral with respect to the adoption of a minimal, topical, or comprehensive account. We suggest, however, that people will spontaneously frame decisions in terms of topical accounts that, in the context of decision-making, play a role analogous to that of good forms in perception and of basic-level categories in cognition. Topical organization, in conjunction with the concavity of value, entails that the willingness to travel to the other store for a saving of $5 on a calculator should be inversely related to the price of the calculator and should be independent of the price of the jacket. To test this prediction, we constructed another version of the problem in which the prices of the two items were interchanged. The price of the calculator was given as $125 in the first store and $120 in the other branch, and the price of the jacket was set at $15. As predicted, the proportions of respondents who said they would make the trip differed sharply in the two problems. The results showed that 68% of the respondents, n equals 88, were willing to drive to the other branch to save $5 on a $15 calculator. but only 29% of 93 respondents were willing to make the same trip to save $5 on a $125 calculator. This finding supports the notion of topical organization of accounts, since the two versions are identical both in terms of a minimal and a comprehensive account.
前一个问题的表述似乎对于采用最小、局部或综合账户是中立的。然而，我们认为人们会自发地根据局部账户来构建决策，在决策过程中，局部账户所扮演的角色类似于知觉中的良好形式和认知中的基本层次类别。局部组织与价值的凹度相结合，意味着愿意为节省$5的计算器而前往另一家商店的意愿应该与计算器价格成反比，并且应该与夹克价格无关。为了验证这一预测，我们构建了问题的另一个版本，其中互换了2件商品的价格。计算器在第一家商店的价格为$125，在另一家分店的价格为$120，夹克的价格定为$15。正如预测的那样，在2个问题中表示他们愿意去旅行的受访者比例差异很大。结果显示 68% 的受访者 n 等于88愿意开车去另一家分店购买$15的计算器，而只有 29% 的93名受访者愿意进行同样的旅行来购买$125的计算器。这一发现支持了账户局部组织的概念，因为这2个版本在最小账户和综合账户方面都是相同的。
The significance of topical accounts for consumer behavior is confirmed by the observation that the standard deviation of the prices that different stores in a city quote for the same product is roughly proportional to the average price of that product. Pratt, Wise, and Zeckhauser 1979. Since the dispersion of prices is surely controlled by shoppers' efforts to find the best buy. These results suggest that consumers hardly exert more effort to save $15 on a $150 purchase than to save $5 on a $50 purchase.
局部账户对消费者行为的重要性得到了以下观察结果的证实：一个城市中不同商店对同一产品报出的价格的标准差与该产品的平均价格大致成正比。Pratt, Wise 和 Zeckhauser 1979。由于价格的差异肯定是由购物者为找到最划算的商品而做出的努力所控制的，因此这些结果表明，消费者几乎不会为在$150的购买中节省$15而付出比在$50的购买中节省$5更多的努力。
The topical organization of mental accounts leads people to evaluate gains and losses in relative rather than in absolute terms, resulting in large variations in the rate at which money is exchanged for other things, such as the number of phone calls made to find a good buy or the willingness to drive a long distance to get one. Most consumers will find it easier to buy a car stereo system or a Persian rug, respectively, in the context of buying a car or a house than separately. These observations, of course, run counter to the standard rational theory of consumer behavior, which assumes invariance and does not recognize the effects of mental accounting.
心理账户的局部组织导致人们以相对而不是绝对的术语来评估收益和损失，从而导致以金钱换取其他物品的速度出现很大差异。例如，拨打电话以找到划算的商品的数量，或愿意开车长途去购买商品的意愿。大多数消费者会发现，在购买汽车或房屋时，分别购买汽车、音响系统或波斯地毯更容易。当然，这些观察结果与标准的理性消费者行为理论背道而驰。该理论假设不变性，并且不承认心理会计的影响。
The following problems illustrate another example of mental accounting in which the posting of a cost to an account is controlled by topical organization.
以下问题说明了心理会计的另一个事例，其中将成本计入账户受局部组织控制。
Problem 8. In equals 200, imagine that you have decided to see a play and paid the admission price of $10 per ticket. As you enter the theater, you discover that you have lost the ticket. The seat was not marked, and the ticket cannot be recovered.
问题8 n 等于200。想象一下，你已经决定去看一场戏剧，并支付了每张票$10的入场费。当您进入剧院时，您发现您丢失了票，座位没有标记，票也无法找回。
Would you pay $10 for another ticket?
您会再花$10买一张票吗？
Yes, 46%. No, 54%.
是46%，否54%。
Problem 9. In equals 183, imagine that you have decided to see a play where admission is $10 per ticket. As you enter the theater, you discover that you have lost a $10 bill.
问题9 n 等于183。想象一下，你决定去看一场话剧，门票$10一张。当你走进剧院时，你发现自己丢了一张$10的钞票。
Would you still pay $10 for a ticket for the play?
你还会花$10买一张话剧门票吗？
Yes, 88%. No, 12%.
是88%，否12%。
The difference between the responses to the two problems is intriguing. Why are so many people unwilling to spend $10 after having lost a ticket, if they would readily spend that sum after losing an equivalent amount of cash? We attribute the difference to the topical organization of mental accounts. Going to the theater is normally viewed as a transaction in which the cost of the ticket is exchanged for the experience of seeing the play. Buying a second ticket increases the cost of seeing the play to a level that many respondents apparently find unacceptable. In contrast, the loss of the cash is not posted to the account of the play, and it affects the purchase of a ticket only by making the individual feel slightly less affluent.
对这两个问题的回答之间的差异很有趣。为什么在丢失一张门票后，很多人不愿意再花$10，而如果他们丢失了等值的现金，他们却会毫不犹豫地花掉这笔钱呢？我们将这种差异归因于心理账户的专题组织，通常将去剧院视为一项交易，其中门票的成本与观看话剧的体验进行交换。购买第二张门票会将观看话剧的成本提高到许多受访者显然无法接受的水平。相比之下，现金的损失不会计入话剧的账户，它只会通过让人感觉略微不富裕来影响门票的购买。
An interesting effect was observed when the two versions of the problem were presented to the same subjects. The willingness to replace a lost ticket increased significantly when that problem followed the lost cash version. In contrast, the willingness to buy a ticket after losing cash was not affected by prior presentation of the other problem. The juxtaposition of the two problems apparently enabled the subjects to realize that it makes sense to think of the lost ticket as lost cash, but not vice versa.
当将这两个版本的问题呈现给同一受试者时，观察到一个有趣的效果。当丢失现金版本之后出现丢失门票的问题时，更换丢失门票的意愿显着增加。相比之下，在丢失现金后购买门票的意愿并未受到另一个问题之前呈现的影响。这两个问题的并列显然使受试者意识到将丢失的门票视为丢失的现金是有道理的，但反之则不然。
The normative status of the effects of mental accounting is questionable. Unlike earlier examples, such as the public health problem, in which the two versions differed only in form, it can be argued that the alternative versions of the calculator and ticket problems differ also in substance. In particular, it may be more pleasurable to save $5 on a $15 purchase than on a larger purchase, and it may be more annoying to pay twice for the same ticket than to lose $10 in cash. Regret, frustration, and self-satisfaction can also be affected by framing Kahneman and Tversky 1982. If such secondary consequences are considered legitimate, then the observed preferences do not violate the criterion of invariance and cannot readily be ruled out as inconsistent or erroneous. On the other hand, secondary consequences may change upon reflection. The satisfaction of saving $5 on a $15 item can be marred if the consumer discovers that she would not have exerted the same effort to save $10 on a $200 purchase. We do not wish to recommend that any two decision problems that have the same primary consequences should be resolved in the same way. We propose, however, that systematic examination of alternative framings offers a useful reflective device that can help decision makers assess the values that should be attached to the primary and secondary consequences of their choices.
当计算器和门票问题的替代版本在实质上也有所不同时，心理核算效应的规范状态值得怀疑。特别是在$15的购买中节省$5，可能比在更大的购买中节省$5更令人愉快。而为同一张门票支付2次费用，可能比损失$10的现金更令人恼火。遗憾、沮丧和自我满足也可能受到框架的影响。Kahneman 和 Tversky 1982年。如果这些次要后果被认为是合法的，那么观察到的偏好就不会违反不变性标准，也不能轻易地被排除为不一致或错误。另一方面， 次要后果可能会随着反思而改变。如果消费者发现自己不会在$200的购买中付出同样的努力来节省$10，那么在$15的商品上节省$5所带来的满足感就会受到损害。我们不想建议具有相同主要后果的任何2个决策问题都应该以相同的方式解决。然而，我们建议对替代框架进行系统检查提供了一种有用的反思工具，可以帮助决策者评估应该赋予其选择的主要和次要后果的价值。
Losses and costs.
损失和成本。
Many decision problems take the form of a choice between retaining the status quo and accepting an alternative to it, which is advantageous in some respects and disadvantageous in others. The analysis of value that was applied earlier to unidimensional risky prospects can be extended to this case by assuming that the status quo defines the reference level for all attributes. The advantages of alternative options will then be evaluated as gains and their disadvantages as losses. Because losses loom larger than gains, the decision maker will be biased in favor of retaining the status quo.
许多决策问题采取在维持现状和接受替代方案之间进行选择的形式，这种替代方案在某些方面有利，而在其他方面不利。通过假设现状定义所有属性的参考水平，可以将先前应用于意为风险前景的价值分析扩展到这种情况。然后，替代方案的优点将被评估为收益，其缺点将被评估为损失。由于损失比收益更严重，因此决策者将倾向于维持现状。
Thaler, 1980, coined the term endowment effect to describe the reluctance of people to part from assets that belong to their endowment. When it is more painful to give up an asset than it is pleasurable to obtain it, buying prices will be significantly lower than selling prices. That is, the highest price that an individual will pay to acquire an asset will be smaller than the minimal compensation that would induce the same individual to give up that asset, once acquired. Thaler discussed some examples of the endowment effect in the behavior of consumers and entrepreneurs. Several studies have reported substantial discrepancies between buying and selling prices in both hypothetical and real transactions. Gregory, 1983. Hammack and Brown, 1974. Netsch and Sinden, 1984. These results have been presented as challenges to standard economic theory, in which buying and selling prices coincide except for transaction costs and effects of wealth. We also observed reluctance to trade in a study of choices between hypothetical jobs that differed in weekly salary, S, and in the temperature, T, of the workplace. Our respondents were asked to imagine that they held a particular position, S1, T1, and were offered the option of moving to a different position, S2, T2, which was better in one respect and worse in another. We found that most subjects who were assigned to S1, T1, did not wish to move to S2, T2, and that most subjects who were assigned to the latter position did not wish to move to the former. Evidently, the same difference in pay or in working conditions looms larger as a disadvantage than as an advantage.
瑟勒1980年创造了禀赋效应一词来描述人们不愿放弃属于其禀赋的资产。当放弃一项资产比获得它更痛苦时，购买价格将显着低于销售价格。也就是说，个人为获取资产而支付的最高价格将小于一旦获得该资产后又使同一个人放弃该资产的最低补偿。瑟勒讨论了禀赋效应在消费者和企业家行为中的一些例子。多项研究报告称，在假设交易和实际交易中，买卖价格之间存在很大差异。Gregory 1983年 Hammack 和 Brown 1974年 Netsch 和 Sinden 1984年。这些结果被视为对标准经济理论的挑战。在标准经济理论中，买卖价格一致，但交易成本和财富效应除外。我们还观察到，在每周工资 S 和工作场所温度 T 不同的假设工作之间进行选择时，不愿进行交易。我们要求受访者想象他们担任特定职位 S1、T1， 并可以选择调到另一个职位 S2、T2， 该职位在一个方面更好，而在另一个方面更差。我们发现，大多数被分配到 S1、T1 的受试者不想调到 S2、T2， 而大多数被分配到后一个职位的受试者不想调到前一个职位。显然，相同的薪酬或工作条件差异作为劣势比作为优势时显得更大。
In general, loss aversion favors stability over change. Imagine two hedonically identical twins who find two alternative environments equally attractive. Imagine further that by force of circumstance, the twins are separated and placed in the two environments. As soon as they adopt their new states as reference points and evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of each other's environments accordingly, the twins will no longer be indifferent between the two states, and both will prefer to stay where they happen to be. Thus, the instability of preferences produces a preference for stability. In addition to favoring stability over change, the combination of adaptation and loss aversion provides limited protection against regret and envy by reducing the attractiveness of foregone alternatives and of others' endowments.
一般来说，损失厌恶有利于稳定而不是变化。想象一下两个享乐主义相同的双胞胎，他们发现两个替代环境同样有吸引力。进一步想象，由于环境因素，这对双胞胎被分开并分别安置在这两个环境中。一旦他们将自己的新状态作为参考点，并相应地评估彼此环境的优缺点，这对双胞胎将不再对这两种状态无动于衷，并且他们都更愿意留在他们碰巧所在的地方。因此，偏好的不稳定性产生了对稳定性的偏好。除了有利于稳定而不是变化之外，适应和损失厌恶的结合，通过降低放弃的替代方案和他人禀赋的吸引力，为人们提供了有限的保护，使其免受遗憾和嫉妒。
Loss aversion and the consequent endowment effect are unlikely to play a significant role in routine economic exchanges. The owner of a store, for example, does not experience money paid to suppliers as losses and money received from customers as gains. Instead, the merchant adds costs and revenues over some period of time and only evaluates the balance. Matching debits and credits are effectively canceled prior to evaluation. Payments made by consumers are also not evaluated as losses but as alternative purchases. In accord with standard economic analysis, money is naturally viewed as a proxy for the goods and services that it could buy. This mode of evaluation is made explicit when an individual has in mind a particular alternative, such as, I can either buy a new camera or a new tint. In this analysis, a person will buy a camera if its subjective value exceeds the value of retaining the money it would cost.
损失厌恶和随之而来的禀赋效应不太可能在常规经济交换中发挥重要作用。例如，商店的老板不会将支付给供应商的钱视为损失，也不会将从顾客那里收到的钱视为收益。相反，商人会将成本和收入加起来，然后只评估余额。在评估之前，有效地取消了匹配的借方和贷方。消费者支付的款项也不会被评估为损失，而是作为替代购买。根据标准经济分析，人们自然会将货币视为其可以购买的商品和服务的代理。当个人心中有一个特定的替代方案时，这种评估方式就会变得明确。例如，我可以买一台新相机或一个新帐篷。在此分析中，如果相机的主观价值超过了保留其成本的价值，那么人们就会购买相机。
There are cases in which a disadvantage can be framed either as a cost or as a loss. In particular, the purchase of insurance can also be framed as a choice between a sure loss and the risk of a greater loss. In such cases, the cost-loss discrepancy can lead to failures of invariance. Consider, for example, the choice between a sure loss of $50 and a 25% chance to lose $200. Slavic, Fischhoff, and Liechtenstein, 1982, reported that 80% of their subjects expressed a risk-seeking preference for the gamble over the sure loss. However, only 35% of subjects refused to pay $50 for insurance against a 25% risk of losing $200. Similar results were also reported by Shoemaker and Kunrither, 1979, and by Hershey and Shoemaker, 1980. We suggest that the same amount of money that was framed as an uncompensated loss in the first problem was framed as the cost of protection in the second. The modal preference was reversed in the two problems because losses are more aversive than costs.
在某些情况下，劣势可以被视为成本或损失，特别是购买保险也可以被视为在确定损失和更大损失的风险之间进行选择。在这种情况下，成本损失差异可能导致不变性失败。例如，考虑在确定损失$50和25%的几率损失$200之间进行选择。Slavic、Fischhoff 和 Liechtenstein 1982报告说，80%的受试者表示他们更愿意冒险选择赌博，而不是确定损失。然而， 只有35%的受试者拒绝支付$50来购买保险，以防25%的风险损失$200。Shoemaker 和 Conruther 1979和 Hershey 和 Shoemaker 1980也报告了类似的结果。我们认为，在第一个问题中被视为补偿损失的金额，在第二个问题中被视为保护成本。这两个问题的模式偏好相反，因为损失比成本更令人厌恶。
We have observed a similar effect in the positive domain, as illustrated by the following pair of problems.
我们在积极领域观察到了类似的效果，如下面的问题对所示。
Problem 10. Would you accept a gamble that offers a 10% chance to win $95 and a 90% chance to lose $5?
问题是，您是否愿意接受一场赌博，其中有10%的机会赢得$95，90%的机会损失$5？
Problem 11. Would you pay $5 to participate in a lottery that offers a 10% chance to win $100 and a 90% chance to win nothing?
问题11，您是否愿意支付$5参加一场彩票，其中有10%的机会赢得$100，90%的机会一无所获？
A total of 132 undergraduates answered the two questions, which were separated by a short filler problem. The order of the questions was reversed for half the respondents. Although it is easily confirmed that the two problems offer objectively identical options, 55 of the respondents expressed different preferences in the two versions. Among them, 42 rejected the gamble in Problem 10 but accepted the equivalent lottery in Problem 11. The effectiveness of this seemingly inconsequential manipulation illustrates both the cost-loss discrepancy and the power of framing. Thinking of the $5 as a payment makes the venture more acceptable than thinking of the same amount as a loss.
共有132名本科生回答了这两个问题，这两个问题之间有一个简短的填充问题。对于一半的受访者，问题的顺序相反。尽管很容易确认这两个问题提供了客观上相同的选择，但55名受访者在两个版本中表达了不同的偏好。其中，42人拒绝了问题10中的赌博，但接受了问题11中的等价彩票。这种看似无关紧要的操作的有效性，说明了成本损失差异和框架的力量。将$5视为付款会使风险比将相同金额视为损失更可接受。
The preceding analysis implies that an individual's subjective state can be improved by framing negative outcomes as costs rather than as losses. The possibility of such psychological manipulations may explain a paradoxical form of behavior that could be labeled the dead loss effect. Thaler, 1980, discussed the example of a man who develops tennis elbows soon after paying the membership fee in a tennis club and continues to play in agony to avoid wasting his investment. Assuming that the individual would not play if he had not paid the membership fee, the question arises, how can playing in agony improve the individual's lot? Playing in pain, we suggest, maintains the evaluation of the membership fee as a cost. If the individual were to stop playing, he would be forced to recognize the fee as a dead loss, which may be more aversive than playing in pain.
前面的分析表明，可以通过将负面结果视为成本而不是损失来改善个人的主观状态。这种心理操纵的可能性可以解释一种可以称为死损失效应的矛盾行为形式。Thaler 1980讨论了一个例子：一个人在支付网球俱乐部的会员费后不久就患上了网球肘，并继续痛苦地打球，以避免浪费他的投资。假设如果这个人没有支付会员费，他不会打球，那么问题就出现了：痛苦的打球如何能改善这个人的处境？我们认为，忍受痛苦的打球可以维持对会员费的评估作为成本。如果这个人停止打球，他将被迫承认这笔费用是死损失，这可能比忍受痛苦的打球更令人厌恶。
Concluding remarks.
结束语。
The concepts of utility and value are commonly used in two distinct senses. A. Experience value, the degree of pleasure or pain, satisfaction or anguish in the actual experience of an outcome, and B. Decision value, the contribution of an anticipated outcome to the overall attractiveness or aversiveness of an option in a choice. The distinction is rarely explicit in decision theory because it is tacitly assumed that decision values and experience values coincide. This assumption is part of the conception of an idealized decision maker who is able to predict future experiences with perfect accuracy and evaluate options accordingly. For ordinary decision makers, however, the correspondence of decision values between experience values is far from perfect. March 1978. Some factors that affect experience are not easily anticipated, and some factors that affect decisions do not have a comparable impact on the experience of outcomes.
效用和价值的概念通常以两种不同的意义使用。A. 体验价值，即结果实际体验中的快乐或痛苦、满意或痛苦程度。B. 决策价值，预期结果对选择中选项的整体吸引力或厌恶性的贡献。这种区别在决策理论中很少明确，因为人们默认地认为决策价值和体验价值是一致的。这一假设是理想化决策者概念的一部分。该决策者能够以完美的准确性预测未来的经验，并相应的评估选项。然而，对于普通的决策者来说，体验价值之间的决策价值对应关系远非完美。March 1978。影响体验的一些因素不容易预测，而影响决策的一些因素对结果的体验没有可比的影响。
In contrast to the large amount of research on decision-making, there has been relatively little systematic exploration of the psychophysics that relate hedonic experience to objective states. The most basic problem of hedonic psychophysics is the determination of the level of adaptation or aspiration that separates positive from negative outcomes. The hedonic reference point is largely determined by the objective status quo, but it is also affected by expectations and social comparisons. An objective improvement can be experienced as a loss, for example, when an employee receives a smaller raise than everyone else in the office. The experience of pleasure or pain associated with a change of state is also critically dependent on the dynamics of hedonic adaptation. Brickman and Campbell's 1971 concept of the hedonic treadmill suggests the radical hypothesis that rapid adaptation will cause the effects of any objective improvement to be short-lived. The complexity and subtlety of hedonic experience make it difficult for the decision maker to anticipate the actual experience that outcomes will produce. Many a person who ordered a meal when ravenously hungry has admitted to a big mistake when the fifth course arrived on the table. The common mismatch of decision values and experience values introduces an additional element of uncertainty in many decision problems.
与大量关于决策的研究相比，很少有系统的探索将享乐体验与客观状态联系起来的享乐心理物理学。享乐心理物理学最基本的问题是确定将积极结果与消极结果分开的适应或愿望水平。享乐参考点在很大程度上由客观现状决定，但也受期望和社会比较的影响。例如，当一名员工获得的加薪幅度低于办公室的其他所有人时，客观上的改善可能会被视为损失。与状态变化相关的快乐或痛苦的体验也严重依赖于享乐适应的动态。Brickman 和 Campbell 1971的享乐跑步机概念提出了一个激进的假设，即快速适应会导致任何客观改善的影响都是短暂的。享乐体验的复杂性和微妙性使得决策者难以预测结果将产生的实际体验。许多人在饥肠辘辘时点了一顿饭，当第5道菜端上餐桌时，他们承认自己犯了一个大错误。决策价值和体验价值的常见不匹配，在许多决策问题中引入了额外的不确定性元素。
The prevalence of framing effects and violations of invariance further complicates the relation between decision values and experience values. The framing of outcomes often induces decision values that have no counterpart in actual experience. For example, the framing of outcomes of therapies for lung cancer in terms of mortality or survival is unlikely to affect experience, although it can have a pronounced influence on choice. In other cases, however, the framing of decisions affects not only decision but experience as well. For example, the framing of an expenditure as an uncompensated loss or as the price of insurance can probably influence the experience of that outcome. In such cases, the evaluation of outcomes in the context of decisions not only anticipates experience but also molds it.
决策价值与体验价值之间的关系因框架效应和不变性违背的普遍性而变得更加复杂。结果的框架通常会诱发在实际体验中没有对应项的决策价值。例如，用死亡率或存活率来表述肺癌治疗结果的框架不太可能影响体验，尽管它可能对选择产生明显的影响。然而， 在其他情况下，决策的框架不仅会影响决策，还会影响体验。例如，将支出表述为未补偿损失或保险价格，可能会影响该结果的体验。在这些情况下，在决策背景下对结果的评估不仅会预测体验，还会塑造体验。
References:
参考文献
Alice, M. and O. Hagen, eds. 1979. Expected Utility Hypotheses in the Alice Paradox. Hingham, Massachusetts. D. Reidel.
Alice M. 和 O. Hagen 编辑，1979年。预期效用假设和 Alice 悖论。马萨诸塞州新厄姆 D. Reidel.
Bernoulli, D. 1954, 1738. Exposition of a New Theory on the Measurement of Risk. Econometrica 22:23, 36.
伯努利第1954年1738年。风险度量新理论的阐述。计量经济学22 23-36。
Brickman, P. and D. T. Campbell. 1971. Hedonic Relativism in Planning the Good Society. In Adaptation Level Theory, a Symposium, Edition M. H. Apley. New York, Academic Press, 287-302.
Brickman, P. 和 D.T. Campbell. 1971年。享乐主义相对主义与规划美好社会。在于适应水平理论研讨会论文集 M.H. Apley 编辑。纽约学术出版社287-302。
Clark, H. H. and E. V. Clark. 1977. Psychology and Language. New York, Harcourt.
克拉克 H.H. 和 E.V. 克拉克。1977年。心理学与语言。纽约，哈考特。
Iraker, S. E. and H. C. Sox. 1981. Assessment of Patients' Preferences for Therapeutic Outcomes. Medical Decision Making 1:29, 39.
Iraker, S.E. 和 H.C. Sox。1981年。评估患者对治疗结果的偏好。医学决策制定129-39。
Fischoff, born in 1983. Predicting Frames. Journal of Experimental Psychology. Learning, Memory, and Cognition 9:103, 16.
Fischoff, B. 1983年。预测框架。实验心理学杂志，学习、记忆和认知9 103-16。
Fischoff, B. P. Slavic, and S. Lichtenstein. 1980. Knowing What You Want. Measuring Label Values. In Cognitive Processes in Choice and Decision Behavior, Edition T. Walls 10. Hillsdale, New Jersey. Earlbaum, 117-41.
Fischoff, B. P. Slavic 和 S. Lichtenstein。1980年。知道你想要什么，衡量不稳定价值。在于选择和决策行为中的认知过程。T. Walls 10编辑。新泽西州希尔斯戴尔 Earlbaum 117-41。
Fishburne, P. C. and G. A. Kochenberger. 1979. Two-Piece von Neumann, Morgenstern Utility Functions. Decision Sciences 10:503, 18.
Fishburne, P. C. 和 G. A. Kochenberger。1979年。两段式冯诺依曼摩根斯坦效用函数。决策科学史503-18。
Gregory, R. 1983. Measures of Consumer Surplus. Reasons for the Disparity in Observed Values. Unpublished manuscript, Keene State College, Keene, New Hampshire.
格雷戈里1983年。消费者剩余的衡量，观察值差异的原因。未发表的手稿，基恩州立学院新罕布什尔州基恩。
Hammock, J. and G. M. Brown Jr. 1974. Waterfowl and Wetlands, Toward Bioeconomic Analysis. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press.
哈马克 J. G. M. 布朗二世。1974年。水情和湿地，走向生物经济分析。巴尔的摩约翰霍普金斯大学出版社。
Hershey, J. C. and P. J. H. Showmaker. 1980. Risk-Taking and Problem Context in the Domain of Losses, an Expected Utility Analysis. Journal of Risk and Insurance 47:111, 32.
赫尔西 J.C. P.J.H. 舒梅克，1980年，损失领域的风险承担和问题背景预期效用分析，风险与保险杂志47 111-132。
Kahneman, D. and A. Tversky. 1979. Prospect Theory, an Analysis of Decision Under Risk. Econometrica 47:263, 91.
卡尼曼 D.A. 特沃斯基，1979年，前景理论风险下的决策分析，计量经济学47 263-291。
1982. The Simulation Heuristic. In Judgment Under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Biases, Edition D. Kahneman, P. Slavic, and A. Tversky. New York, Cambridge University Press, 201-208.
1982年，模拟启发法，在不确定性下的判断，启发法和偏差中，由 D. 卡尼曼、P. 斯洛维奇和 A. 特沃斯基编辑。纽约，剑桥大学出版社201-208。
Netsch, J. and J. Sinden. 1984. Willingness to Pay and Compensation Demanded. Experimental Evidence of an Unexpected Disparity in Measures of Value. Quarterly Journal of Economics 99:507, 21.
克内奇 J.J. 辛登，1984年，支付意愿和要求的补偿价值衡量中意外差异的实验证据。经济学季刊99 507-521。
March, J. G. 1978. Bounded Rationality, Ambiguity, and the Engineering of Choice. Bell Journal of Economics 9:587, 608.
马奇 J.G. 1978年，有限理性、模糊性和选择工程。经济学贝尔杂志9 587-608。
McNeil, B. S. Parker, H. Sox Jr., and A. Tversky. 1982. On the Elicitation of Preferences for Alternative Therapies. New England Journal of Medicine 306:1259, 62.
麦克尼尔 B. S. 帕克 H. 索克斯二世 A. 特沃斯基，1982年，关于替代疗法的偏好引发。新英格兰医学杂志306 1259-1262。
Payne, J. W. D. J. Lafon, and R. Crum. 1980. Translation of Gambles and Aspiration Level Effects and Risky Choice Behavior. Management Science 26:1039, 60.
佩恩 J.W. D.J. 拉夫洪、奥尔克鲁姆，1980年，赌博的转换和风险选择行为中的愿望水平效应。管理科学26 1039-1060。
Pratt, J. W. D. Wise, and R. Zeckhauser. 1979. Price Differences in Almost Competitive Markets. Quarterly Journal of Economics 93:189, 211.
普拉特 J.W. D. 怀斯、2泽克豪瑟，1979年，几乎竞争性市场中的价格差异。经济学季刊93 189-211。
Savage, L. J. 1954. The Foundation of Statistics. New York, Wiley.
Savage L.J. 1954统计学基础。纽约 Wiley。
Schleifer, R. 1959. Probability and Statistics for Business Decisions. New York, McGraw-Hill.
Schleifer R. 1959商业决策的概率和统计。纽约 McGraw-Hill。
Showmaker, P.J.H. and H. C. Kunrather. 1979. An Experimental Study of Insurance Decisions. Journal of Risk and Insurance 46:603, 18.
Showmaker P.J.H. 和 H.C. Kunrather。1979年，保险决策的实验研究。风险与保险杂志46 603-18。
Slavic, P. B. Fishoff, and S. Lichtenstein. 1982. Response Mode, Framing, and Information Processing Effects and Risk Assessment. In New Directions for Methodology of Social and Behavioral Science. Question Framing and Response Consistency, Edition R. Hogarth. San Francisco, Joss E. Bass. 21-36.
Slavic P.B. Fischoff 和 S. Lichtenstein。1982年，风险评估中的反应模式、框架和信息处理效应，在于社会和行为科学方法论的新方向、问题框架和反应一致性。R. Hogarth 编辑，旧金山 Joss Ebase 21-36。
Thaler, R. 1980. Toward a Positive Theory of Consumer Choice. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 1, 39-60.
Thaler, R. 1980年，走向消费者选择的积极理论，经济行为与组织杂志139-60。
1985. Using Mental Accounting and a Theory of Consumer Behavior. Marketing Science 4:199-14.
1985年，在消费者行为理论中使用心理账户，营销科学4:199-214。
Tversky, A. 1977. On the Elicitation of Preferences, Descriptive and Prescriptive Considerations. In Conflicting Objectives and Decisions, Edition D. Bell, R. L. Kinney, and H. Rafa. New York, Wiley, 209-22.
Tversky, A. 1977年，关于偏好的引发、描述性和规范性考虑，在于决策中的冲突目标。D. Bell、R. L. Kinney 和 H. Rafa 编辑，纽约 Wiley 209-22。
Tversky, A. and D. Kahneman. 1981. The Framing of Decisions and the Psychology of Choice. Science 211:453-58.
Tversky, A. 和 D. Kahneman。1981年，决策框架和选择心理学，科学211-453-58。
Von Neumann, J. and O. Morgenstern. 1947. Theory of Games and Economic Behavior. Second edition Princeton. Princeton University Press.
Von Neumann, J. 和 O. Morgenstern。1947年，博弈论与经济行为第2版，普林斯顿大学出版社。
Notes.
备注
Introduction.
引言
Prone to collect too few observations, we had read a book that criticized psychologists for using small samples, but did not explain their choices. Jacob Cohen, Statistical Power Analysis for the Behavioral Sciences, Hillsdale, New Jersey. Earlbaum. 1969.
容易收集过少的观察结果。我们读过一本批评心理学家使用小样本的书，但没有解释他们的选择。Jacob Cohen 行为科学的统计功效分析，新泽西州希尔斯戴尔 Earlbaum 1969年。
Question about words. I have slightly altered the original wording, which referred to letters in the first and third position of words.
关于单词的问题，我略微改变了原始措辞，该措辞指的是单词第1和第3位置的字母。
Negative view of the mind. A prominent German psychologist has been our most persistent critic. Gerd Gidrinzer, How to Make Cognitive Illusions Disappear. European Review of Social Psychology 2, 1991 83-115. Gerd Gidrinzer, Personal Reflections on Theory in Psychology, Theory in Psychology 20, 2010 733-43. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, On the Reality of Cognitive Illusions, Psychological Review 103, 1996 582-91.
对思维的负面看法，一位著名的德国心理学家一直是我们最持久的批评者。Gerd Gidrinzer，如何让认知错觉消失？欧洲社会心理学评论2 1991 83-115。Gerd Gidrinzer，关于理论和心理学的个人思考，理论与心理学20 2010 733-43。Daniel Kahneman 和 Amos Tversky，关于认知错觉的真实性，心理学评论103 1996 582-91。
Offered plausible alternatives. Some examples from many are Valerie F., Reyna and Farrell J., Lloyd, Physician Decision-Making and Cardiac Risk, Effects of Knowledge, Risk Perception, Risk Tolerance and Fuzzy Processing. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Applied 12, 2006 179-95. Nicholas Epley and Thomas Gilovich, The Anchoring and Adjustment Heuristic, Psychological Science 17, 2006 311-18. Norbert Schwartz et al., Ease of Retrieval of Information, Another look at the availability heuristic, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 61, 1991 195-202. Elkayu, Weber et al., Asymmetric Discounting and Intertemporal Choice, Psychological Science 18, 2007 516-23. George F. Lowenstein et al., Risk as Feelings, Psychological Bulletin 127, 2001 267-86.
提供了合理的替代方案，其中一些例子包括 Valerie F. Reina 和 Farrell J. Loy 医生的决策和心脏风险知识、风险感知、风险承受能力和模糊处理的影响。实验心理学杂志应用12 2006 179-95。Nick Sapley 和 Thomas Gilovich 锚定和调整启发法心理学科学17 2006 311-18。Norbert Schwartz 等人信息的易于检索。对可用性启发法的另一次审视，人格与社会心理学杂志61 1991 195-202。Elk U. Weber 等人，时间选择中的不对称折扣心理学科学18 2007 516-23。George F. Lowenstein 等人，风险作为一种感觉心理学通报127 2001 267-86。
Nobel Prize that I received. The prize awarded in economics is named Bank of Sweden Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel. It was first given in 1969. Some physical scientists were not pleased with the addition of a Nobel Prize in social science, and the distinctive label of the economics prize was a compromise.
我收到的诺贝尔奖，经济学奖的名称为纪念阿尔弗雷德·诺贝尔的瑞典国家银行经济学奖，它于1969年首次颁发。一些物理学家对在社会科学中增加诺贝尔奖并不满意，而经济学奖的独特标签是一种妥协。
Prolonged practice. Herbert Simon and his students at Carnegie Mellon in the 1980s set the foundations for our understanding of expertise. For an excellent popular introduction to the subject, see Joshua 4, Moonwalking with Einstein, The Art and Science of Remembering New York, Penguin Press, 2011. He presents work that is reviewed in more technical detail in K. Anders Ericsson et al., eds, The Cambridge Handbook of Expertise and Expert Performance, New York, Cambridge University Press, 2006.
长期实践，20世纪80年代，赫伯特·西蒙和他在卡内基梅隆大学的学生们为我们理解专业知识奠定了基础。有关该主题的优秀通俗介绍，请参阅约书亚·福尔与爱因斯坦一起漫步月球。记忆的艺术与科学，纽约，企鹅出版社，2011年。他介绍了 K. Anders Ericsson 等人在《剑桥专业知识和专家绩效手册》，纽约，剑桥大学出版社，2006年中以更具技术性的细节评审过的工作。
Kitchen was on fire. Gary A. Klein, Sources of Power, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1999.
厨房着火了 ，Gary A. Klein。权力的来源，马萨诸塞州剑桥麻省理工学院出版社，1999年。
Studied chess masters. Herbert Simon was one of the great scholars of the 20th century, whose discoveries and inventions ranged from political science, where he began his career, to economics, in which he won a Nobel Prize, to computer science, in which he was a pioneer, and to psychology.
研究国际象棋大师赫伯特·西蒙是20世纪最伟大的学者之一，他的发现和发明涉及政治学，他从这里开始他的职业生涯。经济学，他因此获得诺贝尔奖。计算机科学，他是一位先驱和心理学。
The situation, recognition, Herbert A. Simon. What is an explanation of behavior? Psychological Science 3, 1992 150-61.
情境识别，赫伯特 ·A. 西蒙，行为的解释是什么？心理学科学3 1992 150-61。
Effect heuristic. The concept of the effect heuristic was developed by Paul Slovic, a classmate of Amos's at Michigan and a lifelong friend.
情感启发法，情感启发法的概念是由保罗·斯洛维克提出的，他是艾默斯在密歇根大学的同学，也是他一生的朋友。
Without noticing the substitution, see Chapter 9.
在没有注意到替换的情况下，参见第9章。
1. The characters of the story.
1. 故事的角色。
Offered many labels. For reviews of the field, see Jonathan St. B. T. Evans and Keith Frankish, eds. In Two Minds. Dual Processes and Beyond, New York. Oxford University Press, 2009. Jonathan St. B. T. Evans. Dual Processing Accounts of Reasoning, Judgment, and Social Cognition. Annual Review of Psychology 59, 2008 255-78. Among the pioneers are Seymour Epstein, Jonathan Evans, Stephen Sloman, Keith Stanovich, and Richard West. I borrow the terms System 1 and System 2 from early writings of Stanovich and West that greatly influenced my thinking. Keith E. Stanovich and Richard F. West. Individual Differences in Reasoning, Implications for the Rationality Debate. Behavioral and Brain Sciences 23 2645-65。
提供了许多标签。有关该领域的评论，请参阅 Jonathan Street B.T. Evans 和 Keith Frankish 编辑的《两种思维：双重过程及其以外》，纽约，牛津大学出版社，2009年。Jonathan Street B.T. Evans 推理、判断和社会认知的双重处理账户，心理学年鉴59 ，2008年255-78。先驱者包括西摩、爱泼斯坦、乔纳森、埃文斯、史蒂文、斯洛曼、基斯、斯坦诺维奇和理查德·维斯特。我从斯坦诺维奇和维斯特的早期著作中借用了系统1和系统2这两个术语，这些著作极大地影响了我的思想。基斯 E. 斯坦诺维奇和理查德 F. 维斯特推理中的个体差异对理性辩论的影响，行为与脑科学23 2000年645-65。
Subjective experience of agency. This sense of free will is sometimes illusory, as shown in Daniel M. Wegner, The Illusion of Conscious Will, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Bradford Books, 2003。
主观能动性体验，这种自由意志感有时是虚幻的，正如丹尼尔 ·M. 维格纳在《有意识意志的错觉》马萨诸塞州剑桥布拉德福德图书2003年中所示。
Attention is totally focused elsewhere. Nilly Levy, Attention, Distraction, and Cognitive Control Under Load. Current Directions in Psychological Science 19, 2010 143-48。
注意力完全集中在其他地方。尼利·拉韦，注意力、分心和负荷下的认知控制，心理学科学前沿19 2010年143-48。
Conflict between the two systems. In the classic Stroop task, you are shown a display of patches of different colors, or of words printed in various colors. Your task is to call out the names of the colors, ignoring the words. The task is extremely difficult when the colored words are themselves names of color, e.g., green printed in red, followed by yellow printed in green, etc.
两个系统之间的冲突，在经典的斯特鲁普任务中，向您展示了一组不同颜色的补丁或用各种颜色印刷的单词。您的任务是说出颜色的名称，而忽略单词。当彩色单词本身是颜色的名称时，任务极其困难。例如，以红色印刷的绿色，然后是绿色印刷的黄色，以此类推。
Psychopathic Charm. Professor Hare wrote me to say, your teacher was right, March 16, 2011. Robert D. Hare, Without Conscience. The Disturbing World of the Psychopaths Among Us, New York. Guilford Press, 1999. Paul Bobbiek and Robert D. Hare, Snakes in Suits. When Psychopaths Go to Work, New York. Harper, 2007.
精神病的魅力。哈雷教授写信给我说，你的老师是对的。2011年3月16日。罗伯特 ·D. 哈雷，没有良知。我们周围精神病患者的令人不安的世界。纽约，吉尔福德出版社，1999年。保罗·巴比亚克和罗伯特 ·D. 哈雷，西装里的蛇。当精神病患者开始工作时。纽约，哈珀，2007年。
Little people. Agents within the mind are called homunculi and are, quite properly, objects of professional derision.
小人物，思想中的代理人被称为小人，并且非常恰当地是专业嘲笑的对象。
Space in your working memory. Alan D. Baddeley, Working Memory. Looking back and looking forward, Nature Reviews. Neuroscience 4, 2003 829-38. Alan D. Baddeley, Your Memory. A User's Guide, New York. Firefly Books, 2004.
工作记忆中的空间。艾伦 ·D. 巴德利，工作记忆、回顾和展望。自然评论。神经科学4 2003年829-38。 艾伦·蒂巴德利，你的记忆用户指南，纽约，萤火虫图书，2004年。
2. Attention and effort.
2. 注意力和努力。
Attention and effort. Much of the material of this chapter draws on my attention and effort. 1973. It is available for free download on my website www.princeton.edu/till-attention_effort/attention_high_quality.pdf. The main theme of that book is the idea of a limited ability to pay attention and exert mental effort. Attention and effort were considered general resources that could be used to support many mental tasks. The idea of general capacity is controversial, but it has been extended by other psychologists and neuroscientists who found support for it in brain research. See Marcel A. Just and Patricia A. Carpenter, A Capacity Theory of Comprehension, Individual Differences in Working Memory, Psychological Review 99, 1992 122-49, Marcel A. Just et al., Neuroindices of Cognitive Workload, Neuroimaging, Pupillometric and Event-Related Potential Studies of Brain Work, Theoretical Issues in Ergonomic Science 4, 2003 56-88. There is also growing experimental evidence for general-purpose resources of attention, as in Evie Verga et al. Do mental processes share a domain general resource? Psychological Science 21, 2010 384-90. There is imaging evidence that the mere anticipation of a high-effort task mobilizes activity in many areas of the brain relative to a low-effort task of the same kind. Karsten N. Baller et al., Task Load-Dependent Activation of Dopaminergic Midbrain Areas in the Absence of Reward, Journal of Neuroscience 31, 2011 4955-61.
注意力和努力。本章的大部分内容取材于我的《注意力和努力》1973年。它可以在我的网站上免费下载 www.princeton.edu/colon/dots/effort/attention-high-quality.pdf。 那本书的主要主题是注意力和付出脑力努力的能力有限。注意力和努力被认为是可用于支持许多脑力任务的通用资源。一般能力的想法是有争议的，但它已被其他心理学家和神经科学家扩展。他们在脑部研究中找到了支持它的证据。参见 Marcel A. Just 和 Patricia A. Carpenter 理解能力理论，工作记忆中的个体差异，心理学评论99 1992 122-49 Marcel A. Just 等人，认知工作量的神经指标，脑工作的脑成像，瞳孔测量和事件相关电位研究，人体工程学科学理论问题4 2003 56-88。还有越来越多的实验证据表明存在通用注意资源，例如 Evie Verga 等人，心理过程是否共享一个通用资源？心理学科学21 2010 384-90。有影像学证据表明，仅仅预期一项高强度任务就会调动大脑许多区域的活动，相对于同类低强度任务而言。Karsten N. Baller 等人在没有奖励的情况下，任务负荷依赖性激活多巴胺能中脑区域。神经科学杂志31 2011 4955-61。
Pupil of the Eye. Eckhart H. Hess, Attitude and Pupil Size, Scientific American 212, 1965 46-54.
瞳孔 Eckhart H. Hess 态度和瞳孔大小，科学美国人212 1965 46-54。
On the subject's mind, the word subject reminds some people of subjugation and slavery, and the American Psychological Association enjoins us to use the more democratic participant. Unfortunately, the politically correct label is a mouthful, which occupies memory space and slows thinking. I will do my best to use participant whenever possible, but will switch to subject when necessary.
在受试者的心中，这个词受试者让一些人联想到征服和奴役。美国心理学会命令我们使用更民主的参与者。不幸的是，这个政治正确的标签很冗长，会占用记忆空间并减缓思维。我将尽我所能，尽可能地使用参与者，但在必要时会切换为受试者。
Heart rate increases. Daniel Kahneman et al., Pupillary, Heart Rate, and Skin Resistance Changes During a Mental Task, Journal of Experimental Psychology 79, 1969 164-67.
心率增加，丹尼尔·卡尼曼等人，瞳孔、心率和皮肤电阻在心智任务期间的变化。实验心理学杂志79 1969 164-67。
Rapidly flashing letters. Daniel Kahneman, Jackson Beatty, and Erwin Pollack, Perceptual Deficit During a Mental Task, Science 15, 1967 218-19. We used a halfway mirror so that the observers saw the letters directly in front of them while facing the camera. In a control condition, the participants looked at the letter through a narrow aperture to prevent any effect of the changing pupil size on their visual acuity. Their detection results showed the inverted V pattern observed with other subjects.
快速闪烁的字母，丹尼尔·卡尼曼、杰克逊、比蒂和欧文·波拉克，心智任务期间的知觉缺陷，科学15 1967 218-19。我们使用半透镜，以便观察者在面对摄像机时直接看到他们面前的字母。在对照条件下，参与者通过一个狭窄的光圈观察字母，以防止瞳孔大小的变化对他们的视敏度产生任何影响。他们的检测结果显示了在其他受试者身上观察到的倒 V 型模式。
Much like the electricity meter, attempting to perform several tasks at once may run into difficulties of several kinds. For example, it is physically impossible to say two different things at exactly the same time, and it may be easier to combine an auditory and a visual task than to combine two visual or two auditory tasks. Prominent psychological theories have attempted to attribute all mutual interference between tasks to competition for separate mechanisms. See Alan D. Baddeley, Working Memory, New York, Oxford University Press, 1986. With practice, people's ability to multitask in specific ways may improve. However, the wide variety of very different tasks that interfere with each other supports the existence of a general resource of attention or effort that is necessary in many tasks.
很像电表，尝试同时执行多项任务可能会遇到多种困难。例如，在完全相同的时间说出两件不同的事情，在物理上是不可能的，并且将听觉任务和视觉任务结合起来，可能比将两个视觉任务或两个听觉任务结合起来更容易。著名的心理学理论试图将任务之间的所有相互干扰归因于对不同机制的竞争。参见艾伦 ·D. 巴德利《工作记忆》，纽约牛津大学出版社，1986年。通过练习，人们以特定方式执行多任务的能力可能会提高。然而，相互干扰的各种非常不同的任务支持了注意力或努力的一般资源的存在，这在许多任务中都是必要的。
Studies of the brain, Michael E. Smith, Linda K. McAvoy, and Alan Jevons, Neurophysiological Indices of Strategy Development and Skill Acquisition, Cognitive Brain Research 7, 1999 389-404. Alan Jevons et al., High-Resolution EEG Mapping of Cortical Activation Related to Working Memory, Effects of Task Difficulty, Type of Processing and Practice, Cerebral Cortex 7, 1997 374-85.
大脑研究，迈克尔 ·E. 史密斯、琳达 ·K. 麦凯沃伊和艾伦·杰文斯。策略发展和技能习得的神经生理学指标，认知脑研究7 1999 389-404。艾伦·杰文斯等人与工作记忆相关的大脑皮层激活的高分辨率脑电图映射，任务难度、处理类型和练习的影响。大脑皮层7 1997 374-85。
Less effort to solve the same problems. For example, Sylvia K. Ahern and Jackson Beatty showed that individuals who scored higher on the SAT showed smaller pupillary dilations than low scorers in responding to the same task. Physiological signs of information processing vary with intelligence. Science 205, 1979 1289-92.
解决相同问题所需精力更少。例如，西尔维亚 ·K. 阿恩和杰克逊比例表明，在 SAT 中得分较高的人在应对相同任务时，瞳孔散大的程度小于得分较低的人。信息处理的生理迹象随智力而变化。科学205 1979 1289-92。
Law of Least Effort, Wouterkuhl et al., Decision Making and the Avoidance of Cognitive Demand, Journal of Experimental Psychology, General 139, 2010 665-82. Joseph T. McGuire and Matthew M. Botvinnik, The impact of anticipated demand on attention and behavioral choice in Effortless Attention, edition. Brian Bruya, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Bradford Books, 2010, 103-20.
最小努力法则，沃特、库尔等人，决策和避免认知需求，实验心理学杂志，综合139 2010 665-82。约瑟夫 T 麦奎尔和马修伯特维尼克，预期需求对注意力和行为选择的影响，在于布莱恩布鲁亚编毫不费力的注意力，马萨诸塞州剑桥布拉德福德图书2010年103-20。
Balance of benefits and costs. Neuroscientists have identified a region of the brain that assesses the overall value of an action when it is completed. The effort that was invested counts as a cost in this neural computation. Joseph T. McGuire and Matthew M. Botvinnik, Prefrontal Cortex, Cognitive Control, and the Registration of Decision Costs, PNAS 107, 2010 7922-26.
利益和成本的平衡。神经科学家已经确定了大脑的一个区域，该区域评估行动完成后该行动的总体价值。投入的努力被计算为这种神经计算中的成本。约瑟夫 T 麦奎尔和马修伯特维尼克，前额叶皮层认知控制和决策成本的登记。美国国家科学院院刊107 2010 7922-26。
Redistracting words. Bruno Ling et al., Pupillary Stroop Effects, Cognitive Processing 12, 2011 13-21.
阅读分散注意力的单词 Bruno Ling 等人，瞳孔 Stroop 效应，认知处理12 2011年13-21。
Associate with Intelligence. Michael I. Posner and Mary K. Rothbart, Research on Attention Networks as a Model for the Integration of Psychological Science. Annual Review of Psychology 58, 2007 1-23. John Duncan et al., A Neural Basis for General Intelligence. Science 289, 2457-60.
与智力相关 Michael I. Posner 和 Mary K. Rothbart 作为心理学科学整合模型的注意网络研究，心理学年度评论58 2007年1-23。John Duncan 等人，一般智力的神经基础，科学289 2000年457-60。
Under Time Pressure. Stephen Monsell, Task Switching, Trends in Cognitive Sciences 7, 2003 134-40.
在时间压力下 Stephen Monsell 任务转换认知科学趋势期2003年134-40。
Working Memory. Baddeley, Working Memory.
工作记忆 Baddeley 工作记忆。
Tests of General Intelligence. Andrew A. Conway, Michael J. Kane, and Randall W. Engel, Working Memory Capacity and Its Relation to General Intelligence, Trends in Cognitive Sciences 7a, 2003 547-52.
一般智力测试 Andrew A. Conway、Michael J. Kane 和 Randall W. Engel， 工作记忆容量及其与一般智力的关系，认知科学趋势期2003年547-52。
Israeli Air Force pilots, Daniel Kahneman, Rachel Benny-Shai, and Michael Lawton, Relation of a Test of Attention to Road Accidents, Journal of Applied Psychology 58, 1973 113-15. Daniel Gopher, A Selective Attention Test as a Predictor of Success in Flight Training, Human Factors 24, 1982 173-83.
以色列空军飞行员 Daniel Kahneman、Rachel Benny-Shai 和 Michael Lawton 注意力测试与道路事故的关系，应用心理学杂志58 1973年113-15。 Daniel Gopher 选择性注意测试作为飞行训练成功预测指标，人类因素24 1982年173-83。
3. The Lazy Controller.
3. 懒惰的控制者。
Optimal Experience, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Flow. The Psychology of Optimal Experience, New York. Harper, 1990.
最佳体验 Mihai Csikszentmihalyi 心流，最佳体验的心理学，纽约 Harper 1990年。
Sweet Tooth. Babashiv and Alexander Fedorikin. Heart and Mind in Conflict. The Interplay of Affect and Cognition in Consumer Decision-Making. Journal of Consumer Research 26, 1999, 278-92. Malte Fries, Wilhelm Hoffman, and Michaela Wank. When Impulses Take Over. moderated predictive validity of implicit and explicit attitude measures in predicting food choice and consumption behavior. British Journal of Social Psychology 47, 2008 397-419。
爱吃甜食 Barbara Schill 和 Alexander Fedorkin 内心冲突。情感和认知在消费者决策中的相互作用。消费者研究杂志26 1999年278-92。Multi-Freeze、Wilhelm Hoffman 和 Michaela Wenck 当冲动接管。隐性和显性态度测量在预测食物选择和消费行为中的适度预测效度。英国社会心理学杂志47 2008年397-419。
Cognitively busy, Daniel T. Gilbert, How Mental Systems Believe, American Psychologist 46, 1991 107-19. C. Neil McRae and Galen V. Bodenhausen, Social Cognition, Thinking Categorically About Others, Annual Review of Psychology 51, 2093-120.
认知繁忙 Daniel T. Gilbert, 心理系统如何相信，美国心理学家46 1991年107-19。C. Neil McRae 和 Galen V. Bodenhausen 社会认知，对他人进行分类思考，心理学年度评论51 2000年93-120。
Pointless Anxious Thoughts, Sion L. Bylock and Thomas H. Carr, When High-Powered People Fail, Working Memory and Choking Under Pressure in Math, Psychological Science 16, 2005 101-105。
无意义的焦虑想法 Sion L. Bylock 和 Thomas H. Carr， 当能力超强的人失败时，工作记忆和在数学压力下崩溃。心理科学16 2005年101-105。
Exertion of Self-Control, Martin S. Hager et al., Ego Depletion and the Strength Model of Self-Control, a Meta-Analysis, Psychological Bulletin 136 2010 495-525。
自我控制的发挥 Martin S. Hager 等，自我损耗和自我控制的力量模型，一项元分析，心理学通报136 2010年495-525。
Resist the Effects of Ego Depletion, Mark Muravin and Elisaveta Slesareva, Mechanisms of Self-Control Failure, Motivation and Limited Resources, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 29, 2003 894-906. Mark Muravin, Diane M. Tice and Roy F. Baumeister, Self-Control as a Limited Resource, Regulatory Depletion Patterns, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 74, 1998 774-89。
抵抗自我损耗的影响 Mark Muravin 和 Elisaveta Slesareva， 自我控制失败的机制、动机和有限的资源，人格与社会心理学通报29 2003年894-906。Mark Muravin, Diane M. Tice 和 Roy F. Baumeister， 自我控制作为一种有限的资源，调节性损耗模式，人格与社会心理学杂志74 1998年774-89。
More than a mere metaphor, Matthew T. Galiot et al., Self-Control relies on glucose as a limited energy source. Willpower is more than a metaphor. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 92, 2007 325-36. Matthew T. Galiot and Roy F. Baumeister, The Physiology of Willpower, Linking Blood Glucose to Self-Control, Personality and Social Psychology Review 11, 2007 303-27。
不仅仅是一个比喻 Matthew T. Galiot 等，自我控制依赖葡萄糖作为一种有限的能量来源。意志力不仅仅是一个比喻，人格与社会心理学杂志92 2007年325-36。Matthew T. Galiot 和 Roy F. Baumeister， 意志力的生理学，将血糖与自我控制联系起来。人格与社会心理学评论11 2007年303-27。
Ego Depletion, Galiot. Self-control relies on glucose as a limited energy source.
自我损耗 Galiot， 自我控制依赖葡萄糖作为一种有限的能量来源。
Depletion Effects and Judgment, Shai Danziger, Jonathan Levov, and Leora of Name Pesso, Extraneous Factors in Judicial Decisions, PNH 108, 2011 6889-92。
判断中的损耗效应 Shai Danziger, Jonathan Levov 和 Leora of Name Pesso， 司法判决中的无关因素。美国国家科学院院刊108 2011年6889-92。
Intuitive, incorrect. Answer. Shane Frederick, Cognitive Reflection and Decision-Making, Journal of Economic Perspectives 19, 2005 25-42。
直觉的、错误的答案 Shane Frederick 认知反思和决策经济观点杂志19 2005年25-42。
Syllogism is valid. This systematic error is known as the belief bias. Evans, dual processing accounts of reasoning, judgment, and social cognition.
将三段论视为有效，这种系统性错误被称为信念偏差。Evans 推理、判断和社会认知的双重处理账户。
Call them more rational. Keefe, Stanovich, Rationality and the Reflective Mind, New York, Oxford University Press, 2011.
称他们更理性 Keith E. Stanovich 理性与反思性思维，纽约，牛津大学出版社，2011年。
Cruel Dilemma. Walter Mischel and Ebbe B. Ebbesen, Attention and Delay of Gratification, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 16, 1970 329-37。
残酷的两难境地 Walter Mischel 和 Ebbe B. Ebbesen 延迟满足中的注意力，人格与社会心理学杂志16 1970年329-37。
There Were No Toys. Distress, Inga Marie Eichstein et al., Predicting Cognitive Control from Preschool to Late Adolescence and Young Adulthood. Psychological Science 17, 2006 478-84。
没有玩具，痛苦，英格·玛丽·艾格斯蒂等人从学龄前到晚期青春期和成年早期预测认知控制，心理学科学17 2006 478-84。
Higher Scores on Tests of Intelligence. Mischel and Ebbesen, Attention and Delay of Gratification. Walter Mischel, Processes and Delay of Gratification, and Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, Volume 7, edition Leonard Berkowitz, San Diego, California. Academic Press, 1974. 249-92. Walter Mischel, Yuichi Shota, and Monica L. Rodriguez, Delay of Gratification in Children, Science 244, 1989 933-38. Eichstein, Predicting Cognitive Control from Preschool to Late Adolescence.
智力测试中的得分较高，米歇尔和埃贝森延迟满足中的注意力。沃尔特·米歇尔延迟满足中的过程在于实验社会心理学进展第7卷，伦纳德·伯科维茨主编，加利福尼亚州圣地亚哥学术出版社1974年249-92。沃尔特·米歇尔、汤田雄一和莫妮卡·罗德里格斯儿童的延迟满足科学244 1989 933-38。埃格斯蒂从学龄前到晚期青春期预测认知控制。
Improvement was maintained. M. Rosario Rueda et al., Training, Maturation, and Genetic Influences on the Development of Executive Attention, PNAS 102, 2005 14931-36。
改善得到维持。罗萨里奥·卢埃达等人训练、成熟和遗传对执行注意发展的综合影响。美国国家科学院院刊102 2005 14931-36。
Conventional Measures of Intelligence, Maggie E. Toplak, Richard F. West, and Keith E. Stanovich, The Cognitive Reflection Test as a Predictor of Performance on Heuristics and Biases, Tasks, Memory, and Cognition in Press.
常规的智力测量，马吉 E. 托普拉克、理查德 F. 维斯特和基斯 E. 斯坦诺维奇认知反思测试作为启发式和偏差任务绩效的预测指标，记忆与认知印刷中。
4. The Associative Machine.
4. 联想机器。
Associative Machine. Carrie K. Morwedge and Daniel Kahneman. Associative Processes and Intuitive Judgment. Trends in Cognitive Sciences 14, 2010 435-40。
联想机器，凯里 K. 莫尔维奇和丹尼尔·卡尼曼直觉判断中的联想过程，认知科学趋势14 2010 435-40。
Beyond your control. To avoid confusion, I did not mention in the text that the pupil also dilated. The pupil dilates both during emotional arousal and when arousal accompanies intellectual effort.
超出你的控制。为避免混淆，我没有在文中提到瞳孔也会放大。 瞳孔在情绪唤醒时和唤醒伴随智力活动时都会放大。
Think with your body. Paula M. Nidenthal, Embodying Emotion, Science 316, 2007 1002-1005.
用你的身体思考，宝拉·尼登塔尔，体现情绪，科学，316 2007 1002-1005。
Wash Prime Soap. The image is drawn from the working of a pump. The first few draws on a pump do not bring up any liquid, but they enable subsequent draws to be effective.
Wash 启动 SOAP， 该图像源自泵的工作原理。泵的前几次抽取不会抽取任何液体，但它们使后续抽取变得有效。
Finds he at yellow instantly John A. Barg, Mark Chin, and Laura Burrows. Automaticity of social behavior. Direct effects of trait construct and stereotype activation on action. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 71. 1996 230-44.
立即发现它是黄色的。约翰 ·A. 巴格、马克、陈和拉拉、博罗斯。社会行为的自动性、特质结构和刻板印象激活对行动的直接影响。人格与社会心理学杂志71 1996 230-44。
Words related to old age. Thomas Musweiler. Doing is for thinking. Stereotype activation by stereotypic movements. Psychological Science 17, 2006 17-21.
与老年相关的词语，托马斯·穆斯维勒。行动是为了思考。刻板动作激活刻板印象。心理学科学17 2006 17-21。
The Far Side. Fritz Strack, Leonard L. Martin, and Sabine Stepper. Inhibiting and Facilitating Conditions of the Human Smile. A non-obtrusive test of the facial feedback hypothesis. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 54. 1988 768-77.
远方，弗里茨·施特拉克、伦纳德·奥马丁和萨宾·施特珀。抑制和促进人类微笑的条件。面部反馈假设的非侵入性测试。人格与社会心理学杂志54 1988 768-77。
Upsetting Pictures. Ulf Dimberg, Monica Thunberg, and Sarah Grundle. Facial Reactions to Emotional Stimuli. Automatically Controlled Emotional Responses, Cognition and Emotion 16. 2002 449-71.
令人不安的图片。乌尔夫、迪姆伯格、莫妮卡·松伯格和萨拉·格伦达尔。对情绪刺激的面部反应。自动控制的情绪反应。认知与情感16 2002 449-71。
Listen to Messages. Gary L. Wells and Richard E. Petty. The Effects of Overt Head Movements on Persuasion. Compatibility and Incompatibility of Responses. Basic and Applied Social Psychology 1. 1980 219-30.
听信息：加里·拉欧威尔斯和理查德·易佩蒂。公开头部动作对说服的影响。反应的兼容性和不兼容性。基础和应用社会心理学1980 219-30。
Increase the funding of schools. Jonah Berger, Mark Meredith, and S. Christian Wheeler. Contextual Priming. Where People Vote Affects How They Vote. PNAS 105 2008 8846-49.
增加对学校的资助。乔纳·波杰、马克·梅雷迪斯和 S. 克里斯蒂安·惠勒。情境启动。人们在哪里投票会影响他们如何投票。美国国家科学院院刊105 2008 8846-49。
Reminders of Money. Kathleen D. Voss. The Psychological Consequences of Money. Science 314 2006 1154-56.
金钱的提醒。凯瑟琳·蒂沃斯。金钱的心理后果。科学314 2006 1154-56。
Appeal of Authoritarian Ideas. Jeff Greenberg et al. Evidence for Terror Management Theory 2. The Effect of Mortality Salience on Reactions to Those Who Threaten or Bolster the Cultural Worldview. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 58, 1990 308-18.
威权思想的吸引力。杰夫·格林伯格等人。恐怖管理理论2的证据。死亡显着性对那些威胁或支持文化世界观的人的反应的影响。人格与社会心理学杂志58 1990 308-18。
Lady Macbeth Effect. Chinbo Zhang and Katie Lillianquist. Washing Away Your Sins. Threatened Morality and Physical Cleansing. Science 313, 2006 1451-52.
麦克白夫人效应，陈伯忠和凯蒂·利尔杰奎斯特洗刷你的罪孽，受到威胁的道德和身体清洁。科学313 2006 1451-52.
Preferred mouthwash over soap. Spike Lee and Norbert Schwartz, Dirty Hands and Dirty Mouths. Embodiment of the moral purity metaphor is specific to the motor modality involved in moral transgression. Psychological Science 21. 2010 1423-25.
比肥皂更喜欢漱口水。斯派克、里和诺伯特·施瓦茨，肮脏的手和肮脏的嘴。道德纯洁隐喻的体现，特定于道德违规行为所涉及的运动方式。心理学科学21 2010 1423-25.
At a British university, Melissa Bateson, Daniel Nettle, and Gilbert Roberts, cues of being watched enhance cooperation in a real-world setting. Biology Letters 2 2006 412-14.
在英国一所大学，梅丽莎·贝特森、丹尼尔·内特尔和吉尔伯特·罗伯茨被监视的暗示增强了现实世界中的合作。生物学快报2 2006 412-14.
Introduced to that stranger. Timothy Wilson Strangers to Ourselves, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Belknap Press, 2002, presents a concept of an adaptive unconscious that is similar to System 1.
介绍给那个陌生人，蒂莫西·威尔逊的《我们自己的陌生人》，马萨诸塞州剑桥，贝尔纳普出版社2002年提出了一个与系统一相似的适应性无意识概念。
5. Cognitive ease.
5. 认知轻松。
Easy and strained, the technical term for cognitive ease is fluency.
轻松和紧张，认知轻松的技术术语是流畅性。
Diverse inputs and outputs, Adam L. Alter and Daniel M. Oppenheimer, uniting the tribes of fluency to form a metacognitive nation, Personality and Social Psychology Review 13, 2009 219-35.
不同的输入和输出，亚当 L. 奥尔特和丹尼尔 M. 奥本海默联合流畅性部落，以形成原认知国家。人格与社会心理学评论13 2009 219-35.
Becoming famous overnight, Larry L. Jacoby, Colleen Kelly, Judith Brown, and Jennifer Jasechko. Becoming famous overnight, limits on the ability to avoid unconscious influences of the past. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 56, 1989 326-38.
一夜成名，拉里 L. 雅各比、科林、凯利、朱迪斯·布朗和詹妮弗·贾塞奇科一夜成名，避免过去无意识影响的能力的局限性。人格与社会心理学杂志56 1989 326-38.
Nicely stated the problem. Bruce W. A. Whittlesey, Larry L. Jacoby, and Krista Gerard, Illusions of Immediate Memory. Evidence of an Attributional Basis for Feelings of Familiarity and Perceptual Quality. Journal of Memory and Language 29, 1997 116-32.
很好地陈述了这个问题。布鲁斯 W. 惠特尔西、拉里 L. 雅各比和克里斯塔·吉拉德，即时记忆的错觉、熟悉感和知觉质量的归因基础的证据。记忆与语言杂志29 1990 716-32.
The impression of familiarity. Normally, when you meet a friend, you can immediately place and name him. You often know where you met him last, what he was wearing, and what you said to each other. The feeling of familiarity becomes relevant only when such specific memories are not available. It is a fallback. Although its reliability is imperfect, the fallback is much better than nothing. It is the sense of familiarity that protects you from the embarrassment of being and acting astonished when you are greeted as an old friend by someone who only looks vaguely familiar.
熟悉感的印象，通常当你遇到一个朋友时，你可以立即认出并说出他的名字。你经常知道你上次在哪里遇到他，他穿了什么衣服，以及你们彼此说了什么。只有当此类具体记忆不可用时，熟悉感才变得相关。这是一种后备，虽然它的可靠性不完美，但后备比一无所有要好得多。正是熟悉感保护你免于尴尬。当你被一个看起来只是隐约熟悉的人当作老朋友打招呼时，你不会感到惊讶，也不会表现出惊讶。
Body temperature of a chicken. Ian Begg, Victoria Armour, and Therese Kerr. On believing what we remember, Canadian Journal of Behavioral Science 17, 1985 199 to 214.
鸡的体温，伊恩·贝格、维多利亚·阿莫和特蕾斯·科尔。关于相信我们记得的东西，加拿大行为科学杂志17 1985 199-214。
Low credibility, Daniel M. Oppenheimer. Consequences of erudite vernacular utilized irrespective of necessity. Problems with using long words needlessly. Applied Cognitive Psychology 20. 2006 139 to 56.
可信度低，丹尼尔 ·M. 奥本海默。不必要的使用博学语言的后果，不必要的使用长单词的问题。应用认知心理学20 2006 139-56。
When they rhymed, Matthew S. McGlone and Jessica Defibach, birds of a feather flock conjointly. Rhyme is reason in aphorisms. Psychological Science 11 2424 to 28.
当他们押韵时，马修 ·S. 麦克格隆和杰西卡·托菲巴赫时，一丘之貉联合成群。格言中的押韵作为理由，心理学科学11 2424-28。
Fictitious Turkish companies, Anuj K., Shah and Daniel M. Oppenheimer, Easy Does It, The Role of Fluency in Q Weighting, Judgment, and Decision-Making Journal 2 2007 371 to 79.
虚构的土耳其公司 Anuj K. Shah 和 Daniel M. Oppenheimer 轻松做到流畅性在提示权重中的作用。判断和决策制定杂志2 2007年371-79。
Engaged in Analytic Mode, Adam L. Alter, Daniel M. Oppenheimer, Nicholas Epley, and Rebecca Eyre, Overcoming Intuition. Metacognitive Difficulty Activates Analytic Reasoning, Journal of Experimental Psychology. General 136 2007 569 to 76.
参与和分析模式 Adam L. Alter, Daniel M. Oppenheimer.Nicholas Epley 和 Rebecca Eyre 克服直觉、原认知困难、激活分析推理。实验心理学杂志普通136 2007年569-76。
Pictures of Objects, Piotr Winkleman and John T. Cassioppo. Mind at Ease puts a smile on the face. Psychophysiological evidence that processing facilitation increases positive effect. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 81. 2001 989 to 1000.
物体图片 Piotr Winkleman 和 John T. Cassioppo 轻松的心态让人面带微笑。心理生理学证据表明，加工便利性会增加积极影响。人格与社会心理学杂志81 2001年989-1000。
Small Advantage, Adam L. Alter and Daniel M. Oppenheimer, Predicting Short-Term Stock Fluctuations by Using Processing Fluency. PNAS 103, 2006. Michael J. Cooper, Orland Dimitrov, and P. Raghavendra Rao, Arose.com by any other name. Journal of Finance 56, 2001 2371 to 88.
微小优势 Adam L. Alter 和 Daniel M. Oppenheimer 利用加工流畅性预测短期股票波动。美国国家科学院院刊103 2006年。Michael J. Cooper, Orland Dimitrov和 P. Raghavendra Rao 任何其他名称的 Arose.com 金融杂志56 2001年2371-88。
Clunky Labels, Pascal Pinsa, Nomen Estate Omen, How Company Names Influence Short and Long-Run Stock Market Performance, Social Science Research Network Working Paper, September 2006.
笨拙的标签 Pascal Pinsa, Nomen Estate Omen公司名称如何影响短期和长期股票市场表现？社会科学研究网络工作论文，2006年9月。
Mere Exposure Effect, Robert B. Zajonc, Attitudinal Effects of Mere Exposure, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 9, 1968 1-27.
单纯曝光效应 Robert B. Zajonc, 单纯曝光的态度效应，人格与社会心理学杂志9 1968年1-27。
Favorite Experiments, Robert B. Zajonc and D. W. Rejecki, Exposure and Effect, A Field Experiment, Psychonomic Science 17, 1969 216 to 17.
最喜欢的实验 Robert B. Zajonc 和 D. W. Rejecki 曝光和影响一项实地实验心理科学17 1969年216-17。
Never Consciously Sees, Jennifer L. Monahan, Sheila T. Murphy, and Robert B. Zajonc, Subliminal Mere Exposure, Specific, General, and Diffuse Effects, Psychological Science 11, 2462-66。
从未有意识地看到 Jennifer L. Monahan、Sheila T. Murphy 和 Robert B. Zajonc 潜意识单纯曝光，具体、一般和弥散效应，心理科学11 2000年462-66。
Inhabiting the Shell, D. W. Rejecki, Effects of Prenatal Exposure to Auditory or Visual Stimulation on Postnatal Distress Vocalizations in Chicks, Behavioral Biology 11. 1974 525-36。
居住在贝壳中 D.W. Rejecki 产前暴露于听觉或视觉刺激对小鸡出生后痛苦的叫声的影响，行为生物学11 1974年525-36。
The Consequences, Social Stability Robert B. Zajonc, Mere Exposure, A Gateway to the Subliminal, Current Directions in Psychological Science 10, 2001 227。
后果，社会稳定性 Robert B. Zajonc 单纯曝光，通往潜意识的门户，心理科学当前方向时2001年227。
Triad of Words, Annette Bolt, Thomas Goshka, and Julius Cole, Emotion and Intuition, Effects of Positive and Negative Mood on Implicit Judgments of Semantic Coherence, Psychological Science 14. 2003 416-21。
三人组，安妮特·波尔特、托马斯·戈施克和朱丽叶斯·库尔，情感与直觉，积极和消极情绪对语义连贯性隐性判断的影响，心理学科学14 2003年416-21。
Association is retrieved. The analysis excludes all cases in which the subject actually found the correct solution. It shows that even subjects who will ultimately fail to find a common association have some idea of whether there is one to be found.
联想被检索，分析排除了受试者实际找到正确解决方案的所有情况。它表明，即使最终无法找到共同联想的受试者，也对是否存在要找到的联想有所了解。
Increase cognitive ease. Sasha Topolinsky and Fritz Strack, The Architecture of Intuition. Fluency and effect determine intuitive judgments of semantic and visual coherence and judgments of grammaticality in artificial grammar learning. Journal of Experimental Psychology, General 138, 2009 39-63。
增加认知轻松度，萨沙·托波林斯基和弗里茨·施特拉克，直觉的结构、流畅性和情感决定语义和视觉连贯性的直觉判断，以及人工语法学习中的语法判断。实验心理学杂志通用138 2009年39-63。
Doubled Accuracy, Bolt, Goshka, and Cole, Emotion and Intuition.
准确率翻倍，波尔特、戈施克和库尔，情感与直觉。
Form a cluster. Barbara Fredrickson, Positivity. Groundbreaking research reveals how to embrace the hidden strength of positive emotions, overcome negativity, and thrive. New York. Random House, 2009. Joseph P. Forgas and Rebecca East, On Being Happy and Gullible. Mood Effects on Skepticism and the Detection of Deception. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology 44. 2008 1362-67。
形成一个集群。芭芭拉·弗雷德里克森，积极性、开创性研究揭示如何拥抱积极情绪的隐藏力量，克服消极情绪并茁壮成长。纽约。兰登书屋2009年。约瑟夫 ·P. 福加斯和丽贝卡·伊斯特，关于快乐和轻信、情绪对怀疑和欺骗检测的影响。实验社会心理学杂志44 2008年1362-67。
Smiling Reaction, Sasha Topolinsky et al., The Face of Fluency. Semantic coherence automatically elicits a specific pattern of facial muscle reactions. Cognition and Emotion 23 2009 260-71。
微笑反应，萨沙·托波林斯基等人，流畅性的面孔，语义连贯性自动引发特定的面部肌肉反应模式，认知与情感23 2009年260-71。
Previous research, Individuals, Sasha Topolinsky and Fritz Strack, The Analysis of Intuition, Processing Fluency and Effect in Judgments of Semantic Coherence, Cognition and Emotion 23. 2009 1465-1503。
先前的研究，个体萨沙·托波林斯基和弗里茨·施特拉克，直觉分析， 语义连贯性判断中的加工流畅性和情感，认知与情感23 2009年1465至1503。
6. Norms, surprises, and causes.
6. 规范、意外和原因。
An Observer, Daniel Kahneman and Dale T. Miller, Norm Theory, Comparing Reality to Its Alternatives, Psychological Review 93, 1986 136-53。
一个观察者，丹尼尔·卡尼曼和戴尔 ·T. 米勒，规范理论，将现实与其替代方案进行比较。心理学评论93 1986年136-53。
Tattoo on My Back, Josh J. A. Van Berkom, Understanding Sentences in Context, What Brainwaves Can Tell Us, Current Directions in Psychological Science 17, 2008 376-80。
背上的纹身，约斯 ·J. 范贝库姆在上下文中理解句子。脑电波能告诉我们什么？心理学科学当前方向17 2008年376-80。
The Word Pickpocket, Ran R. Hassan, John A. Barg, and James S. Woolman, Spontaneous Causal Inferences, Journal of Experimental Social Psychology 38, 2002 515-22。
扒手一词 Ran R. Hassan、John A. Barg 和 James S. Woolman 自发因果推断，实验社会心理学杂志38 2002年515-22。
Indicate Surprise, Albert Michaud, The Perception of Causality, Andover, Massachusetts, Methuen, 1963. Alan M. Leslie and Stephanie Keeble, Do 6-month-old infants perceive causality? Cognition 25, 1987 265-88。
表示惊讶，阿尔伯特·米肖特，因果知觉，马萨诸塞州安多福，梅修恩，1963年。艾伦 ·M. 莱斯利和斯蒂芬妮·基布尔，6个月大的婴儿是否感知因果关系？认知25 1987年265-88。
Explosive Finale, Fritz-Heider and Marianne Simmel, An Experimental Study of Apparent Behavior, American Journal of Psychology 13, 1944 243-59。
爆炸性结局，弗里茨·海德和玛丽安·希梅尔，表观行为的实验研究，美国心理学杂志13 1944年243-59。
Identify Bullies and Victims, Leslie and Keeble, Do 6-month-old infants perceive causality?
识别欺凌者和受害者，莱斯利和基布尔，6个月大的婴儿是否感知因果关系？
As We Die, Paul Bloom, Is God an Accident? Atlantic, December 2005.
当我们死去，保罗·布鲁姆，上帝是意外吗？大西洋月刊，2005年12月。
7. A Machine for Jumping to Conclusions.
7. 一个急于下结论的机器。
Elegant Experiment, Daniel T. Gilbert, Douglas S. Krull, and Patrick S. Malone, Unbelieving the Unbelievable, Some Problems in the Rejection of False Information, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 59, 1996 101-13。
巧妙的实验，丹尼尔 ·T. 基尔伯特、道格拉斯 ·S. 克鲁尔和帕特里克 ·S. 马龙，不相信难以置信的事情，拒绝虚假信息的一些问题。人格与社会心理学杂志59 1990 601-13。
Descriptions of Two People, Solomon E. Ash, Forming Impressions of Personality, Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology 41, 1946 258-90。
两人描述所罗门 E. 阿西形成人格印象，异常与社会心理学杂志41 1946 258-90。
All 6 adjectives, Ibid.
所有6个形容词，同上。
Wisdom of Crowds, James Sarowiecki, The Wisdom of Crowds, New York, Anchor Books, 2005.
乌合之众的智慧，詹姆斯·苏罗维茨基，乌合之众的智慧，纽约，毛书，2005年。
One-Sided Evidence, Lyle A. Brenner, Derek J. Kohler, and Amos Tversky on the Evaluation of One-Sided Evidence, Journal of Behavioral Decision-Making 9, 1996 59-70。
片面证据，莱尔 A. 布伦纳、德里克 J. 科勒和阿莫斯·特沃斯基对片面证据的评估，行为决策杂志9 1996 59-70。
8. How Judgments Happen.
8. 判断如何发生。
Biological Roots, Alexander Todorov, Sean G. Barron, and Nicholas N. Oosterhoff, Evaluating Face Trustworthiness, a Model-Based Approach, Social Cognitive and Affective Neuroscience 3. 2008 119-27.
生物根源，亚历山大·托多罗夫、肖恩 ·G. 巴伦和尼古拉斯 ·N. 奥斯特霍夫评估面部可信度基于模型的方法，社会认知与情感神经科学3 2008 119-27.
Friendly or Hostile, Alexander Todorov, Chris P. Said, Andrew D. Engel, and Nicholas N. Oosterhoff, Understanding Evaluation of Faces on Social Dimensions, Trends in Cognitive Sciences 12. 2008 455-60.
友好或敌对，亚历山大·托多罗夫、克里斯 ·P. 赛义德、安德鲁·蒂恩格尔和尼古拉斯 ·N. 奥斯特霍夫理解对社会维度面部的评估，认知科学趋势12 2008 455-60.
May spell trouble, Alexander Todorov, Manish Pakrashi, and Nicholas N. Oosterhoff, Evaluating Faces on Trustworthiness After Minimal Time Exposure, Social Cognition 27, 2009 813-33.
可能带来麻烦，亚历山大·托多罗夫、马尼什·帕克拉西和尼古拉斯 ·N. 奥斯特霍夫在最短时间内接触后评估面不可信度，社会认知27 2009 813-33.
Australia, Germany, and Mexico, Alexander Todorov et al., Inference of Competence from Faces Predict Election Outcomes, Science 308, 2005 1623-26. Charles C. Ballou and Alexander Todorov, Predicting Political Elections from Rapid and Unreflective Face Judgments, PNAS 104, 2007 17948-53. Christopher Y. Olivala and Alexander Todorov, Elected in 100 Milliseconds, Appearance-Based Trade Inferences and Voting, Journal of Nonverbal Behavior 34, 2010 83-110.
澳大利亚、德国和墨西哥，亚历山大·托多罗夫等人从面部推断能力预测选举结果，科学308 2005 1623-26。查尔斯 ·C. 巴勒和亚历山大·托多罗夫从快速和非反思性面部判断中预测政治选举，美国国家科学院院刊104 2007 17948-53。克里斯托弗·沃奥利沃拉和亚历山大·托多罗夫在100毫秒内当选，基于外表的特质推断和投票。非语言行为杂志34 2010 83-110。
Watch less television. Gabriel Linz and Chappell Lawson, Looking the Part. Television leads less informed citizens to vote based on candidates' appearance, American Journal of Political Science, forthcoming.
少看电视，加布里埃尔·伦茨和查佩尔·劳森看起来像电视导致信息较少的公民根据候选人的外表投票。美国政治科学杂志即将出版。
Absence of a specific task set, Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. Extensional versus intuitive reasoning. The conjunction fallacy and probability judgment, Psychological Review 90. 1983 293-315.
缺乏特定任务集 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman 外延推理与直觉推理概率判断中的合取谬误心理学评论90 1983年293-315。
Exxon Valdez, William H. Desvusses et al., Measuring Natural Resource Damages with Contingent Valuation, Test of Validity and Reliability in Contingent Valuation, A Critical Assessment, Edition Jerry A. Hausman, Amsterdam. North Holland, 1993, 91-159.
埃克森、瓦尔迪兹、William H. Desvusses 等用或有估价法衡量自然资源损害有效性和可靠性测试在于或有估价法一项批判性评估 Jerry A. Hausman 编辑阿姆斯特丹北荷兰1993年91-159。
Sense of Injustice, Stanley S. Stevens, Psychophysics, Introduction to its Perceptual, Neural, and Social Prospect, New York, Wiley, 1975.
不公正感 Stanley S. Stevens 心理物理学对感知、神经和社会前景的介绍，纽约 Wiley 1975年。
Detected that the words rhymed. Mark S. Seidenberg and Michael K. Tannenhaus, Orthographic Effects on Rhyme Monitoring, Journal of Experimental Psychology, Human Learning and Memory 5. 1979, 546-54.
检测到这些词押韵 ，Mark S. Seidenberg 和 Michael K. Tenenhaus 正字法对押韵监控的影响。实验心理学杂志《人类学习与记忆5》1979年546-54。
Sentence was literally true. Sam Glucksberg, Patricia Gildea, and Howard G. Bookin on Understanding Non-Literal Speech. Can People Ignore Metaphors? Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior 21. 1982-85-98.
句子从字面上讲是真的。Sam Glucksberg、Patricia Gildea 和 Howard G. Bookin 关于理解非字面意义的言语，人们能忽略隐喻吗？言语学习与言语行为杂志21 1982年85-98。
9. Answering an easier question.
9. 回答一个更简单的问题。
An intuitive answer to it came readily to mind. An alternative approach to judgment heuristics has been proposed by Gerd Gidrinzer, Peter M. Todd, and the ABC Research Group in Simple Heuristics That Make Us Smart, New York. Oxford University Press, 1999. They describe fast and frugal formal procedures such as take the best Q, which under some circumstances generate quite accurate judgments on the basis of little information. As Gidrinzer has emphasized, his heuristics are different from those that Amos and I studied, and he has stressed their accuracy rather than the biases to which they inevitably lead. Much of the research that supports fast and frugal heuristic uses statistical simulations to show that they could work in some real-life situations, but the evidence for the psychological reality of these heuristics remains thin and contested. The most memorable discovery associated with this approach is the recognition heuristic, illustrated by an example that has become well known. A subject who is asked which of two cities is larger and recognizes one of them should guess that the one she recognizes is larger. The recognition heuristic works fairly well if the subject knows that the city she recognizes is large. If she knows it to be small, however, she will quite reasonably guess that the unknown city is larger. Contrary to the theory, the subjects use more than the recognition cue. Daniel M. Oppenheimer, not so fast. And not so frugal. Rethinking the recognition heuristic, Cognition 90, 2003 B1, B9. A weakness of the theory is that, from what we know of the mind, there is no need for heuristics to be frugal. The brain processes vast amounts of information in parallel, and the mind can be fast and accurate without ignoring information. Furthermore, it has been known since the early days of research on chess masters that skill need not consist of learning to use less information. On the contrary, skill is more often an ability to deal with large amounts of information quickly and efficiently.
一个直觉答案很容易想到 Gerd Gidrinzer、Peter M. Todd 和 ABC 研究小组在简单启发法让我们变得聪明。纽约牛津大学出版社1999年一书中提出了一种判断启发法的替代方法。他们描述了快速而节俭的形式程序，例如采用最佳提示，在某些情况下，这些程序根据少量信息做出非常准确的判断。正如 Gidrinzer 所强调的，他的启发法不同于 Amos 和我研究的启发法，他强调了他们的准确性，而不是他们不可避免的导致的偏差。支持快速而节俭的启发法的大部分研究都使用统计模拟来表明它们可以在某些现实生活中发挥作用，但对这些启发法的现实心理性的证据仍然薄弱且存在争议。与这种方法相关的最令人难忘的发现是识别启发法。一个以广为人知的例子说明了这一点。当被问及两个城市中哪一个更大时，一个认出一个城市的人应该猜测他认出的那个更大。如果受试者知道他认出的城市很大，那么识别启发法效果很好。然而，如果他知道它很小，那么他会很合理地猜测未知的城市更大。与理论相反，受试者使用的不仅仅是识别线索 Daniel M. Oppenheimer 没那么快，也没那么节俭。重新思考识别启发法，认知90 2003年 B1 B9。该理论的一个弱点是，从我们对大脑的了解来看，没有必要让启发法变得节俭。大脑并行处理大量信息，大脑可以在不忽略信息的情况下快速而准确地工作。此外，从对国际象棋大师的研究早期开始，人们就知道技能不必包括学会使用更少的信息。相反，技能通常是快速有效地处理大量信息的能力。
Best examples of substitution. Fritz Strack, Leonard L. Martin, and Norbert Schwartz, Priming and Communication, Social Determinants of Information Use and Judgments of Life Satisfaction, European Journal of Social Psychology 18th, 1988 429-42.
替代的最佳事例 Fritz Strack、Leonard L. Martin 和 Norbert Schwartz， 启动和沟通生活满意度判断中信息使用的社会决定因素，欧洲社会心理学杂志18 1988年429-42。
Correlations between psychological measures. The correlation was 0.66.
心理测量之间的相关性为 0.66。
Dominates happiness reports. Other substitution topics include marital satisfaction, job satisfaction, and leisure time satisfaction. Norbert Schwartz, Fritz Strack, and Hans-Peter May. Assimilation and contrast effects in part-whole question sequences. A conversational logic analysis. Public Opinion Quarterly 55, 1991 3-23.
主导幸福报告，其他替代主题包括婚姻满意度、工作满意度和休闲时间满意度。Norbert Schwartz、Fritz Strack 和 Hans-Peter May。部分整体问题序列中的同化和对比效应。对话逻辑分析。公共舆论季刊55 1991年3-23。
Evaluate their happiness. A telephone survey conducted in Germany included a question about general happiness. When the self-reports of happiness were correlated with the local weather at the time of the interview, a pronounced correlation was found. Mood is known to vary with the weather, and substitution explains the effect on reported happiness. However, another version of the telephone survey yielded a somewhat different result. These respondents were asked about the current weather before they were asked the happiness question. For them, weather had no effect at all on reported happiness. The explicit priming of weather provided them with an explanation of their mood, undermining the connection that would normally be made between current mood and overall happiness.
评估他们的幸福感。在德国进行的一项电话调查中包含了一个关于一般幸福感的问题。当幸福感的自我报告与采访时的当地天气相关时，发现了一个明显的相关性。众所周知，情绪会随着天气而变化，替代解释了对报告的幸福感的影响。然而，电话调查的另一个版本产生了截然不同的结果。在询问幸福感问题之前，询问了这些受访者当前的天气情况。对他们来说，天气对报告的幸福感根本没有影响。天气的明确启动为他们提供了情绪的解释，破坏了当前情绪与整体幸福感之间通常会建立的联系。
View of the benefits. Melissa L. Finicane et al. The Effect Heuristic and Judgments of Risks and Benefits. Journal of Behavioral Decision Making 13, 2001-17.
利益观 Melissa L. Finicane 等人，风险和利益判断中的情感启发法，行为决策杂志13 2001-17。
10. The Law of Small Numbers.
10. 小数定律。
It is both. Without additives, Howard Weiner and Harris L. Zwirling, evidence that smaller schools do not improve student achievement. Phi Delta Kappan 88, 2006 300-303. The example was discussed by Andrew Gelman and Deborah Nolan. Teaching Statistics, A Bag of Tricks, New York, Oxford University Press, 2002.
即又不含添加剂。霍华德、维纳和哈里斯茨维林。证据表明，较小的学校并不能提高学生的学业成绩。Phi Delta Kappan 88 2006 300-303。安德鲁·盖尔曼和黛博拉·诺兰在《教学统计：一代技巧》纽约牛津大学出版社2002年中讨论了这个例子。
50% risk of failing. Jacob Cohen, The Statistical Power of Abnormal Social Psychological Research. A Review, Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology 65, 1962 145-53.
50%的失败风险。雅各布·科恩，异常社会心理学研究的统计能力。回顾《异常和社会心理学杂志》65 1962 145-53。
Belief in the Law of Small Numbers. Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. Belief in the Law of Small Numbers. Psychological Bulletin 76 1971 105-10.
对小数定律的信念。阿莫斯·特沃斯基和丹尼尔·卡尼曼对小数定律的信念。心理公告76 1971 105-10。
Statistical Intuitions. Whenever possible, the contrast that we drew between intuition and computation seems to foreshadow the distinction between systems 1 and 2. But we were a long way from the perspective of this book. We used intuition to cover anything but a computation, any informal way to reach a conclusion.
统计直觉，尽可能。我们在直觉和计算之间做出的对比，似乎预示了系统1和系统2之间的区别，但我们离本书的观点还很远。我们使用直觉来涵盖除计算之外的任何内容，任何得出结论的非正式方式。
German Spies, William Feller, Introduction to Probability Theory and Its Applications, New York, Wiley, 1950.
德国间谍，威廉·费勒，概率论及其应用简介，纽约，威利，1950年。
Randomness in Basketball, Thomas Gilovich, Robert Vallone, and Amos Tversky, The Hot Hand in Basketball, on the Misperception of Random Sequences, Cognitive Psychology 17. 1985 295 to 314.
篮球中的随机性，托马斯·吉洛维奇、罗伯特·瓦隆和阿莫斯·特沃斯基。篮球中的火热状态，对随机序列的误解，认知心理学时期，1985 295-314。
11. Anchors.
11. 锚。
Reasonable Volume, Robin LeBoeuf and Eldar Schaffer, The Long and Short of It. Physical Anchoring Effects, Journal of Behavioral Decision Making 19, 2006 393 to 406.
合理数量 Robin LeBoeuf 和 Eldar Schaffer 长短之分，物理锚定效应，行为决策杂志19 2006年393-406。
Nod Their Head, Nicholas Epley and Thomas Gilovich, Putting Adjustment Back in the Anchoring and Adjustment Heuristic, Differential Processing of Self-Generated and Experimenter-Provided Anchors, Psychological Science 12. 2001 391-96.
点头 Nicholas Epley 和 Thomas Gilovich 在锚定和调整启发法中重新调整自我生成和实验者提供的锚点的差异处理，心理学科学12 2001年391-96。
Stay Closer to the Anchor, Epley and Gilovich, The Anchoring and Adjustment Heuristic.
更接近锚点 Epley 和 Gilovich 锚定和调整启发法。
Associative Coherence, Thomas Musweiler, The Use of Category and Exemplar Knowledge in the Solution of Anchoring Tasks, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 78, 2000 1038-52.
联想一致性 Thomas Musweiler 类别和事例知识在锚定任务解决方案中的运用，人格与社会心理学杂志78 2000年1038-52。
San Francisco Exploratorium, Karen E., Jackowitz and Daniel Kahneman, Measures of Anchoring and Estimation Tasks, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 21. 1995 1161-66.
旧金山探索馆 Karen E. Jackowitz 和 Daniel Kahneman 估计任务中锚定的测量，人格与社会心理学公告21 1995年1161-66。
Substantially Lower, Gregory B., Northcraft and Margaret A. Neal, Experts, Amateurs, and Real Estate, An Anchoring and Adjustment Perspective on Property Pricing Decisions, Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes 39. 1987-84-97. The high anchor was 12% above the listed price. The low anchor was 12% below that price.
大幅降低 Gregory B. Northcraft 和 Margaret A. Neal 专家、业余爱好者和房地产锚定和调整视角下的房产定价决策、组织行为与人类决策过程39 1987年84-97。 高锚点比挂牌价高 12%， 低锚点比该价格低 12%。
Rolled a Pair of Dice, Bert English, Thomas Musweiler, and Fritz Strack, Playing Dice with Criminal Sentences, The Influence of Irrelevant Anchors on Experts' Judicial Decision-Making, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 32. 2006 188-200.
这一对头子 Bert English、Thomas Musweiler 和 Fritz Strack 用头子玩刑事判决，无关锚点对专家司法决策的影响，人格与社会心理学公告32 2006年188-200。
A No-Limit PER Person, Brian Wansink, Robert J. Kent, and Stephen J. Hawk, An Anchoring and Adjustment Model of Purchase Quantity Decisions, Journal of Marketing Research 35, 1998 71-81.
每人无限制 Brian Wansink、Robert J. Kent 和 Stephen J. Hawk 购买数量决策的锚定和调整模型，市场研究杂志35 1998年71-81。
Resist the anchoring effect. Adam D. Galinsky and Thomas Musweiler first offers as anchors the role of perspective taking and negotiator focus, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 81. 2001 657-69。
抵抗锚定效应 Adam D. Galinsky 和 Thomas Musweiler 第一报价作为锚点，视角转换和谈判者关注的作用，人格与社会心理学杂志81 2001年657-69。
Otherwise be much smaller. Greg Pigarski and Linda Babcock, Damage Caps, Motivated Anchoring, and Bargaining Impasse, Journal of Legal Studies 30, 2001 143-59。
否则会小得多。Greg Pigarski 和 Linda Babcock 损害上限、动机锚定和谈判僵局，法律研究杂志30 2001年143-59。
Amount of damages. For an experimental demonstration, see Chris Guthrie, Jeffrey J. Raklinsky, and Andrew J. Wistrich, Judging by Heuristic Cognitive Illusions in Judicial Decision-Making, Judicature 86, 2002 44-50。
损害金额有关实验演示，请参阅 Chris Guthrie、Jeffrey J. Raklinsky 和 Andrew J. Wistrich 的通过司法决策中的启发式认知错觉进行判断 Judicature 86 2002年44-50。
12. The Science of Availability.
12. 可用性科学。
These with which Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, Availability, a heuristic for judging frequency and probability, Cognitive Psychology 5, 1973 207-32。
容易程度 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman 可用性、判断频率和概率的启发式认知心理学5 1973年207-32。
Self-assessed contributions. Michael Ross and Fiore Sicoli, Egocentric Biases in Availability and Attribution, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 37, 1979 322-36。
自我评估的贡献 Michael Ross 和 Fiore Sicoli 可用性和归因中的自我中心偏差，人格与社会心理学杂志37 1979年322-36。
A major advance. Schwartz et al., Ease of Retrieval as Information.
一项重大进展 Schwartz 等人检索容易程度作为信息。
Role of Fluency. Sabine Stepper and Fritz Strack, Proprioceptive Determinants of Emotional and Non-Emotional Feelings, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 64, 1993 211-20。
流畅性的作用 Sabine Stepper 和 Fritz Strack 本体感受决定因素的情感和非情感感受，人格与社会心理学杂志64 1993年211-20。
Experimenters dreamed up. For a review of this area of research, see Rainer Grafeneder, Herbert Bless, and Michel T. Pham. When do people rely on affective and cognitive feelings and judgment? A review, Personality and Social Psychology Review 15, 2011 107-41。
实验者梦寐以求的有关该研究领域的综述，请参阅 Rainer Grafeneder、Herbert Bless 和 Michel T. Pham 的《人们在判断中何时依赖情感和认知感受》综述，人格与社会心理学评论15 2011年107-41。
Affect their cardiac health, Alexander Rotleiman and Norbert Schwartz, Constructing Perceptions of Vulnerability, Personal Relevance in the Use of Experimental Information in Health Judgments, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 24, 1998 1053-64。
影响他们的心脏健康 Alexander Rotleiman 和 Norbert Schwartz 构建脆弱性知觉、个人相关性和在健康判断中使用实验信息，人格与社会心理学公告24 1998年1053-64。
Effortful task at the same time. Rainer Grafeneder and Herbert Bless, Relying on Accessible Content versus Accessibility Experiences, The Case of Processing Capacity, Social Cognition 25, 2007 853-81。
同时进行一项费力的任务 Rainer Grafeneder 和 Herbert Bless 依赖可访问的内容与可访问性体验处理能力的情况，社会认知25 2007年853-81。
Happy episode in their life. Marcus Reuter and Herbert Bless, Mood and the Reliance on the Ease of Retrieval Heuristic, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 85 2003 20-32.
他们生命中的快乐插曲 Marcus Ruder 和 Herbert Bless 情绪和对检索容易程度启发式的依赖人格与社会心理学杂志85 2003年 20-32
Low on a Depression Scale, Rainer Grafeneder and Herbert Bless, Depression and Reliance on Ease of Retrieval Experiences, European Journal of Social Psychology 38, 2008 213-30.
抑郁量表低分 Rainer Grafeneder 和 Herbert Bless 抑郁与依赖于易于回忆的经历欧洲社会心理学杂志38 2008年 213-30
Knowledgeable Novices, Sheio Fear et al., Memory-Based Store Price Judgments, The Role of Knowledge and Shopping Experience, Journal of Retailing 84, 2008 414-23.
知识渊博的新手 Sheio Fear 等人基于记忆的商店价格判断知识和购物经验的作用零售杂志84 2008年 414-23
True Experts, Eugene M. Caruso, Use of Experienced Retrieval Ease in Self and Social Judgments, Journal of Experimental Social Psychology 44, 2008 148-55.
真正的专家 Eugene M. Caruso 在自我和社会判断中使用经验性检索轻松度实验社会心理学杂志44 2008年 148-55
Faith and Intuition, Johannes Keller and Herbert Bless, Predicting Future Affective States, How Ease of Retrieval and Faith and Intuition Moderate the Impact of Activated Content, European Journal of Social Psychology 38, 2008 1-10.
对直觉的信心 Johannes Keller 和 Herbert Bless 预测未来的情感状态易于回忆和对直觉的信心如何缓和激活内容的影响欧洲社会心理学杂志38 2008年 1-10
If they are powerful, Mario Weick and Anna Gunnode, when subjective experiences matter, power increases reliance on the ease of retrieval, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 94. 2008 956-70.
如果他们强大 Mario Weick 和 Anna Gunnode 当主观经历重要时权力会增加对易于回忆的依赖人格与社会心理学杂志94 2008年 956-70
13. Availability, Emotion, and Risk.
13. 可用性、情感和风险
Because of brain damage, Damasio's idea is known as the somatic marker hypothesis, and it has gathered substantial support. Antonio R. Damasio, Descartes Error, Emotion, Reason, in the Human Brain, New York, Putnam, 1994. Antonio R. Damasio, The Somatic Marker Hypothesis and the Possible Functions of the Prefrontal Cortex, Philosophical Transactions, Biological Sciences 351, 1996 141-20.
因为脑损伤达马西奥的想法被称为躯体标记假说并且已经获得了大量支持 Antonio R. Damasio 笛卡尔的错误情感理性与人脑纽约普特南1994年 Antonio R. Damasio 躯体标记假说和前额叶皮层可能的机能哲学交易生物科学351 1996年 141-20
Risks of each technology. Finicane et al., The Effect Heuristic and Judgments of Risks and Benefits. Paul Slovic, Melissa Finicane, Ellen Peters, and Donald G. McGregor, The Effect Heuristic, and Thomas Gilovich, Dale Griffin, and Daniel Kahneman, eds, Heuristics and Biases, New York, Cambridge University Press, 2002. 397-420. Paul Slovic, Melissa Finicane, Ellen Peters, and Donald G. McGregor, Risk as Analysis and Risk as Feelings, Some Thoughts About Effect, Reason, Risk, and Rationality, Risk Analysis 24, 2004 1-12. Paul Slovic, Trust, Emotion, Sex, Politics, and Science, Surveying the Risk Assessment Battlefield, Risk Analysis 19, 1999 689-701.
每种技术的风险 Finicane 等人情感启发是在判断风险和收益中的作用 Paul Slovic, Melissa Finicane, Ellen Peters 和 Donald G. McGregor 情感启发是在于 Thomas Gilovich, Dale Griffin 和 Daniel Kahneman 编辑的启发是和偏差纽约剑桥大学出版社2002年397-420 Paul Slovic, Melissa Finicane, Ellen Peters 和 Donald G. McGregor 风险作为分析和风险作为感受 关于情感、理性、风险和理性的思考，风险分析24 2004年 1-12 part4 信任、情感、性别、政治和科学，调查风险评估战场，风险分析19 1999年689-701
British Toxicology Society, Slavic, Trust, Emotion, Sex, Politics, and Science. The technologies and substances used in these studies are not alternative solutions to the same problem. In realistic problems, where competitive solutions are considered, the correlation between costs and benefits must be negative. The solutions that have the largest benefits are also the most costly. Whether laypeople and even experts might fail to recognize the correct relationship even in those cases is an interesting question.
英国毒理学学会 Slavic 信任、情感、性别、政治和科学。这些研究中使用的技术和物质并不是同一问题的替代解决方案。在考虑竞争性解决方案的现实问题中，成本和收益之间的相关性必须为负，收益最大的解决方案也是成本最高的。外行甚至专家是否可能在这些情况下都无法识别出正确的关系，这是一个有趣的问题。
Wag's The Rational Dog, Jonathan Haidt, The Emotional Dog and Its Rational Tail, A Social Institutionist Approach to Moral Judgment, Psychological Review 108, 2001 814-34.
摇摆不定的理性狗 Jonathan Haidt 情感狗及其理性的尾巴，道德判断的社会制度主义方法，心理学评论108 2001年814-34.
Risk does not exist, Paul Slovic, The Perception of Risk, Sterling, Virginia, Earthscan, 2000.
风险不存在，保罗·斯洛维奇，风险感知，弗吉尼亚州斯特林 ，Earthscan， 2000年。
Availability Cascade, Timur Kuran and Kassar, Sunstein, Availability Cascades and Risk Regulation, Stanford Law Review 51, 1999 683-768. CERCLA, The Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, passed in 1980.
可用性级联、迪莫尔、库兰和卡斯·奥尔桑斯坦，可用性级联合风险监管，斯坦福法律评论51 1999年683-768。CERCLA 即综合环境响应、补偿和责任法，于1980年通过。
Nothing in between. Paul Slovic, who testified for the apple growers in the Aller case, has a rather different view. The scare was triggered by the CBS 60 Minutes broadcast that said 4,000 children will die of cancer. No probabilities there, along with frightening pictures of bald children in a cancer ward, and many more incorrect statements. Also, the story exposed EPA's lack of competence in attending to and evaluating the safety of Aller, destroying trust and regulatory control. Given this, I think the public's response was rational. Personal Communication, May 11, 2011.
介于两者之间，为苹果种植者在 Aller 案件中作证的保罗·斯洛维奇有截然不同的看法。恐慌是由哥伦比亚广播公司60分钟的广播引发的。该广播称4000名儿童将死于癌症，没有概率。同时还播放了癌症病房中秃顶儿童的可怕图片，还有更多不正确的说法。此外，该报道还揭露了美国环保局在关注和评估 Aller 安全性方面的能力不足，从而破坏了人们对监管控制的信任。鉴于此，我认为公众的反应是理性的。个人交流，2011年5月11日。
14. Tom W. Specialty.
14. 汤姆 W 的专长。
A shy poetry lover, I borrowed this example from Max H. Bazerman and Don A. Moore, Judgment in Managerial Decision-Making, New York, Wiley, 2008.
一位害羞的诗歌爱好者，我从马克思 ·H· 巴泽尔曼和唐·摩尔合著的《管理决策中的判断》纽约，威利2008年中借用了此事例。
Always Waited More, Jonathan St. B. T. Evans, Heuristic and Analytic Processes and Reasoning, British Journal of Psychology 75, 1984 451-68.
始终权重更大，乔纳森·圣 B.T. 埃文斯推理中的启发式和分析过程，英国心理学杂志75 1984年451-68。
The Opposite Effect, Norbert Schwartz et al., Base Rates, Representativeness, and the Logic of Conversation, The Contextual Relevance of Irrelevant Information, Social Cognition 9, 1991 67-84.
相反的效果，诺伯特、施瓦茨等人基本比率、代表性和对话逻辑、无关信息的上下文相关性、社会认知9 1991年67-84。
Told to frown, Alter, Oppenheimer, Epley, and Ayer, Overcoming Intuition.
被告知皱眉，阿尔特、奥本海默、埃普利和艾尔克服直觉。
Bayes' rule. The simplest form of Bayes' rule is an odds form. Posterior odds equals prior odds times likelihood ratio, where the posterior odds are the odds, the ratio of probabilities for two competing hypotheses. Consider a problem of diagnosis. Your friend has tested positive for a serious disease. The disease is rare. Only 1 in 600 of the cases sent in for testing actually has the disease. The test is fairly accurate. Its likelihood ratio is 25-1, which means that the probability that a person who has the disease will test positive is 25 times higher than the probability of a false positive. Testing positive is frightening news, but the odds that your friend has the disease have risen only from 1 to 600 to 25 to 600, and the probability is 4%.
贝叶斯定理。贝叶斯定理的最简单形式是赔率形式，后验赔率等于先验赔率乘自然比，其中后验赔率是两个竞争性假设的赔率概率之比。考虑一个诊断问题，你的朋友被检测出患有严重疾病，这种疾病很罕见，送检的病例中只有1/600实际上患有这种疾病。该测试相当准确，其自然比为25:1，这意味着患有该疾病的人检测呈阳性的概率是假阳性概率的25倍。检测呈阳性是令人恐惧的消息，但你的朋友患有这种疾病的几率仅从1/600上升到25/600，概率为4%。
For the hypothesis that Tom W. is a computer scientist, the prior odds that correspond to a base rate of 3% are 0.03/0.97 equals 0.031. Assuming a likelihood ratio of 4, the description is 4 times as likely if Tom W. is a computer scientist than if he is not. The posterior odds are 4 times 0.031 is equal to 12.4. From these odds, you can compute that the posterior probability of Tom W. being a computer scientist is now 11%, because 12.4/112.4 equals 0.11.
对于汤姆 W 是计算机科学家的假设，对应于3%基本比率的先验赔率为0.397等于0.31。假设自然比为4，如果汤姆 W 是计算机科学家，则描述的可能性是他不是计算机科学家的4倍，则后验赔率为4乘0.31等于12.4。根据这些赔率，你可以计算出汤姆 W 是计算机科学家的后验概率现在为11%，因为12.41112.4等于11。
15. Linda, less is more.
15. Linda, 少即是多。
The role of heuristics, Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, extensional versus intuitive reasoning, the conjunction fallacy and probability judgment, Psychological Review 90, 1983, 293-315.
启发式的作用 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman 外延推理与直觉推理概率判断中的合取谬误心理学评论90 1983年293-315。
A Little Homunculus, Stephen J. Gould, Bully for Brontosaurus, New York, Norton, 1991.
一个小矮人 Stephen J. Gould 为雷龙喝彩，纽约，诺顿1991年。
Weakened or explained. See, among others, Ralph Hertwig and Gerd Gigerenzer, The Conjunction Fallacy, Revisited. How Intelligent Inferences Look Like Reasoning Errors. Journal of Behavioral Decision Making 12. 1999, 275-305. Ralph Hertwig, Bjorn Binz, and Stefan Krauss, The Conjunction Fallacy and the Many Meanings of, and Cognition 108, 2008, 740-53.
减弱或解释，参见除其他外 Ralph Hertwig 和 Gerd Gigerenzer 合取谬误再探，智能推理看起来像推理错误行为决策杂志12 1999年275-305 Ralph Hertwig, Bjorn Benz 和 Stefan Krauss 合取谬误和语的多种含义，认知108 2008年740-53。
Settle Our Differences. Barbara Mellers, Ralph Hertwig, and Daniel Kahneman, Do frequency representations eliminate conjunction effects? An exercise in adversarial collaboration, Psychological Science 12, 2001, 269-75.
解决我们的分歧 Barbara Mellers、Ralph Herdway 和 Daniel Kahneman 频率表征是否消除了合取效应？对抗性合作练习心理学科学12 2001年269-75。
16. Causes trump statistics.
16. 原因胜过统计数据。
Correct answer is 41%. Applying Bayes' rule in odds form, the prior odds are the odds for the blue cab from the base rate, and the likelihood ratio is the ratio of the probability of the witness saying the cab is blue if it is blue, divided by the probability of the witness saying the cab is blue if it is green. Posterior odds equals 0.15/0.85 times 0.80/0.20 equals 0.706. The odds are the ratio of the probability that the cab is blue, divided by the probability that the cab is green. To obtain the probability that the cab is blue, we compute probability blue equals 0.706/1.706 equals 0.41. The probability that the cab is blue is 41%.
正确答案是41%。以赔率形式应用贝叶斯规则。先验赔率是基本比率的蓝色出租车的赔率。自然比是目击者说出租车是蓝色时出租车是蓝色的概率与目击者说出租车是蓝色时出租车是绿色的概率之比。后验赔率等于1585乘8020等于706。赔率是出租车是蓝色的概率与出租车是绿色的概率之比。为了获得出租车是蓝色的概率，我们计算概率蓝色等于706 1.706等于41。出租车是蓝色的概率是41%。
Not too far from the Bayesian, Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, Causal Schemas and Judgments Under Uncertainty, in Progress in Social Psychology, edition Morris Fishbein, Hillsdale, New Jersey, Earlbaum, 1980, 49-72.
与贝叶斯主义相去不远 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman 不确定性下的判断中的因果图式，在于 Morris Fishbein 新泽西州希尔斯戴尔 Earlbaum 1980年编辑的社会心理学进展 49-72。
University of Michigan, Richard E. Nisbet and Eugene Borgaida, Attribution and the Psychology of Prediction, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 32, 1975 932-43.
密歇根大学 Richard E. Nisbet 和 Eugene Borgaida 归因和预测心理学，人格与社会心理学杂志32 1975年932-43。
Relieved of Responsibility, John M. Darley and Biblot-Tain, Bystander Intervention in Emergencies, Diffusion of Responsibility, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 8, 1968 377-83.
免除责任 John M. Darley 和 Biblot-Tain 紧急情况下的旁观者干预，责任扩散，人格与社会心理学杂志8 1968年377-83。
17. Regression to the mean.
17. 回归均值。
Help of the most brilliant statisticians, Michael Bulmer, Francis Galton, pioneer of heredity and biometry, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2003.
最杰出的统计学家的帮助下，迈克尔·布尔默、弗朗西斯·高尔顿，遗传学和生物统计学的先驱，巴尔的摩·约翰·霍普金斯大学出版社2003年。
Standard scores. Researchers transform each original score into a standard score by subtracting the mean and dividing the result by the standard deviation. Standard scores have a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1, can be compared across variables, especially when the statistical distributions of the original scores are similar and have many desirable mathematical properties, which Galton had to work out to understand the nature of correlation and regression.
标准分数，研究人员通过减去平均值，并将结果除以标准差，将每个原始分数转换为标准分数。标准分数的平均值为0，标准差为1，可以跨变量进行比较，尤其是在原始分数的统计分布相似时，并且具有许多理想的数学属性。高尔顿必须弄清楚这些属性，才能理解相关性和回归的本质。
Correlation between parent and child. This will not be true in an environment in which some children are malnourished. Differences in nutrition will become important, the proportion of shared factors will diminish, and with it the correlation between the height of parents and the height of children, unless the parents of malnourished children were also stunted by hunger in childhood.
父母与子女之间的相关性，在某些儿童营养不良的环境中，这将不成立。营养差异将变得重要，共同因素的比例将减少，随之而来的是父母身高与子女身高之间的相关性，除非营养不良儿童的父母在童年时期也因饥饿而发育迟缓。
Height and weight. The correlation was computed for a very large sample of the population of the United States, the Gallup Healthways Wellbeing Index.
身高和体重相关性是针对美国人口的非常大的样本计算的盖洛普健康之路幸福指数。
Income and education. The correlation appears impressive, but I was surprised to learn many years ago from the sociologist Christopher Jenks that if everyone had the same education, the inequality of income, measured by standard deviation, would be reduced only by about 9%. The relevant formula is square root, 1 minus or 2. Where is the correlation?
收入和教育相关性看起来令人印象深刻，但多年前我惊讶地从社会学家克里斯托弗·詹克斯那里得知，如果每个人都接受相同的教育，收入不平等以标准差衡量只会减少约 9%。相关公式为1:2，其中2是相关性。
Correlation and regression. This is true when both variables are measured in standard scores, that is, where each score is transformed by removing the mean and dividing the result by the standard deviation.
相关性和回归，当两个变量都以标准分数衡量时，这是正确的，也就是说，每个分数都通过去除平均值，并将其结果除以标准差来转换。
Confusing mere correlation with causation. Howard Weiner, The Most Dangerous Equation, American Scientist 95, 2007 249-56.
将单纯的相关性与因果关系混淆。霍华德·维纳，最危险的方程式，美国科学家95 2007 249-56。
18. Taming intuitive predictions.
18. 驯服直觉预测。
Far more moderate. The proof of the standard regression as the optimal solution to the prediction problem assumes that errors are weighted by the squared deviation from the correct value. This is the least squares criterion, which is commonly accepted. Other loss functions lead to different solutions.
要温和得多。标准回归作为预测问题的最优解的证明，假设误差由与正确值的平方偏差加权，这是最小2乘准则，通常被接受。其他损失函数会导致不同的解决方案。
19. The illusion of understanding.
19. 理解的错觉。
Narrative fallacy. Nassim Nicholas Taleb. The Black Swan. The Impact of the Highly Improbable, New York. Random House, 2007.
叙述谬误。纳西姆·尼古拉斯·塔勒布，黑天鹅及不可能事件的影响。纽约兰登书屋，2007年。
One attribute that is particularly significant. See Chapter 7.
一个特别重要的属性，参见第7章。
Throwing the ball. Michael Lewis, Moneyball. The Art of Winning an Unfair Game. New York. Norton, 2003.
投球。迈克尔·刘易斯，点球成金，赢得不公平比赛的艺术。纽约诺顿，2003年。
Sell their company. Seth Weintraub, Excite passed up buying Google for $750,000 in 1999. Fortune, September 29, 2011.
出售他们的公司，塞斯·温特劳布 Excite 于1999年放弃了以75万美元收购谷歌的机会。财富，2011年9月29日。
Ever felt differently? Richard E. Nisbet and Timothy D. Wilson, Telling More Than We Can Know. Verbal Reports on Mental Processes, Psychological Review 84, 1977 231-59.
曾经有过不同的感受。理查德·伊尼斯贝特和蒂莫西·蒂威尔逊说出我们所能知道的更多关于心理过程的口头报告。心理学评论84 1977年231-59。
United States and the Soviet Union. Baruch Fishoff and Ruth Baith. I knew it would happen. Remembered probabilities of one's future things. Organizational Behavior and Human Performance 13, 1975 1-16.
美国和苏联，巴鲁克·菲施霍夫和露丝·贝斯。我知道它会发生。曾经是未来事物的记忆概率。 组织行为与人类绩效13 1975年1-16
Quality of a Decision, Jonathan Barron and John C. Hershey, Outcome Bias in Decision Evaluation, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 54, 1988 569-79.
决策的质量，乔纳森·巴伦和约翰 ·C. 赫西，决策评估中的结果偏差，人格与社会心理学杂志54 1988年569-79
Should have hired the monitor. Kim A. Kamen and Jeffrey Raklinsky, ex post is not equal to ex ante. Determining Liability in Hindsight, Law and Human Behavior 1995 89-104. Jeffrey J. Raklinsky, A Positive Psychological Theory of Judging in Hindsight, University of Chicago Law Review 65, 1998 571-625.
应该聘请监视员金 A. 卡明和杰弗里·拉辛斯基。事后不等于事前，事后确定责任。法律与人类行为19 1995年89-104。杰弗里 J. 拉辛斯基，事后判断的积极心理学理论。芝加哥大学法律评论65 1998年571-625。
Tidbit of Intelligence. Jeffrey Goldberg, Letter from Washington. Woodward vs. Tenet, New Yorker, May 21, 2007, 35-38. Also Tim Weiner, Legacy of Ashes, The History of the CIA, New York, Doubleday, 2007. Espionage, Inventing the Dots, Economist, November 3, 2007, 100.
情报密文，杰弗里·戈德堡，来自华盛顿的信，伍德沃德与特尼特，纽约客，2007年5月21日，35-38。另见蒂姆·维纳，灰烬的遗产，中央情报局的历史，纽约，双日出版社，2007年。间谍活动，虚构的点，经济学家，2007年11月3日，100。
Reluctance to Take Risks. Philip E. Tellock, Accountability, The Neglected Social Context of Judgment and Choice, Research and Organizational Behavior 7, 1985 297-332.
规避风险，菲利普·易特洛克，问责制，被忽视的判断和选择的社会背景，组织行为研究期，1985年297-332。
Before their current appointment, Marion Bertrand and Antoinette Score, Managing with Style, The Effect of Managers on Firm Policies, Quarterly Journal of Economics 118, 2003 1169-1208. Nick Bloom and John Van Reenen, Measuring and Explaining Management Practices Across Firms and Countries, Quarterly Journal of Economics 122, 2007 1351-1408.
在他们目前任命之前，玛丽安·伯特兰和安托瓦内特·肖尔以风格管理经理对公司政策的影响，经济学季刊118 2003年1169-1208。尼克·布鲁姆和约翰·范里南衡量和解式跨公司和跨国家的管理实践，经济学季刊12 2007年1351-1408。
How often will you find? I am indebted to Professor James H. Steiger of Vanderbilt University, who developed an algorithm that answers this question, under plausible assumptions. Steiger's analysis shows that correlations of 0.20 and 0.40 are associated, respectively, with inversion rates of 43% and 37%.
你多久会发现？我非常感谢范德比尔特大学的詹姆斯 ·H. 施泰格教授，他在合理的假设下开发了一种算法来回答这个问题。施泰格的分析表明，相关性为 0.20 和 0.40， 分别与 43% 和 37% 的繁衍率相关。
His penetrating book, The Halo Effect, was praised as one of the best business books of the year by both the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal. Phil Rosenzweig, The Halo Effect, and the 8 Other Business Delusions That Deceive Managers, New York. Simon & Schuster, 2007. See also Paul Oak and Phil Rosenzweig, The Halo Effect, and The Challenge of Management Inquiry. A dialogue between Phil Rosenzweig and Paul Oak, Journal of Management Inquiry 19, 2010 48-54.
他那本深刻的书《云轮效应》被《金融时报》和《华尔街日报》誉为年度最佳商业书籍之一。菲尔·罗森茨维格《晕轮效应》以及欺骗管理者的其他8种商业错觉。纽约，西蒙与舒斯特，2007年。另见保罗·奥尔克和菲尔 罗森茨维格晕轮效应和管理调查的挑战，菲尔、罗森茨维格和保罗·奥尔克之间的对话，管理调查杂志19 2010年48-54。
A Visionary Company, James C. Collins and Jerry I. Porras, Built to Last, Successful Habits of Visionary Companies, New York, Harper, 2002。
一家有远见的公司，詹姆斯 ·C. 克林斯和杰瑞 ·I. 波拉斯，基业长青，远见着实公司的成功习惯，纽约，哈珀， 2002年。
Flip of a coin. In fact, even if you were the CEO yourself, your forecast would not be impressively reliable. The extensive research on insider trading shows that executives do beat the market when they trade their own stock. But the margin of their outperformance is barely enough to cover the cost of trading. Ch. Nijat Sihan, The Information Content of Aggregate Insider Trading, Journal of Business 61, 1988 1-24, Joseph Lakonishok and Inmali, Are Insider Trades Informative? Review of Financial Studies 14, 2001-79-111, Zahid Iqbal and Shaker Shetty, An Investigation of Causality Between Insider Transactions and Stock Returns. Quarterly Review of Economics and Finance 42, 2002-41-57。
抛硬币。事实上，即使你本人是首席执行官，你的预测也不会令人印象深刻。关于内幕交易的广泛研究表明，当高管交易自己的股票时，他们确实会击败市场，但他们表现优于市场的幅度几乎不足以支付交易成本。参见 H. 内贾特、瑟亨汇总内幕交易的信息含量，商业杂志61 1988年 1-24，约瑟夫·拉科尼肖克和李仁模，内幕交易是否有信息量？金融研究评论14 2001年 79-111，扎西德、伊克巴尔和谢卡尔、谢蒂，内幕交易与股票收益之间的因果关系调查，经济与金融季刊评论42 2002年41-57。
In Search of Excellence, Rosenzweig, The Halo Effect.
追求卓越，罗森茨维格晕轮效应。
Most Admired Companies, Denise Angener, Kenneth L. Fisher, and Mayer Statman. Stocks of Admired Companies and Despised Ones, Working Paper, 2007。
最受尊敬的公司，丹尼兹、安吉娜、肯尼斯、费舍尔和梅尔斯塔特曼。受尊敬的公司和被鄙视的公司股票。工作论文， 2007年。
Regression to the mean. Jason Zweig observes that the lack of appreciation for regression has detrimental implications for the recruitment of CEOs. Struggling firms tend to turn to outsiders, recruiting CEOs from companies with high recent returns. The incoming CEO then gets credit, at least temporarily, for his new firm's subsequent improvement. Meanwhile, his replacement at his former firm is now struggling, leading the new bosses to believe that they definitely hired the right guy. Anytime a CEO jumps ship, the new company must buy out his stake in stock and options at his old firm, setting a baseline for future compensation that has nothing to do with performance at the new firm. Tens of millions of dollars in compensation get awarded for personal achievements that are driven mainly by regression and halo effects. Personal Communication, December 29, 2009。
均值回归，杰森·茨威格观察到，对回归的缺乏认识对首席执行官的招聘产生了不利影响。陷入困境的公司倾向于求助于外部人士，从近期回报率高的公司招聘首席执行官。然后，新任首席执行官至少暂时会因其新公司的后续改善而获得赞誉。与此同时，他以前公司的继任者现在正在苦苦挣扎，这导致新老板们相信他们绝对聘请了合适的人选。每当首席执行官跳槽时，新公司都必须以其在旧公司的股份、股票和期权买断他的股份，为未来的薪酬设定一个基准，而这与在新公司的绩效无关。数千万美元的薪酬被授予个人成就，而这些成就主要由回归和晕轮效应驱动。个人交流，2009年12月29日。
20. The Illusion of Validity.
20. 有效性的错觉。
This startling conclusion, Brad M. Barber and Terence O'Dean. Trading is hazardous to your wealth. The Common Stock Investment Performance of Individual Investors, Journal of Finance 55, 2002 773-806。
得出这个惊人的结论，布拉德、巴伯和特伦斯·奥迪恩，交易对你的财富有害。个人投资者的普通股投资绩效 金融杂志55，2002 773-806。
Men acted on their useless ideas. Brad M. Barber and Terence O'Dean. Boys will be boys. Gender, overconfidence, and common stock investment. Quarterly Journal of Economics 116, 2006 261-92。
男性根据他们无用的想法采取行动。布拉德、巴伯和特伦斯、奥迪恩。男孩就是男孩，性别、过度自信和普通股投资。经济季刊116，2006 261-92。
Selling winners. This disposition effect is discussed further in Chapter 32.
出售赢家，这种处置效应将在第32章中进一步讨论。
Responding to news. Brad M. Barber and Terence O'Dean. All that glitters, the effect of attention and news on the buying behavior of individual and institutional investors. Review of Financial Studies 21. 2008 785-818。
回应新闻，布拉德、巴伯和特伦斯、奥迪恩，一切闪耀的都是金子。关注和新闻对个人和机构投资者购买行为的影响。金融研究评论21，2008 785-818。
Wealth from amateurs. Research on stock trades in Taiwan concluded that the transfer of wealth from individuals to financial institutions amounts to a staggering 2.2% of GDP. Brad M. Barber, Itsung Lee, Eugene Liu, and Terence O'Dean. Just how much do individual investors lose by trading? Review of Financial Studies 22, 2009 609-32。
从业余爱好者那里获取财富。对台湾股票交易的研究得出结论，个人向金融机构转移的财富高达 GDP 的惊人的 2.2%。布拉德、巴伯、李义宗、刘玉珍和特伦斯、奥迪恩，个人投资者通过交易损失了多少？金融研究评论22，2009 609-32。
Underperformed the overall market. John C. Bogle, Common Sense on Mutual Funds, New Imperatives for the Intelligent Investor, New York. Wiley, 2000, 213。
表现逊于整体市场。约翰 ·C. 伯格，共同基金常识对明智投资者的新要求。纽约，威利，2000年213。
Persistent differences in skill. Mark Greenblatt and Sheridan Titman. The Persistence of Mutual Fund Performance. Journal of Finance 42, 1992-1977-84. Edwin J. Elton et al. The Persistence of Risk-Adjusted Mutual Fund Performance. Journal of Business 52, 1997 1-33. Edwin Elton et al. Efficiency with Costly Information. A Reinterpretation of Evidence from Managed Portfolios. Review of Financial Studies 6, 1993 1-21。
技能的持续差异。马克、格林布拉特和谢里丹、蒂特曼共同基金业绩的持续性。金融杂志42，1992 1977-84。埃德温 ·J. 埃尔顿等人，风险调整共同基金业绩的持续性。商业杂志52，1997 1-33。埃德温、埃尔顿等人，成本高昂的信息下的效率，对管理投资组合证据的重新解释。金融研究评论6，1993 1-21。
In this age of academic hyperspecialization, Philip E. Tedlock, Expert Political Judgment. How good is it? How can we know? Princeton University Press, 2005, 233。
在这个学术高度专业化的时代，菲利普 ·E. 特洛克专家政治判断有多好？我们如何知道？普林斯顿大学出版社2005年233。
21. Intuitions versus formulas.
21. 直觉与公式。
There is no controversy. Paul Meehl, Causes and Effects of My Disturbing Little Book. Journal of Personality Assessment 50, 1986 370-75。
没有争议。保罗·米尔，我那本令人不安的小书的原因和影响。人格评估杂志50，1986 370-75。
A factor of 10 or more. During the 1990 to 1991 auction season, for example, the price in London of a case of 1960 Chateau Latour averaged $464. A case of the 1961 vintage, one of the best ever, fetched an average of $5,432.
10倍或更多因素，例如，在1990至1991年拍卖季期间， 伦敦一箱1960年拉图酒庄葡萄酒的平均价格为464美元，一箱1961年份的葡萄酒，有史以来最好的年份之一的平均价格为5432美元。
Experienced radiologists Paul J. Hoffman, Paul Slavic, and Leonard G. Rohrer, an analysis of variance model for the assessment of configural Q utilization in clinical judgment, Psychological Bulletin 69, 1968 338-39。
经验丰富的放射科医生 Paul J. Hoffman、Paul Slavic 和 Leonard G. Rohrer 方差分析模型，用于评估临床判断中的构型线索利用情况。心理学通报69 1968年338-39。
Internal corporate audits Paul R. Brown, Independent Auditor Judgment in the Evaluation of Internal Audit Functions, Journal of Accounting Research 21, 1983 444-55。
内部公司审计 Paul R. Brown， 独立审计师在内部审计职能评估中的判断。会计研究杂志21 1983年444-55。
41 Separate Studies James Shanto, Psychological Characteristics and Strategies of Expert Decision Makers, Acta Psychologica 68, 1988 203-15。
41项独立研究 James Shanto 专家决策者的心理特征和策略，心理学行为68 1988年203-15。
Successive food breaks Danziger, Levov, and of name Peso, Extraneous Factors in Judicial Decisions。
连续的用餐休息 Danziger、Levov 和 of name Peso 司法决策中的无关因素。
Lowering validity Richard A. DeVol et al., Medical School Performance of Initially Rejected Students, JAMA 257, 1987 47-51. Jason Dana and Robin M. Dawes, Belief in the Unstructured Interview, The Persistence of an Illusion, Working Paper, Department of Psychology, University of Pennsylvania, 2011. William M. Grove et al., Clinical versus Mechanical Prediction, a Meta-Analysis, Psychological Assessment 12, 2019-30。
降低效度 Richard A. DeVol 等人最初被拒学生的医学院表现，美国医学会杂志257 1987年47-51。Jason Dana 和 Robin M. Dawes 相信非结构化访谈，一种幻觉的持续存在。工作论文宾夕法尼亚大学心理学系2011年。William M. Grove 等人临床预测与机械预测一项荟萃分析心理学评估12 2000年19-30。
Dawes' famous article, Robin M. Dawes, The Robust Beauty of Improper Linear Models in Decision-Making, American Psychologist 34, 1979 571-82。
Dawes 的著名文章 Robin M. Dawes 决策中不当线性模型的稳健美，美国心理学家34 1979年571-82。
Not affected by accidents of sampling. Jason Dana and Robin M. Dawes, The Superiority of Simple Alternatives to Regression for Social Science Predictions, Journal of Educational and Behavioral Statistics 29, 2004 317-31。
不受抽样偶然因素影响 ，Jason Dana 和 Robin M. Dawes 回归的简单替代方案在社会科学预测中的优越性，教育和行为统计杂志29 2004年317-31。
Dr. Apgar, Virginia Apgar, A Proposal for a New Method of Evaluation of the Newborn Infant, Current Researches in Anesthesia and Analgesia 32, 1953 260-67. Mieczysław Finster and Margaret Wood, The Apgar Score Has Survived the Test of Time, Anesthesiology 102 2005 855-57。
阿普加医生，弗吉尼亚，阿普加，一种评估新生儿的新方法的提案，麻醉和镇痛的最新研究32 1953年260-67。米切斯瓦夫·芬斯特和玛格丽特·伍德，阿普加评分经受住了时间的考验，麻醉学102 2005年855-57。
Virtues of Checklists, Atul Gawande, The Checklist Manifesto, How to Get Things Right, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2009。
清单的优点，阿图·葛文德，清单宣言，如何把事情做对，纽约大都会图书2009年。
Organic Fruit, Paul Rozin, The Meaning of Natural Process More Important Than Content, Psychological Science 16, 2005 652-58.
有机水果，保罗·罗金，自然的含义，过程比内容更重要。心理学科学16 2005年652-58。
22. Expert intuition. When can we trust it?
22. 专家直觉，我们什么时候可以相信它？
Moderated by an arbiter, Mellers, Hertwig, and Kahneman, do frequency representations eliminate conjunction effects?
由仲裁员主持，梅勒斯、赫特维希和卡尼曼，频率表征是否消除了连结效应？
Articulated this position, Klein, Sources of Power.
阐明了这一立场，克莱因，权力的来源。
Kouros. The Getty Museum in Los Angeles brings in the world's leading experts on Greek sculpture to view a kouros, a marble statue of a striding boy, that it is about to buy. One after another, the experts react with what one calls intuitive repulsion, a powerful hunch that the kouros is not 2,500 years old but a modern fake. None of the experts can immediately say why they think the sculpture is a forgery. The closest any of them could come to a rationale is an Italian art historian's complaint that something, he does not know exactly what, seemed wrong with the statue's fingernails. A famous American expert said that the first thought that came to his mind was the word fresh, and a Greek expert flatly stated, anyone who has ever seen a sculpture coming out of the ground could tell that that thing has never been in the ground. The lack of agreement on the reasons for the shared conclusion is striking and rather suspect.
库洛斯，洛杉矶的盖蒂博物馆请来了世界领先的希腊雕塑专家，让他们观看一件库洛斯，一个大理石雕刻的健步少年。该博物馆即将购买这件雕塑。一位接一位的专家做出反应，其中一位称之为直觉排斥，一种强烈的预感，认为库洛斯不是2500年前的雕塑，而是现代的赝品。没有一位专家能够立即说出他们认为这件雕塑是赝品的原因。他们当中最接近于提出理由的是一位意大利艺术史学家，他抱怨说雕像的指甲似乎不对劲，他不知道具体是什么原因。一位著名的美国专家说，他脑海中闪现的第一个词是新鲜。一位希腊专家直截了当地说，任何看过从地里挖出来的雕塑的人都能看出那东西从未在地里埋过。对于共同结论的原因缺乏共识，令人惊讶，而且相当可疑。
Admired as a hero, Simon was one of the towering intellectual figures of the 20th century. He wrote a classic on decision-making in organizations while still in his 20s, and among many other achievements he went on to be one of the founders of the field of artificial intelligence, a leader in cognitive science. An influential student of the process of scientific discovery, a forerunner of behavioral economics and, almost incidentally, a Nobel laureate in economics.
被尊为英雄，西蒙是20世纪最杰出的知识分子之一。他还在20多岁时就写了一本关于组织决策的经典著作，并且在众多成就中，他继续成为人工智能领域的创始人之一，认知科学的领导者，科学发现过程的颇具影响力的研究者，行为经济学的前驱，而且几乎顺便获得了诺贝尔经济学奖。
Nothing less than recognition. Simon. What is an explanation of behavior? David G. Myers, Intuition, Its Powers and Perils, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2002, 56.
不仅仅是承认西蒙行为的解释是什么？大卫 ·G. 迈尔斯，直觉，他的力量和危险，纽黑文，耶鲁大学出版社，2002年56。
Without knowing how he knows, Seymour Epstein, Demystifying Intuition, What It Is, What It Does, How It Does It, Psychological Inquiry 21, 2010 295-312.
不知道他是怎么知道的。西摩·爱泼斯坦揭开直觉的神秘面纱。他是什么？他做什么？他是如何做到的？心理学探究21 2010年295-312。
10,000 Hours. 4. Moonwalking with Einstein.
10000小时，福尔与爱因斯坦一起漫步月球。
23. The Outside View.
23. 外部观点。
Inside view and the outside view. The labels are often misunderstood. Numerous authors believe that the correct terms were insider view and outsider view, which are not even close to what we had in mind.
内部观点和外部观点，这些标签常常被误解。许多作者认为正确的术语是内部观点和外部观点， 但这甚至与我们所想的相去甚远。
Very different answers. Dan Lavallo and Daniel Kahneman, Timid Choices and Bold Forecasts, A Cognitive Perspective on Risk-Taking, Management Science 39, 1993 17-31. Daniel Kahneman and Dan Lavallo, Delusions of Success, How Optimism Undermines Executives' Decisions, Harvard Business Review 81, 2003 56-63.
截然不同的答案，丹·洛瓦洛和丹尼尔·卡尼曼，胆怯的选择和大胆的预测，风险承担的认知视角，管理科学39 1993 17-31。丹尼尔·卡尼曼和丹·洛瓦洛，成功的错觉，乐观主义如何破坏高管的决策，哈佛商业评论81 2003 56-63。
Pallid Statistical Information, Richard E. Nisbet and Lee D. Ross, Human Inference, Strategies and Shortcomings of Social Judgment, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, 1980.
苍白的统计信息，理查德·伊尼斯贝特和李蒂罗斯，人类推理、社会判断的策略和缺点，新泽西州恩格尔伍德悬崖，普伦蒂斯·霍尔，1980年。
Impersonality of Procedures. For an example of the doubts about evidence-based medicine, see Jerome Groupman. How Doctors Think, New York. Mariner Books, 2008, 6.
程序的非人格性，有关循证医学的疑虑的一个例子，请参阅杰罗姆·格鲁普曼《医生如何思考》，纽约 Mariner Books， 2008年，第6页。
Planning Fallacy, Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, Intuitive Prediction, Biases and Corrective Procedures, Management Science 12, 1979 313-27.
计划谬误，丹尼尔·卡尼曼和阿莫斯·特沃斯基，直觉预测、偏差和纠正程序，管理科学12 1979 313-27。
Scottish Parliament Building, Right Honourable the Lord Fraser of Carmely, The Holyrood Inquiry, Final Report, September 8, 2004. www.holyroodinquiry.org/final_report/report.htm
苏格兰议会大厦，尊敬的卡米利勋爵弗雷泽勋爵，霍利鲁德调查最终报告，2004年9月8日，www.holyroodinquiry.org/final_report/report.htm
Did not become more reliant on it. Brent Flivjerd, Meta K, Scamry's Home, and Soren L. Buell, How Accurate are demand forecasts in public works projects? Journal of the American Planning Association 71, 2005 131-46.
没有变得更加依赖他。布伦特、弗莱夫比约格、梅特、K. 斯卡姆里斯、霍尔姆和索伦 L. 布尔公共工程项目的需求预测有多不准确？美国规划协会杂志71 2005 131-46。
Survey of American Homeowners, 2002 Cost versus Value Report, Remodeling, November 20, 2002.
对美国房主的调查，2002年成本与价值报告，重塑，2002年11月20日。
Completion Times, Brent Flivjerd, From Nobel Prize to Project Management, Getting Risks Right, Project Management Journal 37, 2006 5-15.
完工时间，布伦特·弗莱伯格，从诺贝尔奖到项目管理，正确的评估风险，项目管理期刊37 2006 5-15。
Sunk Cost Fallacy, Hal R. Arks and Catherine Bloomer, The Psychology of Sunk Cost, Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes 35, 1985 124-40. Hal R. Arks and Peter Ayton, The Sunk Cost and Concord Effects, Are Humans Less Rational Than Lower Animals? Psychological Bulletin 125, 1998 591-600.
沉没成本谬误，哈尔、奥尔阿克斯和凯瑟琳·布鲁默，沉没成本的心理、组织行为与人类决策过程35 1985 124-40。哈尔、奥尔阿克斯和彼得·艾顿，沉没成本和协和效应，人类是否不如低等动物理性？心理公告125 1998 591-600。
24. The Engine of Capitalism.
24. 资本主义的引擎。
You already feel fortunate. Miriam A. Mosing et al., Genetic and Environmental Influences on Optimism and Its Relationship to Mental and Self-Rated Health, a Study of Aging Twins, Behavior Genetics 39. 2009, 597-604. David Snowden, Aging with Grace. What the Nun Study Teaches Us About Leading Longer, Healthier, and More Meaningful Lives, New York. Bantam Books, 2001.
你已经感到幸运，米里亚姆、A. 莫辛等人。遗传和环境对乐观情绪的影响及其与心理和自我评价健康的关系。对衰老双胞胎的研究，行为遗传学39 2009 597-604。大卫·斯诺登，优雅的衰老。修女研究教会我们的如何过更长寿、更健康、更有意义的生活。纽约，班特姆图书2001。
Bright Side of Everything. Elaine Fox, Anna Ridgewell, and Chris Ushvin. Looking on the Bright Side. Biased Attention and the Human Serotonin Transporter Gene. Proceedings of the Royal Society B276. 2009, 1747-51.
事物的积极面。伊莱恩·福克斯、安娜·里奇维尔和克里斯·阿什温从积极面看待有偏见的注意力和人类血清素转运蛋白基因。皇家学会学报第276 2009 1747-51。
Triumph of Hope Over Experience, Manju Puri and David T. Robinson, Optimism and Economic Choice. Journal of Financial Economics 86 2771-99.
希望战胜经验，曼珠、普里和大卫 T. 罗宾逊，乐观情绪与经济选择。金融经济学杂志86 2007 71-99。
More sanguine than mid-level managers, Lowell W. Busenitz and J.B. Barney. Differences between entrepreneurs and managers in large organizations. Biases and Heuristics in Strategic Decision-Making. Journal of Business Venturing 12. 1997 9-30.
比中层管理人员更乐观。罗厄尔 W. 布塞尼茨和杰伊 B. 巴尼。大型组织中的企业家与管理人员之间的差异。战略决策中的偏见和启发法。商业风险投资杂志12 1997 9-30。
Admiration of others. Entrepreneurs who have failed are sustained in their confidence by the probably mistaken belief that they have learned a great deal from the experience. Gavin Kasser and Justin Craig, An Investigation of Hindsight Bias in Nascent Venture Activity, Journal of Business Venturing 24, 2009 149-64.
他人的钦佩。失败的企业家对自己的信心源于可能错误的信念，即他们从经验中学到了很多东西。加文、卡萨尔和贾斯汀·克雷格对新兴风险活动中后见之明偏见的调查。商业风险投资杂志24 2009 149-64。
Influence on the Lives of Others. Keith M. Molesky and Robert A. Barron. Entrepreneurs' Optimism and New Venture Performance. A Social Cognitive Perspective. Academy of Management Journal 52. 2009 473-88. Matthew L. A. Hayward, Dean A. Shepard, and Dale Griffin, A Hubris Theory of Entrepreneurship, Management Science 52 2006 160-72.
对他人生活的影响。基斯、赫米尔斯基和罗伯特 A. 巴伦。企业家的乐观情绪和新创企业的绩效。社会认知视角。管理学报52 2009 473-88。马修 L. 海沃德、迪安、谢泼德和戴尔·格里芬。企业家精神的傲慢理论。管理科学52 2006 160-72。
Chance of Failing Was Zero, Arnold C. Cooper, Carolyn Y. Wu, and William C. Dunkelberg, Entrepreneurs' Perceived Chances for Success, Journal of Business Venturing 3, 1988-97-108。
失败的可能性为零。阿诺德 C. 库珀、卡罗琳·沃尔乌和威廉 C. 邓克尔伯格。企业家对成功的感知机会。商业风险投资杂志3 1988 97-108。
Given the lowest grade, Thomas Astebro and Samir El-Hedley, The Effectiveness of Simple Decision Heuristics, Forecasting Commercial Success for Early-Stage Ventures, Management Science 52. 2006 395-409。
给出最低等级。托马斯·奥斯特布罗和萨米尔·埃尔赫德利。简单决策启发法的有效性。预测早期风险投资的商业成功。管理科学52 2006年 395-409。
Widespread, stubborn, and costly. Thomas Astabro, The Return to Independent Invention. Evidence of unrealistic optimism, risk-seeking, or skewness-loving? Economic Journal 113, 2003 226-39.
广泛、顽固且代价高昂。托马斯·奥斯特布罗，独立发明回报，不切实际的乐观，风险寻求或偏爱偏态的证据。经济学杂志113 2003年226-39。
Bet small amounts of money. Eleanor F. Williams and Thomas Gilovich. Do people really believe they are above average? Journal of Experimental Social Psychology 44, 2008 1121-28.
押注少量资金。埃莉诺 ·F. 威廉姆斯和托马斯·吉洛维奇，人们真的相信自己高于平均水平吗？实验社会心理学杂志44 2008年1121-28。
Hubris Hypothesis. Richard Roll, The Hubris Hypothesis of Corporate Takeovers. Journal of Business 59, 1986 197-216, Part 1. This remarkable early article presented a behavioral analysis of mergers and acquisitions that abandoned the assumption of rationality, long before such analyses became popular.
傲慢假说，理查德·罗尔，企业收购的傲慢假说，商业杂志59 1986年197-216，第一部分。这篇非凡的早期文章对兼并和收购进行了行为分析，放弃了理性假设，远在此类分析流行之前。
Value-destroying mergers. Ulrika Malmindier and Jeffrey Tate. Who makes acquisitions? CEO Overconfidence and the Market's Reaction. Journal of Financial Economics 89, 2008 20-43.
破坏价值的兼并。乌尔里克、马尔门迪尔和杰弗里·泰特，谁在进行收购？首席执行官的过度自信和市场的反应。金融经济学杂志89 2008年20-43。
Engage in earnings management. Ulrika Malmindier and Jeffrey Tate. Superstar CEOs. Quarterly Journal of Economics 24, 2009, 1593-1638.
从事收益管理。乌尔里克、马尔门迪尔和杰弗里·泰特，超级明星首席执行官。经济学季刊24 2009年1593-1638。
Self-aggrandizement to a cognitive bias. Paul D. Winchell, Jason P. Rose, Michael T. Stockfleet, and Andrew R. Smith. Are people excessive or judicious in their egocentrism? A modeling approach to understanding bias and accuracy in people's optimism. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 95, 2008 252-73.
自我吹嘘是一种认知偏差。保罗·蒂·温德希特尔、杰森·P. 罗斯、迈克尔 ·T. 斯塔克弗利特和安德鲁·奥尔史密斯。人们在自我中心主义中是过分还是谨慎？一种理解人们乐观中的偏差和准确性的建模方法。人格与社会心理学杂志95 2008年252-73。
Average outcome is a loss. A form of competition neglect has also been observed in the time of day at which sellers on eBay choose to end their auctions. The easy question is, at what time is the total number of bidders the highest? Answer: around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The question sellers should answer is harder, considering how many other sellers end their auctions during peak hours. At what time will there be the most bidders looking at my auction? The answer: around noon, when the number of bidders is large relative to the number of sellers. The sellers who remember the competition and avoid prime time get higher prices. Yuri Simonson, eBay's Crowded Evenings. Competition Neglect and Market Entry Decisions, Management Science 56, 2010 1060-73.
平均结果是损失。在eBay卖家选择结束拍卖的时间上，也观察到了竞争忽视形式。简单的问题是，在什么时间竞标者的总数最高？答案：美国东部时间晚上7点左右。卖家应该回答的问题更难。考虑到有多少其他卖家在高峰时段结束拍卖，在什么时间会有最多的竞标者关注我的拍卖？答案：中午左右。此时竞标者数量相对于卖家数量很大。记住竞争并避开黄金时段的卖家可以获得更高的价格。乌里·西蒙松 eBay 的拥挤夜晚，市场进入决策中的竞争忽视，管理科学56 2010年1060-73。
Diagnosis Antemortem Ada S. Berner and Mark L. Graeber, Overconfidence as a Cause of Diagnostic Error in Medicine, American Journal of Medicine 121, 2008 S2, S23.
死前诊断，艾塔 S. 伯纳和马克 L. 格雷伯，过度自信作为医学诊断错误的原因。美国医学杂志121， 2008年 S2 S23。
Disclosing Uncertainty to Patients, Pat Cross-Gary and Jeff Norman, Overconfidence in Clinical Decision-Making, American Journal of Medicine 121, 2008 S24, S29.
向患者披露不确定性，帕特、克罗斯克里和杰夫·诺曼临床决策中的过度自信，美国医学杂志121， 2008年 S24 S29。
Background of Risk-Taking, Kahneman and Lavallo, Timid Choices and Bold Forecasts.
冒险的背景 Kahneman 和 Lavallo 胆怯的选择和大胆的预测。
Royal Dutch Shell, J. Edward Russo and Paul J. H. Showmaker, Managing Overconfidence, Sloan Management Review 33, 1992 7-17.
荷兰皇家壳牌公司 J. Edward Russo 和 Paul J. H. Showmaker 管理过度自信，斯隆管理评论33 1992年7-17。
25. Bernoulli's Errors.
25. 伯努利的错误。
Mathematical Psychology, Clyde H. Coombs, Robin M. Dawes, and Amos Tversky, Mathematical Psychology, An Elementary Introduction, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, 1970.
数学心理学，克莱德 H. 库姆斯、罗宾 M. 道斯和阿莫斯·特沃斯基，数学心理学基础入门，新泽西州恩格尔伍德悬崖，普伦蒂斯·霍尔1970年。
For the rich and for the poor, this rule applies approximately to many dimensions of sensation and perception. It is known as Weber's law, after the German physiologist Ernst Heinrich Weber, who discovered it. Fechner drew on Weber's law to derive the logarithmic psychophysical function.
适用于富人和穷人，此规则大致适用于感觉和知觉的许多维度。它被称为韦伯定律，以发现它的德国生理学家恩斯特·海因里希·韦伯命名。费希纳利用韦伯定律推导出对数心理物理函数。
$10 million from $100 million. Bernoulli's intuition was correct, and economists still use the log of income or wealth in many contexts. For example, when Angus Deaton plotted the average life satisfaction of residents of many countries against the GDP of these countries, he used the logarithm of GDP as a measure of income. The relationship, it turns out, is extremely close. Residents of high GDP countries are much more satisfied with the quality of their lives than are residents of poor countries. And a doubling of income yields approximately the same increment of satisfaction in rich and poor countries alike.
从1亿美元到1000万美元，伯努利的直觉是正确的。经济学家仍然在许多情况下使用收入或财富的对数。例如，当安格斯·迪顿将许多国家居民的平均生活满意度与这些国家的 GDP 进行比较时，他使用 GDP 的对数作为收入的衡量标准。事实证明，这种关系非常密切。高 GDP 国家居民对生活质量的满意度远高于贫困国家居民，而收入翻一番，在富裕国家和贫困国家都会带来大致相同的满意度增量。
St. Petersburg Paradox. Nicholas Bernoulli, a cousin of Daniel Bernoulli, asked a question that can be paraphrased as follows. You are invited to a game in which you toss a coin repeatedly. You receive $2 if it shows heads, and the prize doubles with every successive toss that shows heads. The game ends when the coin first shows tails. How much would you pay for an opportunity to play that game? People do not think the gamble is worth more than a few dollars, although its expected value is infinite. Because the prize keeps growing, the expected value is $1 for each toss, to infinity. However, the utility of the prizes grows much more slowly, which explains why the gamble is not attractive.
圣彼得堡悖论，尼古拉斯·伯努利，丹尼尔·伯努利的表弟，问了一个可以这样解释的问题：你受邀参加一个游戏，你反复抛一枚硬币。如果出现正面，你将获得2美元，并且每次出现正面，奖金都会翻倍。当硬币第一次出现反面时，游戏结束。你愿意花多少钱来获得玩这个游戏的机会？人们认为这场赌博不值几美元，尽管它的期望值是无限的，因为奖金不断增长，所以期望值是每次抛掷1美元，直到无限大。 然而，奖品的效用增长得慢得多，这就解释了为什么这场赌博没有吸引力。
History of one's wealth, other factors contributed to the longevity of Bernoulli's theory. One is that it is natural to formulate choices between gambles in terms of gains, or mixed gains and losses. Not many people thought about choices in which all options are bad, although we were by no means the first to observe risk-seeking. Another fact that favors Bernoulli's theory is that thinking in terms of final states of wealth and ignoring the past is often a very reasonable thing to do. Economists were traditionally concerned with rational choices, and Bernoulli's model suited their goal.
财富史，其他因素也促成了伯努利理论的寿命。其中之一是，根据收益或混合收益和损失来制定赌博选择是自然的。没有多少人考虑所有选项都很糟糕的选择，尽管我们绝不是第一个观察到风险寻求的人。有利于伯努利理论的另一个事实是，根据最终财富状态进行思考并忽略过去，通常是非常合理的事情。经济学家传统上关注理性选择，而伯努利的模型适合他们的目标。
26. Prospect theory.
26. 前景理论。
Subjective value of wealth. Stanley S. Stevens, to honor Fechner and repeal his law. Science 133, 1961 80-86. Stevens, Psychophysics.
财富的主观价值。斯坦利 ·S. 史蒂文斯为了纪念费希纳，并废除他的定律。科学133 1961年 80-86。史蒂文斯，心理物理学。
The three principles. Writing this sentence reminded me that the graph of the value function has already been used as an emblem. Every Nobel laureate receives an individual certificate with a personalized drawing, which is presumably chosen by the committee. My illustration was a stylized rendition of Figure 10.
三个原则，写这句话让我想起价值函数的图形已经被用作一个标志。每位诺贝尔奖获得者都会收到一张带有个性化图画的个人证书，该图画可能是由委员会选择的。我的插图是图时的程式化演绎。
Loss aversion ratio. The loss aversion ratio is often found to be in the range of 1.5 and 2.5. Nathan Novimsky and Daniel Kahneman. The Boundaries of Loss Aversion. Journal of Marketing Research 42. 2005 119-28.
损失厌恶比率。通常发现损失厌恶比率在 1.5 到 2.5 之间。内森、诺文斯基和丹尼尔·卡尼曼。损失厌恶的界限。市场研究杂志42 2005年 119-28。
Emotional reaction to losses. Peter Sokolhesner et al. Thinking like a trader selectively reduces individuals' loss aversion. PNAS 106 2009 5035-40.
情绪对损失的反应。Peter Sokolhesner 等人像交易员一样思考有选择的减少个人的损失厌恶。PNAS 106 2009年5035-40。
Robin's theorem. For several consecutive years, I gave a guest lecture in the introductory finance class of my colleague Burton Malkiel. I discussed the implausibility of Bernoulli's theory each year. I noticed a distinct change in my colleague's attitude when I first mentioned Robin's proof. He was now prepared to take the conclusion much more seriously than in the past. Mathematical arguments have a definitive quality that is more compelling than appeals to common sense. Economists are particularly sensitive to this advantage.
拉宾定理。连续几年，我在同事伯顿·马尔基尔的入门金融课上进行客座讲座。我每年都会讨论伯努利理论的不可信性。当我第一次提到拉宾的证明时，我注意到同事的态度发生了明显的变化。他现在准备比过去更加认真地对待这个结论。数学论证具有比诉诸常识更令人信服的决定性品质。经济学家对这种优势特别敏感。
Rejects that gamble. The intuition of the proof can be illustrated by an example. Suppose an individual's wealth is W, and she rejects a gamble with equal probabilities to win $11 or lose $10. If the utility function for wealth is concave, bent down, the preference implies that the value of $1 has decreased by over 9% over an interval of $21. This is an extraordinarily steep decline, and the effect increases steadily as the gambles become more extreme.
拒绝该赌博证明的直觉可以通过一个例子来说明。假设一个人的财富是 W， 他拒绝以相等的概率赢得11美元或输掉10美元的赌博。 如果财富的效用函数是凹的向下弯曲，那么这种偏好意味着$1的价值在$21的区间内下降了9%以上。这是一个非常陡峭的下降，并且随着赌博变得更加极端，这种影响会稳步增加。
Even a lousy lawyer, Matthew Rabin, risk aversion and expected utility theory, a calibration theorem, Econometrica 68, 2000, 1281-92. Matthew Rabin and Richard H. Thaler, Anomalies, Risk Aversion, Journal of Economic Perspectives 15, 2001, 219-32.
即使是一个糟糕的律师，马修·拉宾，风险厌恶和预期效用理论，校准定理，计量经济学68 2000年1281-92。马修·拉宾和理查德 ·H. 瑟勒，异常现象，风险厌恶，经济展望杂志15 2001年219-32。
Economists and psychologists. Several theorists have proposed versions of regret theories that are built on the idea that people are able to anticipate how their future experiences will be affected by the options that did not materialize and or by the choices they did not make. David E. Bell, Regret and Decision Making Under Uncertainty, Operations Research 30, 1982 961-81. Graham Loomes and Robert Sugden, Regret Theory, An Alternative to Rational Choice Under Uncertainty, Economic Journal 92, 1982 805-25. Barbara A. Mellers, Choice and the Relative Pleasure of Consequences, Psychological Bulletin 126, 2910-24. Barbara A. Mellers, Alan Schwartz, and Alana Ridov, Emotion-Based Choice, Journal of Experimental Psychology, General 128, 1999 332-45. Decision makers' choices between gambles depend on whether they expect to know the outcome of the gamble they did not choose. Alana Ridov, Probability of Regret, Anticipation of Uncertainty Resolution in Choice, Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes 66, 1966 228-36.
经济学家和心理学家几位理论家提出了后悔理论的版本，这些版本建立在这样一种思想之上：人们能够预见到他们未来的经历将如何受到未实现的选择和或他们未做出的选择的影响。David E. Bell， 不确定性下的决策中的后悔，运筹学30 1982年961-81。格雷厄姆、卢姆斯和罗伯特·萨戈登，后悔理论，不确定性下理性选择的一种替代方案。经济学杂志92 1982年805-25。芭芭拉 A. 梅勒斯，选择和后果的相对乐趣，心理学通报126 2000年910-24。芭芭拉 A. 梅勒斯、艾伦·施瓦茨和伊拉娜·里托夫，基于情感的选择，实验心理学杂志综合128 1999年332-45。决策者在赌博之间的选择取决于他们是否期望知道他们未选择的赌博的结果。伊拉娜·里托夫，后悔的可能性，选择中不确定性解决的预期，组织行为与人类决策过程66 1966年228-36。
27. The Endowment Effect.
27. 禀赋效应。
What is missing from the figure? A theoretical analysis that assumes loss aversion predicts a pronounced kink of the indifference curve at the reference point. Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. Loss aversion and riskless choice. A reference-dependent model. Quarterly Journal of Economics 106, 1991 1039-61. Jack Netch observed these kinks in an experimental study, Preferences and Non-Reversibility of Indifference Curves, Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 17, 1992 131-39.
图中缺少的内容，假设损失厌恶预测在参考点处存在明显的冷漠曲线扭结的理论分析。阿莫斯·特沃斯基和丹尼尔·卡尼曼无风险选择中的损失厌恶，参考依赖模型，经济学季刊106 1991年1039-61。杰克·科内奇在一项实验研究中观察到了这些扭结、偏好和冷漠曲线的不可逆性。经济行为与组织杂志17 1992年131-39。
Period of 1 year. Alan B. Kruger and Andreas Mueller. Job search and job finding in a period of mass unemployment. Evidence from high-frequency longitudinal data. Working paper. Princeton University Industrial Relations Section, January 2011.
1年期间，艾伦·毕克鲁格和安德烈亚斯·穆勒大规模失业期间的求职和找工作，来自高频纵向数据的数据工作论文，普林斯顿大学产业关系科，2011年1月。
Did not own the bottle. Technically, the theory allows the buying price to be slightly lower than the selling price because of what economists call an income effect. The buyer and the seller are not equally wealthy because the seller has an extra bottle. However, the effect in this case is negligible since $50 is a minute fraction of the professor's wealth. The theory would predict that this income effect would not change his willingness to pay by even a penny.
没有拥有该瓶子，从技术上讲，该理论允许购买价格略低于销售价格，因为经济学家称之为收入效应。买方和卖方并不同样富有，因为卖方多了一瓶。然而，在这种情况下，这种影响可以忽略不计，因为$50只是教授财富的一小部分。该理论预测，这种收入效应甚至不会改变他1分钱的支付意愿。
Would be puzzled by it. The economist Alan Kruger reported on a study he conducted on the occasion of taking his father to the Super Bowl. We asked fans who had won the right to buy a pair of tickets for $325 or $400 each in a lottery whether they would have been willing to pay $3,000 a ticket if they had lost in the lottery and whether they would have sold their tickets if someone had offered them $3,000 apiece. 94% said they would not have bought for $3,000, and 92% said they would not have sold at that price. He concludes that rationality was in short supply at the Super Bowl. Alan B. Kruger, Supply and Demand, an economist goes to the Super Bowl, Milken Institute Review, a journal of economic policy 3, 2001-22-29.
会对此感到困惑。经济学家艾伦·克鲁格报告了他为带父亲参加超级碗而进行的一项研究。我们询问那些通过抽奖赢得购买一对门票权利的球迷，每张门票$325或$400。如果他们在抽奖中输了，他们是否愿意支付每张门票$3000？以及如果有人出价每张门票$3000，他们是否会出售他们的门票？94%的人表示他们不会以$3000购买，92%的人表示他们不会以这个价格出售。他总结说，超级碗上理性很匮乏。艾伦·毕克鲁格，供求，一位经济学家参加超级碗，米尔肯研究所评论，《经济政策杂志3》2001年22-29。
Giving up a bottle of nice wine. Strictly speaking, loss aversion refers to the anticipated pleasure and pain, which determine choices. These anticipations could be wrong in some cases. Deborah A. Kermer et al., Loss aversion is an effective forecasting error. Psychological Science 17, 2006 649-53.
放弃一瓶好酒，严格来说，损失厌恶是指决定选择时的预期快乐和痛苦。在某些情况下，这些预期可能是错误的。Deborah A. Kermer 等人，损失厌恶是一种情感预测错误。心理学科学时期，2006 649-53。
Market transactions, Novemsky and Kahneman, the boundaries of loss aversion.
市场交易 Novemsky 和 Kahneman 损失厌恶的界限。
Half of the tokens will change hands. Imagine that all the participants are ordered in a line by the redemption value assigned to them. Now randomly allocate tokens to half the individuals in the line. Half of the people in the front of the line will not have a token, and half of the people at the end of the line will own one. These people, half of the total, are expected to move by trading places with each other, so that in the end everyone in the first half of the line has a token, and no one behind them does.
一半的代币将一手，想象一下，所有参与者都按分配给他们的赎回价值排成一列。现在随机将代币分配给队列中的一半人，队列前一半的人将没有代币，队列后一半的人将拥有一个代币。预计这些人总数的一半将通过彼此交换位置来移动，以便最终队列前半部分的每个人都有一个代币，而他们后面的没有人有。
Brain recordings. Brian Knutson et al., Neural Antecedents of the Endowment Effect, Neuron 58, 2008 814-22. Brian Knutson and Stephanie M. Greer. Anticipatory Effect. Neural Correlates and Consequences for Choice, Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society B 363, 2008 3771-86.
大脑记录 Brian Nelson 等人禀赋效应的神经前因，神经元58 2008 814-22。Brian Nelson 和 Stephanie M. Greer 预期影响、神经相关性和选择后果，皇家学会哲学会刊 B 363 2008 3771-86。
Riskless and risky decisions. A review of the price of risk, based on international data from 16 different countries during over 100 years, yielded an estimate of 2.3. In striking agreement with estimates obtained in the very different methodology of laboratory experiments of individual decision-making, Moshe Levy, Loss Aversion and the Price of Risk, Quantitative Finance 10. 2010 1009-22.
无风险和冒险决策，一项基于来自16个不同国家100多年的国际数据的风险价格回顾得出的估计值为 2.3， 与在个人决策的实验室实验中获得的估计值非常一致。Moshe Levy 损失厌恶和风险价格定量金融史 2010 1009-22。
Effective price increases. Miles O. Bidwell, Bruce X. Wong, and J. Douglas Zona. An analysis of asymmetric demand response to price changes. The case of local telephone calls. Journal of Regulatory Economics 8. 1995 285-98. Bruce G. S. Hardy, Eric J. Johnson, and Peter S. Fader, Modeling Loss Aversion and Reference Dependence Effects on Brand Choice. Marketing Science 12, 1993 378-94.
价格上涨的影响 Miles O. Bidwell、Bruce X. Wong 和 J. Douglas Zona 对价格变化的不对称需求反应分析。本地电话呼叫案例，监管经济学杂志8 1995 285-98。Bruce G. S. Hardy、Eric J. Johnson 和 Peter S. Fader， 损失厌恶和参考依赖对品牌选择的影响建模，营销科学12 1993 378-94。
Illustrate the power of these concepts. Colin Kammerer, Three Cheers, Psychological, Theoretical, Empirical for Loss Aversion, Journal of Marketing Research 42 2005 129-33. Colin F. Kammerer, Prospect Theory in the Wild, Evidence from the Field, in Choices, Values, and Frames, edition Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, New York, Russell Sage Foundation, 2000, 288-300.
说明这些概念的力量 Colin Kammerer 对损失厌恶的心理理论和经验三声欢呼，市场研究杂志42 2005 129-33。Colin F. Kammerer 野外的前景理论，来自现场的证据在于选择、价值和框架。丹尼尔·卡尼曼和阿莫斯·特沃斯基编，纽约罗素赛奇基金会2000年288-300。
Condo Apartments in Boston, David Jeanzove and Christopher Mayer, Loss Aversion and Seller Behavior, Evidence from the Housing Market, Quarterly Journal of Economics 116, 2001 1233-60.
波士顿的公寓 David Jeanzove 和 Christopher Mayer， 损失厌恶和卖方行为，来自房地产市场的证据，经济学季刊116 2001 1233-60。
Effective Trading Experience. John A. List, Does Market Experience Eliminate Market Anomalies? Quarterly Journal of Economics 118, 2003 47-71.
交易经验的影响 John A. List， 市场经验是否消除了市场异常？经济学季刊118 2003 47-71。
Jack Netsch also, Jack L. Netsch, The Endowment Effect and Evidence of Non-Reversible Indifference Curves, American Economic Review 79, 1989 1277-84.
Jack Netsch 还 Jack L. Netsch， 禀赋效应和不可逆无差异曲线的证据，美国经济评论79 1989 1277-84。
Ongoing debate about the endowment effect. Charles R. Plott and Catherine Zeeler, The Willingness to Pay, Willingness to Accept Gap, The Endowment Effect, Subject Misconceptions, and Experimental Procedures for Eliciting Valuations. American Economic Review 95, 2005 530-45. Charles Plott, a leading experimental economist, has been very skeptical of the endowment effect and has attempted to show that it is not a fundamental aspect of human preference, but rather an outcome of inferior technique. Plott and Zeeler believe that participants who show the endowment effect are under some misconception about what their true values are, and they modified the procedures of the original experiments to eliminate the misconceptions. They devised an elaborate training procedure in which the participants experienced the roles of both buyers and sellers, and were explicitly taught to assess their true values. As expected, the endowment effect disappeared. Plott and Zieler view their method as an important improvement of technique. Psychologists would consider the method severely deficient because it communicates to the participants a message of what the experimenters consider appropriate behavior, which happens to coincide with the experimenter's theory. Plott and Zieler's favored version of Netsch's exchange experiment is similarly biased. It does not allow the owner of the good to have physical possession of it, which is crucial to the effect. See Charles R. Plott and Catherine Zieler, Exchange Asymmetries Incorrectly Interpreted as Evidence of Endowment Effect Theory and Prospect Theory. American Economic Review 97, 2007, 1449-66. There may be an impasse here, where each side rejects the methods required by the other.
关于禀赋效应的持续争论 ，Charles R. Plott 和 Catherine Zieler 支付意愿、接受意愿差距、禀赋效应、受试者误解和引发估值的实验程序。美国经济评论95， 2005年530-45。领先的实验经济学家 Charles Plott 一直非常怀疑禀赋效应，并试图表明它不是人类偏好的基本方面，而是一种劣等技术的产物。Plott 和 Zieler 认为，表现出禀赋效应的参与者对自己的真实价值存在一些误解，他们修改了原始实验的程序以消除误解。他们设计了一个精细的培训程序，参与者体验了买卖双方的角色，并被明确教导评估他们的真实价值。正如预期的那样，禀赋效应消失了。Plott 和 Zieler 将他们的方法视为技术的重要改进。心理学家会认为这种方法严重不足，因为它向参与者传达了实验者认为合适的行为信息，而这恰好与实验者的理论相吻合。Plott 和 Zieler 偏爱的 Netsch 交易实验版本同样存在偏见，它不允许商品的所有者实际拥有它，这对这种效应至关重要。参见 Charles R. Plott 和 Catherine Zieler， 交易不对称被错误地解释为禀赋效应理论和前景理论的证据。美国经济评论97， 2007年1449-66。双方都拒绝对方所需的方法，可能存在僵局。
People who are poor, in their studies of decision-making under poverty, Eldar Schaffer, Sindel Mulanathan, and their colleagues have observed other instances in which poverty induces economic behavior that is in some respects more realistic and more rational than that of people who are better off. The poor are more likely to respond to real outcomes than to their description. Marianne Bertrand, Sindel Mulanathan, and Eldar Schaffer, Behavioral Economics and Marketing in Aid of Decision-Making Among the Poor, Journal of Public Policy and Marketing 25, 2006, 8-23。
贫困人群在他们对贫困条件下决策的研究中 ，Eldar Schaffer、Sindel Mulanathan 及其同事观察到其他一些情况。贫困导致的经济行为在某些方面比富裕人群的行为更现实、更理性。贫困人群更有可能对实际结果做出反应，而不是对他们的描述做出反应。Marianne Bertrand、Sindel Mulanathan 和 Eldar Schaffer 行为经济学和营销，帮助贫困人群决策。公共政策与营销杂志25， 2006年8-23。
In the United States and in the UK, the conclusion that money spent on purchases is not experienced as a loss is more likely to be true for people who are relatively well off. The key may be whether you are aware when you buy one good that you will not be unable to afford another good. Novimsky and Kahneman, The Boundaries of Loss Aversion. Ian Bateman et al., Testing Competing Models of Loss Aversion, and Adversarial Collaboration, Journal of Public Economics 89, 2005, 1561-80。
在美国和英国，购买商品时所花的钱没有被视为损失的结论更有可能适用于相对富裕的人群。关键可能是您在购买一件商品时是否意识到您将无法负担另一件商品。Novemsky 和 Kahneman 损失厌恶的界限。Ian Bateman 等人测试损失厌恶的竞争模型。对抗性合作，公共经济学杂志89， 2005年1561-80。
28. Bad events.
28. 不良事件。
Heartbeat accelerated. Paul J. Whalen et al., Human Amygdala Responsivity to Masked Fearful Eye Whites. Science 306, 2004, 2061. Individuals with focal lesions of the amygdala showed little or no loss aversion in their risky choices. Benedetto De Martino, Colin F. Kammerer, and Ralph Adolphs. Amygdala damage eliminates monetary loss aversion. Penis 107, 2010 3788-92.
心跳加速 Paul J. Whelan 等人，人类杏仁核对眼壁的恐惧眼白反应，科学306 2004年2061。杏仁核并造性损伤的个体在他们的冒险选择中几乎没有或没有损失厌恶。Benedetto De Martino、Colin F. Kammerer 和 Ralph Adolphs， 杏仁核损伤消除金钱损失厌恶。美国国家科学院院刊107 2010年3788-92。
Bypassing the visual cortex. Joseph Ledoux, The Emotional Brain. The Mysterious Underpinnings of Emotional Life, New York. Touchstone, 1996.
绕过视觉皮层，约瑟夫·勒杜克斯《情感大脑：情感生活的奥秘基础》，纽约，试金石，1996年。
Processed faster. Elaine Fox et al. Facial expressions of emotion. Are angry faces detected more efficiently? Cognition and Emotion 14, 2061-92.
处理速度更快 Elaine Fox 等人情感的面部表情，愤怒的面孔是否被更有效地检测到？认知与情感14 2000年61-92。
Pops out Christine Hansen and Ranald Hansen, Finding the Face in the Crowd, and Anger Superiority Effect, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 54, 1988 917-24。
脱颖而出 Christine Hansen 和 Ranald Hansen 在人群中找到面孔，愤怒优势效应，人格与社会心理学杂志54 1988年917-24。
Acceptable/unacceptable Josh J. A. Van Berkom et al., Right or Wrong? The Brain's Fast Response to Morally Objectionable Statements, Psychological Science 20, 2009 1092-99。
可接受不可接受 Josh J. A. Van Berkom 等人，对还是错？大脑对道德上令人反感陈述的快速反应，心理科学2史2009年1092-99。
Negativity Dominance. Paul Rozin and Edward B. Roisman, Negativity Bias, Negativity Dominance, and Contagion, Personality and Social Psychology Review 5, 2001 296-320。
消极性优势 Paul Rozin 和 Edward B. Roisman， 消极性偏差、消极性优势和传染，人格与社会心理学评论5 2001年296-320。
Resistant to Disconfirmation. Roy F. Baumeister, Ellen Bratzlavsky, Katrin Finkenauer, and Kathleen D. Voss, Bad is Stronger Than Good, Review of General Psychology 5, 2001 323。
抗拒反正 Roy F. Baumeister、Ellen Bratzlavsky、Katrin Finkenauer 和 Kathleen D. Voss， 坏比好更强大，普通心理学评论5 2001年323。
Biologically Significant Improvement. Michel Cabanach, Pleasure, The Common Currency, Journal of Theoretical Biology 155, 1992 173-200。
生物学意义上的改善 Michel Cabanach， 快乐，通用货币，理论生物学杂志155 1992年173-200。
Not Equally Powerful. Chip Heath, Richard P. Larrick, and George Wu, Goals as Reference Points, Cognitive Psychology 38, 1999 79-109。
并非同样强大 Chip Heath、Richard P. Larrick 和 George Wu， 目标作为参考点，认知心理学38 1999年79-109。
Rain-Drenched Customers. Colin Kammerer, Linda Babcock, George Lowenstein, and Richard Thaler, Labor Supply of New York City Cab Drivers, One Day at a Time, Quarterly Journal of Economics 112. 1997 407-41. The conclusions of this research have been questioned. Henry S. Farber, Is Tomorrow Another Day? The Labor Supply of New York Cab Drivers, NBR Working Paper 9706, 2003. A series of studies of bicycle messengers in Zurich provides strong evidence for the effect of goals. In accord with the original study of cab drivers, Ernst Fair and Lorenz Gitt, do workers work more if wages are high? Evidence from a randomized field experiment, American Economic Review 97, 2007 298-317。
被雨淋湿的顾客 Colin Kammerer Linda Babcock、George Lowenstein 和 Richard Thaler。纽约市出租车司机的劳动力供给，一天又一天。经济学季刊112，1997年407-41。这项研究的结论受到质疑。Henry S. Farber， 明天是新的一天吗？纽约出租车司机的劳动力供给 NBER 工作论文9706 2003年。苏黎世的一系列自行车信使研究为目标的效果提供了强有力的证据，这与出租车司机的原始研究一致。Ernst Fair 和 Lorenz Gett， 如果工资高，工人会更努力工作吗？来自随机实地实验的证据。美国经济评论97 2007年298-317。
Communicate a reference point. Daniel Kahneman, reference points, anchors, norms, and mixed feelings, organizational behavior and human decision processes 51, 1992 296-312。
传达参考点 Daniel Kahneman， 参考点、锚点、规范和混合感受，组织行为与人类决策过程51 1992年296-312。
Wins the contest, John Alcock, Animal Behavior, An Evolutionary Approach, Sunderland, Massachusetts, Sinor Associates, 2009, 278-84, cited by A. Yalzamir, Law and Psychology. The Crucial Role of Reference Points in Loss Aversion, Working Paper, Hebrew University, 2011.
赢得比赛 John Alcock， 动物行为，一种进化方法，马萨诸塞州桑德兰 Sinor Associates， 2009年278-84。为奥斯米尔引用法律与心理学参考点和损失厌恶的关键作用工作论文，希伯来大学2011年。
Merchants, Employers, and Landlords, Daniel Kahneman, Jack L. Netsch, and Richard H. Thaler. Fairness as a Constraint on Profit-Seeking. Entitlements in the Market. The American Economic Review 76, 1986 728-41。
商人、雇主和房东 Daniel Kahneman、Jack L. Netsch 和 Richard H. Thaler。公平作为利润寻求的限制，市场中的权利。美国经济评论76 1986年728-41。
Fairness concerns are economically significant. Ernst Fair, Lorenz Gett, and Christian Zender, A Behavioral Account of the Labor Market. The Role of Fairness Concerns, Annual Review of Economics 1. 2009 355-84. Eric T. Anderson and Duncan I. Simister, Price Stickiness and Customer Antagonism, Quarterly Journal of Economics 125, 2010 729-65。
公平问题在经济上具有重要意义。Ernst Fair、Lorenz Gett 和 Christian Zender， 劳动力市场的行为说明。公平问题的角色，经济学年度评论1 2009年355-84。Eric T. Anderson 和 Duncan I. Simister， 价格粘性和客户对抗，经济学季刊125 2010年729-65。
Altruistic punishment is accompanied. Dominique de Courvain et al., The Neural Basis of Altruistic Punishment, Science 305, 2004 1254-58。
利他主义惩罚伴随 Dominique de Courvain 等人，利他主义惩罚的神经基础，科学305 2004年1254-58。
Actual Losses and Foregone Gains, David Cohen and Jack L. Netsch, Judicial Choice and Disparities Between Measures of Economic Value, Oskard Hall Law Review 30, 1992 737-70. Russell Korobkin, The Endowment Effect and Legal Analysis, Northwestern University Law Review 97, 2003 1227-93.
实际损失和丧失收益 David Cohen 和 Jack L. Netsch， 司法选择与经济价值衡量标准之间的差异 Oskard Hall 法律评论30 1992年737-70。 Russell Korobkin， 禀赋效应与法律分析，西北大学法律评论97 2003年1227-93。
Asymmetrical Effects on Individual Well-Being, Zamir, Law and Psychology.
对个人福祉的不对称影响 Zamir， 法律与心理学。
29. The Fourfold Pattern.
29. 四重模式。
And other disasters, including exposure to a Dutch book, which is a set of gambles that your incorrect preferences commit you to accept and is guaranteed to end up in a loss.
及其他灾难，包括接触荷兰博彩， 这是一组赌博，您错误的偏好让您被迫接受，并且保证最终会亏损。
Puzzle that Allais constructed. Readers who are familiar with the Allais paradoxes will recognize that this version is new. It is both much simpler and actually a stronger violation than the original paradox. The left-hand option is preferred in the first problem. The second problem is obtained by adding a more valuable prospect to the left than to the right, but the right-hand option is now preferred.
阿莱斯构建的难题，熟悉阿莱斯悖论的读者会认识到，这个版本是新的。它既简单得多，实际上也是对原始悖论的更强烈的违反。在第一个问题中，更喜欢左手选项。第二个问题是通过在左边添加比右边更有价值的前景来获得的，但现在更喜欢右手选项。
Sorely disappointed, as the distinguished economist Kenneth Arrow recently described the event, the participants in the meeting paid little attention to what he called Allais's little experiment. Personal Conversation, March 16, 2011.
非常失望，正如杰出的经济学家肯尼斯·阿罗最近描述的那样，与会者很少关注他所说的阿莱斯的小实验。个人谈话，2011年3月16日。
Estimates for gains. The table shows decision weights for gains. Estimates for losses were very similar.
收益估计，该表显示了收益的决策权重。损失的估计非常相似。
Estimated from choices. Ming Su, Ian Krojbik, Chen Zhao, and Colin F. Kammerer. Neural response to reward anticipation under risk is nonlinear in probabilities. Journal of Neuroscience 29. 2009, 2231-37.
从选择中估计 Ming Su、Ian Krojbik、Chen Zhao 和 Colin F. Kammerer 风险下对奖励预期的神经反应在概率上是非线性的。神经科学杂志29 2009年2231-37。
Parents of Small Children, W. Kip Viscusi, Wesley A. Mayget, and Joel Huber, an investigation of the rationality of consumer valuations of multiple health risks, Rand Journal of Economics 18, 1987 465-79.
小孩的父母 W. Kip Viscusi、Wesley A. Mayget 和 Joel Huber 对消费者对多种健康风险的估值的合理性进行调查。Rand 经济学杂志18 1987年465-79。
Psychology of worry. In a rational model with diminishing marginal utility, people should pay at least 2/3 as much to reduce the frequency of accidents from 15 to 5 units as they are willing to pay to eliminate the risk. Observed preferences violated this prediction.
担忧的心理，在边际效用递减的理性模型中，人们应该至少支付2/3的费用，将事故的频率从15个单位减少到5个单位，因为他们愿意支付以消除风险。观察到的偏好违反了这一预测。
Not made much of it. C. Arthur Williams, Attitudes Toward Speculative Risks as an Indicator of Attitudes Toward Pure Risks, Journal of Risk and Insurance 33, 1966 577-86. Howard Rafa, Decision Analysis, Introductory Lectures on Choices Under Uncertainty, Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley, 1968.
并未对此做出太多阐述。C. Arthur Williams 对投机风险的态度作为对纯风险态度的指标，风险与保险杂志33 1966年577-86。Howard Rafa 决策分析不确定性下的选择导论讲座，马萨诸塞州雷丁爱迪生维斯利1968年。
Shadow of Civil Trials. Chris Guthrie, Prospect Theory, Risk Preference, and the Law. Northwestern University Law Review 97, 2003 1115-63. Jeffrey J. Raklinsky, Gains, Losses and the Psychology of Litigation, Southern California Law Review 70, 1996 113-85. Samuel R. Gross and Kent D. Siverud, Getting to Know, A Study of Settlement Negotiations and the Selection of Cases for Trial, Michigan Law Review 90. 1991 319-93.
民事诉讼的阴影 Chris Guthrie 前景理论、风险偏好和法律，西北大学法学评论97 2003年1115-63。Jeffrey J. Raklinsky 收益、损失和诉讼心理学，南加州法学评论70 1996年113-85。Samuel R. Gross 和 Ken D. Siverud 拒绝 一项关于和解谈判和案件选择的研究，密歇根法学评论90 1991年319-93。
The Frivolous Claim, Chris Guthrie, Framing Frivolous Litigation, A Psychological Theory, University of Chicago Law Review 67, 2163-216.
轻率的索赔 Chris Guthrie， 轻率诉讼的框架，一种心理理论，芝加哥大学法学评论67 2000年163-216。
30. Rare Events.
30. 罕见事件。
Wish to Avoid It. George F. Lowenstein, Elke, Weber, Christopher K. C. and Ned Welch, Risk as Feelings, Psychological Bulletin 127, 2001 267-86.
希望避免它 George F. Lowenstein, Elke Weber, Christopher K. C. 和 Ned Welch， 风险作为感受心理学通报127 2001年267-86。
Vividness and Decision Making. Ibid, Kassar, Sunstein, Probability Neglect, Emotions, Worst Cases, and Law, Yale Law Journal 112, 2261-107. See notes to Chapter 13, Damasio, Descartes Error. Slavic, Finucane, Peters, and McGregor, The Effect Heuristic.
决策中的生动性，同上。Kassar Sunstein， 概率忽视、情绪、最坏情况和法律，耶鲁法学杂志112 2002年61-107。参见第13章注释。达马西奥、笛卡尔的错误。Slavic, Finucane, Peters 和 McGregor 情感启发法。
Amos's student, Craig R. Fox, Strength of Evidence, Judge Probability, and Choice Under Uncertainty, Cognitive Psychology 38, 1999 167-89.
阿莫斯的学生 Craig R. Fox， 证据强度、判断概率和不确定性下的选择，认知心理学38 1999年167-89。
Focal event and its judgments of the probabilities of an event and its complement do not always add up to 100%. When people are asked about a topic they know very little about, what is your probability that the temperature in Bangkok will exceed 100 degrees tomorrow at noon? The judged probabilities of the event and its complement add up to less than 100%.
焦点事件及其对事件及其补给的概率的判断并不总是加起来等于100%。当人们被问及他们知之甚少的主题时，您认为明天中午曼谷的温度会超过100度吗？事件及其补给的判断概率加起来小于100%。
Receiving a dozen roses. In cumulative prospect theory, decision weights for gains and losses are not assumed to be equal, as they were in the original version of prospect theory that I described.
收到一沓玫瑰，在累积前景理论中，收益和损失的决策权重并不被假定为相等，因为它们在我描述的前景理论的原始版本中是相等的。
Superficial processing. The question about the two urns was invented by Dale T. Miller, William Turnbull, and Kathy McFarland. When a coincidence is suspicious, the role of mental simulation. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 57, 1989, 581-89. Seymour Epstein and his colleagues argued for an interpretation of it in terms of two systems. Lie, Kirkpatrick and Seymour Epstein, Cognitive Experiential Self Theory and Subjective Probability, Evidence for Two Conceptual Systems. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 63, 1992 534-44.
表面处理关于两个瓮的问题是由 Dale T. Miller、William Turnbull 和 Kathy McFarland 发明的。当巧合可疑时，心理模拟的作用。人格与社会心理学杂志57 1989年581-89。西摩·爱泼斯坦和他的同事们主张用两个系统来解释它 Lee Kirkpatrick 和 Seymour Epstein 认知体验自我理论和主观概率两个概念系统的证据。人格与社会心理学杂志63 1992年534-44。
Judged it as more dangerous. Kimihiko Yamagishi, when a 12.86% mortality is more dangerous than 24.14%. Implications for risk communication. Applied Cognitive Psychology 11. 1997 495-506.
认为它更危险。山岸公彦，当 12.86% 的死亡率比 24.14% 更危险时，对风险沟通的影响。 应用认知心理学11 1997 495506
Forensic psychologists Slavic, Monahan, and McGregor, Violence Risk Assessment and Risk Communication.
法医心理学家 Slavic、Monahan 和 McGregor 暴力风险评估和风险沟通。
One of 1,000 capital cases Jonathan J. Kohler. When are people persuaded by DNA match statistics? Law and Human Behavior 25, 2001 493-513.
1/1000起诉案件，乔纳森 ·J. 科勒，人们何时会被 DNA 匹配统计数据说服？法律人类行为25 2001年493-513。
Studies of choice from experience. Ralph Hertwig, Greg Barron, Elkayu, Weber, and Ido Arev. Decisions from Experience and the Effect of Rare Events and Risky Choice. Psychological Science 15th. 2004 534-39. Ralph Hertwig and Ido Arev. The Description Experience Gap and Risky Choice. Trends in Cognitive Sciences 13, 2009 517-23.
经验选择研究，拉尔夫、赫特维希、格雷格、巴伦、埃尔克、尤维伯和伊多·埃雷夫。经验决策和罕见事件对风险选择的影响。心理学科学15 2004年534-39。拉尔夫、赫特维希和伊多·埃雷夫风险选择中的描述经验差距。认知科学趋势13 2009年517-23。
Not yet settled. Lyot Hadar and Craig R. Fox. Information asymmetry in decision from description versus decision from experience. Judgment and Decision-Making 4, 2009 317-25.
尚未解决。利亚特、哈达尔和克雷格、奥尔福克斯描述决策与经验决策中的信息不对称。判断与决策4 2009年317-25。
Chances of Rare Events, Hertwig and Arev. The Description Experience Gap.
罕见事件的几率。赫特维希和埃雷夫描述经验差距。
31. Risk Policies.
31. 风险政策。
Inferior option BC. The calculation is straightforward. Each of the two combinations consists of a sure thing and a gamble. Add the sure thing to both options of the gamble and you will find AD and BC.
劣质选项 BC 计算很简单，两个组合中的每一个都由确定事件和赌博组成。将确定事件添加到赌博的两个选项中，您将找到 AD 和 BC。
The equivalent of locking in Thomas Langer and Martin Weber. Myopic prospect theory versus myopic loss aversion. How general is the phenomenon? Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 56, 2005 25-38.
相当于锁定托马斯·兰格和马丁·韦伯近视前景理论与近视损失厌恶。这种现象有多普遍？经济行为与组织杂志56 2005年25-38。
32. Keeping score.
32. 计分。
Drive into a blizzard. The intuition was confirmed in a field experiment in which a random selection of students who purchased season tickets to the university theater received their tickets at a much reduced price. A follow-up of attendance revealed that students who had paid the full price for their tickets were more likely to attend, especially during the first half of the season. Missing a show one has paid for involves the unpleasant experience of closing an account in the red. Arks and Bloomer, The Psychology of Sunk Costs.
驾车进入暴风雪，直觉在一项实地实验中得到证实。在该实验中，随机挑选了一批购买大学剧院季票的学生，他们以大幅折扣的价格收到了门票。后续的出勤情况显示，全价购买门票的学生更有可能参加，尤其是在赛季前半段。错过一场已经付费的演出会带来不愉快的经历，即以赤字收场。阿克斯和布鲁默，沉没成本的心理。
The Disposition Effect. Hirsch-Sheffrin and Mayer-Statman. The Disposition to Sell Winners Too Early and Ride Losers Too Long. Theory and Evidence. Journal of Finance 40. 1985 777-90. Terence O'Dean. Are investors reluctant to realize their losses? Journal of Finance 53. 1998 1775-98.
处置效应。赫什、谢弗林和梅尔斯塔特曼过早抛售赢家和过久持有输家的倾向。理论和证据。金融杂志 40 1985年777-90。特伦斯·奥迪恩，投资者是否不愿兑现亏损？金融杂志53 1998年1775-98。
Less susceptible. Ravidhar and Ningzhu, Up Close and Personal. Investor Sophistication and the Disposition Effect. Management Science 52 2006 726-40。
较不敏感 Ravidhar 和 Ningzhu 近距离和个人投资者老练程度和处置效应。管理科学52 2006年726-40。
Fallacy can be overcome. Darren R. Lehman, Richard O. Lempert, and Richard E. Nisbet. The Effects of Graduate Training on Reasoning, Formal Discipline, and Thinking About Everyday Life Events. American Psychologist 43. 1988 431-42。
谬误可以克服 Darren R. Lehman、Richard O. Lempert 和 Richard E. Nisbet。研究生训练对推理的影响、正式学科和对日常生活事件的思考。美国心理学家43 1988年431-42。
A Sinking Feeling Marcel Zeelenberg and Rick Peters, A Theory of Regret Regulation 1.0, Journal of Consumer Psychology 17 2007 3-18。
一种沉默感 Marcel Zeelenberg 和 Rick Peters， 后悔调节理论 1.0， 消费者心理学杂志17 2007年3-18。
Regret to Normality, Kahneman and Miller, Norm Theory。
后悔到正常 Kahneman 和 Miller 规范理论。
Habitually taking unreasonable risks. The hitchhiker question was inspired by a famous example discussed by the legal philosophers Hart and Honoré. A woman married to a man who suffers from an ulcerated condition of the stomach might identify eating parsnips as the cause of his indigestion. The doctor might identify the ulcerated condition as the cause and the meal as a mere occasion. Unusual events call for causal explanations and also evoke counterfactual thoughts, and the two are closely related. The same event can be compared to either a personal norm or the norm of other people, leading to different counterfactuals, different causal attributions, and different emotions, regret or blame. Herbert L. A. Hart and Tony Honoré, Causation in the Laws. New York, Oxford University Press, 1985, 33。
习惯性的承担不合理的风险。搭便车问题受到法律哲学家哈尔和哈诺瑞讨论的一个著名例子的启发。一个嫁给患有胃溃疡的男人的女人可能会认为吃欧防风是导致她消化不良的原因，医生可能会认为溃疡是原因，而这顿饭只是一个诱因。不寻常的事件需要因果解释，也引起反事实的思考，两者密切相关。同一个事件可以与个人规范或其他人的规范进行比较，从而导致不同的反事实、不同的因果归因和不同的情绪，后悔或责备。Herbert L.A. Hart 和 Tony Honoré 法律中的因果关系。纽约，牛津大学出版社，1985年33。
Remarkably Uniform. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, The Simulation Heuristic, and Judgment Under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Biases, edition Daniel Kahneman, Paul Slavic, and Amos Tversky, A New York, Cambridge University Press. 1982, 160-73。
非常一致。Daniel Kahneman 和 Amos Tversky 模拟启发法在于不确定性下的判断、启发法和偏差。Daniel Kahneman、Paul Slavic 和 Amos Tversky 编辑，纽约，剑桥大学出版社，1982年160-73。
Applies to blame. Janet Landman, Regret and Elation Following Action and Inaction. Effective Responses to Positive versus Negative Outcomes. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 13. 1987 524-36. Faith Gleicher et al., The Role of Counterfactual Thinking in Judgment of Effect. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 16. 1990 284-95。
适用于责备 Janet Landman 行动和不行动后的后悔和欣喜，对正面和负面结果的情感反应。人格与社会心理学公告13 1987年524-36。Faith Gleicher 等人。反事实思维在情感判断中的作用。人格与社会心理学公告16 1990年284-95。
Actions that deviate from the default. Dale T. Miller and Brian R. Taylor, Counterfactual Thought, Regret, and Superstition. How to Avoid Kicking Yourself in What Might Have Been. The Social Psychology of Counterfactual Thinking, edition Neil J. Rose and James M. Olson, Hillsdale, New Jersey. Earlbaum, 1995, 305-31.
偏离默认值的行为 Dale T. Miller 和 Brian R. Taylor 反事实思维、后悔和迷信，如何避免责备自己，在于本来可能发生的事情。反事实思维的社会心理学 Neil J. Rose 和 James M. Olson 编辑，新泽西州希尔斯戴尔 Earlbaum 1995年305-31。
Produce blame and regret. Marcel Zeelenberg, Kees van den Bos, Eric van Dyke, and Rick Peters. The Inaction Effect and the Psychology of Regret. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 82. 2002 314-27.
产生责备和后悔 Marcel Zeelenberg, Kees van den Bos, Eric van Dyke 和 Rick Peters。 后悔心理学中的不作为效应。人格与社会心理学杂志82 2002年314-27。
Brand Names Over Generics. Idemar Simonson. The Influence of Anticipating Regret and Responsibility on Purchase Decisions. Journal of Consumer Research 19. 1992 105-18.
品牌名称优于通用名称 Itamar Simonson 预期后悔和责任对购买决策的影响。消费者研究杂志19 1992年105-18。
Clean Up Their Portfolios. Lillian Ng and Qinghai Wang. Institutional Trading and the Turn of the Year Effect. Journal of Financial Economics 74 2004 343-66。
清理他们的投资组合 Lillian Ng 和 Qinghai Wang。机构交易和年末效应。金融经济学杂志74 2004年343-66。
Loss Averse for Aspects of Your Life. Tversky and Kahneman. Loss Aversion and Riskless Choice. Eric J. Johnson, Simon Gachter, and Andreas Herman. Exploring the Nature of Loss Aversion. Center for Decision Research and Experimental Economics. University of Nottingham. Discussion Paper Series, 2006. Edward J. McCaffrey, Daniel Kahneman, and Matthew L. Spitzer, Framing the Jury. Cognitive Perspectives on Pain and Suffering. Virginia Law Review 81. 1995 1341-420。
对生活某些方面有损失厌恶 Tversky 和 Kahneman 无风险选择中的损失厌恶。 Eric J. Johnson, Simon Gachter 和 Andreas Herman 探索损失厌恶的本质。决策研究和实验经济学中心，诺丁汉大学讨论文件系列2006年。 Edward J. McCaffrey, Daniel Kahneman 和 Matthew L. Spitzer 构建陪审团，关于痛苦和折磨的认知观点。弗吉尼亚法律评论81 1995年1341-420。
Classic on Consumer Behavior. Richard H. Thaler, Toward a Positive Theory of Consumer Choice. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 39. 1980 36-90。
消费者行为的经典之作 Richard H. Thaler 走向消费者选择的积极理论，经济行为与组织杂志39 1980年36-90。
Taboo Trade-Off. Philip E. Tetlock et al., The Psychology of the Unthinkable. Taboo Trade-Offs, Forbidden Base Rates, and Heretical Counterfactuals. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 78. 2853-70。
禁忌权衡 Philip E. Tetlock 等人不可想象的心理，禁忌权衡，禁止基本比率和异端反事实。人格与社会心理学杂志78 2000年853-70。
Where the Precautionary Principle. Cass R. Sunstein, The Laws of Fear. Beyond the Precautionary Principle, New York. Cambridge University Press, 2005.
其中预防原则 Cass R. Sunstein 恐惧法则，超越预防原则，纽约剑桥大学出版社2005年。
Psychological Immune System. Daniel T. Gilbert et al., Looking Forward to Looking Backward. The Misprediction of Regret. Psychological Science 15, 2004 346-50。
心理免疫系统 Daniel T. Gilbert 等人期待着回顾对后悔的错误预测，心理学科学15 2004年346-50。
33. Reversals.
33. 逆转。
In the Man's Regular Store. Dale T. Miller and Kathy McFarland. Counterfactual Thinking and Victim Compensation. A Test of Norm Theory, Personality, and Social Psychology Bulletin 12, 1986 513-19。
在那个男人的常去商店里 Dale T. Miller 和 Cathy McFarlane 反事实思维和受害者补偿规范理论的检验，人格与社会心理学公告12 1986年513-19。
Reversals of judgment and choice. The first step toward the current interpretation was taken by Max H. Bazerman, George F. Lowenstein, and Sally B. White. Reversals of preference in allocation decisions. Judging alternatives versus judging among alternatives. Administrative Science Quarterly 37, 1992 220-40. Christopher C. introduced the terminology of joint and separate evaluation and formulated the important evaluability hypothesis, which explains reversals by the idea that some attributes become evaluable only in joint evaluation. Attribute evaluability, its implications for joint separate evaluation reversals and beyond, in Kahneman and Tversky, choices, values, and frames.
判断和选择的逆转，迈向当前解释的第一步，由 Max H. Bazerman、George F. Lowenstein 和 Sally B. White 提出，分配决策中的偏好逆转。判断备选方案与判断备选方案之间，行政科学季刊37 1992年220-40。Christopher C. 引入了联合和单独评估的术语，并提出了重要的可评估性假设。该假设通过一些属性仅在联合评估中才能评估的想法来解释逆转。属性可评估性，其对联合、单独评估逆转的影响及其他，在于 Kahneman 和 Tversky 选择价值和框架。
Conversation between psychologists and economists. Sarah Lichtenstein and Paul Slovic. Reversals of preference between bids and choices in gambling decisions. Journal of Experimental Psychology 89. 1970 146-55. A similar result was obtained independently by Harold R. Linman. Inconsistent Preferences Among Gambles. Journal of Experimental Psychology 89. 1971 390-97.
心理学家和经济学家之间的对话 Sarah Lichtenstein 和 Paul Slovic 赌博决策中出价和选择之间的偏好逆转实验心理学杂志89 1971年46-55。Harold R. Linman 独立获得了类似的结果，赌博中的不一致偏好实验心理学杂志89 1971年390-97。
Bewildered participant. For a transcript of the famous interview, see Sarah Lichtenstein and Paul Slovic, eds. The Construction of Preference, New York. Cambridge University Press, 2006.
困惑的参与者，有关著名访谈的记录，请参阅 Sarah Lichtenstein 和 Paul Slovic 编辑的《偏好的建构》，纽约剑桥大学出版社，2006年。
The prestigious American Economic Review. David M. Grether and Charles R. Plott. Economic Theory of Choice and the Preference Reversals Phenomenon. American Economic Review 69. 1979 623-28.
著名的美国经济评论 David M. Grether 和 Charles R. Plott 选择经济理论和偏好逆转现象。美国经济评论69 1979年623-28。
Context in which the choices are made. Lichtenstein and Slovic. The Construction of Preference 96.
做出选择时的背景 Lichtenstein 和 Slovic 偏好的建构第96页。
One embarrassing finding. Kuhn famously argued that the same is true of physical sciences as well. Thomas S. Kuhn, The Function of Measurement in Modern Physical Science, ISIS 52, 1961 161-93.
一个令人尴尬的发现 Kuhn 声称物理科学也是如此。Thomas S. Kuhn, 现代物理科学中的测量功能，艾希斯52 1961年161-93。
Liking of dolphins. There is evidence that questions about the emotional appeal of species and the willingness to contribute to their protection yield the same rankings. Daniel Kahneman and Ilana Ridov. Determinants of Stated Willingness to Pay for Public Goods. A Study in the Headline Method. Journal of Risk and Uncertainty 9, 1994 5-38.
喜欢海豚，有证据表明，关于物种的情感吸引力和愿意为其保护做出贡献的问题会产生相同的排名。Daniel Kahneman 和 Ilana Ridov 陈述愿意为公共物品支付的意愿的决定因素。标题方法研究，风险与不确定性杂志9 1994年5-38。
Superior on this attribute. C. Attribute evaluability.
此属性上更优。C. 属性可评估性。
Requisite record keeping. Cass R. Sunstein, Daniel Kahneman, David Cade, and Alana Ridov, Predictably Incoherent Judgments, Stanford Law Review 54, 2002 1190.
必要的记录保存 Cassar Sunstein、Daniel Kahneman、David Cade 和 Ilana Ritov。可预测的不连贯判断，斯坦福法律评论54 2002年1190。
34. Frames and Reality.
34. 框架与现实。
Unjustified Influences of Formulation, Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, The Framing of Decisions in the Psychology of Choice, Science 211, 1981 453-58.
表述的不合理影响 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman， 决策框架和选择心理学，科学211 1981年453-58。
Paid with cash or on credit, Thaler, Toward a Positive Theory of Consumer Choice.
用现金或信用卡支付 Thaler， 走向消费选择积极理论。
10% Mortality is Frightening, Barbara McNeil, Stephen G. Parker, Harold C. Sox Jr., and Amos Tversky, on the Elicitation of Preferences for Alternative Therapies, New England Journal of Medicine 306. 1982 1259-62.
10%的死亡率令人恐惧 Barbara McNeil, Stephen G. Parker, Harold C. Sox Jr. 和 Amos Tversky 关于替代疗法的偏好引发新英格兰医学杂志306 1982年1259-62。
Asian disease problem. Some people have commented that the Asian label is unnecessary and pejorative. We probably would not use it today, but the example was written in the 1970s, when sensitivity to group labels was less developed than it is today. The word was added to make the example more concrete by reminding respondents of the Asian flu epidemic of 1957.
亚洲疾病问题，有些人评论说亚洲标签是不必要的且贬义的。我们今天可能不会使用它，但这个例子写于1970年代，当时对群体标签的敏感性不如今天发达。添加这个词是为了让例子更具体，让受访者想起1957年的亚洲流感疫情。
Choice and Consequence. Thomas Schelling, Choice and Consequence, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1985.
选择与后果 Thomas Schelling， 选择与后果，马萨诸塞州剑桥，哈佛大学出版社1985年。
Misleading Frame. Richard P. Larrick and Jack B. Saul, The MPG Illusion, Science 320, 2008 1593-94.
误导性框架 Richard P. Larrick 和 Jack B. Saul MPG 错觉，科学320 2008年1593-94。
Rate of Organ Donation in European Countries, Eric J. Johnson and Daniel Goldstein. Do defaults save lives? Science 302, 2003 1338-39.
欧洲国家器官捐赠率 Eric J. Johnson 和 Daniel Goldstein， 默认只能挽救生命吗？科学302 2003年1338-39。
35. Two selves.
35. 两个自我。
Oneability, Irving Fisher, is utility the most suitable term for the concept it is used to denote? American Economic Review 8, 1918 335.
可遇性，欧文·费雪，效用是否最适合于它所用来表示的概念？美国经济评论8 1918年335。
At any moment. Francis Edgeworth, Mathematical Psychics, New York. Kelly, 1881.
在任何时刻，弗朗西斯·艾奇沃斯，数学物理学，纽约，凯利，1881年。
Under which his theory holds. Daniel Kahneman, Peter P. Wacker, and Rakesh Saran, back to Bentham. Explorations of Experienced Utility, Quarterly Journal of Economics 112, 1997 375-405. Daniel Kahneman, Experienced Utility and Objective Happiness, A Moment-Based Approach, and Evaluation by Moments, Past and Future, in Kahneman and Tversky, Choices, Values, and Frames, 673-92. 693-708.
其理论适用的条件下，丹尼尔、卡尼曼、彼得、皮瓦克和拉凯什、萨林回到边界。体验效用的探索，经济学季刊112 1997年375-405。丹尼尔、 卡尼曼，体验效用和客观幸福，基于时刻的方法和按时刻评估过去和未来，在于卡尼曼和特沃斯基选择价值和框架673-92 693-708。
A physician and researcher, Donald A. Riedelmeyer and Daniel Kahneman, Patients' Memories of Painful Medical Treatments, Real-Time and Retrospective Evaluations of Two Minimally Invasive Procedures, Page 66, 1996 3-8。
一名医生和研究员唐纳德 ·A. 雷德尔迈尔和丹尼尔·卡尼曼，患者对痛苦医疗治疗的记忆，对2种微创手术的实时和回顾性评估，疼痛66 1996年3-8。
Free to choose, Daniel Kahneman, Barbara L. Fredrickson, Charles A. Schreiber, and Donald A. Riedelmeyer. When more pain is preferred to less, adding a better end, Psychological Science 4, 1993 401-405。
自由选择，丹尼尔·卡尼曼、芭芭拉 ·L. 弗雷德里克森、查尔斯 ·A. 施赖伯和唐纳德 ·A. 雷德尔迈尔。当更痛苦更受欢迎时，增加一个更好的结局。心理科学4 1993年401-405。
Duration of the shock, Orville H., Maurer and L. N. Solomon, Contiguity versus Drive Reduction in Conditioned Fear, The Proximity and Abruptness of Drive Reduction, American Journal of Psychology 67. 1954 15-25。
电击持续时间，奥瓦尔 H. 莫勒尔和 L.N. 所罗门。条件恐惧中的临接性与驱力降低，驱力降低的接近性和突然性。美国心理学杂志67 1954年 15-25。
Burst of Stimulation, Peter Schizgel, on the Neural Computation of Utility, Implications from Studies of Brain Stimulation Reward and Well-Being, The Foundations of Hedonic Psychology, edition Daniel Kahneman, Edward Diener. And Norbert Schwartz, New York, Russell Sage Foundation, 1999, 500-24。
刺激爆发，彼得·希兹加尔关于效用的神经计算，大脑刺激奖励研究的启示在于幸福享乐心理学的基础。丹尼尔·卡尼曼、爱德华·迪纳和诺伯特·施瓦茨，纽约罗素赛奇基金会，1999年编辑500-24。
36. Life as a Story.
36. 生活如故事。
Had a Lover, Paul Rozin and Jennifer Steller, Posthumous Events Affect Rated Quality and Happiness of Lives, Judgment and Decision-Making for 2009 273-79。
有过爱人保罗·罗金和詹妮弗·斯特拉死后事件影响评定的人生质量和幸福感，判断与决策4 2009年273-79。
Entire Lives as well as Brief Episodes, Ed Diener, Derek Wirtz, and Shigehiro Oishi, End Effects of Rated Life Quality, The James Dean Effect, Psychological Science 12, 2001 124-28. The same series of experiments also tested for the peak-end rule in an unhappy life and found similar results. Jen was not judged twice as unhappy if she lived miserably for 60 years rather than 30. But she was regarded as considerably happier if 5 mildly miserable years were added just before her death.
整个生活以及短暂插曲，埃德·迪纳、德里克·维尔茨和重弘大师评定生活质量的最终效应，詹姆斯·迪恩效应，心理科学12 2001年124-28。同一系列实验还测试了不幸生活中的风中定律，并发现了类似的结果。如果珍妮悲惨地生活了60年而不是30年，她不会被评判为2倍的不幸。但如果在她死前刚增加了5年轻微的悲惨生活，她会被认为相当幸福。
37. Experienced well-being.
37. 体验幸福感。
Life as a whole these days. Another question that has been used frequently is, taken all together, how would you say things are these days? Would you say that you are very happy, pretty happy, or not too happy? This question is included in the General Social Survey in the United States, and its correlations with other variables suggest a mix of satisfaction and experienced happiness. A pure measure of life evaluation used in the Gallup surveys is the Cantrell Self-Anchoring Striving Scale, in which the respondent rates his or her current life on a ladder scale in which 0 is the worst possible life for you and 10 is the best possible life for you. The language suggests that people should anchor on what they consider possible for them, But the evidence shows that people all over the world have a common standard for what a good life is, which accounts for the extraordinarily high correlations, R equals 0.84, between the GDP of countries and the average ladder score of their citizens. Angus Deaton, Income, Health, and Well-Being Around the World. Evidence from the Gallup World Poll, Journal of Economic Perspectives 22, 2008 53-72。
当今整体生活另一个经常使用的问题是，总体而言，你会说现在情况如何？你会说你非常快乐、相当快乐，还是不太快乐？这个问题包含在美国的综合社会调查中，它与其他变量的相关性表明了满意度和体验幸福感的混合。盖洛普调查中使用的生活评估的纯粹衡量标准是坎特里尔自我锚定努力量表。受访者在0为对你来说最糟糕的生活和10为对你来说最好的生活的阶梯量表上对自己的当前生活进行评级。语言表明人们应该锚定在他们认为自己可能达到的目标上，但证据表明世界各地的人们对美好生活都有一个共同的标准，这解释了国家 GDP 与其公民的平均阶梯分数之间极高的相关性，2等于84。安格斯·迪顿，世界各地的收入、健康和幸福感。盖洛普世界民意调查的证据，经济展望杂志22 2008年 53-72。
A dream team, The Economist was Alan Kruger of Princeton, noted for his innovative analyses of unusual data. The psychologists were David Cade, who had methodological expertise, Arthur Stone, an expert on health psychology, experience sampling, and ecological momentary assessment, Norbert Schwartz, a social psychologist who was also an expert on survey method and had contributed experimental critiques of well-being research, including the experiment on which a dime left on a copying machine influenced subsequent reports of life satisfaction.
一个梦幻团队，经济学家是普林斯顿大学的艾伦·克鲁格，他以对异常数据的创新分析而闻名。心理学家是大卫·斯卡德，他拥有方法论专业知识。亚瑟·斯通，健康心理学、体验抽样和生态瞬时评估专家；诺伯特·施瓦茨，一位社会心理学家，也是调查方法的专家，并对幸福感研究进行了实验性批评，包括一项关于复印机上留下的硬币影响随后生活满意度报告的实验。
Intensity of various feelings. In some applications, the individual also provides physiological information, such as continuous recordings of heart rate, occasional records of blood pressure, or samples of saliva for chemical analysis. The method is called ecological momentary assessment. Arthur A. Stone, Saul S. Schiffman, and Martin W. DeVries, Ecological Momentary Assessment Well-Being, The Foundations of Hedonic Psychology, in Kahneman, Diener, and Schwartz. Well-Being, 26-39.
各种感觉的强度。在某些应用中，个人还提供生理信息，例如连续记录的心率、偶尔记录的血压或唾液样本进行化学分析。该方法称为生态瞬时评估。亚瑟 ·A. 斯通、索尔 ·S. 西夫曼和马腾 ·W. 德弗里斯。生态瞬时评估幸福感。享乐心理学的基础在于卡尼曼、迪纳和施瓦茨。幸福感26-39。
Spend their time. Daniel Kahneman et al. A survey method for characterizing daily life experience, the Day Reconstruction Method, Science 306 2004 1776-80. Daniel Kahneman and Alan B. Kruger, Developments in the Measurement of Subjective Well-Being, Journal of Economic Perspectives 20 2006 3-24.
花费时间 Daniel Kahneman 等人表征日常生活体验的调查方法，日重建方法，科学306。2004年1776-80。Daniel Kahneman 和 Alan B. Kruger 主观幸福感测量的发展，经济观点杂志20 2006年3-24。
Physiological indications of emotion. Previous research had documented that people are able to relive feelings they had in a past situation when the situation is retrieved in sufficiently vivid detail. Michael D. Robinson and Gerald L. Clore, Belief and Feeling. Evidence for an accessibility model of emotional self-report, Psychological Bulletin 128, 2002 934-60.
生理情绪指标。先前的研究表明，当以足够生动的细节回忆起过去的情况时，人们能够重温当时的感觉。Michael D. Robinson 和 Gerald L. Clore， 信念与感觉，情感自我报告可及性模型的证据。 心理学公报128 2002年934-60
State the U Index, Allen B. Kruger, edition, Measuring the Subjective Well-Being of Nations, National Accounts of Time Use and Well-Being Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2009.
说明优指数 Allen B. Kruger 编，衡量国家的主观幸福感、时间使用和幸福感的国民账户，芝加哥大学出版社2009年
Distribution of Emotional Pain, Ed Diener, Most People Are Happy, Psychological Science 7, 1996 181-85.
情感痛苦的分布 Ed Diener 大多数人都是快乐的，心理学科学期1996年181-85
Gallup World Poll. For a number of years, I have been one of several senior scientists associated with the efforts of the Gallup organization in the domain of well-being.
盖洛普世界民意调查，多年来，我一直是盖洛普组织在幸福感领域工作的几位高级科学家之一。
More than 450,000 responses. Daniel Kahneman and Angus Deaton. High income improves evaluation of life but not emotional well-being. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences 107. 2010 16,489-93.
超过45万份回复 ，Daniel Kahneman 和 Angus Deaton 高收入提高了对生活质量的评价，但没有提高情感幸福感。美国国家科学院院刊107 2010年16489-93。
Worse for the very poor. Dylan M. Smith, Kenneth M. Langa, Muhammad U. Kabito, and Peter Ubel. Health, Wealth, and Happiness. Financial resources buffer subjective well-being after the onset of a disability. Psychological Science 16. 2005 663-66.
对极度贫困的人来说更糟。Dylan M. Smith、Kenneth M. Langa、Mohammed U. Kabito 和 Peter Ubel。健康、财富和幸福。残疾发生后，经济资源缓冲了主观幸福感。心理学科学16 2005年663-66。
$75,000 in high-cost areas. In a TED Talk I presented in February 2010, I mentioned a preliminary estimate of $60,000, which was later corrected.
在高成本地区为$75,000。我在2010年2月发表的 TED 演讲中提到了$6万的初步估计，后来更正为$75,000。
Eat a bar of chocolate. Jordy Koidback, Elizabeth W. Dunn, K. V. Petrides, and Maura Mikołajczak, Money Giveth, Money Taketh Away, The Dual Effect of Wealth on Happiness, Psychological Science 21. 2010 759-63.
吃一块巧克力 Jordy Koidback, Elizabeth W. Dunn, K. V. Petrides 和 Maura Mikołajczak, 金钱给予，金钱夺走，财富对幸福的双重影响。心理学科学21 2010年759-63。
38. Thinking about life.
38. 思考生活。
German Socioeconomic Panel. Andrew E. Clark, Ed Diener, and Janusz Georgelis, Lags and Leads in Life Satisfaction, a test of the baseline hypothesis. Paper presented at the German Socioeconomic Panel Conference, Berlin, Germany, 2001.
德国社会经济委员会，安德鲁 ·E. 克拉克、埃德、迪纳和杨尼斯、乔治利斯，生活满意度的滞后和领先，基线假设的检验。论文发表于2001年德国柏林举行的德国社会经济委员会会议。
Effective Forecasting. Daniel T. Gilbert and Timothy D. Wilson, Why the Brain Talks to Itself. Sources of Error in Emotional Prediction. Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society B364. 2009 1335-41.
情感预测，丹尼尔 ·T. 吉尔伯特和蒂莫西 ·D. 威尔逊，为什么大脑会自言自语？情感预测中的错误来源。皇家学会哲学会刊 B 364 2009年1335-41。
Only significant fact in their life. Strack, Martin, and Schwartz, Priming and Communication.
他们生命中唯一的重要事实。斯特拉克、马丁和施瓦茨，启动和交流。
Questionnaire on Life Satisfaction. The original study was reported by Norbert Schwartz in his doctoral thesis in German, Mood as Information, on the impact of moods on the evaluation of one's life, Heidelberg, Springer Verlag. 1987. It has been described in many places, notably Norbert Schwartz and Fritz Strack, reports of subjective well-being, judgmental processes and their methodological implications in Kahneman, Diener, and Schwartz, Well-being, 61-84.
关于生活满意度的问卷，最初的研究由诺伯特·施瓦茨在他的博士论文《德语：情绪作为信息，情绪对个人生活评价的影响》海德堡施普林格出版社1987年中报告。他在许多地方都有描述，尤其是诺伯特·施瓦茨和弗里茨·施特拉克主观幸福感的报告，判断过程及其方法论含义在于卡尼曼、迪纳和施瓦茨幸福感61-84。
Goals that young people set. The study was described in William G. Bowen and Derek Curtisbach, The Shape of the River, Long-Term Consequences of Considering Race in College and University Admissions, Princeton University Press. 1998. Some of Bowen and Bach's findings were reported by Carol Nickerson, Norbert Schwartz, and Ed Diener. Financial aspirations, financial success, and overall life satisfaction. Who and how? Journal of Happiness Studies 8, 2007 467-515.
年轻人设定的目标。这项研究由威廉 ·G. 鲍恩和德里克·柯蒂斯·伯克在《河流的形状：在大学和大学招生中考虑种族因素的长期后果》普林斯顿大学出版社1998年中描述。鲍恩和伯克的一些发现由卡罗尔·尼克森、诺伯特·施瓦茨和埃德·迪纳在《经济愿望、经济成功和总体生活满意度谁如何》中报告。幸福研究杂志8 2007年467-515。
Being very well off financially, Alexander Aston, M. R. King, and G. T. Richardson, The American Freshman, National Norms for Fall 1976. Cooperative Institutional Research Program of the American Council on Education in the University of California at Los Angeles, Graduate School of Education, Laboratory for Research in Higher Education, 1976.
在经济上非常富裕，亚历山大·阿斯汀、M. 尔金和 G.T. 理查森，美国新生，1976年秋季全国规范，美国教育委员会和加州大学洛杉矶分校合作机构研究计划，研究声院教育高等教育研究实验室，1976年。
Money was not important. These results were presented in a talk at the American Economic Association annual meeting in 2004. Daniel Kahneman, Puzzles of Well-being, paper presented at the meeting.
金钱并不重要，这些结果在2004年美国经济协会年会上的一次演讲中提出。丹尼尔·卡尼曼《幸福的谜题》会议论文。
Happiness of Californians. The question of how well people today can forecast the feelings of their descendants 100 years from now is clearly relevant to the policy response to climate change, but it can be studied only indirectly, which is what we propose to do.
加利福尼亚人的幸福感。如今的人们能够预测100年后他们后代的感受的问题，显然与气候变化的政策应对措施相关，但只能间接研究，这就是我们提议要做的事情。
Aspects of their lives. In posing the question, I was guilty of a confusion that I now try to avoid. Happiness and life satisfaction are not synonymous. Life satisfaction refers to your thoughts and feelings when you think about your life, which happens occasionally, including in surveys of well-being. Happiness describes the feelings people have as they live their normal life.
他们生活的各个方面。在提出这个问题时，我犯了一个我现在试图避免的错误。幸福和生活满意度并不是同义词。生活满意度是指你思考自己的生活时的想法和感受，这种情况偶尔会发生，包括在幸福感调查中。幸福感描述了人们在过着正常生活时产生的感受。
I had won the family argument. However, my wife has never conceded. She claims that only residents of Northern California are happier.
我赢得了家庭争论，然而我的妻子从未让步。她声称只有北加州的居民更幸福。
Students in California and in the Midwest, Asian students generally reported lower satisfaction with their lives, and Asian students made up a much larger proportion of the samples in California than in the Midwest. Allowing for this difference, life satisfaction in the two regions was identical.
加州和中西部地区的大学生， 亚裔学生普遍报告对生活满意度较低，而且亚裔学生在加州的样本中所占比例远高于中西部地区。考虑到这种差异，这两个地区的生活满意度是相同的。
How much pleasure do you get from your car? Jing Su and Norbert Schwartz have found that the quality of the car, as measured by Blue Book value, predicts the owner's answer to a general question about their enjoyment of the car, and also predicts people's pleasure during joyrides. But the quality of the car has no effect on people's mood during normal commutes. Norbert Schwartz, Daniel Kahneman, and Jing Su, Global and Episodic Reports of Hedonic Experience, in R. Belly, D. Alwyn, and F. Stafford, eds, using calendar and diary methods in life events research, Newberry Park, California. Sage, pages 157 to 74.
你从你的汽车中获得多少乐趣 ？Jing Su 和 Norbert Schwartz 发现汽车的质量，以蓝皮书价值衡量，可以预测车主对他们对汽车享受程度的一般性问题的回答，还可以预测人们在兜风时的乐趣。但汽车的质量对人们在正常通勤时的情绪没有影响。Norbert Schwartz、Daniel Kahneman 和 Jing Su 享乐体验的整体和片段报告在于 R. Belly、D. Alwyn 和 F. Stafford 编辑在生活事件研究中使用日历和日记方法，加利福尼亚州纽伯里帕克 Sage 第157-174页。
Paraplegics spend in a bad mood. The study is described in more detail in Kahneman, Evaluation by Moments.
截瘫患者处于坏情绪中花费的时间。该研究在 Kahneman 的按时刻评估中进行了更详细的描述。
Think about their situation. Camille Wertman and Roxanne C. Silver, Coping with Irrevocable Loss, Cataclysms, Crises, and Catastrophes, Psychology in Action, American Psychological Association, Master Lecture Series 6, 1987 189 to 235.
考虑他们的处境 ，Camille Wertman 和 Roxanne C. Silver 应对不可挽回的损失、灾难、危机和浩劫。心理学在行动，美国心理协会大师讲座系列6 1987年189-235。
Studies of colostomy patients. Dylan Smith et al. Misremembering colostomies? Former patients give lower utility ratings than do current patients. Health Psychology 25, 2006 688 to 95. George Lowenstein and Peter A. Ubel, Hedonic Adaptation and the Role of Decision and Experience Utility in Public Policy, Journal of Public Economics 92, 2008 1795 to 1810.
结肠造口术患者的研究 ，Dylan Smith 等人，结肠造口术的错误记忆。前患者给出的效用评级低于现患者。健康心理学25 ，2006年688-95。George Lowenstein 和 Peter A. Ubel 享乐适应以及决策和经验效用在公共政策中的作用。公共经济学杂志92 ，2008年1795-1810。
The word miswanting. Daniel Gilbert and Timothy D. Wilson, Miswanting. Some Problems in Effective Forecasting, and Feeling and Thinking. The Role of Affect in Social Cognition, edition Joseph P. Forgas, New York, Cambridge University Press. 2000, 178 to 97.
错误想要这个词 ，Daniel Gilbert 和 Timothy D. Wilson。错误想要情感预测中的一些问题在于感觉与思考，情感在社会认知中的作用。约瑟夫 P. 福加斯编辑，纽约剑桥大学出版社，2000年178-97。
Conclusions.
结论
Too important to be ignored. Paul Dolan and Daniel Kahneman. Interpretations of Utility and Their Implications for the Valuation of Health. Economic Journal 118, 2008 215 to 234. Lowenstein and Ubel. Hedonic Adaptation and the Role of Decision and Experience Utility in Public Policy.
太重要而不能忽视 Paul Dolan 和 Daniel Kahneman 效用的解释及其对健康价值的影响。经济学杂志118 2008年215-234。Lowenstein 和 Ubel 享乐适应以及决策和经验效用在公共政策中的作用。
Guide government policies. Progress has been especially rapid in the UK, where the use of measures of well-being is now official government policy. These advances were due in good part to the influence of Lord Richard Layard's book Happiness, Lessons from a New Science, first published in 2005. Laird is among the prominent economists and social scientists who have been drawn into the study of well-being and its implications. Other important sources are Derek Bach, The Politics of Happiness, What Government Can Learn from the New Research on Well-Being, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2010. Ed Diener, Richard Lucas, Ulrich Schmimak, and John F. Hallowell, Well-Being for Public Policy, New York, Oxford University Press, 2009. Alan B. Kruger, edition, Measuring the Subjective Well-Being of Nations, National Account of Time Use and Well-Being, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2009. Joseph E. Stiglitz, Amartya Sen, and Jean-Paul Fitoussi, Report of the Commission on the Measurement of Economic Performance and Social Progress. Paul Dolan, Richard Laird, and Robert Metcalfe, Measuring Subjective Well-Being for Public Policy, Recommendations on Measures, London, Office for National Statistics, 2011.
指导政府政策进展在英国尤其迅速。英国现在将幸福感测量作为官方政府政策。这些进步很大程度上归功于理查德·莱亚德勋爵的著作《幸福：新科学的启示》。该书于2005年首次出版。莱亚德是参与幸福感及其影响研究的著名经济学家和社会科学家之一。其他重要来源包括德里克·伯克《幸福的政治》。政府可以从新的幸福感研究中学到什么？普林斯顿大学出版社，2010年。Ed Diener、Richard Lucas、Ulrich Schmimak 和 John F. Hallowell， 公共政策的幸福感，纽约，牛津大学出版社，2009年。艾伦 ·B. 克鲁格编辑，衡量国家的主观幸福感、时间使用和幸福感的国民账户，芝加哥大学出版社，2009年。约瑟夫 E. 斯蒂格利茨、阿马蒂亚·森和让·保罗·费图西，经济绩效和社会进步衡量委员会报告。Paul Dolan、Richard Laird 和 Robert Metcalfe， 衡量公共政策的主观幸福感，关于措施的建议。伦敦，国家统计局，2011年。
Irrational is a strong word. The view of the mind that Dan Ariely has presented in Predictably Irrational, The Hidden Forces That Shape Our Decisions, New York, Harper, 2008, is not much different from mine, but we differ in our use of the term.
非理性是一个强烈的词，但艾瑞里在《可预测的非理性：塑造我们决策的隐藏力量》一书中提出的心智观，纽约，哈珀，2008年，与我的观点没有太大不同，但我们在使用这个术语时有所不同。
Accept Future Addiction, Gary S. Becker and Kevin M. Murphy, A Theory of Rational Addiction, Journal of Political Economics 96, 1988, 675-700. Nudge, Richard H. Thaler and Kassar, Sunstein, Nudge, Improving Decisions About Health, Wealth, and Happiness, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2008.
接受未来的成瘾，加里 ·S. 贝克尔和凯文 ·N. 墨菲，理性成瘾理论，政治经济学杂志96 1988 675-700。轻推，理查德 ·H. 泰勒和卡斯 ·桑斯坦，轻推，改善有关健康、财富和幸福的决策，纽黑文，耶鲁大学出版社，2008年。
Can institute and enforce Atul Gawande, The Checklist Manifesto, How to Get Things Right, New York, Holt, 2009. Daniel Kahneman, Dan Lavallo, and Oliver Siboney, The Big Idea, Before You Make That Big Decision, Harvard Business Review 89, 2011 50-60.
可以制定并执行。阿图·葛文德清单宣言，如何正确做事，纽约，霍尔特，2009年。丹尼尔·卡尼曼、丹·洛瓦洛和奥利弗·希伯尼，大创意，在做出重大决策之前，哈佛商业评论89 2011 50-60。
Distinctive Vocabulary, Chip Heath, Richard P. Larrick, and Joshua Clayman, Cognitive Repairs, How Organizational Practices Can Compensate for Individual Shortcomings, Research in Organizational Behavior 20, 1998 1-37.
独特的词汇，齐普、希斯、理查德、P. 拉里克和约书亚·克莱曼，认知修复，组织实践如何弥补个人缺陷，组织行为研究20 1998 1-37。
Acknowledgements.
致谢。
I am fortunate to have many friends and no shame about asking for help. Every one of my friends has been approached, some of them many times, with requests for information or editorial suggestions. I apologize for not listing them all. A few individuals played a major role in making the book happen. My thanks go first to Jason Zweig, who urged me into the project and patiently tried to work with me until it became clear to both of us that I am impossible to work with. Throughout, he has been generous with his editorial advice and enviable erudition, and sentences that he suggested dot the book. Roger Lewin turned transcripts of a set of lectures into chapter drafts. Mary Himmelstein provided valuable assistance throughout. John Brockman began as an agent and became a trusted friend. Ran Hassan provided advice and encouragement when it was most needed. In the final stages of a long journey, I had the indispensable help of Eric Chinsky, my editor at Farrar, Straus and Giroux. He knew the book better than I did, and the work became an enjoyable collaboration. I had not imagined that an editor could do as much as Eric did. My daughter, Lenore Shoam, rallied round to help me through the hectic final months, providing wisdom, a sharp critical eye, and many of the sentences in this speaking of sections. My wife and Treisman went through a lot and did a lot. I would have given up long ago without her steady support, wisdom, and endless patience.
我很幸运有很多朋友，并且不羞于寻求帮助。我的每一位朋友都被问过问题，其中一些人被问过很多次，内容涉及信息请求或编辑建议。对于没有列出所有朋友的名字，我表示歉意。有几位个人在促成这本书的诞生方面发挥了重要作用。首先要感谢杰森·茨威格。他敦促我参与这个项目，并耐心地尝试与我合作，直到我们俩都清楚地意识到我是一个不可能合作的人。在整个过程中，他慷慨地提供了他的编辑建议和令人羡慕的渊博学识，他建议的句子点缀在整本书中。罗杰·莱温将一系列讲座的记录稿改写成了章节草稿。玛丽·希梅尔斯坦在整个过程中提供了宝贵的帮助。约翰布洛克曼最初是作为经纪人，后来成为了值得信赖的朋友。兰哈辛在我最需要的时候提供了建议和鼓励。在漫长旅程的最后阶段，我得到了法勒·斯特劳斯和吉鲁出版社的编辑埃里克·钦斯基的不可或缺的帮助。他对这本书的了解比我多，这项工作变成了一种愉快的合作。我无法想象一位编辑能够像埃里克那样做的那么多。我的女儿莱诺尔·肖哈姆团结起来，帮助我度过了忙碌的最后几个月，提供了智慧、敏锐的批判眼光以及谈论部分中的许多句子。我的妻子安妮·特雷斯曼经历了很多，也做了很多。如果没有她坚定不移的支持、智慧和无穷的耐心，我早就放弃了。
The beginning.
开始。
Let the conversation begin.
让对话开始。
Follow the Penguin Twitter.com at PenguinUkBooks.
关注企鹅 Twitter.com at PenguinUKBooks.
Keep up to date with all our stories YouTube.com/PenguinBooks.
在 YouTube.com PenguinBooks 上随时了解我们的所有故事。
Pin Penguin Books to your Pinterest.
将企鹅图书固定到您的 Pinterest.
Like Penguin Books on Facebook.com/PenguinBooks.
在 Facebook.com PenguinBooks 上点赞企鹅图书。
Listen to Penguin at SoundCloud.com/Penguin-Books.
在 SoundCloud.com PenguinBooks 上收听 Penguin.
Find out more about the author and
在 penguin.couk 上详细了解作者并
discover more stories like this at penguin.co.uk.
发现更多类似的故事。
Penguin Books.
企鹅图书。
UK, USA, Canada, Ireland, Australia.
英国、美国、加拿大、爱尔兰、澳大利亚。
India, New Zealand, South Africa.
印度、新西兰、南非。
Penguin Books is part of the Penguin Random House group of companies whose addresses can be found at global.penguinrandomhouse.com.
Penguin Books 是 Penguin Random House 集团公司的一部分，其地址可在 global.penguinrandomhouse.com 上找到。
First published in the United States of America by Farrar, Straus and Giroux 2011.
最初由 Farrar, Straus and Giroux 于2011年在美国出版。
First published in Great Britain by Alan Lane 2011.
最初由 Alan Lane 于2011年在英国出版。
Published in Penguin Books 2012.
由 Penguin Books 于2012年出版。
Copyright Daniel Kahneman 2011.
版权所有，版权符号 Daniel Kahneman 2011。
Grateful acknowledgement is made for permission to reprint the following previously published material. Judgment under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Biases from Science, New Series, Volume 185, Number 4157. Copyright 1974 by Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. Reprinted by permission of Science. Choices, Values, and Frames from the American Psychologist. Copyright 1983 by Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. Reprinted by permission of the American Psychological Association.
对于转载以下先前发表的材料表示感谢。不确定性下的判断，其发法和偏差摘自《科学新系列》第185卷第4157期，版权所有，1974年，作者为 Amos Tversky 和 Daniel Kahneman， 经科学许可转载。选择价值和框架摘自《美国心理学家》，版权所有，1983年，作者为 Daniel Kahneman 和 Amos Tversky， 经美国心理学会许可转载。
Grateful acknowledgement is made for permission to reprint the following images. Image here courtesy of Paul Ekman Group, LLC. Image here from Cues of Being Watched Enhance Cooperation in a Real-World Setting by Melissa Bateson, Daniel Nettle, and Gilbert Roberts, Biology Letters, 2006, reprinted by permission of Biology Letters. Image here from Mind Sites by Roger N. Shepard, New York, W. H. Freeman and Company, 1990, reprinted by permission of Henry Holt and Company. Image here from Human Amygdala Responsivity to Masked Fearful Eye Whites by Paul J. Whalen et al., Science 306 2004. Reprinted by permission of Science.
对于转载以下图片表示感谢，此处图片由 Paul Ekman Group, LLC 提供。此处图片摘自 Melissa Bateson, Daniel Nettle 和 Gilbert Roberts 在《生物学快报》2006年中发表的被注释的暗示增强了现实世界中的合作，经《生物学快报》许可转载。此处图片摘自 Roger N. Shepard 的《心灵视野》，纽约 W. H. Freeman and Company 1990年，经 Henry Holt and Company 许可转载。此处图片摘自 Paul J. Whalen 等人在《科学306》2004年中发表的人类杏仁核对被掩盖的恐惧眼神的反应，经科学许可转载。
All rights reserved.
版权所有。
ISBN 978-0-141-91892-1. ISBN 97801419189-1. 5. Cognitive ease.
5. 认知轻松。
FN 1547.
角注15 47。
Appendix A. Judgment under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Biases.
附录 A. 不确定性下的判断，其发法和偏差。
FN1 This article originally appeared in Science, Volume 185, 1974. The research was supported by the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Defense and was monitored by the Office of Naval Research under Contract N00014-73, C. 0438 to the Oregon Research Institute, Eugene. Additional support for this research was provided by the Research and Development Authority of the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel.
角注一本文最初发表于《科学》第185卷，1974年。这项研究得到了国防部高级研究计划局的支持，并由海军研究办公室根据与俄勒冈州尤金市研究机构签订的合同 N0001473C0438 进行监督。这项研究的其他支持来自以色列耶路撒冷希伯来大学的研究与发展管理局。
Appendix B. Choices, Values, and Frames.
附录 B. 选择、价值观和框架。
FN1 This article was originally presented as a Distinguished Scientific Contributions Award address at the American Psychological Association meeting, August 1983. This work was supported by Grant NR 197-058 from the U.S. Office of Naval Research. Originally published in American Psychologist, Volume 34, 1984.
角注一本文最初作为杰出科学贡献奖演讲稿，在1983年8月的美国心理学会会议上发表。这项工作得到了美国海军研究办公室 N2197058 赠款的支持。最初发表于《美国心理学家》第34卷，1984年。